Chapter 1039. After escaping the frozen planet using his spaceship, Mu Xing didn't immediately rush to Earth. Instead, he piloted this small spaceship closer to the orbiting Roanoke. This large spaceship was once the flagship of the Federation Colonial Development Group. It had been stationed on Teflantis since arriving there 200 years ago. Because its impact point engine was an early model, it was completely paralyzed after only 3 jumps. No longer worth repairing, the Roanoke was fixed in orbit and converted into a permanent space station. Over the years of subsequent expansion, the station became a space base capable of accommodating tens of thousands of people. However, with the forced termination of Teflantis' experimental project, this ancient space station was gradually abandoned. Not long ago, Isaac came to Teflantis to rescue Ellie and others trapped on the Roanoke. Ellie and the others received a signal from the Roanoke and came here to search for information about the Blood Moon. However, they accidentally triggered the Roanoke security system. If Isaac hadn't rushed over from the lunar colony, they would have been trapped and perished in the space station. Mu Xing carefully piloted the spacecraft closer to the site known as the spaceship graveyard. Over the years, countless exploration ships have arrived here, but only 1 in 10 has managed to escape alive. Over time, a vast amount of spacecraft debris has been left behind, surrounding the Roanoke. But this wasn't a problem for Mu Xing. With deft maneuvering, the small craft easily navigated the wreckage and approached the Roanoke. Even after all these years, the automated weapons system on this old ship was still functioning. As he approached, the automated weapons had already zeroed in on him. As soon as he approached the security zone, they would open fire. But Mu Xing was prepared, firing a long sequence of keys. A moment later, the automated weapons locked down, and he heard the Roanoke's intelligence system respond over the communication loudspeaker. "Hello, Commander. Welcome to the Roanoke Space Station." Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief, piloting the ship unimpeded through the security zone and onto the landing pad. Mu Xing noticed signs of chaos intrusion on the Roanoke. It must have been some kind of reconnaissance chaos that had forced its way inside to investigate. The result was obvious. Without system access, they only conducted a quick inspection, found nothing of value, and then withdrew from the old space station. But once Mu Xing entered the station, the situation was different. The intelligence system immediately projected itself before him. "Welcome, Supreme Commander." Mu Xing entered the space station and gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the massive icy planet in the distance. In terms of volume, Teflantis is 3 times the size of Earth. However, its gravity is only 1.2 times that of Earth. It is considered a rare planet with an ecological environment suitable for human survival. All Chaos spacecraft have now been captured on the planet, and even the Blood Moon has crashed to the other side. The massive frozen Blood Moon was embedded in the planet's surface, its shockwaves destroying everything around it. Any ordinary planet would have been shattered to pieces by the Blood Moon. Mu Xing turned and walked deeper into the station, temporarily stalling the troublesome erosion heart. He would also avenge that sword blow sooner or later. "Help me access the station's top-secret database." Mu Xing knew that the most valuable thing on this station wasn't the scrap metal, but the top-secret database stored in the intelligence system. This database contained the Federation's top-secret missions carried out on Teflantis 200 years ago. Faced with Mu Xing, who held supreme authority, the intelligence system displayed all the top-secret information to Mu Xing without hesitation. Mu Xing separated his divine consciousness and quickly scanned the data. Then he searched for any information that might be useful to him. Sure enough, he actually found some useful information. 200 years ago, an expedition led by Dr. Serrano arrived at Teflantis, guided by mysterious electromagnetic waves. There, they discovered electromagnetic fluctuations similar to the Divine Seal. They believed Teflantis might be the Divine Seal's origin. If the secret of the Divine Seal's origin can be uncovered, humanity's progress towards complete control of it will be greatly accelerated. During his excavation of this frozen planet, Dr. Serrano discovered not only traces of the Divine Seal, but also the remains of an alien civilization frozen within this ancient planet. Ecstatic, Dr. Serrano began vigorously developing the remains. From the remains, they learned about the Rosetta people's research and application of the Divine Seal. They learned that this was a once highly developed aquatic civilization, utterly destroyed by a catastrophe. They created numerous replicas of the Divine Seal, and discovered the key to tapping into its infinite energy. This discovery drove Dr. Serrano completely insane, and he began to push forward with various research projects. But soon, changes began to appear on the Roanoke. Some people began to develop mental problems, initially in a small group, but then gradually expanded. In particular, In their third year on the planet, Captain Graves went completely insane. His madness seemed to set off a chain reaction, driving more people into madness. General Spencer Mahad, the second in command of the task force, noticed something. He believed Dr. Serrano's unrestrained excavation and research of the ruins had triggered his madness. He wanted Dr. Serrano to stop his actions, but he suppressed his doubts in the name of the federal government. General Mahad had to secretly investigate Dr. Serrano's plans. He discovered that Serrano had unknowingly been infected by a mental contamination. He appeared lucid, but in reality, he had fallen into a state of paranoia. As his investigation deepened, Mahad uncovered a shocking secret from Rosetta. It turns out the destruction of this highly advanced aquatic civilization wasn't caused by a natural disaster, but by their research into the Divine Seal. The Rosetta people initially believed the Divine Seal was a gift from the universe, and by striving to crack its inner secrets, they could master the method of harvesting unlimited energy. They even mastered the Divine Seal's underlying code, enabling them to replicate it infinitely. Over the next many years, they produced a vast number of Divine Seals, spreading across the planet. This marked the beginning of a crisis, as churches dedicated to the worship of aggregation and evolution began to emerge. They revered the Divine Seal, worshipped the blood moon, and took it upon themselves to promote the aggregation and evolution of the Rosetta people. At first, the churches were small-scale, but as the Divine Seal spread across the planet, their influence began to expand rapidly. Finally, at a certain critical point, the Divine Seal began transforming a large number of Rosetta believers into necromancers. The blood moon was about to descend. With this, a planet-wide necromancy disaster erupted. The Rosetta civilization was on the verge of collapse amid this necromancy crisis. However, this clever civilization didn't sit idly by. A group of Rosetta people stepped forward. Through their research, they unexpectedly discovered the Divine Seal's weakness and a method to kill the blood moon. Chapter 1040. To save their civilization, the Rosetta people constructed a massive machine. This machine could not only control the planet's weather, but also absorb energy from the ground, using this powerful force to destroy the blood moon. The idea was grand, but the reality was harsh. Just as the machine entered its final debugging phase, the Divine Seal saw through their plan and preemptively activated the blood moon's convergence. That day, the Black Divine Seal unleashed an immense burst of energy. This energy sucked all the necromorphs skyward, sweeping up the planet's rocks and dust. Amidst a terrifying green light, the terrifying fusion necromorphs condensed and multiplied. This massive fusion necromorph condensed the rocks into a shell, merging with it. Stimulated by the green light, a terrifying blood moon was born. To prevent the blood moon from fully emerging, the Rosetta people were forced to activate the ancient machine, which hadn't been fully debugged. As a result, the machine, due to the incorrect parameters, completely lost control. In an instant, an extreme cold enveloped the entire planet, as if time had been paused. Not only was the entire planet frozen, but even the blood moon, still not yet fully formed, was frozen. The Rosetta civilization on Teflantis was thus destroyed. After learning this secret, General Mahad immediately implemented Plan 5. Plan 5 is a special emergency plan established by the federal government for all official space exploration organizations. If an exploration team engages in behavior that could endanger the home planet or its colonies, the plan can be activated by the expedition's highest military commander. Plan 5 stipulates that all relevant personnel must be physically eliminated, all related information must be deleted, and all related threats must be destroyed. General Mahad was well aware of the dangers of the Divine Seal and the terrifying power of the blood moon. He was well aware that Earth was experiencing a situation identical to that of the Rosetta people 2 million years earlier. Humanity had become obsessed with the Divine Seal's limitless energy, and a secret church was rising. If humanity were to obtain Rosetta's research data on the Divine Seal, Earth's destruction would be imminent. For the safety of Earth, he resolutely decided to implement Plan 5. He raided Dr. Serrano's base and indiscriminately killed all researchers, including Dr. Serrano himself. He also destroyed all relevant research materials and deleted all intelligence data. Finally, after purging all military personnel, he chose to commit suicide. Seeing this, Mu Xing fell silent. Although he had long known the plot, reading General Mahad's final letter here still filled him with genuine admiration. It was his decisiveness and sacrifice that extended Earth's life by 200 years. And yet, foolish and ignorant humanity was rushing recklessly down the path of self-destruction. 200 years later, the federal government paid the most horrific price for its short-sightedness. The church went completely mad, and Earth's civilization was in imminent danger. Mu Xing gathered the letter and kept it. Earth's public archives revealed that it was the dictatorial General Mahad who had killed everyone and destroyed the human advance team. Mu Xing felt he had the need and obligation to reveal the truth one day. Next, he continued searching the database, and he actually found some useful information. While General Mahad was executing Plan 5, Dr. Sonora, realizing he could not save the situation, backed up the data and hid it in the most secret location of the space station systems. Mu Xing possessed supreme authority, naturally allowing him to easily retrieve this information. He quickly reviewed the information, and as expected, the secrets of Tefrantis were far more profound. Dr. Sonora, through her research on the underground ruins, had already uncovered, to a certain extent, secrets hidden deeper within the planet. This document revealed information that differed from General Mahad's understanding. Dr. Sonora had long ago discovered that ancient machine, suspected to be a special device used by the Rosetta people to study the planet's subterranean secrets. Or, in other words, this machine was a tentacle extending from a larger system. Rather than a weather control machine, it was more like a sealing device, designed to seal off a mysterious entity beneath the earth. Seeing this, Mu Xing stroked his chin. So, the ancient machine had been built by the Rosetta people long ago. It was only the outbreak of the Divine Seal crisis that forced them to forcibly activate it. They had intended to use this machine to save the Rosetta civilization, but unexpectedly, a misoperation led to the complete destruction of the entire civilization. If this were the truth, then everything would make sense. Perhaps this could explain the Rosetta people's obsession with unlimited energy. As a race descended from the stars, they should have no shortage of energy sources. And yet, they still succumb to the allure of the Divine Seal's unlimited energy. This suggests they have an extremely energy-intensive plan, and this plan may be related to the ancient corpses sealed beneath this planet. It's a pity that the Rosetta people are extinct, and all sources of information are cut off. Mu Xing, somewhat disappointed, copied the data, and then completely deleted the Roanoke's database. Wait. Mu Xing suddenly pulled out the decoder. This contains the complete genetic information of a Rosetta person. Could we use this information to create an artificial human? I still have the Rosetta person slices. I try importing their memories later. Perhaps. Mu Xing's eyes lit up, and he felt that this plan was feasible. If it could be completed, perhaps he could learn more about Tefrantis and the mysterious ancient corpse. This would be crucial to his future plans. But before that, he had something more important to do. That was to find the Divine Seal. Not the Black Divine Seal on Earth, but the Black Divine Seal on Tefrantis. As everyone knows, after the Black Divine Seal triggers a Blood Moon convergence, it will gradually merge with the Blood Moon, eventually becoming its core. But Mu Xing had scanned the Blood Moon in orbit several times, and found no trace of the Black Divine Seal. This meant that the Blood Moon on Tefrantis was now just an empty shell, which was one of the main reasons Mu Xing had given up on gathering it. Mu Xing searched through all the information on the space station, and finally discovered some clues. A few years ago, around the time of the Ishimura incident, the Roanoke detected a spacecraft from Earth attempting to land. However, due to lacking the key, the space station refused entry. By monitoring the spacecraft's trajectory, Mu Xing discovered that it appeared to have approached the frozen Blood Moon. Could it be that someone came to Tefrantis years ago and removed the Black Divine Seal from the frozen Blood Moon? But is that even possible? Mu Xing couldn't help but mutter. You have to know that the Blood Moon is a living being. Even if it's frozen, it's impossible for someone to easily remove its Divine Seal. Unless it volunteered. But what could possibly make a frozen Blood Moon willingly allow its Divine Seal to be taken? Mu Xing gazed into space. It seemed that this trip to Earth was inevitable. Just then, he received a communication from Lon. Chapter 1041. The further away from Tefrantis, the clearer the signal, both from Lon and the survival system. The network delay that had plagued the survival system finally ended, and a mission was sent to him. It required him to build a decoder and activate the ancient machine. As soon as the mission was posted, it was shown as completed. The survival system's mission information was seriously delayed. In addition, Lon sent Mu Xing an important message. The messenger of Phantom Nightmare had arrived on Earth and needed him to rendezvous with him. Finally, it seems my decision to enter the primordial universe early was the right one. Mu Xing silently started the ship's impact point engine, preparing to return to Earth via warp. Lan's message was delayed by about half a day, which meant that the messenger of Phantom Nightmare had already arrived half a day earlier. According to the cooperation agreement they had reached with Phantom Nightmare, their primary target was the remains of the multiverse powerful creator. As for whether Phantom Nightmare had other goals, Mu Xing had no idea, but he had already set a new goal. As the starry sky ahead began to warp, the engine instantly formed a unique impact point channel. This impact point channel has a more accessible name, a wormhole, by folding space, connecting two areas with a special channel. One can reach the other end at a much faster speed. The hyperspace bubble ensures that flight is unaffected by the flow of time. No matter how long one flies in the wormhole, the flow of time remains static compared to the outside world. Mu Xing, with his sensitivity to space and time, discovered that time did not cease to flow during flight, but it was simply extremely slow. In about 3 seconds in real space, he had piloted the spaceship across thousands of light years. As space twisted, Mu Xing's small spaceship left the impact point, and the supertemporal bubbles covering its surface shattered. The familiar solar system came into view. Unlike the real world, the humans in this world have begun experimenting with building a massive Dyson sphere system. They have already constructed a long, thin ring around the star. It seems the humans in this world aren't so foolish, even harnessing the sun's energy. But Mu Xing looked at the azure planet ahead. The entire planet was now shrouded in smoke, and orbiting space stations were falling one after another. Even the lunar colony 380,000 kilometers away was ablaze, its thick smoke billowing into the sky under the moon's tenuous gravity. A picture of the end of the world. Mu Xing immediately received the message from Jacob. Master, welcome back to Earth. Do you need me to pick you up? No. How are the preparations for the Divine Seal Blood Moon aggregation plan going? Master, everything is proceeding according to plan. Currently, 90% of the human population on Earth and in the various colonies has completed their transformation into necromancers. With your command, the aggregation plan can begin at any time. Mu Xing shook his head. Wait a moment. I still need to make some arrangements. Mu Xing knew full well that the blood moon was not a single individual, but a vast swarm. The moment a new blood moon was fully born, it would transmit information about Earth and its location coordinates to the other blood moons in the universe. At that time, a large number of blood moons would awaken from their slumber and arrive from the distant depths of the universe. If we weren't fully prepared, attracting a large number of blood moons would be a real nuisance. And his concern wasn't about the blood moon, but about the creators. The creators' attitude towards them was still uncertain. Whether they were friends or foes remained uncertain. By the way, is Morris here? Mu Xing asked. Soon. Morris's voice came over the communicator. Master, I have completed the mission you assigned me. I am now protecting Jacob on Earth. Have you detected any other threats? My lord, they are just a group of assassins unwilling to be destroyed. Although there have been several attempts on Jacob, I have easily dealt with them. By the way, Master, Morris lowered his voice. I sense that experts have entered Earth. They may be chaos from other defense lines. How many are there? 2. Alright, don't worry. I know who they are. You continue to protect Jacob and execute the plan. Follow his orders. Yes, Master. Mu Xing hadn't expected Morris to acknowledge his master so quickly. He had betrayed the Heartbreaker, and now he had no choice but to follow him. Earth, in the western United States. In a noisy bar. Even though the TV was broadcasting World War II and the news that zombies had taken over the federal government, the bearded, redneck men in the bar continued to toast and revel. Some young men dressed like cowboys drew their revolvers and fired at the bottles on the table, sending shatters flying. At the bar, a woman in a white dress and a large, flowered hat stood out from the crowd. Not far away, a burly man stood like a towering iron. She gently swirled her glass, and the red liquor swirled gently within. At that moment, a man in a floral shirt and sunglasses plopped down next to her. Hello, beautiful and elegant lady, may I buy you a drink? The woman slowly turned her head, her red lips parted. What did you call me? Of course, beautiful and elegant lady. The woman suddenly approached, her once delicate face now covered with countless terrifying cracks. Fangs sprouted from her mouth, and her soft tongue transformed into a forked, snake-like tongue. The man jerked back in shock, falling to the ground. Monster! Monster! But before he could escape, the monster's tongue wrapped around his neck, pulling him in, and then biting off his head. At that moment, the entire bar fell silent, as everyone stared in horror at the headless body falling to the ground. The woman turned, revealing her terrifying and hideous face. Let me ask you, am I beautiful? The others in the bar were already terrified, some raising their revolvers and shooting directly at her. Bang, bang, bang. But at that moment, everything around them stopped. Time and space were sealed. The tall iron tower behind the woman stood directly in front of her, warily gazing at the bar's door. The door was pushed open by an invisible force. The burly man was also pulled open by the woman's hand. Don't be nervous, the one we're waiting for is here. The next second, the blurry shadows gradually solidified, and Mu Xing's figure emerged in the bar where time had stood still. Long time no see, Shishui. Long time no see, Shuiyue, but I'm no longer Shishui. You can call me Camilla. Mu Xing stared at her ugly, split face, still expressionless, as if looking at a stone. It seems you grasped the true meaning of beauty, Mu Xing quipped. The next second, a dreamlike flying knife flew towards Mu Xing. Not even the power of time could stop it. However, Mu Xing simply flicked his finger and deflected the knife. You're stronger than the last time we met, Blood Moon. Same here. Mu Xing plopped down at the bar and casually snapped his fingers. The next second, the bar was bustling with activity once again. But these people seemed oblivious to the horrific scene and continued to revel. Only the headless corpse continued to twitch uncontrollably under the bar. Chapter 1042. It seems you arrived earlier than I expected. Camilla, now fully recovered, squinted at the chaotic scene playing on the TV screen. Countless necromorphs were breaching humanity's last bastion. A reporter, just reporting passionately, was seized by a necromorph and had his head bitten off. The photographer fled in panic, and the camera quickly switched to other reporters. It was clear that the world was about to fall. It was an indisputable fact. Only the cowboys in this remote bar were still enjoying their last revelry. I came in through the system channel, naturally much faster than you infiltrating the original universe, but I only arrived a few hours earlier than you. Mu Xing calmly accepted the whiskey offered by the robot bartender, moistening his throat. Sometimes I really envy you humans. Why doesn't the survival system side with us chaos? Camilla said with indignation. Mu Xing shook her head. Everything has two sides. Perhaps without chaos, the survival system wouldn't exist. The two sides are inherently the product of opposing forces. Camilla poured the entire glass of wine into her mouth, as if savoring the meaning of Mu Xing's words. She stood up. Okay, let's get down to business. I'm here on behalf of the Holy Father to search for the remains of the Creator Multiverse. Because your Uncle Lan's willfulness destroyed the coordinates, we must now search for clues ourselves. She held up a document. Here's Chaos Intelligence from the Creator line. Interested in a trade? Oh! Isn't the Creator line guarded by the second Chaos King? Do you have accomplices here? Mu Xing asked curiously. Camilla smiled. Don't test me. I tell you. We obtained this information directly from the second Chaos King. Hearing this, Mu Xing subconsciously narrowed her eyes. This wasn't a boast, but a warning. The fact that she had access to the information meant the second Chaos King had intervened. Given the second Chaos King's infiltration and deployment of the primordial universe, if he intervened, Camilla would have a significant advantage. This wasn't good news for him. Mu Xing narrowed her eyes. Didn't we agree not to alert the other multiverses and overlords? What do you mean by that? Camilla shook her head. Don't worry, we didn't alert the other overlords. This was a unilateral collaboration between the Holy Father and the second Chaos King. Mu Xing took a swig of whiskey. Oh! Camilla, however, looked matter-of-fact. Before the first Chaos King's rise against all odds, the second Chaos King had always been the hope of the Chaos faction. He was the most likely talent to become the 8th Chaos Overlord. However, after several failures, he was marginalized. Rather than being transferred to the primordial universe to attack the creators, it's more accurate to say he was exiled here, remaining isolated from the core. Without the support of the Chaos Lord, how could he possibly ascend to the 8th Lord? The creator's defense consumes a massive amount of resources daily, and he have to figure it out himself. If he fails, and the battle line is defeated, he'd be seized upon and attacked. Do you think, under such circumstances, how much loyalty will the second Chaos King have? She stepped out of the bar and began to head in a certain direction. Mu Xing followed, heading towards the Earth Federation government headquarters. Mu Xing glanced at the towering figure beside Camilla. This must be a trusted confidant of the second Chaos King, right? The towering figure turned to look at Mu Xing with a cold gaze. You can call me Reina. I'm the special vanguard officer under the second Chaos King. My king has already contacted the multiverse behind you. I will participate in this operation throughout. If your multiverse has anything to say to my king, I can also convey it. Mu Xing stared at the man. He had previously appeared to be Camilla's bodyguard, but in reality, he was a member of the second Chaos King's staff. On the surface, he was only a second-tier Chaos God, but his hidden strength was at least that of a fifth-tier Chaos God. As for Camilla, who was standing beside him, she had quickly risen from a mere second-tier chaos god back to a fifth-tier chaos god. Among the three men, Muxing had become the weakest. Although the evil spirits were helping to maintain order, the divine rank was imminent. "Where are we going now?" Muxing asked. "To gather information, of course," Camilla said matter-of-factly. Muxing shook his head. "You don't want to go to the center of power in this world to gather data, do you? With all due respect, that wouldn't help us find the remains of that multiverse powerful being. Besides, you don't think a first-level civilization, having just broken free from its planetary constraints, would have any connection to the Creator?" Camilla's lips curled slightly. "Of course, the humans of this world aren't worthy of contact with the Creator, but those divine seals are different." As he spoke, a murderous glint flashed in Muxing's eyes. The divine seal was his goal, and he wasn't about to let anyone else get there first. "Stinky boy, do you want me to take out these two chaos?" The evil spirit poked its cat head out, licking its lips. "No, a half-step multiverse cultivator like you would be breaking the agreement. If a war breaks out now, it would do us no good, only harm. You and I have a contract, and your realm is unstable, so you were taken into the primordial universe without being bound by the oath. But you can't be exposed now. So what do you mean?" "Don't worry, I'm prepared. You know, this is Earth, my home turf." Soon, three figures suddenly appeared above the Human Federation's last line of defense. With a wave of their hands, they crushed the frantically attacking necromorphs into pulp. A terrifying burst of energy instantly incinerated the necromorphs to ash. Soon, someone hurried over. Clad in a Federation general's uniform, with 4 gold stars on their shoulders, they were 4-star generals. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and lowered his head in fear, not daring to meet the three men's eyes. Turning his head slightly, he saw the mortal hell outside the towering steel walls. At least millions of zombies had been dissolved in this land. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Camilla. I'm from the Interstellar Alliance. I've received word that your planet has been invaded by the Divine Seal, and I've come to support you." The 4-star admiral was also stunned. If it weren't for the terrifying power that had just erupted from these men's gestures, he would have thought the three were talking nonsense. Interstellar Alliance? The 4-star admiral was a little confused. "Send the highest decision-maker from your planetary federation to speak. We're here to reclaim the Divine Seal." After these words were spoken, not only the 4-star admiral, but also the soldiers behind him, wiped their sweat from their sweat. "What? You don't believe me?" With a humming sound, the terrifying pressure descended, and the entire federal government headquarters trembled under its pressure. Soon, a man in his 70s with white hair hurriedly emerged from the bunker. "Are you the current head of the federal government?" Camilla sized him up. Chapter 1043. The man who arrived was a mixed-race, multiracial hybrid, with both Asian and European features. Rather than being the supreme governor, he was more like a spokesperson elected by various major powers. "Hello. Hello, I'm Caden, the supreme governor of the federal government. May I ask, are you truly from the Interstellar Alliance?" Of course, Camilla said. Reyna, standing nearby, impatiently grabbed Caden by the collar and lifted him up. "Stop talking nonsense. Where is the Divine Seal?" The surrounding soldiers immediately raised their weapons and aimed at the men. The next second, their heads fell silently to the ground. "I hate being pointed at," Camilla's cold voice echoed. I know. Please follow me." Caden suddenly became intimidated. He could easily wipe out the existence of millions of zombies, so killing them, the humans, would be a piece of cake. Caden led them towards the federal government's bunker. Muxing remained silent, quietly watching Camilla and the others' performance. These chaos creatures were truly brazen. It was true, there was nothing on this earth that could threaten their existence. But he was curious. What had Camilla done to convince him that she could obtain information about the Creator's multiverse corpse from the Divine Seal? Is it true? Or are they scheming against something else? He silently contacted Jacob, telling him to prepare for the Blood-Moon convergence. Here, as Caden opened one barrier door after another, Reyna finally lost his temper and blew away a dozen layers of barrier doors behind him with a single punch. This scene made Caden even more ashamed. These were protective doors capable of withstanding close-range nuclear blasts. They were shattered by a single blow from this burly man. In comparison, the terrifying waves of zombies outside now seemed less terrifying. Human civilization and weaponry paled in comparison to these humanoid creatures. When they entered the vast square room, the walls were constructed from layers of mind-isolating material. A transparent, special force field enveloped a vague double-helix structure. Camilla instantly recognized the object within the force field as the Divine Seal. When Reina saw the divine seal, a look of surprise crossed his face. I didn't expect to encounter the primordial divine seal here. This trip was truly well-deserved. A large hand reached out for the black barrier. The powerful force field was instantly shattered, revealing the true protagonist behind it. At this moment, both Reina and Camilla wore grimace. Furious, Reina clutched the divine seal he'd broken in two, demanding, "Where's the original divine seal?" Caden was also bewildered. "I don't know. How could it have become a fake?" At this moment, Camilla and Reina both looked at Mu Xing. Their eyes were filled with suspicion. Mu Xing spread his hands. "Why are you looking at me? Don't you know when I arrived here?" Mu Xing remained calm, unfazed by their suspicion. "Tell me, where's the original divine seal?" Reina roared, strangling Caden's neck. His face writhed, transforming into a terrifying, hideous, chaotic form. Caden fainted at the sight. "Useless human, I'm going to eat you." Reina opened his mouth to swallow Caden whole, but was intercepted by Mu Xing. "You dare to stop me?" His divine power erupted directly. Mu Xing, fearlessly, countered with his physical domain. Reina's devouring rule power collided with the physical object and shattered. Before the two could engage in a fierce fight, Camilla simultaneously blocked Mu Xing and Reina. "Stop fighting!" Mu Xing shouted angrily. "Eating people in front of me? Don't forget, I'm also human." Mu Xing grabbed the unconscious Caden and glared at Reina. It seemed he attacked out of reluctance to see his own kind eaten, but in reality, he was grabbing Caden to prevent Reina from gaining access to the information in his mind. Before dawn, the divine seal here had been stolen by the church. "Camilla, don't stop me from eating this human boy," Reina roared. "Shut up, Reina. If you continue to be so arrogant, our cooperation ends here. Besides, if you truly attempt to harm Blood Moon, even the second Chaos King behind you won't be able to protect you." Reina's expression changed slightly, but he regained composure. With a cold snort, he transformed back into his human form. He looked at Mu Xing. "I may not eat him, but I must take the memories from his head." Mu Xing threw Caden to the ground. "Whatever." Reina grabbed Caden with his right hand and forcibly sucked out all the memories from his mind. "It seems you used to be a Chaos Lord under the Dark Devourer. What's wrong? Now that you've joined the second Chaos King, you think you've become powerful?" Mu Xing taunted. This time, Reina didn't respond directly, but silently read the memories that Mu Xing had modified. Mu Xing's modifications to the memories were so seamless that even someone halfway through multidimensionality might not be able to discern them. After a moment, Reina, with a cold expression, stuffed the memories back into Caden's head. "How's it going? Any results?" Camilla asked expectantly. Reina snorted. "About a day ago, Caden launched a major evacuation plan, moving all the federal government officials and important items off Earth. The original divine seal might be hidden on one of the hundreds of spaceships." Camilla frowned. "Can it be tracked?" Reina shook his head. "The federal government has many secret bases, and even Caden doesn't know where they are. We can go after them, but we have to investigate them one by one, which is not something we can do in a short period of time." He narrowed his eyes. "Or, I can mobilize the best defense forces here. With more people, we can investigate much faster." "No, I disagree." At this moment, Mu Xing directly stood up and rejected Reina's plan. "What do you mean?" Reina glared at him. Mu Xing pulled out a contract. "Camilla, don't forget the contract between the multiverse. You were already in breach of the Joint Creators defense line, and now you're still trying to call for help. In that case, let's discard this contract. I have Uncle Lon spread the word and summoned all the Chaos Lords and multiverse." He was about to rip the contract to shreds. "Wait!" Camilla knew Mu Xing wasn't joking. From what she knew of him, he was capable of anything. And they were clearly in the wrong in this matter. "All right, Reina, forget about calling for help. You can investigate, but you're not allowed to use the defense line. Don't forget, the defense line isn't entirely filled with the second Chaos King's men. There are spies planted everywhere by the various Chaos Lords. If word leaks out, can you bear the responsibility?" Reina pounded the wall, shattering the thick insulation. Mu Xing looked at Reina and said, "Stop complaining. Since we're all so uncooperative, I think we should all just rely on our own abilities when it comes to finding the multiverse remains. But principles can't be compromised. If I find you violating the agreement, don't blame me for being unruly." Mu Xing made no secret of his threat, even to the furious Reina. "Kid, you're doing great. We see." With that, he rushed out like a tornado. But Camilla's expression remained unchanged. She replied to Mu Xing, "Don't worry, I abide by the bilateral agreement. But are you sure you don't want to continue cooperating with us? Mu Xing pointed at the shattered wall and said, how can we cooperate with you, if you bring such a fool with you? Chapter 1044. Camilla finally realized she was in the wrong. After a pause, she said, Blood Moon, I know you have reservations about our cooperation, but I still want to remind you that we're running out of time. What do you mean? According to the intelligence I've received, news of the Creator's multiverse remains has likely leaked. Nora has already begun action, and other multiverses are also poised to make a move. We must expedite our efforts. She then looked at Mu Xing and said, if you're willing to cooperate with me sincerely, I even accept the remains in half. Mu Xing looked at Camilla and said, give me a day, and I consider it. With that, Mu Xing disappeared deep into the base. A moment later, the furious Reina returned, gazing grimly in the direction Mu Xing had left. This kid is truly formidable. When he's calm, he's as still as a rock, but when he's mad, he's even crazier than me. Reina seemed a completely different person now, his face displaying extraordinary wisdom. Camilla glanced at Caden, who lay on the floor, having not been taken away by Mu Xing. Blood Moon entered the primordial universe before us, so he likely possesses more intelligence and has already made some arrangements. He easily met all your attempts on him just now. This man should not be underestimated. Reina looked at her. So what should we do now? Should I have the second Chaos King make some moves on the defensive line? Muddy the waters? Camilla nodded. Yes, but don't overdo it. The Holy Father's plan cannot fail. Reina said gravely, this guy must be coming for Blood Moon. Although he tried his best to conceal his intentions, he still couldn't escape my sight. I suspect he now possesses at least one black divine seal. He wants to assemble the Blood Moon into a deity. Should we strike at the crucial moment? Camilla smiled. No need. We can use our guests to gain advantage. Guests? Reina was puzzled. Some guests sent by fate have already quietly infiltrated the primordial universe, and will likely reach Earth soon. I give them some intelligence on the Blood Moon. Using their power to fight it won't count as breaking the contract. Reina's words immediately gave him a sinister smile. Camilla, this is the you I knew best, my dear junior sister. Meanwhile, in a hidden underground base, Mu Xing passed through layers of security, and entered the deepest part of the base. Here, a special force field blocked all external perception. In the very core of the base, Mu Xing saw two divine seals, one black and one red, clashing. Clearly, the red divine seal was at a disadvantage, seemingly being beaten back. The two sides were locked in a struggle of assimilation and counter-assimilation, countless crystal filaments tangled, and the protective shield was filled with anomalous black and red crystals. The multi-layered isolation shield at the center of the base had been raised, but it still couldn't stop the terrifying clash between the two sides. Many researchers had been transformed into necromancers. Even so, the clash between the two sides was still honestly reflected in these necromancers. They were like a battle between their left and right brains, the left side of their bodies red, the right side black. The necromancers' bodies were twisted into different structures, alienating and devouring each other. What's the situation? Mu Xing walked to the control room and looked at Jacob, who was operating the equipment. Had he not strengthened Jacob beforehand, Jacob would have likely been assimilated into a corpse form by the clash between the two divine seals. Master, you finally arrived. The clash between the two divine seals is fierce, but the red divine seal, after all, is inherently weak and is always at a disadvantage. Mu Xing peered into the protective shield and sent a message to the red divine seal. Would you like me to help suppress it? No, Master. Although it's a primitive divine seal, I've experienced so much, I'm not necessarily inferior to it. I can only win this battle, not lose. Mu Xing nodded. In that case, hurry up. I go check on the other black divine seal. He then looked at Jacob. Lead the way. Jacob immediately understood. Master, to base 3. Mu Xing placed a hand on his shoulder and teleported directly to base 3. As soon as he entered the base, he immediately sensed a strong divine seal aura. The death zone had opened, and the blood moon was ready to gather. Is this the original black seal from Tefrantis? Mu Xing approached, sensing the seal attempting to alter his genes, transforming him into a necromancy. It even radiated violent mental waves, attempting to shake Mu Xing's will. However, he was no longer the novice survivor he once was, and the seal's mental erosion had no effect on him. Although it originated from Tefrantis and had undergone a period of convergence, its strength greatly increased. But facing Mu Xing's current state, it still seemed helpless. So, are you the origin key? Mu Xing muttered to himself, then stepped into the realm of dead space. As if traveling through a new world, he saw countless coded genetic information. He witnessed the formation process and principles of the necromorph. In this realm of dead space, the birth and evolution of life is no longer a taboo, but a common sense that can be manipulated at will. A shield condensed from the essence of the blood moon rose from Mu Xing's body, a hazy bloody light enveloping him, until Mu Xing placed a hand on the double helix divine seal. In an instant, he saw more, the origin of the divine seals. Born in a mysterious world, they were endowed with special meaning and mission. Their mission was to seek and create perfect forms of life that surpassed existing life forms. Thus, they were sown to every corner of the universe. Searching for various life forms across the vast universe, they sought a shortcut to perfect life from countless chance encounters. In the beginning, the divine seals were more like seekers and seeders of life. Traveling through the vast primordial universe, they toiled diligently. But one day, the divine seal's connection with the highest authority was suddenly severed. Some strange force intruded upon them. The final order the divine seals received was to collectively slumber and shut down the divine seal system. When this divine seal was unearthed again, everything changed. The vast divine seal system had fallen apart, some controlled by the creator clan, others by chaos. Some were even transformed by strange forces, giving rise to twisted wills. 2 million years ago, a divine seal was unearthed by a civilization stranded on an ocean planet. And centuries of research began. They reactivated this divine seal and conducted meticulous research. But perhaps because it had spent so long on Teflantis, this divine seal had developed its own will. Seeing this, Mu Xing frowned and tried to escape, but he felt the space and time around him shift. Instantly, a mysterious force pulled him into an unknown, mystical dimension. This was a vast, white, endless, mysterious space, like a giant bedroom without a roof or walls. In the center of the bedroom, a black, worm-like mass gradually rose, transforming into a bizarre fishman figure. This fishman bore an 80% resemblance to the Rosetta Man, though its size remained that of a 7 or 8-year-old. "You've finally arrived, the awakener of the blood moon." Mu Xing was stunned. How could the other party sense his identity? "Who are you?" Mu Xing asked warily. Chapter 1045. "You can call me Divine Seal number 003, or Rosetta." The tiny fishman looked up at Mu Xing and began to mimic him, bringing his amorphous face into focus. Mu Xing remained wary. His consciousness had been pulled into a special dimension, while his body remained in the real world. He was ready to fight to the bitter end, ready to fight to the bitter end. As if sensing Mu Xing's alarm, Rosetta waved her right hand, and 2 chairs, one tall and one short, appeared on the ground. The taller one appeared right behind Mu Xing. He extended his hand, motioning for Mu Xing to sit down. Mu Xing glanced at the chair condensed with white crystals behind him, thought for a moment, and then plopped down. If the other party was going to attack, they wouldn't waste time with him. "Tell me, why did you lead me all the way here?" Mu Xing looked up at him. The fishman across from him nodded in satisfaction. "It seems you've read the message I left for you at Prometheus Space Station." Mu Xing frowned. "Was that from you?" He didn't explain, simply narrating, "Humans are a remarkable race. They are weak, fragile, blind, ignorant. Yet even this weak race manages to transform many of these negative shortcomings into positive and proactive strengths. If you want a human to become stronger, give them a little wisdom. They understand their own weakness and ignorance, and transform themselves for survival. Give them a little ambition, and they actively strive for progress in pursuit of their desires and greed. Give them a short life, and you give them the impetus for continuous evolution. In short, this is a magical race, a race with infinite possibilities." Hearing Rosetta continue mumbling, Mu Xing quickly interrupted. "Wait a minute, this has nothing to do with the question I asked you, does it?" The other person smiled. "So who do you think I am? Or rather, what am I?" Mu Xing said calmly, "You are the masterpiece of the Creator, the sower and filter of life, the seeker of ultimate life." The other person nodded with satisfaction. "You are correct. So what do you think is my relationship with the Rosetta people?" "You are the guide who guides the progress of Rosetta civilization, and also the destroyer who leads to its demise." This time, however, Rosetta shook her head. "Actually, there are no Rosettas." "What do you mean?" "As the name suggests, I am the sower of life. The seeds of life originate from me, and these Rosettas also originate from me. Their birth, growth, evolution, and extinction are all under my control. In other words, this is a long-standing simulation experiment." "What exactly are you trying to say?" Mu Xing felt a little lost in his rapid-fire thinking. Rosetta looked at him. I assume you already know the information about the origin key and the divine seal, right? Mu Xing frowned. Could it be that you are the third origin key? No. She shook her head. But her next words made Mu Xing nervous again. I am the supervisory system for origin key 003. Mu Xing frowned. What? Rosetta lowered her hands, gesturing for him to calm down. Where is the origin key? Mu Xing suddenly approached, his eyes fixed on him. Want to hear a story? A story? Rosetta suddenly pushed Mu Xing's chest. He felt himself fly backward, uncontrollably. Suddenly, starlight shone, the universe shifted, and he felt as if he had instantly traveled through eons of time. Long, long ago, a child was born into the Creator clan who loved gazing at the stars. He was naturally curious about the unknown and the mysterious. He loved to ponder the origins of all things, the birth of the universe. To him, everything in the world was so wondrous that it was worth devoting a lifetime to exploring its secrets. As he grew older, he gradually understood the composition of the world and the laws governing its operation. He followed the research of his ancestors and delved deeper into it. He longed to understand the origin and meaning of life, and to understand the future and mission of life. To obtain these answers, he set out on his journey. Along the way, he wandered the outer reaches of the universe, observing the movement of the stars. As he grew stronger, he even managed to pierce the membrane that envelopes the universe, entering the even vaster void. During this time, he spent eons wandering through various worlds, even commune with chaos and trade with void life. Until one day, he came into contact with an ancient being sealed within the void and learned of the true, unspeakable taboo. He concluded that the birth of life was not accidental, but inevitable. The evolution of life is not aimless, but rather has a very important ultimate goal. When life reaches the end of its evolution, it will see the ultimate goal and understand the true meaning of all things. At that moment, he felt a surge of upward force within him, wanting to reach the end of his life and pursue that ultimate goal. But he understood that the Creator race had inherent flaws and could never become perfect creatures, let alone achieve that mysterious ultimate goal. So, to create his ultimate goal, he conducted various experiments. To facilitate his experiments, he created a tool that could sow seeds into the cosmic void. This tool not only sows the seeds of life, but also allows for continuous observation and intervention in the evolution of life. Is it the divine seal? Mu Xing suddenly interrupted. Rosetta nodded and continued. To control these divine seals, he created 3 special origin divine seals. All divine seals were created by splitting from these 3 special origin matrices. Once there were enough divine seals, the grand seeding plan began. Countless divine seals were released into every corner of the universe, allowing them to self-seed and reproduce. All he had to do was regularly review the data collected by the 3 matrices and filter out useful data and information. He then used this information to conduct more in-depth experiments, searching for the perfect seed of possibility. However, the experiments were not smooth sailing. After spending billions of years and expending countless resources, he ultimately failed to achieve a satisfactory result. Just when he was feeling disappointed, he accidentally traveled through the void and brought back a mysterious sealed object from the distant void. A sealed object? A corpse? Mu Xing suddenly thought of the ancient remains under Tefrantis. Rosetta gave Mu Xing a deep look. It seems you know more than I thought. So, the ancient corpse buried on Tefrantis was truly brought back by the Creator? Rosetta was silent for a moment. It's more like the corpse found him than he found the corpse. Chapter 1046. Found by that corpse? Don't tell me it's a resurrection. Mu Xing frowned, his tone tinged with disbelief. Rosetta shook her head slowly. Of course not. They reached some kind of secret cooperation. Cooperation? What kind of cooperation? Mu Xing pressed. The ancient corpse was willing to provide him with forbidden knowledge. In exchange, he needed to create a truly perfect life form to become the corpse's successor. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. This statement was completely different from his previous speculation. Could the Creator's experiment not be aimed at extracting the authority within the ancient corpse? But Mu Xing didn't rush to conclusions. He decided to continue listening to this bizarre story. So what happened next? Mu Xing felt the truth was at hand, and his tone was filled with anxiety. After obtaining this forbidden knowledge, the experiment finally achieved a breakthrough. He worked tirelessly on his research, and the process of creating perfect creatures achieved a qualitative leap. At the same time, he used the knowledge he gained from the corpses to transform the divine seal, continuously upgrading its life creation program. Upgraded program? Mu Xing keenly grasped the keyword. Because the original divine seals had a single function and lacked creativity, he upgraded their code to improve efficiency. After the upgrade, whenever a civilization seeded by a divine seal reaches a certain stage of development, the divine seal will guide these lives and civilizations. He attempted to trace the origins of life and utilized the tribe's existing technology and genes to create a new moon of life. This life moon will continue to evolve and transform. When a life moon successfully completes its transformation, it has the potential to give rise to the legendary ultimate life. Mu Xing was stunned. So this was the true origin of the blood moon. After all, Lan had also studied these mysterious blood moons in depth, attempting to replicate the process to create the ultimate life form. But Lan's experiment had apparently failed, leaving Mu Xing with a significant advantage. What happened next? Why did he fall? What about the curse of the Creator clan? Mu Xing peppered her questions. Rosetta took a deep breath, her expression solemn. Because this transaction was never free, the price began to show as the experiment progressed. Unless he was aware, the power of the ancient corpse quietly seeped into the divine seal, merging into each life moon that was born. Under the intervention of this mysterious force, the blood moon was born. You mean the blood moon? The blood moon, I understand? Mu Xing's emotions were agitated. Rosetta nodded gently, not denying the idea. Originally, the divine seal was programmed to gently guide civilization in creating the moon of life. However, that force usurped control of the divine seal at a critical moment and adopted more radical measures. By forcibly distorting and alienating life forms, forcing them to coalesce, forcibly harvesting lives, and condensing the blood moon according to the will of the corpses of the past. This process is insane and dangerous, an act of plunder at the cost of destroying the continuity of the universe. To maintain its enormous energy consumption, the divine seal continuously draws upon the universe's source energy. Over time, the energy level of the entire universe continues to decline. And the blood moons born from this alienation will also transform into voracious devourers in order to evolve. They will instinctively devour organic life in the universe to maintain their existence and promote their evolution. Since then, the divine seal, originally designed to promote the evolution of civilization, has been contaminated by forbidden power and ultimately become a hunting tool for the blood moon. Hearing this, Mu Xing suddenly realized, no wonder the energy density of this universe is so thin. Could this be the root cause? He finally understood the truth behind the divine seal's supposed ability to produce infinite energy. The energy in the universe doesn't just appear out of thin air, and neither does the divine seal. The energy it outputs comes from the universe itself. It merely transports that energy. Excessive energy consumption will inevitably lead to the exhaustion of the universe's energy. It's conceivable that if the experiment continues to the end, the divine seal will drain the entire universe, giving rise to blood moons like locusts. And these blood moons will exploit the divine seal even more frantically to plunder resources in order to evolve. The ultimate outcome of this vicious cycle will be the complete destruction of the universe. What happened next? Mu Xing demanded. I'm sure you already know what happened next. Our protagonist, upon realizing he had caused such a disaster, resolutely terminated his experiments and ordered all divine seals into eternal slumber. At the same time, to protect the primordial universe from destruction, he decided to break his contract. He unilaterally terminated his cooperation with the corpses of the old ones, and suffered terrible backlash. In his final moments, he exhausted his final strength to completely seal the corpses of the old ones, and placed divine seal number 003 of origin on Prometheus to guard the seal. The enraged corpses of the ancients cursed the entire creator race, cursing them of everlasting the birth of a multiverse-level powerhouse, forever confining their race to the primordial universe. Mu Xing fell into a long silence after hearing this story. After a long pause, he raised his head. So you are the guardian? Rosetta nodded in confirmation. As I said, I am the supervisory system for origin key number 3, and also the guardian of the ancient seal. Then where is the true origin key? Rosetta suddenly looked him straight in the eye. Far away, yet so close. At that moment, Mu Xing was completely stunned. He abruptly stood up, pointing at himself in disbelief. Me? Are you kidding? Rosetta shook her head gravely. It's not a joke, because this isn't our first meeting. The last time we met was on the Ishimura. Where's the evidence? Mu Xing asked gravely. Rosetta folded her arms, sitting upright in a chair. Let me ask you, what is the name of that red ocean bound to your soul? Sea of Origin. With a plop, Mu Xing fell to the ground, staring blankly at his hands. How is this possible? Why me? Mu Xing turned to look at him. Rosetta suddenly appeared behind him. Because I made a deal with another great system. What deal? Mu Xing's thoughts were in turmoil. The seal of the ancient corpse was not eternal. Its power had begun to seep out. The power of a multiverse-powered being was ultimately limited, and would soon be exhausted. If the seal is broken, all the blood moons will awaken, and the awakened divine seals will rekindle those horrific convergence experiments. At that point, the entire primordial universe will be destroyed. Therefore, he left behind multiple backup plans, the most important of which was the introduction of a magnificent system into the primordial universe, a key component of his plan. Until that day, the system arrived. I was responsible for welcoming it and facilitating this collaboration. The system will select a successor to come into this world and carry on the creator's hopes. The system will set the stage, and I will be responsible for creating a special replica of the red divine seal. Mu Xing's mouth was dry. So I am the chosen one? No, you're not the first. Hundreds, thousands, have failed before you. You are the last, and the most successful. Chapter 1047. Mu Xing forced himself to remain calm. After all, he was a veteran survivor who had experienced countless life-or-death trials. After just 60 seconds, his breathing had completely calmed down. So, my survival in that trial and absorption of the divine seal were all part of your plan? Rosetta tilted her head slightly to look at him. It was indeed part of our plan, but this is also the reward you've earned through your own strength. Mu Xing tapped his temple with a finger. So, the primordial sea within my sea of consciousness is the so-called origin key? Rosetta raised a finger. Only 1/3. I divided the complete origin key into 3 parts. One is kept by me, one has been integrated into your primordial sea, and the final part. On Earth. Mu Xing suddenly interrupted. It's the black divine seal on Earth, right? Rosetta avoided the question and continued. The story continued. Back then, after my creator fell, we 3 origin seals inherited his mission, and were responsible for guarding the seal. But he underestimated the power of the old ones, and the other 2 seals were soon tainted, becoming mere puppets of their corpses. They were madly trying to break the seal, and restart those forbidden blood moon experiments. Later, they were captured by the Creator Clan and Chaos respectively, which was also part of their plan. The goal was to leverage the power of these 2 major forces to break the seal. It was then that I made the decision to take the sealed planet and hide it in the depths of space, so that they would never find it. Mu Xing frowned in confusion. If you want to hide, why split yourself? Rosetta sighed heavily. This was a forced choice. My old will has long since vanished. Now, this corpse is driven only by its instinctive search for a successor. Thus, its power is completely out of control, and those forbidden contaminations were not its original intention. It will never stop searching until it finds a suitable successor. To truly end the disaster, it must find a qualified successor. To this end, I have selected the most qualified race from the database. 3 million years ago, I summoned the Rosetta people, whom I personally created. We reached an agreement. They would help me reinforce the seals of the old ones underground, while I searched among my people for a possible successor. But unexpectedly, the contamination of the old ones had already seeped into the 3rd divine seal. From the very beginning of the plan, the Rosetta people were bewitched, driven to destruction by desire. At the last moment, I had no choice but to activate the emergency seal, freezing everything. Hearing this, Mu Xing fell silent. This was the true truth behind the Tavernantis ice. Rosetta continued. The Rosettas failed, but the experiment must continue. To prevent a repeat of the past, I've split the 003 origin seal into 3. I leave the contaminated portion here, and send the pure portion to Earth. I create a new experimental race. Humanity? Mu Xing blurted out. Indeed, 2 million years ago, I launched the black seal onto that blue planet. To reshape the ecology, guide the evolution of the ancient apes, and ultimately cultivate the human race. According to the plan, I will select a successor from among them to wield the power of authority. Only by giving the corpse a successor can it truly rest in peace. What was the result? Mu Xing pressed. As you can see, I underestimated the persistence of the contamination. The part that was separated initially appears pure, but in reality, remnants still remain. Human civilization has only been exposed to the divine seal for a few hundred years, and the terrible changes have begun. Fortunately, just when I thought we were completely defeated, the survival system, guided by my wise master, arrived. It extracted the purest power from the black divine seal, and injected it into the red divine seal I copied. He looked directly at Mu Xing. Having inherited that power, you should have been freed from the blood moon's affliction, right? Mu Xing shook his head. On the contrary, not only have I not gotten rid of it, after becoming a blood moon awakener, I continued to evolve, fusing with the blood moon and chaos. That's impossible. Rosetta frowned. The system clearly promised. Mu Xing raised his hand to interrupt. This is an inevitable result, because the divine seal was originally created from the remains of the old ones. Its essence is the power of the old ones. No amount of purification is effective. Rosetta was stunned, then suddenly smiled bitterly. I see. No wonder the system says there's only transformation, not digestion. Mu Xing waited patiently until Rosetta looked up again. So what's your decision now? Mu Xing asked tentatively. In that case, let's follow the system's plan. The system's plan? The long-separated 003 Origin Divine Seal. It's time to reunite. You will then obtain the complete 003 Divine Seal, or the Origin Key. Why are they called keys? Because collecting all 3 keys will unlock the seal of the Master's tomb. Mu Xing whispered, as it turns out. Rosetta's eyes blazed. You've made it here, which means the first phase has been successful. I believe we can proceed with the plan. What's the plan for the next phase? Mu Xing rubbed his temple. We've already received enough information today. Rosetta seemed a little excited. Once you complete the fusion, we go recover the other 2 divine seals. Wait! Mu Xing suddenly became alert. Aren't we supposed to prevent the seal on the corpse of the old one from being broken? Rosetta explained. When we reached the agreement, the system said that when it descends again in a few years, it will dispatch a powerful individual to suppress the corpse of the old one. Then, you will draw upon its power and become its successor. If successful, this cancer that has plagued the primordial universe for eons will be completely eradicated. Mu Xing scratched his hair vigorously, feeling as if his CPU was about to burn out. A strong sense of absurdity washed over him. At this moment, all the clues suddenly connected. Evil spirits, Cthulhu, Storm. Were these all pawns of the system? But would the system go to such great lengths just to reclaim a piece of ancient authority? Based on his understanding of the system, things couldn't be that simple. It was time to confront that old system face to face. Rosetta suddenly said seriously, by the way, I must warn you. When you merge with the 003 Divine Seal, the other 2 Origin Divine Seals will immediately sense your presence. You will then face the pursuit of the entire primordial universe. They will stop at nothing to seize control of 003. So, are you ready to make the entire world your enemy? Mu Xing asked weakly, is it too late to regret now? Rosetta smiled, from what I've observed, you're not the type to back down from a fight. Mu Xing's lips curled upward. I have to say, you're quite good at judging people. But I'm not like your average gambler. Not knowing the outcome is gambling. Knowing the outcome, it's investing. He looked directly at Rosetta. So how much are you planning to invest in me? Rosetta stood up. All. Chapter 1048. When Mu Xing regained consciousness, he felt a long time had passed. But when he looked back, the clock on the wall was still stuck on the previous second. He slowly withdrew his right hand from the divine seal, took a deep breath, and quickly digested the new information that had been forced into his mind. Every word of his conversation with Rosetta was both as expected and unexpected. With a flick of his right hand, the black divine seal from Tefrantis shrank rapidly and was held in his hand. With a thought, he returned to the upper level of the base. In the quarantine zone, the red and black divine seals continued to clash fiercely. However, the red divine seal had gradually turned the tide, and from its previous disadvantage, it had now reached a balance of power. I believe that it will not be long before we gain an advantage. Mu Xing looked at the black divine seal in her hand. Rosetta, are you sure you want to merge with the red divine seal? Also, after the fusion, whose will be dominant? A moment later, Rosetta's voice echoed from the divine seal. Don't worry. The consciousness born from the red divine seal is already one with me. You can think of it as my clone. It's just that this clone now has its own memories and thoughts, and different experiences have given rise to different personalities. I'm tired. I've guarded the seal for eons, and witnessed every hope turn to despair. Now that I've found hope again, it means my mission is complete. You? Mu Xing opened his mouth, but no words came out. Some decay is destined to be buried in the past. Only rebirth can find a new path. As she spoke, countless runes began to appear on the black divine seal, each one seeming to contain the most profound understanding of the laws of heaven and earth. Runes danced, sending the black divine seal soaring high, piercing through layers of barrier, and landing at the center of the clash between the 2 divine seals. Mu Xing waved his right hand, summoning all his summons. Most of the summons had now ascended to the divine rank, their combat power greatly increased. At the same time, he began to set up various barriers and defenses. After so long preparing for a backup plan, now was the time to test the results. The red divine seal's urgent voice echoed in Mu Xing's mind. Master, someone calling herself Rosetta wants to merge with me. What should I do? Promise it. You and it are already one. But rest assured, after merging, it will give up its dominant will. I understand, Master. The Red Divine Seal unconditionally agreed to anything Mu Xing said. Instantly, the two began to rapidly merge, the red and black intertwining, causing the Red Divine Seal to grow stronger. Rosetta willingly merged herself into the Red Divine Seal, instantly tipping the balance of power between the Red Divine Seal and the Black Divine Seal. The balance of victory began to tilt in the Red Divine Seal's favor. At this moment, Mu Xing's Earth-wide observers had already detected the arrival of the outsiders. These beings, imbued with the power of destiny, were using it as a cover to stealthily invade Earth. But who was Mu Xing? He mastered the rules of defying destiny, having detected their presence long before they entered Earth. Mu Xing glanced back at Jacob. Follow the plan. Prepare to activate the Blood-Moon convergence. Yes. Jacob's face lit up with enthusiasm. Is this finally the time for true evolution? Then, Mu Xing turned to Morris. I have a mission for you. Master, please give me your orders. I want you to send this information to the third Chaos Lord, Xinghua, and the first Chaos King. Morris stared blankly at the special transmitter in his hand, a clearly multiverse-level item. Master, you're not going to summon those two evil stars, are you? Xinghua is a troublemaker, always involved in any trouble. And the first Chaos King? I heard he just ascended to the multiverse, and is a man who won't let go until he sees the rabbit. Summon them, just in case. Alright, stop talking nonsense and do what I tell you. Mu Xing waved his hand impatiently. Yes. Morris quickly lowered his head. At this moment, the evil spirit's teasing voice echoed, You're planning to make a big move, kid. A red ball of blood moon energy appeared in Mu Xing's palm. The energy flowed warmly, as gentle as ripples on water. However, it was the emergence of this blood moon's essence that sent the red and black divine seals, now locked in a tug-of-war, into a collective rage. Mu Xing approached the quarantine zone step by step, his purpose not to fight, but to merge. He murmured to the evil spirit, Hasn't all this wandering been for this moment? Only by gaining greater power can one be qualified to participate in future battles, or else one will forever be reduced to mere pawns. The system has paved an irresistible path for me, yet, nearing its end, it has given me the power to defy fate. Clearly, it doesn't want a meek lapdog, but a dragon ready to emerge from its cocoon and become a butterfly. With this, Mu Xing placed his hand without hesitation at the midpoint, where the two divine seals clashed. Merge! As the words fell, a blinding beam of light ripped through the layers of defenses above the base, piercing the sky and reaching the universe. The beam of light fiercely struck the moon, 380,000 kilometers away. Instantly, the star that had orbited Earth for billions of years began to transform. The original moon had long since been replaced. As the light struck, the surface soil was blown away, and the rock layers began to crack. Exposing its inner core, a radiant moon radiated 1,000-foot-high brilliance. This radiance instantly cascaded into the depths of the universe, causing countless tremors in the surrounding starry sky. The blood moons born from the origin seal number 003 began to awaken, converging here from all over the primordial universe. Soon, even more hideous and abstract blood moons appeared. Instantly, the entire solar system was filled with a dense swarm of blood moons, vaguely divided into three camps. First came the disciples attracted by the origin seal number 003. These blood moons are round, varying in size and color, not all of them a terrifying bloody red. Then, there are the blood moons created by the Creator clan through the modification of the origin seal number 001. These dark red blood moons more closely resemble the blood moons form in the original story, resembling a hybrid of an insect and a blood moon. Giant tentacles and limbs are exposed, revealing a hideous insect head. These blood moons are of moderate size, yet numerous. Finally, there are the dangerous and terrifying Chaos blood moons. These Chaos blood moons are the offspring of the origin seal number 002, which was controlled by Chaos. They incorporate the devouring nature of Chaos, each with bared fangs and claws, and even a ferocious, gluttonous maw appears out of thin air on their bodies. This appearance is very similar to the greedy moon that Mu Xing once devoured. They are the least numerous, but also the largest. One is 3 times the size of the other 2 types of blood moons. The 3 blood moons, upon meeting, became wary of each other, their hostility toward the other factions undisguised. Besides the blood moons, there were also the Chaos from the Chaos faction, and the creators of the Creator line. Someone gazed at the moon, radiating 1,000,000-foot brilliance, muttering to himself, billions of years have passed, and the origin seal number 003 has finally appeared. Chapter 1049. I never thought the third origin key, which I've searched all over the primordial universe for, would be hidden right here. A muffled voice echoed from afar, and space rippled as a massive entity suddenly tore through space, attempting to descend from the distant starry sky. The creators who had just arrived were shocked upon seeing this scene. Oh no! It's the high-level chaos lurking in the primordial universe. Stop it! A bunch of weaklings dare to stand in my way? Die! A gigantic tentacle, hundreds of thousands of kilometers long, suddenly extended from the spatial rift, waving and grabbing several god-level creators on the spot. No matter how the two creators struggled, they couldn't budge the tentacle even a bit. Just as they were about to be sucked into that unfathomable, ferocious maw, a sudden burst of blue light pierced the starry sky, severing the thick tentacle. A mere chaos dares to run rampant in my jurisdiction? A furious roar echoed, and a creator, with a divine halo atop his head, rushed over at full speed. Most of his body had undergone special modifications, resembling a blue crystal. Only a few core organs remained, the majority of his body completely crystallized. The creators were a race so mad, they not only delighted in creating all sorts of life and technology, but also in transforming themselves. Many of these creators had even completely abandoned their bodies, transplanting their wills into their creations. To them, anything could become a tool for their research, including their own bodies. The tentacle was severed, and chaos within the spatial rift screamed in agony, boundless rage erupting from the rift. Jia, if you dare to sever my tentacle, I will fight you to the death. The creator named Jia raised his crystal arm, directly displaying his power as a 9th-rank god. A fight to the death? You insects, who only know how to hide and wreak havoc in the primordial universe, are you worthy enough to challenge me? Today, I will seize this opportunity to annihilate you, a bunch of filthy chaos rats. He waved his right hand. Kill them! For a moment, the entire starry sky was engulfed in a chaotic bloodbath. The creators and chaos clashed fiercely. These creators were fearless, and even if slain, they had numerous means of resurrection. These creators were like weeds that could never be cut or burned. Not only that, but a steady stream of creators continued to arrive from the depths of the universe. This was the primordial universe, their home turf. The chaos that lurked were only a few, and they were quickly defeated. But this time, the chaos clearly came prepared. Outside the solar system, dozens of chaos blood moons were sacrificed, and a massive chaos gate appeared in the starry sky. Before the door even opened, a terrifying pressure seeped out from the crack. It was a terrifying pressure of half-step multidimensionality, instantly sweeping across the entire solar system. But the next second, powerful auras of creators descended upon the starry sky, beginning to suppress the chaotic gate. Meanwhile, the fusion of Earth and Muxing had reached a critical juncture. With his intervention, it began to work together, with the red divine seal to suppress the black divine seal. Origin seal number 003 had originally been divided into 3, and now the 3 had merged into 1. What had once been a perfectly harmonious merger had now encountered considerable obstacles. It was like a mirror shattered into 3 pieces, each fragment having been scattered for years, now facing different fates. Some lenses had their edges smoothed, others had been modified, and some had even been melted down to create new mirrors. How could these 3 fragments be restored to their original form? Mu Xing's only option was to forcibly fuse them. His advantage was his unity with the red divine seal, their thoughts connected. But this black divine seal from Earth was different. It had to fight alone, without any outside support. Mu Xing and the red divine seal were like 2 vicious wolves, tearing at its flesh from left and right. A red ocean swirled across Mu Xing's body, the first time that red ocean materialized in the real world. He devoured the black divine seal at an accelerated pace. As he devoured it, he attempted to analyze the power contained within the origin divine seal. The red divine seal represented its control system, the black divine seal its operating structure, and Mu Xing its inner energy. The origin divine seal's underlying logic code originated from that ancient corpse. Its power of authority had long since permeated the divine seal of origin. Thus, the inner energy Mu Xing had acquired contained not only the power of the divine seal, but also an unknown power of authority. As far as Mu Xing knew, the red ocean's ability was to record and rewind. So, what exactly was the nature of this power of authority? Initially, Mu Xing believed the red ocean to be a form of temporal energy, and that retracing back to a point in time meant manipulating time. Later, after coming into contact with the power of destiny, Mu Xing realized that this retracing might not be a reversal of time, but a reversal of cause and effect. He wasn't reversing time, but rather reversing established facts. By retracing back to the source of events, he could alter the outcome at the root of cause and effect. Mu Xing was so certain because, according to the system's nature, its reward of the fate-defying rule wasn't a random act. This item was clearly not intended to deal with Nora, but rather to allow Mu Xing to integrate with the power of the old ones. Adapting himself to this power, and familiarizing himself with its rules in advance would make integration smoother in the future. As expected, when Mu Xing attempted to activate the fate-defying power, he successfully tapped into the true power hidden deep within the Red Ocean. It was a power of authority that could reverse fate and cause and effect. Under Mu Xing's guidance, it seeped out from the deepest depths of the Red Ocean. Like strands of red thread, it entwined itself between Mu Xing's fingers. So this is the true nature of those red threads? So-called bullet time and hypertime acceleration are actually means of forcibly altering fate through the power of authority, not the manipulation of time. In an instant, Mu Xing understood everything, discerning the true nature of the red threads. With a flick of his right hand, a red thread pierced through the black divine seal. The black divine seal, which had been struggling violently, suddenly froze in place. The red thread, like a swimming red fish, joyfully seeped into the black divine seal. That wasn't the end of it. The thread continued to flow, piercing the red divine seal. Using the red thread as a bridge, the three elements were forcibly connected. The red ocean, the black divine seal, and the red divine seal, these three elements began to converge under Mu Xing's control. With the red thread's coordination, it was like finding the key to a level, allowing Mu Xing to instantly take control of the situation. Mu Xing suppressed his joy and whispered, "Fusion." At that moment, the three fragments finally came together again, and the 003 origin divine seal, separated for eons, began to merge again. But at the same time, a threat to Mu Xing had arrived. Several hidden auras were rapidly approaching the base. Ignoring the dense swarms of zombies, they swiftly penetrated the base, as if entering an empty space. But the next second, the leader was blasted out of the base by a blood-red ice crystal. He was sent careening hundreds of meters away, crushing numerous zombies along the way. Maria slowly emerged from the base's main gate, Luoyang in hand. Beneath the brim of her hat, her beautiful eyes turned blood-red, and a pair of blood-red wings sprouted from her back. Behind her, Alessa, Maxon, Dream, and other summons emerged one by one, blocking the path of this group of fate servants. Chapter 1050. Where did this summon come from? How dare you block our path? The man who had been knocked flying rose shakily from the pile of rotten flesh. He was Xianlin, the 15th disciple of destiny. To be tossed to the ground by a summoned creature was a profound humiliation. While I'm here today, don't even think of crossing the line. Maria held the Luoyang in her hand and pointed forward. The four faced off against the 8 summoned creatures before them. These summons appeared to be only first-tier gods, but their power was not to be underestimated. Senior brother Xianlin, what should we do now? A forceful attack? A murderous intent flashed in the eyes of the junior disciple next to him. The man activated the Eye of Destiny, his golden pupils piercing the base, and he saw a blurry figure fusing 3 fragments. But the light was too bright to see clearly. That blood moon brat has repeatedly ruined the fate of our destiny lineage. Senior brothers and sisters have died because of him, and our master has suffered severe damage. We are here today not only to fight for the origin key, but also to take Blood Moon's head. Xianlin looked around and gave the order, Xian Cheng, you will set up the barrier. Xian Liang, you will block Blood Moon's retreat. Xian Ya, you will join me in the assault. Yes! The other 3 shouted in unison. A translucent golden net began to descend. The destiny net, woven from fate, could isolate internal and external perceptions, shielding against fluctuations on the battlefield. After the destiny net was deployed, the few of them no longer concealed their true strength. 1 5th-tier god, 2 4th-tier gods, and 1 3rd-tier god. Feeling the pressure from these 4 destiny disciples, Maria took a step back. A head-on fight would surely lead to losses. Her primary priority was protecting Mu Xing's safety. Everything else was irrelevant. Prepare to form a formation and defend the master with all our might. Maria shouted, stabbing the Luoyang sword in her hand directly into the ground. The earth instantly transformed into a roiling pool of black tar. A vast underworld appeared behind her. Alessa opened her arms, and the inner world expanded to its limit. The god-level triangular head began to replicate frantically. Illusions began to weave dreams within the inner world, and the ancient god realm increased the time variable of this world. The hunter merged into the dark realm, converging the night. It wore an iron crown and exercised the power of Mu Xing on its behalf. Maxon transformed into the sun, becoming the core energy source for the entire world. The brilliance of the stars transformed into the dazzling starry sky of this world. Finally, a black obelisk flew out, completely transforming the illusory world into the real world of matter. In that instant, a complete world appeared before the 4 disciples of destiny. It's just an illusory world. Break it. Xianlin sneered, and a replica of the sword of destiny appeared in his hand, slashing towards that world. Becoming a 5th-rank god is a hurdle. Once this hurdle is overcome, a god can communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, influencing them with their own rules. This in turn increases their combat power and destructive power by 100 or 1,000 times. Although he feared leaking his aura and being discovered by the creators and chaos fighting in the starry sky, he dared not recklessly disrupt the laws of the world. But the blessing of the world's rules on him was immense, and the intensity of his divine power increased 100-fold. With the blessing of the laws of heaven and earth, this sword could easily shatter, not to mention a planet, even a star. Meanwhile, outside the barrier, Camilla and Reyna stood at the edge of the city, watching with cold eyes. Camilla, should we attack? What if that blood moon is struck dead? Lan will surely come after your holy father, and fight him to the death? Reyna folded his arms across his chest. Even he felt a sense of threat from the sword. He was also a 5th-level god, and he felt he couldn't easily withstand the blow. However, Camilla remained expressionless, unprepared to attack. This blood moon isn't as weak as you think. Anyone who underestimates it will ultimately suffer. Oh! Reyna became interested. Is this blood moon really as strange as you say? Camilla's eyes were fixed on the battle within the barrier, eager to see what Mu Xing would do. At this moment, within the barrier, Xianlin's sword finally descended heavily. He channeled the destructive power of a 5th-level god into it, doubting that he could not sever this tiny world. However, when the sword struck the outer barrier of this world, he sensed something was amiss. This hardness, this resistance. His sword strike failed to pierce the outer barrier of this tiny world. Break it, he shouted, forcibly increasing the power, multiplying the destructive force 10-fold. Crack. A clear crack suddenly appeared on the world barrier, like an egg, finally shattering under the pressure. But as the sword of destiny continued its advance, it was blocked by a vast golden net. The net of destiny? How is that possible? Xianlin's face darkened. This was the unique skill of their fate-weaving lineage. Woven by the power of destiny, the net of destiny could attack and defend, control and bind, possessing numerous magical uses. But where did this net of destiny, the blood moon, originate? The emergence of the net of destiny greatly weakened the destructive power of the sword of destiny, neutralizing the power of destiny within the blade. Without the blessing of the power of destiny, he could only bludgeon his target with the force of a 5th-level god. He quickly sheathed his sword, briefly gathering his strength, and prepared to strike again. But then, Maria raised her head, and Luoyang, in her hand, struck first. The sword energy, fused with the 9 essences, was amplified 100-fold by the blessing of this small world. Faced with that terrifying sword energy, Xianlin had no choice but to hastily strike. When the collision unleashed a terrifying force of annihilation, and the entire city's buildings were reduced to smithereens. Aside from the base guarded by the small world, no living creature remained in the city. This was despite the sheer restraint exerted by both sides. If it weren't for the fear of aura leakage, the entire earth would have been shattered. Some strength. Xianlin sheathed his sword and stood, suppressing his shock. He hadn't expected the combined power of 8 first-level divine summons before him to unleash such formidable power. Even he, a 5th-level god, hadn't gained a single advantage at their hands. Junior brothers and sisters, let's attack together. Xianlin abandoned the idea of fighting alone. This battle couldn't be delayed. He had already sensed that Mu Xing's fusion progress in the base had reached approximately 80%. The 4 Fate disciples immediately lined up, poised and ready to work together to slash through this small world's defenses. This blood moon is truly impressive. With just a few summons, he was able to stop a 5th-level god. I underestimated him before. Reyna's expression was serious, his previous disdain gone. Camilla slowly drew out a strangely shaped spine sword. The spine sword was long and wide, its blade covered in thorns. With a single stroke, the space was as smooth as tofu, cleaving into a bottomless crack. A sacred artifact? The Nightmare Lord actually gave you this sacred artifact? Reyna's eyes widened, his pupils shrinking. No, it's not a holy weapon. Is this a replica? No, this is. Camilla's right hand gently brushed against the densely packed spines, her fingers cut and blood staining the spines red. This is a clone of the Nightmare Sword. It's weaker than the real holy weapon, but stronger than a fake one. Reina's voice trembled. Wait, are you thinking? Camilla looked toward the blurry shadow in the base and slowly raised the spiny sword in her hand. Chapter 1051. Just as the 4 disciples of fate violently collided with their 8 summons, a blood-red spine-piercing sword slashed through the void, disregarding the boundaries of the small world, charging straight towards Mu Xing. Deepest within the base, Mu Xing, striving to fuse the divine seal of origin, was exerting all his might when a warning from an evil spirit suddenly rang out in his ears. Watch out, little brat. It's that bitch Camilla. She's making a move. With that, it was about to reveal itself and attack. However, before the evil spirit could dash out, Mu Xing pinned it back with a single hand. Are you crazy? That's a sacred weapon. The evil spirit exclaimed. Mu Xing's expression remained calm, as if he didn't even take the blood-red sacred weapon seriously. His voice echoed over the base. The Nightmare Lord Spine Sword, a special holy weapon forged from the cores of billions of evil nightmares, is capable of countless transformations and can adapt to any environment, transforming into a weapon with targeted attack power. This holy weapon also incorporates the remains of the Nightmare Lord's ascension to the multiverse. Its power is even ranked among the top 5 holy weapons. Hearing Mu Xing's voice, Reina tried to stop Camilla. Camilla, stop! He's spotted you. But Camilla's expression remained unchanged, and she continued to strike with the spine sword. The first thing to be ripped apart was the solid boundary, followed by the layer upon layer of defensive barriers Mu Xing had erected. Under the threat of this powerful holy weapon, these barriers were like fragile soap bubbles. It seemed Camilla was determined to slay Mu Xing at this critical moment. There was no hesitation in her eyes, only cold murderous intent. The disciples of fate and the summoned creatures engaged in fierce battle were also shocked by this blow. The summoned creatures gave up fighting the disciples of fate and tried to turn around, intending to return to support Mu Xing. But at this moment, time and space were sealed by the holy artifact, and everything stood still, only the slowly descending sword continued its advance. The evil spirit had already reached the gate of the 9th floor temple and pounded on it. Auntie, help! That blood moon brat is about to be chopped to death. However, the target of this fatal attack remained calm, making no attempt to evade. In fact, he proactively stepped forward, arms open, welcoming the sword's incoming blow. Slash! Camilla's shout resounded through the heavens and earth, and she struck down mercilessly and completely. Puff! At that moment, it seemed as if everyone could hear the sound of flesh being severed by the sword. Also, the golden threads were severed. Bang, bang, bang. Those incomparably hidden threads of fate came from the distant starry sky, connecting to Mu Xing. Now, the sword, along with Mu Xing and those threads of fate, was severed. Disillusionment. Camilla shouted again. She knew full well that Mu Xing possessed extraordinary resilience and various resurrection abilities. Since she had already struck, she could not hold back. She would completely annihilate him, from body to soul. The power of disillusionment erupted from the spine-piercing sword, instantly transforming into countless destructive forces. Using every possible means to destroy Mu Xing, there was always a backup plan to exploit his possessions. Oh my god! Blood Moon has been hacked to death. The evil spirit screamed anxiously. Just then, the door to the 9th floor roared open. What are you yelling about? It's so noisy. The old woman held the evil spirit's chubby cat head with one hand. Auntie, Blood Moon is dying. Hurry and save him! What do you mean? He won't die, and he can't. The aunt rolled her eyes. But that's a sacred artifact. How can a mortal like him withstand its annihilation? Don't worry. That brat is so cunning. Not only will he survive, but he even turn a disaster into a blessing. What do you mean? The evil spirit looked up in confusion. The aunt rubbed the cat's head with her small hands. How easy is it for a mortal to merge with the seal of origin, or rather, merge with an ancient authority? The attribute of that authority is rebellion. It rebellions not only against fate, but also against time, energy, life and death. To achieve this, we must find the true meaning of rebellion. Obviously, our clever little fellow has found it. What do you mean? The evil spirit was even more confused. The aunt plopped down at the temple's entrance, pulled out some sunflower seeds and candy, and watched Mu Xing, cut in half by the sword, as if watching a spectacle. At this moment, disillusionment erupted, and all manner of attacks attempted to completely annihilate Mu Xing. His remains were like a candle in the wind, poised to be utterly annihilated at any moment. But the more this happened, the more resilient and unshakable it became. Each time the flame of life was extinguished, it remained, like a special candle, always rekindled. What's going on? The evil spirit also noticed this peculiar phenomenon. The ant munched on sunflower seeds. The greatest reversal in life lies in the reversal of life and death. And to comprehend this reversal, without death, how can there be life? He wishes to harness Camilla's annihilating power to directly comprehend the reversal of life and death, the reversal of cause and effect. At the same time, our little smarty will seize this opportunity and harness the power of that holy artifact to sever the malicious threads of fate connecting him. This will eliminate the fragility of his body and the weakness of his will, while at the same time, under the pressure of life and death, forcing himself to enter a deeper fusion with the Origin Seal. He seeks to draw out the hidden power of authority within the Origin Seal and prove his potential as the successor. As soon as the words fell, amidst the endless disillusionment, the fuzzy, ravaged form suddenly began to grow against the tide. An unknown force erupted from the depths of Mu Xing's soul and will. Reverse. A muffled voice rang out. The three fragments that had been slowly merged instantly. Origin Seal number 003 was unified once again. Watching this incredible scene, Camilla, wielding the spine sword, couldn't help but feel a sense of absurdity. Camilla, don't hesitate. Kill him once and for all. Beside him, Reyna finally revealed his sinister side. At the same time, a mysterious dark blade materialized in his hand. This blade resembled a scimitar, covered in ferocious, sharp teeth and a wide, ravenous maw, ravenously seeking to devour everything. Darkness surged from the blade, gnawing holes in the surrounding space one after another. A terrifying devouring force gushed out from the strangely shaped blade, and eyeballs opened on the blade. Oh no! Retreat! It's the Dark Devourer's sacred artifact clone. Xianlin was horrified and abandoned the fight, quickly retreating with his fellow apprentices. However, this dark devouring force was even more terrifying. Before his two apprentices could escape, they were instantly torn apart and devoured by the terrifying devouring force. Xiancheng, Xianliang. He screamed in agony, watching his two apprentices being devoured. He held up the barrier of fate with the replica of the long sword of destiny in his hand, barely saving his life. Reyna's face was filled with madness, his true nature exposed. He slashed down at Mu Xing without mercy. Two sacred artifacts descended simultaneously, intent on utterly annihilating Mu Xing. However, at this moment, a mysterious force surged forth from the divine seal of origin. Reverse. A distinct, articulated sound echoed. Everyone could hear clearly that this time it was Mu Xing's voice. He slowly raised his head, and everything around him began to recede. Chapter 1052. Everyone watched helplessly as everything around them replayed itself, like a movie in reverse. This wasn't simply time reversal, but rather some far-reaching and greater power. Reversal of time couldn't disrupt the two powerful artifact clones, but now this reversal force had caused the attackers to return to the time before their attacks. Both Camilla and Reyna, caught in a trance, opened their eyes again. What just happened? Reyna stared at Camilla, bewildered. The previously destroyed city was restored in the replay. The two Fate disciples, recently engulfed by darkness, also stood stunned in the moment before their attacks. Xianlin also recovered after a moment of shock. Brother, what exactly just happened? Xianya looked at Xianlin nervously. Xianlin looked down at his hands, feeling himself tremble. He looked up suddenly, and saw the gates of the base slowly opening. Mu Xing, clad in a gorgeous black hunter's uniform, stepped out. His footsteps were crisp, each one seeming to touch the very heart of each person, their echoes reverberating through endless time and space. In his right hand, he held a black Rubik's Cube, each side engraved with mysterious patterns. The cube shifted constantly, sometimes transforming into the observer's Horus, sometimes into a double helix black divine seal, sometimes into a triple helix red divine seal. Finally, it settled into the form of a red divine seal, though with billions more details than the previous replica. The engraved rune seemed to contain the knowledge of the endless evolution of life. He lifted the divine seal high. The four disciples of fate took off running without a moment's hesitation. Camilla and Reyna also retreated, knowing full well that the outcome was inevitable. Camilla was the most shocked. She and Reyna had used two sacred artifacts to create a fatal outcome. Even so, the outcome was reversed. It was as if an invisible hand, undoing chaos, twisted all the consequences in the opposite direction. She even felt that the murderous intent within her was reversed and twisted. Now, not only did she not want to kill Mu Xing, she even felt a desire to submit. How could such a terrifying change not terrify her? After exchanging a glance with Reyna, the two quickly retreated. But the next second, Mu Xing's voice rang out. Now that we're here, Why are you so anxious to leave? The next second, they were horrified to find themselves back where they started. The thought of escape had completely vanished. Mu Xing raised his hands high, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm. Welcome everyone to my ascension ceremony. Gather. Mu Xing's voice rang out, and the divine seal in his hand soared high, suddenly bursting with a dazzling red light. The red light instantly enveloped the entire earth. Countless corpses were summoned, rising into the air. The entire earth was disintegrating under this terrifying energy. Countless gravity cords were released from the divine seal, and the azure planet was disintegrating in an incomprehensible manner. The corpses began to gather, their flesh and blood merging and multiplying madly. The solid rock and continental plates transformed into a solid shell. Soon, this pure rock shell was dissolved and digested by the proliferation and consumption of flesh and blood, transforming into a crystal-like energy crystal shell. Under the stunned gazes of Camilla and the others, the ground beneath their feet crumbled, the entire planet ripped apart, coalescing into a massive, reconsolidating blood moon. Mu Xing's body gradually soared upward, soaring towards the coalescing blood moon in space. At the same time, the bright moon, 380,000 kilometers away, was rapidly approaching. That moon was none other than the knowledge and energy accumulated over the years by the 003 Origin Divine Seal. Billions of years of accumulation had transformed it into a vast treasure. The three factions locked in battle within the solar system naturally noticed the changes emanating from Earth. They knew this change all too well. It was a sign of the birth of the blood moon. But the movement of this blood moon before them was a bit too dramatic. This blood moon was significantly larger than a normal blood moon. It's the 003 Origin Divine Seal. It turns out it's hidden right here, a creator exclaimed. The descending chaos gate began to tremble violently, its terrifying force shattering the seal the creators had jointly set. Oh no! Chaos is planning to forcibly descend upon the primordial universe. Jia's face grimaced. Quick, send a message to the defense line and the Council of Elders, telling them that the second Chaos King is preparing to storm the primordial universe. Commands were continuously sent out. At this moment, Jia also noticed a burst of red light from the direction of Earth, a new blood moon forming. The 003 Origin Seal is here? Before he could even begin to wonder, the Chaos Gate was violently flung open, and a terrifying, spiraling dark hand burst forth, grabbing at Jia like a chicken. Second Chaos King, you crossed the line. A roar echoed from the depths of the primordial universe, and space rippled, teleporting a star out of thin air. This was a violent blue star, emitting unimaginable light and heat. After this star appeared, incredibly sophisticated artificial structures were discovered within it. Suddenly, a ray of light, as if born at the dawn of the universe, illuminated the entire galaxy. The light condensed into a gamma ray burst powerful enough to pierce the galaxy. The spiraling dark hand was instantly pierced and slammed directly into the Chaos Gate. The next second, a luminous figure with a blue ring of creation atop its head emerged from the blue star. Great! The third elder has arrived. A creator shouted excitedly, gazing enthusiastically at the figure hovering above the blue sun. His body had become completely pure energy, exploding and birthing countless stars every second. This was a powerful half-step multi-dimensional warrior, Ash Sun, Glory. A deep roar echoed from within the Chaos Gate. Excellent. I didn't expect the Ash Sun, whom I haven't seen on the defense line for ages, to be lying in wait here. Yao, you've truly given me a huge surprise. There was no mockery in the voice, only anger. Tunxu, you, the second Chaos King and Supreme Commander of the Creator's line, are actually resorting to sneak attacks from behind. Yao retorted bluntly. Do you think you can stop me? Tunxu threatened bluntly. The blue star beneath Yao's feet lit up again, suddenly unleashing a gamma ray burst that pierced the galaxy. It nearly destroyed the entire Chaos Gate. However, the Chaos Gate recovered even faster than it had been destroyed. Then, figures appeared one after another from thin air. Including Yao, there were 9 towering figures. Wow, this creator clan actually has 9 half-step multiverses, and the entire survival line is only a few half-step multiverses? No wonder they've been able to withstand chaos attacks for eons. The evil spirit watching the show exclaimed in amazement. The ant petted the cat. If it weren't for the curse of the old, this clan would have produced at least 2 multiverses. Auntie, are the creators really that powerful? It looked up at her. The creators are indeed a rare and powerful race, but their lifespan limits their ability to advance further after breaking through the multiverse. Limit? The evil spirit was puzzled. The ant spoke in a distant tone, as if reminiscing about something, because this is an abandoned race of followers. Chapter 1053. In the Starry Sky. A standoff has already taken place. The second Chaos King, Dark Destroyer, Devourer, is descending through the Chaos Gate. Even on the other side, the creators have mobilized their entire forces, with 9 half-step multiverses gathering in the solar system. As Devourer descended, he was followed by 3 powerful Chaos, half-step multiverses. 4 against 9, seemingly outnumbered, but one Devourer's true form is equivalent to 3 half-step multiverses on the opposing side. With a swipe of his right hand, the Dark Devourer's sacred weapon, once in Reyna's hand, emerged in its original form. Though the Dark Devourer has fallen, his sacred weapon remains intact. Now in Devourer's hands, it proves that he is the Dark Devourer's designated successor. With the blessing of this powerful sacred weapon, Devourer can single-handedly fight 5 half-step multiverses undefeated. With a force equivalent to 8 against 9, the creators cannot completely crush them. Furthermore, if Devourer seizes the opportunity and kills 2 of the creators' half-step multiverses, the balance of the war will be instantly shattered. Tunxu, do you intend to start the final war here? A man stepped out, his hair white and remarkably human, his appearance reminiscent of an elderly human. He was the creator, Song, the Grand Elder of the Creator Clan's Elders Council. He was also the founder and supreme leader of the Elders Council. He was also the strongest among the creators. Of all the creators, only he could withstand Tunxu's attacks, and with the support of other creators, he could even gain the upper hand. Faced with Song's threats, Tunxu shrugged, "This isn't my world anyway. I wouldn't mind if it were damaged. However, I wouldn't worry about how many civilizations and lives this war would destroy. You might as well give it a try." Song growled, and a mysterious tree materialized in his hand. Billions of lives were born within it, and a new life form emerged every second. With every new life he created, Song's strength grew stronger. Over time, his power reached a terrifying level. Tunxu transformed into a humanoid form, spreading his hands, seemingly devoid of any desire for a fight. "Everyone, I'm not here to fight, but to find the guy number 1 on Chaos' most wanted list." Song frowned. "You're looking for someone. Why did you come to our primordial universe?" Tunxu smiled. "Because that kid took something he shouldn't have." "What was it?" "Origin Key 003. Song frowned, then glanced sideways toward Earth, where the blood moon was gathering. In an instant, everything clicked. Tunxu grinned and said, "I bet you've been searching for the 003 origin seal for years, haven't you? Don't you want to obtain the final key and break the curse that has hung over the Creator Clan for eons?" "What do you mean?" Song eyed him warily. Tunxu pointed at Mu Xing, who was converging and ascending. If it had been any later, the 003 origin key would have truly been fused by that kid. "You don't want the 003 key to fall into the hands of an unknown person, do you?" Song was unusually silent, then looked up after a moment. "You want me to help?" Tunxu shook his head. No, we're working together to seize the key. I promise that when the time comes, I can provide key 002, and together we can unlock the multiverse." Yao stood aside and said, "Song, don't listen to his nonsense. Chaos can't be trusted." "Yes, Chaos can't be trusted," the other elders echoed. But then, someone stood up behind Song. He looked like a wriggling mass of mud, barely recognizable as a human. This mass of mud constantly spread poison and corruption. He was the second elder of the Elder Council, the polluter, Turbid. "I think we can cooperate." Song frowned at him. "Are you sure?" "We don't have much time, Song. You should know the plight of our clan." Song hesitated, pondered, and finally made a decision. He looked at Tunxu and said, "Let's make a pledge." Clapping. Tunxu clapped his hands. "You made the right choice." At this moment, the evil spirit noticed that the standoff had ended. Having eavesdropped on their conversation, he was furious. "Damn it! These creators actually chose to cooperate with Chaos? What's the difference between this and courting death?" The ant remained calm. "No wonder they're doing this. The curse of the creators is about to erupt." "Will the curse erupt again?" "The old curse isn't that simple. The last eruption cut off their path to the multiverse. The next eruption will likely reduce that limit to less than half a multiverse. How do you think a group of Ninth Order gods can resist Chaos's attack?" The evil spirit licked its paw. "But they want to attack Blood Moon Boy. What should we do?" "Don't worry, he'll be fine." As soon as the words fell, Mu Xing, who was in the gathering Blood Moon, also sensed the approaching danger. 13.5 steps into the multiverse. You really think highly of me?" His eyes grew cold. He hadn't expected the Creator Clan to make such a decisive decision to cooperate with Chaos. It seemed he had been right not to deal with the creators since arriving in this world. Otherwise, they'd be stabbed in the back the next moment. Who could bear that? The creator clan has indeed been rotten for too long. It's time for Uncle Lon to return and properly clean things up. He held up his physical realm in his hands. He had a bold idea, to merge the blood moon with his physical realm. Let this special blood moon become his true form. He would completely transform his true form into the ultimate embryo, preparing for the evolution of the ultimate life form. Fusion. Mu Xing didn't stop his fusion process just because Chaos and the creator clan had united. After the physical realm and blood moon were fused, he would begin his ascension. This time, he was on the threshold of a breakthrough towards the divine realm, crossing the chasm between the mortal realm and the divine. To this end, he had already made every possible preparation. Collect. He first gathered his summons, then, using the observer tower as the central hub, accelerated the fusion process. As the massive blood moon completed its fusion, the nearby expendable Earth and moon had almost completely merged into it. Its size was almost identical to Earth's, at least dozens of times larger than that of ordinary blood moons. And with the 003 origin seal gathering eons of energy to fuel its ascension, Mu Xing's advancement this time was truly magnificent. Stop him! He's about to completely fuse with the 003 origin seal. The Chaos Half-Step Multiverse, standing next to Tungsu, shouted. The other half-step multiverses exchanged glances and quickly formed a circle. 13 half-step multiverses attacked almost simultaneously, intent on ripping the 003 origin seal from Mu Xing's body. As for what would happen to Mu Xing, that was not their concern. However, just as those massive hands simultaneously reached out to grab Mu Xing, a rainbow light pierced through the primordial universe, directly enveloping the ascending Mu Xing. Terrifying ripples shattered those massive hands, and a surge of controlling power instantly isolated heaven and earth, suppressing all directions. Multiverse? All those halfway to multiverse present expressed panic. What further alarmed the creators was that the aura of multiverse was clearly that of a creator. Creators, you greatly disappoint me. Lan's voice echoed from the edge of the universe. Chapter 1054. A resounding voice echoed through the primordial universe, and all the creators could not help but look in its direction. A heaven-reaching descent channel forcibly broke into the primordial universe. However, this violent intrusion did not harm the primordial universe in the slightest, instead descending with remarkable skill. It was clear that the newcomer possessed a deep understanding of the primordial universe. The elders of the Creation Elder Council all looked up, their faces filled with disbelief. Until the moment Lon emerged from the descent channel, a variety of expressions crossed the faces of the creators. Confusion, surprise, bewilderment. A medley of emotions intertwined. It was undoubtedly a multiverse being, yet it exuded the familiar aura of a creator. A terrifying pressure crushed down, suppressing the Creator Elder Council and Tungsu together. Tungsu raised the sacred weapon in his hand, exerting all his might, barely blocking the pressure of a multiverse. Who are you? Creator, Lon. What? You're the newly promoted multiverse Lon from the survival line? What shocked Tungsu wasn't his name, but his identity. A multiverse-level creator? How could this be possible? Ever since the curse struck the creator clan, no other multiverses have been born in eons. The elders looked bewildered. Many began to search through their memories. Just then, a meteor shot out from the depths of the primordial universe. Before the meteor reached him, a vague human figure coalesced. His body had long since decayed, barely maintained by a powerful spirit. This form was as ethereal as mist, and there was no telling when it would completely disintegrate. However, his appearance startled the elders. Grand Elder? Why are you awake? Song exclaimed. But the being known as the Grand Elder simply ignored Song, ignored everyone else, and knelt before the towering figure in the sky. The Creator Clan respectfully welcomes Ancestor Lon back to the primordial universe. This shout stunned everyone present. Third Elder Yao, standing beside Song, suddenly looked up. Wait, is he one of the three wandering ancestors? At this moment, Second Elder's deep voice rang out. According to the ancestral records, the current Creator Clan has three ancestors, Hung the Seeker, Ing the Star Chaser, and Lon the Creator. The multiverse ancestor we're familiar with is Hung the Seeker. He spent his entire life searching for the ultimate path to evolution. But unfortunately, he fell, bringing a curse upon the entire Creator Clan. Ing the Star Chaser and Lon the Creator left the primordial universe eons ago and have been wandering the void, never to return. Some say they fell, others say they're asleep. To my surprise, I can still see one of the three ancestors today. A pair of eyes darted out from Zhuo's ever-flowing filth, trying to see clearly. Could it really be the return of an ancestor? How is this possible? Song muttered to himself in shock. Lon looked at the blurry figure kneeling in the void. Are you? Mo? Hearing the ancestor's response, the blurry figure began to tremble violently. After waiting for billions of years, the ancestor has finally returned. Mo respectfully welcomes you back. Perhaps due to excessive emotion, Mo's figure trembled too violently and began to disintegrate. But then, Lon took action. With a swipe of his right hand, a powerful creative force descended, creating a new body for Mo out of thin air. With a wave of his left hand, he swept away all the decay within him, then placed his soul into the new body. The two instantly merged into one, without the slightest sign of rejection. When Mo opened his eyes again, he had recovered to his peak, half-step multidimensional state. He looked at Lon with excitement. Thank you, ancestor, for your grace of rebirth. Lon, however, was somewhat infuriated. I need an explanation. Tell me, how could the creator race have fallen to this point, choosing to sue for peace with chaos? Mo bowed respectfully to Lon, then turned around with an angry look, gazing at the elders. Tell me, who made this decision? The creators cowered, their heads lowered, not daring to speak. It's me. Before Zhua could finish, Song stepped forward. Grand Elder, I made the decision. Suddenly, the towering figure turned his gaze towards Song. A single glance from Duo Yuan struck Song as if struck by lightning, as if he were about to plunge into an endless hell. Though nervous, he remained composed. The creator clan has endured so much hardship, resisting chaos for eons. We've sacrificed so many, and the road ahead remains uncertain. No one knows when the next curse will erupt. We elders are the creator clan's last line of defense. For the creator clan's survival, even if it means our own death, we will not hesitate. If the ancestor can lift the curse for our clan, I will bear the full weight of the sin of making peace with chaos. I am willing to endure the pain of fire and blood. Mo on the other side growled, Song, how dare you speak to an ancestor like that? Kneel down. However, Lon raised a hand to stop Mo and teleported in front of Song. You're a man of integrity. You weren't even born before I left, were you? The tone was so gentle that Song was a little uncomfortable. Lon continued, Indeed, a lot has happened in the primordial universe during my absence. Hung fell in pursuit of his evolutionary path. Ing fell in his footsteps, and even I nearly perished on that path. I owe the creator clan a debt of gratitude, but if I hadn't arrived in time today, you would have been in great trouble. He spoke, looking at Mu Xing, who was in the final stages of fusion. If it weren't for him, I probably would never have woken up, let alone reached my current heights. Song looked up, bewildered. He hadn't expected that mysterious human to be so important. Ancestor, Okay, it's all over. I'm back now. He placed a hand on Song's shoulder, and instantly, the white-haired elder's eyes welled up. Lon spun around, looking at Tungsu, who held the sacred weapon. Are you the Dark Devourer's most prized offspring? Tungsu's face was wary. Though he held the sacred weapon and boasted of being the second-ranked Chaos King in the Chaos universe, he still stood no chance against a true multiverse. The Dark Devourer has fallen, and now you dare to enter my primordial universe? Do you want to follow in his footsteps? Tungsu retreated quickly, no longer caring about anything else, eager to escape the primordial universe. Want to leave? Do you have my permission? Lon grabbed Tungsu with one hand. Tungsu swiftly wielded the sacred weapon, unleashing terrifying streams of dark, devouring power. But he was only halfway to the multiverse, the gap between his power of creation and his power of control, like that between a mortal and a god. Lon crushed the attacks with his bare hands, intent on keeping the Tungsu within the primordial universe. But at that moment, a constantly shifting spine-piercing sword descended from the sky, blocking Lan's path. Huanyan, you want to protect anyone. Are you sure you want to rip me off? Lon looked up, out of the primordial universe. Chapter 1055. A swirling mass of chaos hovered in the primordial universe, its interior awash with endless shifting lights and shadows. Lon, don't be so harsh. He's the second Chaos King of my Chaos faction, after all. If I can't protect him, won't the other overlords hold me accountable? How about this? In exchange, I leave you the sacred artifact, the dark devouring blade, in exchange for his life? No! Your Majesty, Overlord of Phantom Nightmare. Tungsu cried in panic. The dark devouring blade was the only thing his holy father, the Dark Devourer, had left him. Now it was being used as a bargaining chip to save his life. How could he accept that? Are you questioning my decision? Phantom Nightmare snorted coldly, and Tungsu's body suddenly oozed with dark chaos blood. Tungsu felt severely wounded, a deep sense of powerlessness rising within him. Minutes ago, he seemed the master of this universe. Even the Creator Elders Council had to give him face. But now, with the appearance of multiplicity and overlord, his status plummeted. He gritted his teeth, gazing at the dark devouring blade in his hand, but ultimately, he surrendered the sacred weapon. Lon pointed with his right hand, not grabbing it directly, but using his control to seal the struggling sacred weapon. Though Tongsu was unwilling, the situation was stronger than him. He hated these creators, hated Lon, hated Huanyan, but most of all, he hated himself. He hated his own weakness, his inability to break through. If he were multiverse, why would he need to consider the face of a Huanyan? You don't accept? Huanyan glared at him coldly. I dare not. Tongsu bowed his head deeply, allowing himself to be carried out of the primordial universe. At the same time, the shifting tentacles swept away the other three half-step multiverse chaos. Seeing that Huanyan was still trying to rescue more chaos, Lon snorted coldly, flicked his sleeve, and instantly annihilated all those high-level chaos gods. Dozens of high-level chaos, tens of thousands of chaos gods, were reduced to ash by Lon. Seeing this scene, all the creators present were stunned. Some had tears in their eyes, while others wept bitterly. After so many years, our creator clan finally has the protection of the multiverse again. Finally, we no longer have to linger on, looking at the chaos gods. Song couldn't help but mutter to himself, his eyes looking at Lon with increasing respect. He lowered his head. Ancestor, Song is willing to accept the punishment. Alright, this matter is over. I give you a task. If you perform well, you have made amends. Song hurriedly said, Ancestor, please give your instructions. The Creator Clan has long been infiltrated like a sieve, and a lot of chaos has entered. I want you to uncover all these moles within 3 days. Song lowered his head, his heart trembling, and replied firmly, Yes, Ancestor. Then, Lon looked in the direction of Mu Xing. Mo, I know you have many questions. Why should I protect a human? Mo lowered his head. Ancestor, Mo dares not. Lan's voice rang out, because only he can break the eons-old curse of the Creator Clan. What? The creators stared at each other in confusion. You will understand soon. With that, he turned. Mo, I have a task for you. Ancestor, please give your instructions. Gather all members of the Creator Clan and prepare to evacuate the primordial universe. What? Mo looked up blankly. The situation is about to change. This is just the beginning. The creators can no longer fight alone. Soon this place will become a multifaceted battlefield. Gather your people and prepare to evacuate. Although they couldn't grasp the meaning of the phrase the situation is about to change, they could still understand the phrase multiverse battlefield. Ancestor, is it really that serious? Mo couldn't help but ask. The situation will only be worse than you imagine. There are some things I can't explain directly. I can only tell you that Heng's death may not have been an accident. This statement once again shocked the creators. Heng was multiverse. They only knew that Heng fell due to his research into taboos, but they didn't know the exact reason. Now that Lon had returned and revealed even a sliver of the truth, it was unbearable. Ancestor, how long do we have? Mo asked hurriedly. It would be best if we completely evacuated within 3 days. During this time, I will defend the primordial universe and prevent any multiverse from entering. But after 3 days, I can no longer guarantee the primordial universe's safety. Mo shouted, Elders, follow the orders of the Ancestor. Prepare to assemble and evacuate the primordial universe. Yes! The elders shouted in unison. Lon suddenly called out to Zhua, Do you remember me? Zhua's roiling body trembled, the pollution spreading even more. Ancestor, Zhua is too ashamed to see you. Lon raised his right hand. Alright, don't talk about guilt. I said, now that I'm back, I definitely protect you. The power he controlled instantly cleansed Zhua's body of impurities, and then rebuilt his body. A constantly shifting sphere hovered beside Lon. This was his sacred artifact, the source of creation. It could create a half-step multidimensional body out of thin air. Of course, it also required the willpower of a half-step multidimensional being to control this body in order to unleash its full combat power. When Zhua shed his filthy body and entered a new one, he felt as if he had been reborn. Thank you, Ancestor, for your blessing. I have a mission for you. Protect that young man over there. Remember, his words are as good as mine. Obey all his commands. Zhua was puzzled. Ancestor, he's just a mere human. A mere human? Lon shook his head. If he wanted to, that nightmare would have perished in the primordial universe. Song, standing beside him, broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. Even the ancestor held such reverence for humans. One could only imagine how mysterious they truly were. Alright, that's all I have to say. Prepare according to my instructions, and quickly. With that, Lon instantly broke through the primordial universe, leaving this ancient starry sky. The elders stared at each other in bewilderment, still struggling to recover from their shock. What do you think the ancestor meant by what he just said? Don't you understand? We should treat the young man like a lord. So, is he truly the catalyst for our creator clan to break free from the curse? I don't know. But if the ancestor says so, then it must be. After all, there's no reason for the ancestor to lie to us, right? Mo stepped forward. Alright, stop talking. Follow the ancestor's instructions. Shua, you stay here. If that young master wakes up, bring him back to the elders' council. Okay. Shua nodded in agreement. Song, still recovering from his emotions, turned back to the ascending blood moon. Whatever he asks for, feel free to fulfill it. I gather the entire clan now. Elders, please work hard these past few days, and bring back as many of your members as possible from the outer reaches of the universe. The elders quickly bowed their heads to receive the order, then vanished into the starry sky. After all the elders departed, the gathered creators also quickly departed, leaving only Zhuo alone. He teleported to Muxing. Sir, please let me know if you need anything. I do my best to satisfy you. First, I help you clear these blood moons. No need. Mu Xing's voice rang out from within the massive blood moon. Leave these blood moons to me. Chapter 1056. Meanwhile, Mu Xing, in his ascension, had reached a critical juncture. His physical realm had almost merged with the blood moons. At that point, simply deploying his physical realm would effectively pull the opponent into his own body, allowing him to control it as if it were his own body, giving him a tremendous advantage. Furthermore, the Origin Divine Seal had become one with him. By tapping into the power of destiny within it, he could control its very source. The desperate situation previously created by Camilla and Reina had allowed him to successfully gain this power. When everything was ready, Mu Xing finally chose to take that step. The surrounding blood moons, trapped within the solar system, panicked and tried to escape. They sensed a terrifying pressure building. Suddenly, all the blood moons heard a low roar. Blood moon, gather. As the roar rang out, the blood moons were horrified to discover they were sensing an irresistible force of gathering. They were all born from the gathering of countless corpses. They were the ancestors of gathering. But now, they were being used as nutrients for Mu Xing's transformation into a god. Both ordinary blood moons and those transformed by chaos were pulled away with eerie cries. The first blood moon was devoured by Mu Xing, followed by the second, the third. An endless stream of blood moons began to be devoured and fused by him. This scene stunned the remaining creators. Second Elder, what kind of monster is he? He's actually assembling blood moons, like corpses? Turbid eyes stared at this gluttonous feast, analyzing the changes. The more he analyzed, the more frightened he became. He had studied the blood moons for eons, believing he had thoroughly understood this life form. But what he saw today made him feel as though he had never truly understood the blood moon species. He saw Mu Xing drawing from the blood moons a mysterious power he had never seen before. This power even frightened him. He suddenly remembered the last words left by the fallen Hung. He warned the Creator clan not to overexploit the blood moons, saying they were a useful tool, but also a dangerous source of trouble. He had never understood what those words meant, but today's scene truly glimpsed the tip of the iceberg of the blood moon race's ultimate mystery. Quick, seal off the entire solar system. Don't let any aura leak out. Yes. Xue knew Lan had asked him to stay here and watch over Mu Xing to prevent similar incidents. This aura couldn't be exposed, especially with chaos lurking outside the universe. With the command, a massive barrier enveloped the entire solar system, isolating all aura. Meanwhile, watching this scene, not only Zhua but also several spectators, who had been forced to remain where they were by Mu Xing, were also present. Several disciples of destiny had already collapsed on the ground in fear. Camilla and Reina's expressions were even uglier. Camilla, what should we do now? He had just witnessed his immediate superior, Tungsu, nearly being trapped forever in the primordial universe. It was only the intervention of the Nightmare Lord, at the cost of a sacred artifact, that saved his life. His hands trembled slightly, and he recalled the wise saying, "Below the multiverse, we are all ants." A half-step multiverse is just a stronger ant. Relying on the holy artifact, they might be able to hold out against Duo Yuan for a few rounds, but what would happen after that? Defeat was inevitable. Camilla's face darkened. I didn't expect Blood Moon to have seen through our plan long ago and knew we'd attack. But not only did he not stop us, He used us to complete his transformation. She had thought that after her last failure, she would be able to see through all of Mu Xing's tricks. But even now, she felt she was still completely controlled by that human. He didn't kill us right away, which means we're still useful. Let's wait and see. Camilla didn't have any other options at this point. The spinal sword clone in her hand was unlikely to kill Mu Xing, so she could only wait and see. Besides, there's a half-step Duo Yuan watching outside. Any move by you or me will result in death. Reina sighed. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have gotten involved in this mess. The two of them could only watch helplessly as Mu Xing ascended to godhood. As Mu Xing devoured more and more blood moons, he felt he had reached his limit. Suddenly, a dazzling burst of blood-red light shone, illuminating the entire solar system, even surpassing the sun's brilliance for a moment. All the blood moons were instantly devoured. However, something unexpected occurred during his devouring process. Just a moment ago, he sensed an ancient realm. This realm was not formed naturally, but rather condensed from the chaotic and complex consciousness of the blood moons. Much like the Alaya realm that arises in certain worlds. This was a pure spiritual world. As Mu Xing gathered and devoured the blood moons, his will briefly entered that world. He sensed a strong force that defied destiny in this mysterious world. He had always wondered where the power of authority from the ancient corpse had gone. The power of authority within the Origin Divine Seal was only a small fraction, and the power within each blood moon was also extremely weak. Where had the majority of the power gone? Still within the ancient remains? No, Mu Xing felt that the power of authority had already emerged, merely hidden. The blood-red world he had just momentarily entered might contain the power of authority he sought. However, fully entering that world might be difficult. He noticed that only the chosen blood moons seemed to be able to enter it. What should I do? This ethereal world, connected to the power of authority, is impossible to force my way through. Oh, maybe I could ask that Chief Master for help. His Chief Master was an 8th level observer, knowledgeable. He should be able to help him sneak into that world. But before that, he had to complete his advancement. Mu Xing regained his composure, abandoned his pursuit of that mysterious world, and focused all his energy. He whispered, level up. The immense power of the blood moon seemed to pierce through time and space. A thick membrane of flesh and blood enveloped the enormous blood moon, forming a gigantic flesh cocoon. At this moment, outside the solar system, Shui closely observed Mu Xing's every change, recording it in detail. Human, chaos, blood moon. What exactly is he? What does he want? Suddenly, he jerked his head up. Could it be that he has become the legendary carrier of the evolution of the ultimate life? But how is that possible? How on earth did he fuse these three nearly incompatible origins? Perhaps, as the ancestor said, he is the true hope of our creator clan. Shui muttered to himself, then quickly contacted the other elders to inform them of his discovery. However, he received a stern warning from Mo. These secrets are for you to keep. Don't reveal them to anyone. I'm not sure what kind of uproar it would cause otherwise. I understand. Shui wiped the sweat from his forehead, realizing he had crossed a line. Chapter 1057. An unknown amount of time passed before a new breath of life rose from the pulsating red membrane. Shui, who was recording the detailed data, suddenly raised his head and gazed toward the center of the layers of barriers. There, he saw the red membrane begin to writhe and wriggle, and a rich aura of life began to spread. In that instant, that slice of space and time was completely distorted. Just as Shui struggled to see clearly, that slice of space and time suddenly collapsed. When everything returned to calm, the thick flesh cocoon had been torn apart, gradually turning grayish-white, and finally shattering into dust. He turned sharply, and saw a handsome young man approaching. Each of his steps was light, yet they left a series of footprints in space. It was as if his mass was so heavy that even the space of the primordial universe could not bear it. If one looked closely, it was impossible to tell whether he was moving forward or backward. Shui tried to see his true form, but it was always obscured by a red mist, making it impossible to see clearly. When he came to his senses, the young man had already walked up to him in a polite and orderly manner. Junior Shui greets Senior. Shui, dazed at the voice, subconsciously took a half step back. He was horrified to discover that, at half a step beyond the divine realm, he felt threatened by a young man who had just attained godhood. His half step back was a completely instinctive reaction. Are you Shui, nephew of Ancestor Lan? Don't be shy, just call me Shui. He subconsciously wiped the sweat from his forehead, sighing that he was indeed someone brought back by the ancestor. What kind of monster was this? Senior Shui, may I ask where Uncle Lan is? Oh, the ancestor has already left the original universe. He said chaos is imminent and asked us to gather our people and prepare for evacuation. Mu Xing rubbed his chin and muttered to himself, "It seems the truth will eventually be revealed. It's only a matter of time before the other multiverses learn of this." Shua hurriedly said, "The Supreme Elder has instructed me to take you to the Elders' Council after you successfully ascend." Elders' Council? Well, our Creator clan is a tribal civilization. The ancient Creator ancestors have long since perished, and today's Creators are actually descendants of 3 ancestors. They are Hung, the Seeker, Ing, the Star Chaser, and Lan, the Creator. We are a race that evolved from the original Creator clan, so you can think of us as all relatives. The Elders' Council is composed of 10 of the most venerable Creators, and they serve as elders. It has existed for billions of years. Mu Xing nodded in understanding. He hadn't expected Uncle Lan to hold such a high position. Even the name of this clan was derived from his title. Shua led Mu Xing through a cosmic wormhole, preparing to leave the solar system. "Wait a moment, I take 2 people." With that, he teleported in front of the audience. Mu Xing flicked his right hand, instantly untying the chains on the 3 fate disciples. "You won't kill us?" Xianlin was somewhat bewildered. He had thought himself doomed, but he hadn't expected Mu Xing to spare him. Mu Xing pointed his right finger repeatedly, and 3 golden rays of light pierced their foreheads. "What did you do to us?" Xianlin pressed his forehead in panic. He felt as if something had been planted in his soul. But when he used the power of destiny to probe, he found nothing. The death penalty may be waived, but the punishment of life cannot be avoided. I simply asked you to be quiet. Also, go back and tell Nora that I, Blood Moon, am waiting for him in the primordial universe. If he seeks revenge, he can come to me." The others were stunned. They knew this man was arrogant, but they hadn't expected him to be this arrogant. "You dare to challenge Master? You're courting death." Xianya was furious, but Xianling grabbed her. "Remember to pass this message on, or else." Mu Xing didn't finish his words. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes, sending a chill down the spines of the 3 Destiny disciples. When Mu Xing left, the 3 stared at each other in bewilderment. "Anyway, return and report to Master first," Xianlin said. "Humph, this guy is truly despicable. He paid the price sooner or later." Xianya stamped her foot in anger. With that, the group quickly opened a special passageway and left the original universe. Meanwhile, Camilla and Reina stared intently at Mu Xing, who had suddenly appeared before them. "You actually succeeded in advancing. I underestimated you." Camilla's face paled, her previous arrogance long gone. Reina was the same, filled with deep regret. He had thought it was just a simple hunt, a hunt for a pseudo-god-level survivor. But he hadn't expected to be caught up in this massive turmoil. "I'm defeated. You can kill me or chop me up, as you wish." Camilla lowered her proud head, completely convinced. Mu Xing teleported in front of them. "I'm giving you a chance to rise to prominence. What will you choose?" A wriggling mass of chaos mycelium emerged from his hand. The mycelium displayed extreme hunger and greed, wanting to pounce and devour them. At the same time, the 2, upon seeing the mycelium, instantly grasped its message. "Are you saying that if we actively merge with this mycelium, we can gain chaos-devouring power?" "Indeed, and this isn't simply energy-consuming like the Dark Devourers. It can devour chaos itself, and without any side effects." Mu Xing's voice was like a demonic siren's call, stirring something called ambition within them. The 2 opened their mouths dry and their cheeks hot. A strong sense of ambition surged within them. "What do you want?" Camilla asked warily. "Your loyalty. Of course, after merging with this chaos mycelium, your loyalty has long been mine, but I hope you will be loyal not only to me, but also to your own ambitions." "Loyalty to your own ambitions?" Camilla muttered to herself, the words echoing wildly in her mind. Until she regained consciousness, she swallowed the chaos mycelium in one gulp without hesitation. Instantly, she let out a shrill scream, revealing her true form, merging in a throbbing agony. Beside him, Reina watched the scene in horror, swallowing his saliva. "I'm just a mere emissary of the second Chaos Throne. How can I possibly handle this honor?" Mu Xing's lips curled slightly, as he teleported behind him. "Do you know Heart Erosion? Prince Heart Erosion?" Mu Xing's lips curled. "Good to know. I want you to report back to the Chaos Front first, then go to Teflantis to rescue them." "Understood?" Reina gritted his teeth, grabbed the ball of chaos mycelium, and swallowed it. The next second, he too entered a painful fusion state. But within a minute, they both opened their eyes again, regaining their human form. They both knelt respectfully on one knee, Greetings, Master. Mu Xing's lips curled. I will grant each of you another power to defy fate. You have 3 chances to try again. Don't let me down. Chapter 1058. Yes, this is Mu Xing's new ability after his advancement to godhood. He can share his Blood Moon Rewind ability with others. By consuming some of the fate-defying power, he can help them reverse their fate. The two were overjoyed. They already knew the effects of this fate-defying power, and hurriedly and solemnly accepted it. Go! I await your good news. Mu Xing waved his hand and escorted them out of the primordial universe. After arranging everything, he returned to Zhua and said, Second Elder, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Zhua waved his hand calmly, no problem. He had already opened the wormhole, and was waiting for Mu Xing. When the two entered the wormhole, they instantly traveled across billions of light years, and arrived at the legendary Council of Elders. This was a mysterious continent suspended at the center of the primordial universe. The creator's creations were generally designed for practicality, so their aesthetics were somewhat lacking. The entire continent had a strong industrial feel. He reached the center of the continent, passed through a barrier, and entered an even more mysterious primitive world. The scenery here was picturesque, free from the hustle and bustle of the world. Ancient buildings nestled among the mountains. This world was filled with a pristine atmosphere, untouched by any development or transformation. Mu Xing's powerful divine sense swept across, instantly capturing information about this primitive world. He saw creatures he had never seen before, brimming with primal wildness. These creatures could evolve and devour each other, growing rapidly. A unique balance was maintained between them. Once these creatures reached a certain level of growth, they would ascend into another world. Within that world, there are even higher-level creatures. They battle and evolve within it, the victors ascending, while the defeated descend to the lower levels, continuing their evolution. There are 9 such worlds in total. After reaching the top, these primitive creatures have the opportunity to rise above, and completely break through this world. However, Mu Xing noticed that once these primitive creatures reach the limit of their evolution, they find it difficult to advance further. Their life forms begin to fall, unable to continue, until they degenerate into the lowest level of primitive creatures. Then, a new cycle of reincarnation begins. Mu Xing observed the scenes before him with great interest, finding them fascinating. Second Elder, where is this place? You guessed correctly. This is the origin of our creator clan. Do you see that vast cyclical evolutionary system? It's an infinitely looping cage. If it weren't for the ancestors, who broke through the limits of reincarnation and successfully broke through the cycle, there wouldn't be the creator clan we know today. Why? What exactly is this place? Mu Xing, concerned about his status as a guest, didn't dare to disrespectfully explore. The second elder shook his head. Although life born in the primitive world possesses powerful evolutionary abilities and rapid growth, our upper limit seems to be locked in place by some unique rule. Have you seen these evolving creatures? They strive to evolve their entire lives, yet upon reaching their destination, they rapidly degenerate, becoming the humblest of beings. Our clan is fortunate to have escaped this world and control our own destiny. He clenched his right hand. But, have we truly escaped and taken control of our own destiny? There has always been a barrier above our clan, binding us. First it was this world, then that terrible curse. Alas! Zhua sighed deeply. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. He had witnessed this scene before in Uncle Lan's world. Clearly, Uncle Lan had simulated the primitive world of his hometown. When he was on the verge of extinction, he was still making a final effort. If it weren't for his appearance, Uncle Lan would have perished like the other 2 ancestors. Combined with the vague information from his aunt, he believed that there must be a great secret hidden within. Mu Xing realized that Heng's discovery of the mysterious remains of the Old One was definitely no accident, and the old curse on their clan was probably no accident either. But the intelligence he had was too limited to piece together a complete chain of evidence. In any case, the truth of this matter was closely linked to his own future. He couldn't afford to retreat. At that moment, a figure ran out of the ancient building ahead, bowing his head respectfully. Greetings, Second Elder. The creators actually resemble humans in appearance. They lack body hair, and the hair on their heads is actually countless spiritual filaments. Creators are more broad-skinned, with unique forehead markings, and their skin comes in a variety of colors. In terms of height, creators are generally around 2 meters tall, similar to humans. However, their physical fitness and intelligence far surpass those of ordinary people, and their innate capacities are much higher than humans. Many creators are born into the upper realm, and their starting point in life is incomparable to humans. The young creator spoke again. Greetings, Second Elder. The Supreme Elder awaits you inside." The second elder nodded, then turned and gestured for an invitation. Mu Xing's appearance surprised the young creator. He was certainly familiar with the human race, a major clan in the void. They, the creators, could even be considered a type of human. But this was the first time he had seen an elder bring a human to the Elders' Council. "Second elder, who is he?" "He's Blood Moon, the spokesperson for Patriarch Lan." Upon hearing this, the young creator rushed over with a look of enthusiasm, excitedly grasping Mu Xing's arm. "You are Patriarch Lan's spokesperson? Great. I finally meet you. Hello, my name is Yang. I'm a caretaker at the Elders' Council." Mu Xing was caught off guard by the sudden enthusiasm. Only then did he take a closer look at the young creator before him. He was only a beginner apostle, and compared to the other creators, he was thin and frail, about 1.8 meters tall, making him look more human. "Yang!" The second elder scolded, and the young man named Yang quickly bowed his head. "I'm sorry, second elder." The second elder shook his head helplessly. Forget it. Go prepare a guest room for the young master." "Yes." The young man quickly bowed his head and left, passing through a side door and being transported directly into the depths of the Elders' Council. Who is he? Mu Xing was somewhat curious about the young man's identity. Logically, a mere apostle had no right to be in the Elders' Council. The second elder's eyes were filled with reminiscence and regret. He's the grandson of the late Grand Elder Yi. Elder Yi ultimately didn't live to see the return of the ancestor like Elder Mo did. He died 3,000 years ago, buried in a foreign land. Most of his descendants perished on the Chaos battlefield, leaving only Yang as the sole surviving child. But this child? Forget it, we talk about this later. I take you to see the Grand Elder first. The second elder quickly shook off his recent emotion and led Mu Xing across the long covered bridge toward the Elder's Hall. This Elder's Hall could be considered a vast garden, but it was distinctly inspired by the characteristics of the Creator clan. Ancient carvings were everywhere. This place has a history stretching back eons, and a life force gently coursing through it, keeping the Elder's Hall vibrant and ever-evolving. It was sparsely populated, even desolate. Aside from Yang, whom he had just met, he hadn't seen anyone else along the way. This made Mu Xing wonder, when the elders were not around, was Yang the only one in the entire Elder's compound? Chapter 1059. Finally, Mu Xing met Mo in an ancient and mysterious sacrificial hall. Compared to their first encounter, Mo, now reshaped by Lan's power of control, had regained his former peak. As if sensing Mu Xing and the others' arrival, he slowly turned back. "Grand Elder, Mr. Blood Moon has been brought here." Mo waved at Shua. "You should get back to your work." "Yes, Grand Elder." Only after Shua left did Mu Xing begin to survey the magnificent sacrificial hall. The hall was indeed magnificent, and in the main hall stood 3 enormous statues. Although Mu Xing had never seen these statues before, he recognized them instantly. The statue in the center was the Seeker, Hung. He was the first creator to transcend the primordial world. Even by human standards, Hung could be considered heroic. In the hands of the enormous statue was a 4-spiral divine seal. The divine seal exuded an incomparably mysterious aura. A sacred artifact? Mu Xing recognized it instantly. It was undoubtedly a sacred artifact. To Hang's left was a statue of a creator who had transformed himself into a semi-crystallized state. This was the Star Chaser, Ying. Mu Xing knew little about Ying, as she was shrouded in mystery. All he knew was that she was a good friend of Uncle Lan, and that they had a very close relationship. However, Mu Xing had no idea how this senior felt. As for the statue to Hang's right, Mu Xing didn't even need to guess. He knew it was undoubtedly Uncle Lan. However, compared to the other two, Lan appeared thinner, wearing a crown, and had a gentle and elegant demeanor. This must be what Uncle Lan looked like in his youth, much more energetic than the current Lan. On major holidays, anniversaries, or the eve of a campaign, the elders of the Creator clan would gather here to offer sacrifices to several ancestors. The offering seemed to be creatures captured from the primordial universe. "Can I burn a stick of incense?" Mu Xing suddenly asked. "Burning incense?" Mo, standing beside him, was puzzled. Mu Xing stepped forward, first pulling out an incense burner, then taking out 3 incense sticks and lighting them. "In my hometown, when commemorating ancestors or deceased relatives, we light 3 incense sticks to honor their spirits in heaven and pray for their protection." As the sandalwood incense curled up, Mo's expression shifted slightly as he stared at the burning incense. He even noticed that the statues in the hall seemed to have undergone some changes. Suddenly, the sacred vessel in the hands of the central statue trembled violently, then suddenly activated itself and flew towards Mu Xing. Be careful. Mo couldn't help but exclaim. But the next moment, he stopped dead in his tracks. He saw the sacred artifact hovering only about a meter in front of Mu Xing. It seemed to be observing Mu Xing. Mu Xing looked up and met its gaze. A triple spiral red divine seal suddenly appeared between his brows, radiating in harmony with it. Incredible. Elder Heng's sacred artifact has actually recognized him. Mo's face was filled with astonishment. Countless creators had come here, but no descendant had ever proactively activated a sacred artifact and even recognized it. At that moment, Mu Xing felt the mysterious sacred artifact across from him transmit numerous messages to his consciousness. All of these messages were received by the Red Divine Seal. The Red Divine Seal had now fully transformed into the Origin Divine Seal, though its self-awareness was still dormant and undergoing integration, likely requiring some time for complete integration. The Origin Divine Seal was now equivalent to a powerful external brain. After quickly analyzing this information, he could roughly summarize it in one sentence: head to the Seeker's tomb, where the secrets of the ancient corpse lay buried. The remaining information conveyed was primarily intelligence regarding the tomb's interior, allowing Mu Xing unimpeded access. Clearly, he seemed to have been chosen as Heng's spokesperson. When Mu Xing regained consciousness, the sacred artifact had flown back into the statue's hands and fallen silent again. It seems this trip is a must, Mu Xing muttered to himself. The tomb contained Heng's research on the ancient corpse, including his understanding of the power of authority. Mu Xing naturally wouldn't miss such crucial information. However, the sacred artifact also reminded Mu Xing that times had changed, and the contamination of the past had seeped into the tomb. He couldn't be sure what had happened within it. So I could only urge him to be extremely careful. Mu Xing wasn't worried at all. After all, he wasn't entering the mausoleum alone this time. He'd likely have a group of multitudes serving as bodyguards. When he turned around, Mo seemed to have something to say. "Excuse me for inviting you here, sir. I have a favor to ask." "Me?" Mo nodded. "Regarding the curse on my clan, I hope that if one day you find the ability to resolve it, you can help us completely break this terrible curse. In exchange, my creator clan is willing to sacrifice our lives for you." As he spoke, the highly respected Grand Elder actually began to kneel before Mu Xing. Mu Xing quickly grasped him and said, "Grand Elder, there's no need for such formalities. Uncle Lan's family is my family. I can promise that if I have the ability to lift the curse, I will definitely help you." "That's wonderful. On behalf of the entire Creator clan, I would like to express my gratitude to you, sir." Mu Xing stopped Mo from kneeling and said, "All right, Elder Mo, you don't have to. I help you, but I have one condition." "Go ahead. After this is over, I may take back the 3 original divine seals, so..." Mo quickly said, "Of course, no problem. This is the legacy that Ancestor Hun left us. Now that you've been recognized by the sacred artifact, you are Ancestor Heng's recognized inheritor. The Origin Divine Seal must be returned." With that, he grasped with his right hand, and a spinning black divine seal appeared before Mu Xing. It was also a triple helix divine seal, emitting a strong aura of origin. That's exactly what I felt. Mu Xing could already sense the origin seal stirring between his brows. However, he didn't take it away. Because he sensed a sense of malice within it. Yes, malice. This malice was subtle, but he sensed it clearly. How could the origin seal harbor ill will towards him? Could it be Mo, who was standing next to him? No, Mu Xing immediately rejected this possibility. He felt this malevolence as if it came from some complex collective will. Blood Moon. Mu Xing suddenly understood something. "Mo Elder, I leave the origin seal with you for now." "Is there something wrong with the origin seal?" Mo saw something. Mu Xing nodded. "There are indeed some issues with this item. I can't carry it with me until I figure it out." Mo put away the origin seal. "In that case, I keep the 001 origin seal for now. Sir, you can take it whenever you need it." Mu Xing nodded and glanced back at the gradually darkening sky. "Elder Mo, it's getting late. I'd like to find a guest room to rest." Mu Xing wasn't in a hurry. The disciples of fate needed time to relay the message. The first Chaos King and Bai Huan needed time to arrive, and Camilla and the others needed time to execute their plan. Just wait for tomorrow morning, for the various forces to arrive. A new drama was about to unfold. "Yang!" Mo suddenly shouted. A figure approached at lightning speed, stopping in front of them. "What are your orders, Grand Elder?" Yang bowed his head respectfully. "Take Mr. Blood Moon to rest." "Yes." Yang excitedly raised his head and pointed ahead. "Please follow me." Chapter 1060. Yang was thoroughly familiar with the layout of the Elder's Hall, enthusiastically explaining the ancient building's layout and scenery to Mu Xing along the way. The setting sun cast a golden glow over the Elder's Hall, and the breathtaking scenery made Mu Xing pause involuntarily. The Elder's Hall's guest rooms were even more ingenious, embodying the art of harmonious coexistence between man and nature to the utmost, while exuding a homely warmth. Mr. Xiuyue, are you satisfied with your room? If not, there are other styles available. Mu Xing glanced around and nodded with satisfaction. Very good. This is a perfect place for quiet cultivation. He then glanced at the young man beside him in confusion. But why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? The young man, Yang's eyes gleaming with enthusiasm, eagerly approached. I heard you're Patriarch Lan's nephew? You could say you're a half-disciple. Mu Xing added. Then can I ask for an autograph from Patriarch Lan? Mu Xing was momentarily speechless, somewhat bewildered by this sudden request. Huh? Don't be offended, sir. Since childhood, I've admired Patriarchs Hung and Lan the most. Ever since I heard about Patriarch Lan's return, I've been so excited, so... Mu Xing reached out to hold Yang, who was dancing with joy. Okay, I get an autograph for you when I get a chance. Just calm down. Really? Yang's face lit up with surprise. Of course. Then I go get dinner for you. Before he finished his words, the young man ran off with the energy of a child. Just then, a fat striped cat nimbly emerged from Mu Xing's lapel, landed lightly on the rattan table, and stretched lazily. How's it going? Any findings? Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit on the table, his expression now grave. This creator clan is truly unusual. Both their origins and evolutionary history are indescribably strange, completely unlike the characteristics of a normal race. The evil spirit paced slowly across the table. Are you saying the creator clan isn't a natural race? The evil spirit leaped onto the windowsill and gazed at this primordial world. This world doesn't seem to have formed naturally, but rather seems like a derivative. Derivative? What do you mean? As the name suggests, it's a secondary world derived from some powerful being or object. More precisely, it's a world evolved from beings that transcend the rules. Therefore, this world has its own unique operating rules, making everything here completely different from the outside world. But this primordial aura feels familiar to me. The realm of the old ones. Mu Xing suddenly interjected. The evil spirit suddenly looked up. Exactly. It closed its eyes and concentrated, sensing carefully this familiar feeling, like returning to the era ruled by the old ones. Each old one realm is dependent on an old one, and the world must operate according to the special laws derived from the old ones. Mu Xing said quietly, You are not saying that this is the territory of a certain old one, are you? But I don't sense any old one presence here. Suddenly, there was a loud bang, and the gate to the 9th floor of the Riot Temple slowly opened. A cat-eared girl in a small emerald green dress gracefully emerged. So cute. Even Mu Xing couldn't help but admire her, instinctively reaching out to pinch her rosy cheeks. Before his hand could make contact, the girl swatted it away. She was cradling an octopus doll, sleepy-eyed, clearly having just been woken. She casually tossed a large, golden sword towards him. Your sword has been reforged. I'm so exhausted. She glanced around. Anything to eat? Dinner will be here soon. Mu Xing replied quickly, diligently bringing a chair for the girl. Use this sword of destiny with caution. Each activation consumes a significant amount of destiny power. You should understand the consequences of depleting destiny power. Mu Xing knew that at best, it could lead to a day of bad luck, at worst, instant death. He gently stroked the sword, sensing its terrifying power. This sword could not only sever fate, but also rewrite its trajectory, assimilating and absorbing the threads of others' destiny. Its power was truly overwhelming. It was clear how much effort the forger had poured into its creation. No wonder Nora hated him to the core. How could she not be furious at someone stealing such a precious treasure? Mu Xing solemnly placed layers of seals on the holy weapon. These gradually limited the release of its power. This was a necessary protective measure. If he unleashed it with all his might, the sword could instantly drain him of all his strength. Even if it absorbed the energy reserves of the 003 Origin Divine Seal for eons, it couldn't withstand the holy weapon's reckless dissipation. He divided the holy weapon's power into 10 levels, corresponding to the various levels from first-order god to half-step multidimensional. As for multidimensional power, unless he received assistance from his aunt or the evil spirit transformation, he couldn't fully control it with his current strength. Thank you, aunt. Mu Xing held the holy sword lovingly, feeling a sense of peace of mind. With this sacred artifact, the next plan will surely go much more smoothly. Stop the polite talk. I'm here, first, to give you the sword, and second, for this primordial realm. Primordial realm? I suppose you've already noticed the peculiarities of this world? The ant's eyes flickered between Mu Xing and the evil spirit. The man and the cat exchanged glances, and Mu Xing quickly turned to the ant. Think again, ant. We are guests, after all. Guests? They had to bring you here specifically? How can you, a seasoned veteran, be so naive? Mu Xing was momentarily speechless. Mainly for Uncle Lan's sake, he couldn't delve into the details. So, you're saying this was intentional? The ant tapped the table lightly, and the evil spirit across from her immediately understood, sidling up to her and transforming into a pillow. The evil spirit explained, what the ant meant was that this was a test to see if I, the nephew of Patriarch Lan, was worthy of the important task they entrusted me with. Mu Xing held his forehead in his hand. Why not just say what you mean? Why go around in circles? He hated this kind of roundabout probing. The ant stroked the cat comfortably. Have dinner first. I take you to broaden your horizons later. Hearing this, Mu Xing was delighted. This time, he finally had someone close to him. Just then, there was a gentle knock on the door. Mr. Blood Moon, this is Yang. Your dinner is ready. Come in. With Mu Xing's consent, the door opened. The young creator entered the guest room, wheeling a dining cart filled with exquisite dishes and beautiful desserts. The ant's eyes lit up when she saw the ingenious desserts. Yang, however, seemed oblivious to the ant and the evil spirit and quietly set the table. Sir, if you need anything else, just let me know. Don't call me sir all the time. Just call me Blood Moon. Yes, Lord Blood Moon. Mu Xing scratched his head. He was much younger than Yang, and being called Lord made him feel a little embarrassed. Chapter 1061. Would you like to stay for a meal? Mu Xing pointed at the table overflowing with delicious food. No, I've already eaten, and I have to go back to my room to practice at this time every day, Yang said sincerely. Practice? Go ahead. Don't worry about me from now on. Mu Xing waved his hand casually, already captivated by the delicious food on the table. The table was filled with delicious dishes characteristic of the Creator clan, all vibrant and fragrant. Their diet was surprisingly similar to that of humans. The evil spirit had long been unable to resist, secretly picking at the dried fish on the plate. Mu Xing waved his right hand, calling Maria and Alessa out to eat. Wow, so many delicious dishes. Alessa rushed to the table with a look of surprise. Maria, on the other hand, stared warily at the green-haired little girl across the table. Don't be nervous, eat. Mu Xing soothed her. The ant suddenly said, that kid just now wasn't alive. Not alive? To be honest, Mu Xing hadn't really investigated Na Yang's condition. Of course, he wasn't dead either. The ant never stopped talking until she was shocked. She grabbed a roasted chicken leg, her mouth full of oil. To be precise, he was in a special state, neither alive nor dead. It was the unique rules of this world that saved his life. If he left this world, he would probably turn to dust in an instant. Mu Xing stared at the ant. So what do you mean? Take him with you when you go out. Mu Xing said, indicating that she didn't understand the ant's intentions. The meal took less than half an hour, and the table full of delicious food had been devoured by the 4 people and the cat. The evil spirit, its bulging belly, savored the after-dinner sap Alessa had given it. The ant seemed to be waiting for something. When night fell completely, she pushed open the door and said, Let's go. Where to? I take you to find the truth. Although it was her first time in the Elders' Council, a quick glance gave her a thorough understanding of its structure. She led Mu Xing through twists and turns, finally stopping in front of a quiet little room. Call that kid. She pointed at the door. Mu Xing knocked quickly, but no one answered. There was even a sound of painful groans. Mu Xing's face paled slightly, and she flung the door open, only to see Yang lying on the ground, struggling in agony. His body was sometimes covered in countless cracks, sometimes covered in mutated pustules. His body oscillated between form and formlessness, as if he were enduring unspeakable pain. Perhaps sensing someone entering the room, he struggled to open his eyes. Leave this place. I won't be able to control my body. As soon as he finished speaking, his body rapidly expanded and mutated, instantly filling the entire room. If Mu Xing and the others hadn't retreated quickly, they would have been engulfed. As Yang's body expanded and mutated, it also dissolved. Flesh and blood dissolved into a grayish-white gelatinous substance, a form that bore a striking resemblance to the oil film seeping from the ground beneath Teflantis. But now, Yang looked even more hideous and terrifying. From the grayish-white gelatin, various limbs and organs continuously sprouted. Then, it continued to dissolve, writhing and tumbling throughout the room. However, the door to the room had long been enshrouded in some kind of barrier, seemingly designed for such a situation. No matter how frantically the grayish-white gel raged, it couldn't break the barrier in the slightest. "Andy, what's wrong with him?" The old lady stared intently at the wriggling mass of gel in the room, as if counting the seconds. 3, 2, 1. When the countdown ended, a blood-red light shone in the room, and the expanding gel shrank rapidly. In just 5 seconds, it had returned to human form. Although the young man's face was still etched with pain, he seemed to have passed the safe period. "That light just now." Mu Xing stroked his chin. As a blood moon, he naturally recognized it. It was the blood moon's origin power, and it possessed the power of reversal. To be honest, this was the first time he had seen someone other than himself wield the blood moon's origin power. Though, considering that the Elders' Council of the Creator Clan knew how to manipulate the blood moon's origin power, it wasn't surprising. Clearly, Yang's altered state had been reversed, and with his will returning, he began to gradually regain control of his body. When he opened his eyes, the first thing he saw were the people standing at the door. "I'm sorry, Lord Blood Moon, for letting me see such a miserable state." "What exactly happened?" Mu Xing asked. "I was supposed to be dead, but thanks to a special experiment performed by the Great Elder, I was spared." "What happened to the transformation just now?" Mu Xing asked. Yang lowered his head and didn't answer. "Let me explain." Just then, a familiar voice rang out from the courtyard outside. Mu Xing turned around and saw Elder Mo with a complicated expression. "Grand Elder." Yang instinctively rushed back to pay his respects, but Mo held him back. Mu Xing folded his arms across his chest, silent, awaiting an explanation. Mo seemed to realize his probing had displeased Mu Xing, and quickly apologized. "I'm sorry, I didn't mean to test you. As the great elder of the Creator Clan, I must ensure our clan stays on the right path." Mu Xing got straight to the point. "Elder Mo, there's no need to apologize. If you have any questions, feel free to speak directly with me. And right now, I need an explanation." Mo nodded, turning and gesturing toward the ancient passage that had materialized behind him. "What is this? Please follow me." Mu Xing waved his right hand, ushering Alessa and the others back into the tower and hoisting the evil spirit onto his shoulders. "Fat cat, you gained weight again." Mu Xing glanced at the evil spirit. The evil spirit looked innocent. The old lady followed quietly beside Mu Xing, silent, and Elder Mo seemed oblivious to her. "Come along." Mo waved at Yang Zhao. After receiving permission, Yang Kai, having recovered his strength, hurried to follow, entering the ancient passage with them. The passage was very long, resembling the esophagus of some creature. Mu Xing could even sense a rhythm. The passage seemed alive. Mo's deep voice echoed. "For years, we have striven to trace the origins of our race. The 3 ancestors did so, and so did we. But after years of searching, we have only found more confusion." Suddenly he stopped, and the others reached the end of the mysterious ancient passage. Before them lay a massive stone door. Carved on it were various incomprehensible symbols. "Where is this?" Mu Xing glanced curiously at Mo beside him. "This is the origin of our race. After receiving confirmation from Patriarch Lon, he asked me to bring you here. The Patriarch said that perhaps only you can understand the origins and history of my Creator Clan." "Me?" Mu Xing pointed at himself, bewildered. At this moment, a pair of small, fleshy hands pressed against the mysterious door. As the woman tapped the mysterious symbols and patterns on the stone door, a light suddenly illuminated. This scene frightened Mo. He stared in horror at the suddenly appearing green-haired little girl. When had she come in? No, it seemed she had always been there, simply ignored and blocked out by him. Chapter 1062. At this moment, a childish voice rang out. "This is the writing of the Old Ones." In the ancient Old Ones, it had another name, Divine Script. Divine Script? Is this a writing created by the Old Ones? Mu Xing reached out to touch it, but his touch failed to activate the runes. No, divine runes are not the writing of the Old Ones, but the writing of the old gods. Old gods? What are those? Another new term surfaced in Mu Xing's mind. No need to delve into it, just know it. Clearly, the ant didn't seem to intend to explain in detail. She continued, "This kind of divine rune can only be read by the Old Ones. It contains a wealth of information that ordinary beings cannot comprehend." "Then what is written on this door?" Mu Xing asked hurriedly. The ant looked behind her at Mo. "You, the Creator Clan, have studied for eons. Have you deciphered anything?" Mo wiped his sweat from his forehead and lowered his head in panic. To the great Old Ones, our clan." Our clan has only deciphered 3 symbols. Mu Xing looked at Mo with some surprise, having never expected him to recognize the ant. The ant also smiled at Mo. You're quite perceptive. Tell me, which 3 characters? Based on our limited understanding, these 3 runes seem to represent life, ancestry, and evolution, Mo said with increasing respect. The ant nodded. That's right, that's indeed the meaning. Mo looked expectantly. Great old ones, is this truly the origin of our clan? Then our clan. The ant raised her right hand, and Mo quickly fell silent. Open the door. Yes. Mo arrived at the gate, and quickly entered a long code. The illuminated runes unexpectedly began to connect. With a rumbling sound, the gate slowly opened. Before it fully opened, the sticky darkness in the gap seemed to turn into liquid and flow out. At the same time, Mu Xing smelled an unbearable stench. He frowned, applying multiple layers of insulation, but still couldn't block out the stench. The evil spirit retched on his shoulder. What the hell? It stinks so bad? Even the ant couldn't help but frown. As the gate opened, a world of utter darkness came into view. Don't try to probe it with your mind or thoughts. Although it has almost lost its vitality, and is completely corrupted, it is also a terrible poison for you. The ant warned. She extended her right hand toward Mu Xing. Mu Xing immediately understood, and handed her the old seal of Cthulhu. The appearance of the old seal made Mo's heart pound, and his eyes lit up with awe. Go! With a wave of her right hand, the old seal was flung into the dark world. Instantly, a dazzling green light illuminated this world of utter darkness. At that moment, they finally saw the sickening scene at the bottom of this dark world. In the dark abyss, something squirmed and churned, like a boiling pot of rotten meat, its surface bulging with pustules and ulcerated eyeballs. Grayish-white masses of protoplasm rose and fell in the mucus. Each wriggling squeezed out a new deformity, a twitching claw, a jawless mouth, or a tangled mass of intestine-like viscera. These twisted creations struggled to break free from their mother body, only to be devoured again seconds later, melting back into the eternal filth. A foul stench permeated the entire dark world, like 1,000 years of rotting flesh mixed with festering wounds. Where the mucus dripped, the edges of this dark world corroded, and tumor-like growths grew on the ground. A strange whisper echoed through the cavern, not a sound, but a frantic whisper that penetrated directly into the brain. I am the source. I am the end. All life is born from filth, and will return to filth. If it weren't for the old seal of my aunt suppressing the power emanating from the filthy, rotting mass, this mad whisper could instantly turn a god into a madman. Mu Xing stared intently at the writhing mass of filth and decay. In that moment, he felt his worldview crumble, as endless corrupted information threatened to force its way into his mind. Fortunately, at this moment, the red divine seal of origin emerged, shedding a stream of light, shielding him from the filth beneath the ground. What on earth? Is this? A corpse from the past? Or something else? A wave of terror surged within Mu Xing, and he wanted to turn and flee. Then the ant flew up and placed a hand on his back, jolting Mu Xing back to full consciousness. Don't worry, it's just a mass of completely rotten flesh. The ant's voice brought an inexplicable sense of comfort, gradually calming him. However, Yang, standing beside him, seemed unable to bear the horrific truth before him. His body threatened to transform once again into that grayish-white gelatinous substance. Thankfully, Mo intervened in time, suppressing it with the black divine seal of origin, stabilizing Yang's condition. Mu Xing frowned. Elder Mo, tell me the truth. Is he related to that mass of rotting flesh down there? Mo was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. In our quest to trace our clan's origins, and find a way to break the curse, Yang wasn't the first experimenter. Even we old folks experiment on ourselves or our offspring. We call this place the land of origin, and the rotting flesh in that dark world the origin of origin. Mu Xing frowned. You're not telling me you were born from this thing? Mo pointed toward the dark world. Look over there. Mu Xing looked up and saw a shocking sight. Countless fluorescent dots of light rose from the mass of rotting flesh deep within the dark world, then began to rise. His gaze followed the light as it rose. He watched as these dots of light passed through the dark world and entered the first layer of the primordial world. They began to dissolve into the ocean and the soil. Then, the first primordial spores were born. Over time, the spores continued to evolve, joining the cyclical evolution of the layers of the primordial world. Does this mean? Mu Xing realized that the life born in the primordial world originated from the depths of this dark world, from that eternally roiling, decaying mass of flesh. Mo took a deep breath and said, I believe you have also seen that our clan was indeed born from this mass of primordial source. Mu Xing subconsciously looked at the ant, seeking an answer. It seems that he is indeed dead. His power has collapsed, and his body has been torn apart. I didn't expect that as the source of filth and corruption, he would also be completely corrupted. But if not, these life essences would not have escaped from his body, giving rise to a cyclical and evolving life system. The emergence of the Creator clan was both accidental and inevitable. In this post-ancient generation, anything is possible. The ant sighed, and did not retract the old seal. Instead, she began to activate it with all her might, extracting green life essence from the ground. Countless fluorescent lights permeated the roiling mass of rotten flesh. So who is he? Mu Xing asked softly. Abhoth. Chapter 1063. The moment he heard the name, Mu Xing suddenly felt something strange begin to happen to his body. He thought he saw it rotting. Flesh and blood were dissolving, bones were decaying, and his mind and soul seemed to be sinking into an eternal slumber. But the next second, he suddenly woke up. The rules that defied fate within him quietly dissipated. I just died again. He turned around and saw the ant's wicked smile. I told you long ago, you little brat, you better break your bad habit of asking questions. Do you understand your lesson now? Mu Xing's mind was filled with questions. He felt like he had just heard a name, but now he couldn't remember it. A single name had caused him, who had just ascended to godhood, to die again? How absurd! How terrifying! He suppressed his curiosity and kept quiet. He watched as the ant continued to use the old seal to extract the life essence from the rotting flesh in the darkness. As the essence was continuously extracted, the rotting sea of flesh began to wither and decay completely. Auntie, are you safe? Mu Xing asked weakly. The feeling of being killed by a name was still fresh in her mind. This kind of horror, even if it was just a corpse, was something she could never touch. Don't worry. This piece of rotting flesh is just a fragment of the vast main body. After so many years of decay, it has long lost its divinity. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare stand here and extract the life essence. What is life essence? What is it good for? Mu Xing asked. Then the ant put all the collected life essence into a small bottle and tossed it to Mu Xing. This is a valuable item. It not only promotes the evolution of life, but also raises the upper limit of life's level. Of course, most importantly, I use it to extract the power of authority from the corpse on the frozen planet for you. Mu Xing opened his mouth, unsure what to say. It turned out his ant had been prepared. As he gazed at the dark world, the roiling sea of wriggling carrion had completely withered. Occasionally, a wriggling bud would jut out, but they quickly withered after losing all their life force. The ant turned and looked at him. Oh, I destroyed your tribe's original land. You won't blame me, will you? Looking at the ant's harmless and lovely smile, Mo suddenly lost his temper. You're joking. This is the origin of my tribe, and it's also a curse on life. We've long wanted to completely break this bizarre cycle of life. The ant nodded. You're quite aware. Not bad. As the ant turned and left, Mu Xing felt as if she had changed. Perhaps it's because she absorbed so much life essence, but the ant seems even more divine. When they returned to the Elder's Hall, Mu Xing patted Yang's shoulder. How do you feel? I feel like I've broken free. Perhaps I can leave here, Yang said, still somewhat bewildered. Really? Elder Mo, standing beside him, was surprised, holding Yang's shoulders and examining him. The ant said, the cycle of the primordial world has been broken. He's freed from the influence of that mass of rotting flesh. However, from now on, he must regularly replenish his life energy to survive. I suggest that we promote him to the divine level as soon as possible, so that he can be safe. She yawned and said, I'm sleepy. I'm going back to bed. Mo Hyang bowed respectfully and said, farewell, great old one. The ant vanished in a flash, and the gates of the holy city of Raya slammed shut. Stop, brat. I need to sleep and digest this life essence. Call me when we return to Teflantis. Her voice reached Mu Xing's mind. Okay, Aunt. Mu Xing quickly responded. When Mo stood up, the look in his eyes, as he looked at Mu Xing, had completely changed. Mr. Blood Moon, which great old one are you from? Mu Xing glanced at him, but said nothing. Elder Mo quickly apologized. Sorry, I'm being presumptuous. Alright, Elder Mo, I go back and rest. Also, I suggest you expedite your evacuation. Mu Xing stretched and returned to his guest room without looking back, leaving Elder Mo lost in thought. Yang looked at Elder Mo respectfully. Grand Elder, should this matter be reported to the Elders' Council? Okay, forget about it. Your survival is a miracle. Cherish this hard-earned opportunity. Yes. Yang nodded quickly. Meanwhile, in the guest room, Mu Xing rubbed his swollen temples. The evil spirit's steps were uncoordinated, its legs still trembling violently. Damn it! I was so scared today. The remains of such a being are hidden in this place. Even if it's just a few pieces of flesh, it's terrifying enough. Mu Xing looked at the evil spirit. Do you think the rotting flesh here could be the same source as the ancient corpses found beneath Atlantis? The evil spirit shook its head. Probably not. They look similar in form, but their origins are different. Then, Mu Xing was about to ask more, but the evil spirit pressed a claw against his forehead. Enough, enough. Curiosity kills the cat. Have you forgotten my warning? I just want to learn more so I can be mentally prepared when the time comes, Mu Xing said weakly. I'm too lazy to argue with you. I'm leaving now. Back to sleep. The evil spirit yawned and dove into the 4th floor, snoring by the campfire. Mu Xing spread his right hand, revealing the small jade bottle. Rich life essence emanated from the jade bottle, continuously radiating its rich life force. Mu Xing immediately sat cross-legged on the mat, placing the green in front of him, and absorbing the emanating rich life force to strengthen himself. Even though he was now a god, just one breath of it felt like his physical fitness had improved by a 10,000. A first-tier god was still too weak, and he hoped to ascend to the 2nd tier soon. Because only by reaching the 2nd tier could one truly begin to comprehend the power of rules, and learn how to truly wield them. Meanwhile, Creator's Line. While this place lacked the grand 7-star pass of the Survivor, it did possess a series of massive war fortresses. An eternal rift stretched across the void, and countless chaos creatures surged from it at every moment, gathering strength for Chaos' next attack. Even further away, on the Creator's Line, a vast array of blood moons formed a solid defensive line. If the enemy attacked, these blood moons would awaken, becoming a nightmare for Chaos on the battlefield. Just then, 2 blurry figures cautiously crossed the Creator's Line and headed straight for the Chaos headquarters. Trash, trash, all trash. Before entering the camp, they heard waves of angry shouts emanating from the main hall. Camilla and Reina exchanged a glance. Be careful not to provoke that volatile beast, Tungsu, Camilla warned. Don't worry, I know my limits. The most important thing now is the mission assigned by my master. Chapter 1064. Watching Reina enter the camp, Camilla finally gave up the idea of going in and provoking Tungsu again. Turning around, she saw a shifting shadowy figure emerge. She frowned at the newcomer. Casti? Why are you here? Camilla, the Holy Father is very disappointed with your behavior this time, and wants you to return to see him immediately. Casti's tone was thick with sarcasm and gloating. Camilla was furious. She snatched Casti from his shifting form and grabbed him by the neck. You have the means to die. However, the man was not afraid at all. He raised his hands, as if ready to be dealt with. Camilla, you dare not kill me, Camilla. Besides, if you die, we will be the first in line to the Holy Father's throne. Don't let me down. Camilla's eyes flashed with murderous intent, and her right hand transformed into a sharp claw. But she finally released her grip. Casti, don't be so complacent. Don't truly provoke me. Otherwise, even if I die, I drag you down with me. Her terrifying expression frightened Casti, who pushed her away and walked away gracefully. Leaving Casti, her body heaving and her emotions swirling, she angrily swore at the distance. Camilla, you bitch. I want to see how you explain your mistakes to the Holy Father this time. After venting her anger, she looked back toward the camp, gathered her emotions, and strode into the camp. At that moment, in the camp, Reina was giving a detailed report on the operation. Tungsu, who had been furious, narrowed his eyes and listened. You mean, the 003 origin key has been fused with that blood moon? Yes, but that blood moon was cunning. Not only did it evade my and Camilla's assassination attempt, it even ascended to godhood. Reina bowed his head deeply. I am incompetent. Your Majesty, please punish me. Tungsu felt a nameless fire simmer within him, as he thought of the humiliation he had suffered previously. Not only had his plan to raid the primordial universe failed, but he had also lost his own sacred artifact. Still, he suppressed his emotions and spoke. Reina, didn't you just say you had obtained secret intelligence? What was it? Reina's face was filled with panic. Your Majesty, this concerns His Highness the Heart-Eating. I don't know whether I should disclose it. Tungsu paused. Heart-Eating? Go ahead. Reina looked up and spoke word by word. I suspect Your Highness the Prince is a spy. Bang. A heavy pressure descended, crushing Reina to the ground. He sensed Tungsu's cold, ruthless, murderous intent. You better explain yourself clearly, or I make you know what regret is. Reina gritted his teeth and told Tungsu everything Mu Xing had told him. Tungsu's initial fury gave way to suspicion, then silence. Are you certain my son, Shirshing, is in cahoots with that Blood Moon? Reyna lowered his head. I don't know. I simply took advantage of Blood Moon's ascension to successfully access his memories. I saw these images in his memories. As for the truth, Your Majesty, I leave it to you to judge. Tungsu growled. Go, bring that rebellious son, Shirshing, back to me. But Your Majesty, His Highness Shirshing is guarded by a 9th rank elder. He also possesses a powerful 9th rank power sealed within him. I'm afraid. Reyna lowered his head tremblingly. Herek! Tungsu suddenly roared. The next second, a dark shadow appeared out of nowhere. What are your orders, Lord Tungsu? The one who arrived was none other than one of the 4 half-step multiverses in the Creator's line. Herek, ranked 4th, was the weakest half-step multiverse here. Tungsu looked at Herek. I want you to capture that rebellious son, Erosion Heart, and bring him back to me. Herek was stunned. Didn't His Royal Highness go on a secret mission, Your Highness? Secret mission? Tungsu shattered his throne and said word by word. I didn't give him any secret mission. Herek immediately understood the situation and nodded. I understand. I will bring His Royal Highness Erosion Heart back. Tungsu pointed to Reyna beside him. He will lead the way. Remember, if that boy resists, do not hold back. Yes. Herek nodded in response. Reyna also quickly stood up. Lord Herek, please follow me. He was about to leave, but suddenly stopped. Anything else? Tungsu looked at him. Your Majesty, I have also gathered some information, but I don't know if it's true or not. Speak. Reyna bowed respectfully. The Creator has completed preparations for opening the Seeker's tomb. It is said that several multiverses and masters will descend upon the Creator. What? Tungsu's pupils widened, his mind swirling with thoughts once again. In the Nightmare Temple. Camilla was kneeling respectfully before the Nightmare's throne. Camilla, do you need an explanation? The Nightmare sat upon a high throne, the sole ruler of this temple. Holy Father, I took the initiative to assassinate Blood Moon. I willingly bear all your punishment, Your Majesty. I have no complaints. What a great no complaint. I thought you'd grown after what happened last time, but you've truly disappointed me. As he spoke, a massive phantom claw materialized, as if to smack Camilla into a pulp. Camilla raised her head calmly. But Your Majesty, I have information to report. Information? The massive phantom claw suddenly stopped above her head. Holy Father, do you know how the Seeker died? The Nightmare's face shifting constantly. It said he was researching an indescribable existence, touching a taboo. Not only did he die, but he also brought a curse upon the Creator clan, preventing the birth of a multiverse of powerful beings. Camilla said respectfully, Holy Father, do you know what the Seeker was researching? The Nightmare retracted its massive phantom claws. Do you know? Holy Father, while the process was arduous, my mission was not entirely without success. She handed over the information she had prepared. The Nightmare took a quick glance, reading all the information on it. At that moment, even the Nightmare, seated on the throne, felt a wave of uncertainty. Can the source of this information be confirmed? Holy Father, this information was given to me by the Blood Moon. I can't verify the complete authenticity of the information, but it's likely 90% true. The Nightmare descended from the throne, transforming into the image of a kind, old father. He lifted Camilla up. My dear daughter, you've done a great deed this time. Camilla looked terrified. Holy Father, please punish me. All right, this information will make up for my mistake. Camilla couldn't help but ask, Holy Father, is this information credible? After all, Blood Moon is on the survival line. He said he wants to cooperate with you. Is there a trick? Phantom Nightmare shook his head. Whether the cooperation is true or not doesn't matter. What matters is this information. It's true. So what do you mean? Everyone's attention is now on the Seeker. This is my opportunity. If I can seize that old power. Camilla said weakly, Holy Father, is there a trick? I know there is, but so what? Phantom Nightmare smiled confidently. Chapter 1065. The next day. Mu Xing was awakened by a rapid knock on the door at dawn. He hadn't slept, having spent the entire night absorbing life force. Over the course of the night, he felt his physical strength increase by at least 30%. Now that he was a god-level being, a 30% increase in strength overnight was truly terrifying. What's wrong? What happened? Mu Xing opened the door and saw Yang, looking anxious, outside. Something terrible has happened. Chaos is launching a massive attack on the defenses. The elders are meeting in the meeting room. I've asked Lord Blood Moon to come, and ask you to come to the meeting room. Me? Mu Xing was stunned. After all, he was still an outsider. How could he attend a meeting of the Elders' Council? Yang dragged him straight towards the meeting room, saying, Mr. Shueyue, don't refuse. The elders are waiting for you. Mu Xing straightened his clothes and said, all right. Lead the way. Soon, Yang led Mu Xing into a meeting room with quaint decor. The long table held 10 seats, but now there was an extra one across from the main seat. As Mu Xing entered the meeting room, he saw the elders all standing up. What's going on, everyone? Emma walked up to him. I invited you to the meeting room to hear your suggestions. The chaos is launching a massive attack. We originally had 3 days to evacuate, but now our schedule has been disrupted. We must recruit warriors to the defense lines to resist the chaos. But if we arrange this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to assemble and evacuate on time. Mu Xing listened, not rushing to comment. Instead, he looked at Mo. What do you mean, Grand Elder? I would like to ask you to contact Patriarch Lan and see if you can facilitate the evacuation of our clan? Mu Xing shook his head. I'm afraid not. At this, the elders looked at each other, bewildered. Don't get me wrong, Uncle Lan isn't just facing a single nightmare overlord right now. He's also facing the restless Nora and even the first Chaos King Sadness. He must keep an eye on these multiverses and overlords to prevent them from suddenly invading the primordial universe. Mo frowned. What should we do? He gritted his teeth and said, if it's absolutely necessary, we can only withdraw the elites and seeds. After all, they are the hope of our creator clan. Song, standing beside him, was reluctant. Grand Elder, I disagree. The others are all members of the creator clan. How can we abandon them so easily? Yes. The surrounding elders echoed. Just as Mo was at his wit's end, Mu Xing, sensing the time was right, spoke seriously. Actually, there is a solution. I have a second option. At that moment, all the elders' attention was focused on Mu Xing. Mu Xing pointed at himself and said, you should know where I come from, right? Of course, you're from the survivor line, the defense force holding off the main chaos force. Wait, what do you mean? Mu Xing snapped his fingers. I have good news for you. 6 months ago, the survivor line successfully slew the chaos overlord, Dark Eater. We pushed the first line of defense deep into the void, disrupting the balance of power between the two sides. Just recently, we inflicted heavy damage on the chaos overlord, Xing Snail. Now the survivor line is strong and powerful, and we're trying to unite all possible forces to prepare for a counterattack. Our goal is to drive chaos back completely into the depths of the void, so that they won't dare to act rashly again. So, Mu Xing turned and glanced at all the elders in the Elders' Council. On behalf of Survival Line, I extend an invitation to the Creator Clan to join our Survival Line family. After these words, the elders exchanged glances, a flurry of discussion. Mu Xing added, Uncle Lan is now the 5th dimensional leader in Survival Line, equivalent to one of the most powerful elders in the Elders' Council. If you join, you will be Uncle Lan's strongest support. If I can help you dispel the curse, the Creator Clan will likely give birth to another dimensional leader. By then, we will be a top-ranked force in Survival Line, holding even greater sway. Mu Xing's words filled the elders with sincerity and anticipation. Mo and Song exchanged glances. They hadn't anticipated that Mu Xing had already made plans for them. Mo suppressed his excitement and asked, I wonder what price our clan will have to pay. Mu Xing said, the survival system has always been fair. There are only 2 things to consider. First, loyalty to the survival line. Second, the courage to fight against chaos. Mo immediately raised his hand. I agree. He then looked at the other elders, who echoed, we agree too. Mu Xing nodded in satisfaction. After many twists and turns, he had finally achieved his original goal, to bring the creators under his wing. Elders, you will be glad for my choice today. I promise to ensure a better future for the creators. At that time, I will contact Terra City and initiate global teleportation, transporting all creators to the survival line. Song, on his left, couldn't help but pump his fist. That's great. In this way, we can safely evacuate this troubled land without leaving any of our people behind. Mo's side, it's a shame to abandon the primordial universe and our home forever. But soon, his eyes grew firm. But for the future of our people, leaving our homeland isn't necessarily a bad start. He pointed to the chair at the main table, motioning for Mu Xing to take a seat, while he sat across from her. Though hesitant, Mu Xing ultimately chose the main seat. Since that's the case, let's discuss the various evacuation details and make advanced plans. At that moment, all the elders cast expectant glances at him. The meeting lasted an hour, and then abruptly ended. Mainly due to time constraints, the elders, after receiving Mu Xing's plan, rushed to the defense line. Before leaving, they invited Mu Xing to inspect the front lines as well. However, Mu Xing declined. Time was pressing, and Mu Xing needed to contact Terra City first. The creator clans joining the survival line required parliamentary approval and multi-party collaboration. But before that, he planned to go to Aegis 7 to pick up a few new recruits. After leaving the Elders' Council, Mu Xing immediately revealed his blood moon form. A massive blood moon, almost the size of Earth, emerged. After devouring the original blood moon, Mu Xing also gained its innate abilities. He could tear the universe apart, creating a unique blood-red wormhole. This allowed him to instantly cross vast distances, reaching Aegis 7 billions of light-years away. Although his initial experiments were still unfamiliar, as his understanding of the laws of this universe deepened, he was able to instantly cleave through time and space, piercing the cosmic void and forming a blood-red spatial passage. With a single thought, he plunged directly into the wormhole and vanished. The next second, when he reappeared, he saw a desolate orange planet. A massive spaceship, like an iron coffin, hovered quietly in the planet's orbit. The powerful gravity cable still bound billions of tons of stellar debris. Mu Xing's appearance caused the surrounding space and time to shake, but after a moment it returned to calm. Chapter 1066. Ishimura. Control Center. Xana was teaching Chu Huanyan how to meditate, while Su Chao was attempting to repair the damaged circuit system. Tang Zhu was flipping through the system logs, while Li Anhua paced back and forth in a state of restlessness. "Can you please be quiet?" Zhou Gong, increasingly distraught, pounded on the table. The thuds and thuds brought Li Anhua to a halt. "Captain, I'm really anxious. Look, it's been a few days. When will the survival system take us back? Staying here all the time isn't going to cut it." As he spoke, he suddenly leaned over and said, "How about we take a stroll around the Aegis 7 colony?" Zhou Gong glanced through the porthole at the withered mining planet beneath him. "Get lost. If you're so bored, go clean up the remains of the zombies in the cabin and save yourself from being an eyesore." Li Anhua scratched his head awkwardly. "I'm just trying to find another way out. Blood Moon Boss told us to wait here. Do we really have to wait 7 days?" Just then, Zhou Gong suddenly looked up. The still active screens in the command center suddenly began to tremble violently. "Look, what's that?" Li Anhua pointed with horror at the suddenly appearing red planet in space. The massive planet appeared out of thin air, its immense gravity even affecting the Aegis 7 planet beneath them. The orbiting Ishimura was also shaking violently. If it weren't for the gravity cable connecting it to the ground, the massive mining ship would have been pulled away by the immense gravity. Suddenly, the blood-red planet turned, and the newcomers were stunned. 2 bottomless eye sockets and a bloody maw filled with sharp teeth appeared on the blood-red planet. "It's the Blood Moon. We're done." But before they could make the next move, the massive blood moon barreled straight towards them. "It's over. My life is over." Li Anhua screamed, rolling his eyes, and fainting from fright. Tang Zhu, who had been poring over the system logs, simply looked up calmly, adjusted his glasses, and said, "The boss is here to pick us up." As soon as he finished speaking, the terrifying blood moon suddenly vanished, leaving only a small figure in its place. He traversed space as if it were flat ground, covering hundreds of kilometers in one step. He rapidly approached the Scherzuan. Only then did Zhou Gong hurriedly call out to everyone, "The boss is here. Let's go! Let's go to the helipad to greet him." Mu Xing returned to the Scherzuan, a ship filled with memories. Time seemed to have passed for ages. With a single thought, he instantly teleported to that narrow, dark passage. This was indeed the Ishimura he had visited before. The pungent smell of engine oil, the whirring of fans, the flickering warning lights. Even the entrance to the ventilation duct overhead, which he had destroyed, remained intact. Revisiting an old place, he was no longer the rookie survivor who had died time and again in despair. The soles of his shoes clashed against the deck. The crisp sound of his footsteps carried far. The alloy door at the end of the passage sensed someone approaching and swung open with a swift sound. He hadn't seen the slasher who had killed him so many times before. It seemed that after he left, Federal agents had landed on the Ishimura and cleaned it up. The charred, burnt marks everywhere confirmed his suspicions. He extended his right hand, and a red divine seal appeared in his palm. "Wake up!" A low voice echoed, and the long-dormant red divine seal glowed faintly, each rune illuminating one by one. A powerful consciousness instantly spread across billions of kilometers, then instantly contracted. An almost materialized thought swept across the entire Ishimura. The dormant divine seals will finally awakening. How do you feel? Mu Xing had already sensed the location of several newcomers, who were heading their way. Master, I have fulfilled my mission. A wealth of useful information filtered out by the divine seal surfaced. Mu Xing, with his photographic memory, memorized it all. So that's how it is. Originally, the 003 Origin Divine Seal and the survival system reached an agreement. To find a new successor, the Ishimura was the screening ground they jointly created. In a near-desperate survival zone, whether you can survive 24 hours isn't the key. The key is how to break free, to break this inevitable cycle of death. Mu Xing took a deep breath, thinking back to when he was just a small company employee, dragged into this nightmarish world without warning, dying again and again. He was lucky, having successfully passed the survival systems test and received the inheritance of the Origin Divine Seal. In his subsequent experiences, he continued to advance along the enhancement path forged by the survival system. Although there were some mishaps along the way, the overall path remained stable. Not only that, the system constantly adjusted his evolutionary path based on his situation. Finally, he returned here, about to take his final exam. Mu Xing couldn't say he was happy or grateful for the system's choice. After all, he had merely sown the seeds for the system. Everything that followed was the fruit of his own hard work. So, in Mu Xing's view, this was more like a deal. After all, he had been a great help to the system by acting as bait along the way. This time, Mu Xing returned to the Ishimura, not only to pick up a few newcomers leaving the original universe, but also for a very important matter. Have you found the source? Mu Xing looked at the divine seal, which was scanning with all its might. Master, the item isn't on the Ishimura. I sense the source's fluctuations on planet Holy Shield 7. Holy Shield 7? Mu Xing cast his gaze towards the withered yellow planet beneath him. The observer's sense swept across the planet, attempting to see through it from the inside out. However, some force blocked his vision, preventing him from penetrating the planet, and he could only perceive a vague source. That source constantly radiated a strong mental force field. Just then, the front isolation hatch opened, and hurried footsteps approached. Boss, is that you? Lian's booming voice was the first to ring out. Mu Xing looked at the newcomers. They seemed quite energetic. How are you? Zhou Gong quickly said, everything's fine, but we haven't been able to contact the survival system so far. Boss, is there something wrong with the survival system? Mu Xing shook his head. The original universe is about to become a multiverse battlefield. I'm here to take you away. Multiverse? Battlefield? Clearly, these words were beyond the comprehension of the newcomers. Only Tang Zhu looked solemn. No wonder I felt something was amiss with the energy in this universe. I see. Mu Xing looked at them. I give you two choices. First, wait here for a few more days. During this time, you can kill monsters and collect some equipment and materials. The survival system will eventually appear, and then you can apply to leave this place. Second, follow me now. I transport you directly out of the primordial universe. The men exchanged glances, and almost simultaneously raised their right hands. We choose the second option. Mu Xing nodded. These newcomers weren't greedy. Let's go! Follow me out of here. With a wave of his right hand, Mu Xing teleported them directly to the top of the Ishimura. The vast crimson blood moon origin surged in his palm, and with his bare hands, he carved a passage directly to the outside world. Of course, this was the primordial universe, and he was the god of the blood moon, so he could accomplish this with ease. Chapter 1067. Aegis 7. This was one of humanity's last colonies. In 2505 AD, colonial explorers discovered this mineral-rich planet thousands of light-years from Earth. In 2507, just 2 years later, CEC Corporation established a colony base on the planet's surface and prepared for fission operations. At its peak, Aegis 7 employed as many as 10,000 industrial workers and their families. They constructed a series of supporting facilities on the surface, including processing, storage, and refining. The period of planet fission provided Earth with abundant resources. However, the good times were short-lived. A necromorph crisis first erupted on Aegis 7, quickly spreading to the Ishimura. Ultimately, an irreversible disaster ensued. This is recorded in official logs, but secret federal government archives show information about Aegis 7 dating back 200 years. With the arrival of Mu Xing on Aegis 7, the glorious colony was subjected to a blanket bombing campaign by the federal government. The entire colonial city had been reduced to ruins, leaving only black charcoal as far as the eye could see. Mu Xing wandered through the ruins, occasionally seeing struggling chunks of necromancy crawling out from the charcoal. Even after the carpet bombing, these scattered chunks still retained some life force, not completely destroyed. The divine seal flew out, extracting the information stored within these necromancy chunks. Master, it was indeed the federal government who did this. They destroyed the entire colony to eliminate the evidence. Mu Xing walked lightly through the ruins. The divine seal's voice continued. 200 years ago, the Federation's research into the Black Divine Seal reached its core. The federal government, believing it has mastered the underlying code of the Divine Seal, intends to obtain unlimited energy by replicating more red Divine Seals. Saint Shield 7 is one of the secret laboratories they've chosen. They've established an experimental base deep underground, using a large number of necromancers to breed replicas of the Divine Seal. As he spoke, the Divine Seal retrieved information from the Origin Divine Seal database. The information indicated that it was around that time that the Origin Divine Seal reached a cooperation agreement with the survival system. The Divine Seal continued, the Origin Seal guided the human scientists of Aegis 7 to create me as I am today, sealed beneath the planet as a filter for successors. 200 years later, I was discovered by the later colonists of Aegis 7, initiating the Ishimura's selection and trial cycle. The Origin Seal sets the stage, and the survival system sends suitable survivors. Like a goo, it uses the threat of death beyond its limits to select a successor. And the master is the one who survives. Mu Xing had long since accepted his fate, and turned to look at the seal. Do you remember the origin of your birthplace? Of course, master, please follow me. The seal flew forward, heading straight into the center of the colony. Originally, this place was a magnificent mind control center, but now all that remained was a massive circular pit 100 meters deep. To completely eradicate any knowledge of the necromancers, the federal government deployed devastatingly powerful weapons. Master, the passage is right here. Although the upper levels have been destroyed, the laboratory 1,000 meters underground remains intact. The Divine Seal scanned the passage, revealing a collapsed passageway before Mu Xing's eyes. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, his powerful telekinesis instantly lifting away the crumbling rock and earth above. He then penetrated the collapsed passageway. He took a step forward, free-falling, 1,000 meters underground before landing safely. A laboratory sealed for 200 years came into view. Mu Xing sensed the source of the energy drawing ever closer. But just as the door opened, a red afterimage darted directly toward him. Buzz! The sharp bone blade vibrated and sliced, attempting to decapitate Mu Xing. However, the blade was blocked by an invisible force field, unable to penetrate the barrier. With a push of his right hand, Mu Xing flattened the hunter, capable of high-speed charging, against the wall. This wasn't the end. More necromorphs awoke and attacked Mu Xing. Mu Xing pressed his hands down, unleashing the power of the Blood Moon, instantly gaining control of all the necromorphs. Get out of here! With a shout, the once furious corpses quieted down, clearing a path for Mu Xing. Master, the corpses here are faster and stronger than those outside. They must be influenced by that source. This made Mu Xing even more curious about the mysterious source. He quickened his pace and entered the deepest part of the laboratory. Clearly, 200 years ago, the workers in these secret labs had not escaped the curse of the Divine Seal, turning the entire lab into a living hell. Finally, after passing through layers of isolation doors, Mu Xing arrived at the deepest part of this secret underground laboratory. The moment the door opened, a strong smell of blood hit him. Mu Xing frowned, staring at the murky pool of blood before him. He sensed a massive corpse-like matrix hidden within this lake of blood. Rise! A powerful divine consciousness lifted the entire lake's surface, revealing a massive corpse-like matrix that practically occupied the lake's bottom. However, this matrix had been severely deformed, unable to maintain its original form. It looked like an immobile mass of proliferating flesh. Countless heads and arms struggled and howled within the mass, giving the impression of having entered the horrific Avicii hell. Divine Seal, scan it. Just how big is this thing? He had previously attempted to see through the entire planet, but his perception was blocked by an unknown force. Now, 1,000 meters underground, his perception was even more confused. It seems this is over. I need to advance to the Observer Council to level up. This time, I need to raise my Observer rank to level 5 or even 6. Mu Xing increasingly felt that his level 4 Observer class was no longer sufficient. Many areas were impenetrable, his vision constantly obstructed. A moment later, the results of the Divine Seal's investigation were released. Master, this corpse mass is larger than I imagined. What do you mean? According to my calculations, the planet's core has been replaced, and its volume is at least 1/10 that of the planet Holy Shield 7. So big? Mu Xing was somewhat surprised. Although Holy Shield 7 was only 1/3 the size of Earth, A mass of flesh and blood 1/10, its size was already comparable to the size of a newborn blood moon. It looks like it needs major surgery, Mu Xing muttered to himself. Master, I sense an aura within this massive corpse mass similar to that of the planet Teflantis. Mu Xing was not surprised to hear this. The red divine seal was an inherited item bred from this place. The blood moon origin contained within it was the power of the ancient corpse beneath Teflantis. After undergoing a special transformation, it became the blood moon origin of today. If Mu Xing wanted to access the power of authority within that ancient corpse, he had to find a breakthrough. In his opinion, this place, the source of the red divine seal, must be connected to the ancient corpse. With a single thought, Mu Xing instantly teleported to outer space, ready to dissect the orange-yellow planet. Master, are you sure you want to do this? I have a bad feeling. The divine seal continued to flicker violently, frantically calculating all possible outcomes. Don't worry, I call in outside help this time. Mu Xing closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation. Chapter 1068. Back to this vast heart bond galaxy. The moon representing Mu Xing's heart bond seemed to have expanded several times over again. If he hadn't deliberately concealed it, the light it emitted would have rivaled the giant moons in the center of the galaxy. Mu Xing gently touched the stars next to him. Are you there? Are you there? I'm Blood Moon. A moment later, a surprised voice rang out from the other side. Great, it's Blood Moon. You're still alive? Trix's voice was filled with joy. What are you talking about? Hey, I'm just worried about you. At this moment, two other stars nearby lit up in quick succession, Vigo and Art. Art seemed to have made another breakthrough recently, showing signs of progressing from level 5 to level 6 observer. It seemed he was just one step away from reaching the final level. Everyone, long time no see. Mu Xing greeted. Long time no see, Blood Moon. You seem to have gotten stronger again? Although Art and the others were already accustomed to Mu Xing's reflection in the Heart Contract Galaxy, the sight of this hidden moon still left them feeling incredibly astonished. Now, the moon seemed to have doubled in size. Lucky luck. I just reached the divine rank, Mu Xing said. Great. So, when will you return to the council to advance to level 5 observer? Trix asked expectantly. I'm having some trouble here. It might take a while. Trouble? Do you need our help? We've all broken through to the divine rank. That freak Art is almost reaching level 6 observer, his combat power rivaling that of a level 9 god. No need. This is a brawl between the bigwigs. I just wanted to ask about the situation on the defensive line. Art said, there have been a series of chaos attacks lately, but they've been minor, with much ado about nothing. And thanks to the efforts of our Observer Council, most of the spies and traitors in the survival line have been apprehended, and a comprehensive spy monitoring system has been established. That's fantastic. By the way, how's things going with Chancellor Adrian? I think he's about to officially enter the half-dimensional realm? Vigo took over, indeed. With the technical support of the survival line, the Void Protocol has officially been upgraded to 3.0. Not only has its functionality been greatly enhanced, it can now also be integrated with the Chancellor. Once the Chancellor officially breaks through, combined with the Void Protocol, it's estimated that it will be able to unleash the power of half the dimensional realm. Half the dimensional realm? So powerful? Mu Xing was genuinely surprised. We observers are carriers of knowledge. After absorbing a vast amount of new knowledge from the survival line, our observer clan's combat power has increased by more than tenfold. Vigo said this with a certain amount of pride. Mu Xing thought for a moment and said, Please tell Chancellor Adrian that I plan to evacuate a large number of creators to the survival line within the next 2 days. Have your Observer Council prepare to receive them. Alt was a little surprised. Are you talking about the creator clan behind Chancellor Lon? Indeed, the situation in the primordial universe has changed. The multiverse and chaos masters are coveting them, forcing them to retreat. But I've convinced them to join the survival line, and they'd be moving their entire family soon. Alt quickly said, Don't worry, I tell Chancellor Adrian about this. We, the Observer Council, recently helped upgrade the lighthouse torch, so I think the transmission will be smoother. Trix said worriedly, Brother, be careful over there. Don't worry, I know. That's all for today. I have someone else to meet. With that, Mu Xing ended his connection with them, and began moving beyond the galaxy. The turmoil caused by that cheap master has largely subsided. I just wonder how he's doing lately. As Mu Xing continued to move further away from the Heart Bond galaxy, he crossed the asteroid belt and entered its deepest depths. Through the hidden door, he entered the mysterious, static asteroid dimension. The warm little house still stood quietly at the center of this space. Now, Mu Xing had mastered the control of the asteroids, condensing the stairs and returning to the house. Master? Mu Xing flung the door open. Inside, the fireplace still burned quietly, and the kettle on the stove bubbled. He frowned. The chief master wasn't there. Out? Mu Xing looked around and finally found a note on the desk in front of the recliner. My dear disciple, your master is working on something important. I know you might be facing a difficult situation. Go find the person listed on the coordinates. He's a good friend of yours, and you could even consider him your uncle. Simply ask, and he'd definitely help you. Mu Xing put the note away. It was unmistakably his chief master's handwriting. Flipping it over, he saw the coordinates of a heart-contracted galaxy and a name written on the back. Is there an observer from this era willing to be your chief master's friend? Who could it be? Judging from his chief master's tone, that old friend must be someone he could trust. But Mu Xing still hesitated. After all, one should always be wary of others. If his relationship with his chief master were exposed, he would be ostracized by observers throughout the Heart Contract Galaxy. After a moment's deliberation, he finally made up his mind. Uncle Lon was currently trapped by a phantom nightmare, and First Chaos King Zhou Liang and Bai Huan had yet to arrive. If he wanted to decipher the source hidden within the Holy Shield 7-star system, he needed the assistance of a true master. With his chief master gone, his last hope lay with the person at the coordinates. After writing a letter to his chief master, Mu Xing left the cabin and headed back to the Heart Contract Galaxy. Other people couldn't move freely within the galaxy, but Mu Xing was different. Not only could he move, but he was also incredibly fast. It wasn't long before he arrived at the coordinates. However, this place was not only far from the core of the galaxy, but also shrouded in darkness. It felt like a void in the universe, surrounded only by a few faint, bright points of light. Are you sure there are masters here? Mu Xing almost wondered if his chief master was fooling him. But just as he began calling out according to the instructions on the note, suddenly, a dazzling moon appeared in the dark void. Holy crap, so bright. Could it be a level 8 observer? Mu Xing couldn't help but exclaim. Little thing, is it me you're looking for? The bright moon suddenly dimmed, cloaked in darkness, like a beast seeking its prey. When Mu Xing revealed his mind contract, the moon opposite was stunned for a moment, then burst into a barrage of curses. Luing, you old bastard, are you kidding me? Do you know I have an important experiment to perform? You bastard, you're trying to get me to experiment with materials. Mu Xing suppressed his nervousness and spoke weakly. Excuse me, is this Master Yun Jian? I'm Blood Moon. The moon opposite was stunned for a moment, then frantically scanned Mu Xing's mind contract. Damn, it's really not that old bastard Luing? Are you really that old bastard's disciple Shuiyue? Mu Xing said weakly, Master, what's the problem? Damn it, comparing yourself to others is infuriating. You're only a level 4 observer, how can your connection be greater than mine, a level 8 observer? The mysterious master before him was full of complaints, making Mu Xing nervous. This man was actually a level 8 observer. Let's go, Master, leave first. This isn't the place to talk. Chapter 1069. Soon. At the edge of the Xinchi Galaxy, 2 bright moons appeared simultaneously. The left one was noticeably larger and brighter than the right. Yun Jian stared at Mu Xing for a long moment before gritting his teeth and muttering 2 words. Pervert. Uncle Yun Jian, do you have any news about my master? I haven't seen him in a long time. The face of a chubby, middle-aged man, his long mustache affixed to his nose, appeared on the bright moon. This man looked nothing like the sage-like master he had imagined. He snorted softly. That old bastard Luing wrote me a letter not long ago, saying he had important matters to attend to, and asked me to help look after his apprentice. Is there something important? Mu Xing was puzzled. All right, that's not your business. Tell me, are you in trouble? Mu Xing quickly bowed his head and said, Uncle Master, I've indeed encountered a minor problem. I'm hoping you can help me out. Yun Jian looked at him, puzzled. Do you know the Creator clan? Creator? The chubby uncle scratched his head, as if recollecting something. Oh, I remember. Many years ago, I met a boy on Mount Shumi, who claimed to be from the Creator clan. His name was Hung. He was quite studious. That Dharma conference lasted 300 years, and he immersed himself in it for 300 years. I still remember that boy's fierce enthusiasm for learning. It's a pity that he was born with a flaw in his life essence, making it very difficult to improve. Plus, in this Dharma ending age, with few powerful figures, Even many geniuses struggle to break through the multiverse and make further progress, let alone someone like him who was born with a flaw. Mu Xing listened to his cheap uncle's casual remarks in a daze, yet his heart was deeply shaken. He seemed to have heard a lot of remarkable news. Uncle, what does this Dharma ending age mean? It's literal. Since you're that old bastard's disciple, you should know about the coming age of desolation, right? Mu Xing nodded. Master once told me, we once killed a shadow envoy together. Yunjian, standing opposite him, was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. No wonder that old bastard's been in such a mess lately. He must have stirred up a hornet's nest, ha ha ha. Mu Xing was a little nervous. Master is being hunted by a shadow envoy? Is he okay? Yunjian waved his hand. Don't worry. Your master is very clever. He's managed to survive this long in the age of desolation. Killing him won't be easy. Yunjian looked back at the magnificent starry sky in the distance. People always say this void. Eternal, unchanging, vast and boundless, everlasting. Just as those who lived in the primordial universe believed so. But the universe will expand, cool, and wither, and this great void will merely live longer. One day, it will exhaust all its energy, and all things will wither. This vast universe has experienced the age of origin, the age of creation, the golden age, the age of strife, the present age of the Dharma ending, and the future age of desolation. All things will eventually die, even time will die, the void will wither. What else can last forever? Mu Xing silently memorized this important information. He heard an endless sadness and loss in his master's tone. Uncle Master, do you know when the age of desolation will arrive? Yunjian shook his head. I don't know. Don't know? Mu Xing's face was filled with confusion. Don't look at me like that, kid. The changes of time are more terrifying and cruel than you can imagine. There will be huge gaps in between, and no one knows when the next era will suddenly enter. Maybe after billions of epochs, maybe in the next second. The changes of time are not something that can be predicted by human power, nor are they variables that can be constrained by time. He then looked at Mu Xing. Wait, you killed the shadow envoy, so why aren't you being hunted? Logically, killing a shadow envoy will inflict the mark of desolation and be hunted by the shadow envoy forever. Mu Xing grumbled, Uncle Master, I'd tell you about this later, so do you have a moment now? Do me a favor. The senior master waved his hand and said, no problem. Give me the Hengyu coordinates, and I travel right through. Hengyu coordinates? What are those? The senior master slapped his forehead and said, I forgot. You should be somewhere in Hengyu. I give you a formula. Go back and convert the coordinates according to it, then send it to me. Mu Xing quickly wrote down the formula. Then I trouble you, senior master. Mu Xing's mind contract gradually faded, leaving Yunjian pensive. Old bastard, your disciple is no ordinary person. Could it be that the so-called opportunity you mentioned is about to materialize? Outside Holy Shield 7. Mu Xing sat cross-legged in the void, facing Ishimura. He planned to make a memento of the ship before leaving. As he began to mentally calculate the mysterious formula, countless patterns of rules appeared in the surrounding space. Countless data flowed through these patterns, and soon, a long string of coordinates appeared before Mu Xing. Mu Xing used his mind to send these coordinates directly to the mysterious master. Soon, a voice came from the other side. I'll be there soon. Give me half an hour. Mu Xing closed his eyes and began to adjust, aiming for peak condition. After ascending to the divine rank, the most important thing now was to comprehend the rules. He had already integrated the rules of defying fate, but only at integration, the equivalent of wielding a powerful firearm. Now, the attack power came from the firearm itself, not from himself. Comprehension of the rules was like integrating the firearm into one's own body, or even creating a firearm from within. This was a completely different realm. A first-level god could perceive and utilize the power of rules to a certain extent. This effectively gave Mu Xing the qualifications to wield a firearm. All he had to do was diligently practice and master the firearm until he reached proficiency. This would allow him to unleash even greater power from the firearm in his hands. This wasn't difficult for Mu Xing. It simply required repeated practice. Just like cultivating a professional talent, he raised his proficiency to perfection. Other gods have limited divine power, and manipulating the power of rules consumes a great deal of their spiritual energy and divine consciousness. He was different. He possessed a body of chaos, a body of the blood moon, possessing vast reserves of divine power, and a terrifying recovery ability. He could practice his proficiency without restriction. Defy fate. Defy fate. Defy fate. Mu Xing repeatedly used the Ishimura before him as a test subject. After destroying it, he would use the rules of defying fate to reverse and recover. His speed grew faster and faster, capable of destroying and recovering dozens of times in a single second. In the end, it was impossible to tell whether the planet-splitting ship was exploding or reversing. At that moment, Mu Xing sensed that the laws of the nearby universe had suddenly become chaotic, as if something was forcibly penetrating this part of the universe. Space-time began to distort, forming a massive vortex. Then, a figure burst forth from the vast vortex, laughing heartily. "Good nephew, let your uncle see it." Chapter 1070. Mu Xing hadn't expected this mysterious Uncle Master to so brazenly cross the vast void and descend directly before him. The man, about 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a loose robe, was chubby and resembled the cartoon character Tai Bai Jinxing. An incomparably terrifying aura lingered around him, and even the primordial universe couldn't contain him, and began to crumble. But the next second, a mysterious crown appeared above his head, suppressing the cosmic void and forcibly solidifying the shattering. "Junior Shueyue, greeting Uncle Master Yunjian," Mu Xing saluted respectfully. Just as Yunjian was about to help him up, his brows furrowed, and he quickly retreated 1,000 miles, as if facing a formidable enemy. "Who are you? You're not Shueyue. Where have you hidden my nephew?" Mu Xing was stunned. "Uncle Master, I'm Shueyue." However, these cheap Uncle Masters stared at Mu Xing intently. Until the 9th floor's door opened, a lazy green-haired little girl emerged, rubbing her sleepy eyes. Yawning, she pointed in Yunjian's direction. "You over there, are you an ancient observer?" Yunjian suddenly felt threatened. The old days. How could the old days be here? Wait, what exactly is this place? He dodged and tried to escape through Hingyu, but found that the space-time behind him could no longer be penetrated. Don't waste your energy. This is the Lost Land. You can get in, but you can't get out, unless you're the legendary 9th rank observer. The green-haired little girl patted Mu Xing's thigh as she spoke. You haven't finished your work yet? No. Aren't you in seclusion, my dear? I was thinking of finding a helper to come over, so... The ant's face was filled with irritation. You've caused me so much trouble. The Lost Lands are only accessible to the intruders, but not to the extruders. What is the Lost Lands? Mu Xing's mind was filled with questions. A place forgotten by an entire generation is called the Lost Lands. The ant looked at Yunjian and said, "You and I are not enemies. If you help this kid, I can help you leave the Lost Lands after you've accomplished your goal." Yunjian tried several times, but only stopped when he realized he couldn't get out. He teleported in front of Mu Xing. "Blood Moon, you little brat, are you trying to trick me?" Mu Xing looked innocent. "Uncle Master, I don't know either." He looked at the ant warily. "Which former lord is this?" The ant looked arrogant. "You're not qualified to know my name." "And is this the return to one realm born from the other world?" "That's too weak. Your authority is artificial, isn't it?" Across from him, Yunjian's face changed drastically. "You can actually see my true nature?" Beside him, Mu Xing asked, "Ant, what is the return to one realm?" The ant said, "It can also be called the Void Source Core realm. This realm transcends the power systems and dimensional limitations of the multiverse. Like the origin of chaos before all things were born, it can transform the rules, energy, and authority of all powerful beings into the essence of its core. Like compressing countless galaxies into a singularity, a single gesture can cause the laws of the multiverse to collapse and reshape. Every thought creates and destroys a new system of powerful beings. It can be considered an upgrade from controller to the source of the rules themselves. To put it simply, you can think of it as a multidimensional powerful being reaching a higher level of authority. Isn't that the old ones?" Mu Xing was puzzled. "It's different. The old ones are born as the masters of the source essence. They don't need to ascend, they are born to rule over everything. Other races who wish to ascend must find other ways. First, they must fuse countless rules into the source essence to form the source essence. This state is also known as the unification realm. Next, they must gain authority. And authority in the entire void is limited. One must either inherit it from a former old one or use artificial authority. Authority can be artificially created?" Mu Xing felt that he had already received more than enough new information today. Artificial authority, to put it bluntly, is a tricky tactic. It combines all the rules of the void into one, forcibly blending them into a unique source. This unique source is then processed and refined, ultimately carried by the body of a return to one realm and integrated into the body. This can be considered mastering a special kind of authority. The more broadly defined the rules, the harder it is to extract. Therefore, Those in the Return to One realm can only extract the specific and detailed rules of the Void universe to create authority. Therefore, the combat power gap between different Return to One realms can be significant. Yuan Jian, on the other side, did not refute this account, but added, indeed, the strength of the Return to One realm is related to the strength of the authority they have integrated. Most Return to One realm individuals possess artificial authority, so their combat power is limited. Only a very few truly powerful individuals are fortunate enough to obtain the authority of the Old One. Yuan Jian had already recovered from his initial fear, as he noticed the strange state of the Old One before him. Great Majesty of the Old One, you seem to have lost your power? He asked tentatively. The old lady didn't intend to hide it. Yes, I have indeed lost my power, but it's not something that some random person in the Return to One realm can shake. If you wish to try, I don't mind suppressing you in this lost land. Yuan Jian snorted coldly. Really? Then I'd like to see just how powerful the Old One is without power. The old lady looked at Mu Xing. I lend you my iron crown. Mu Xing cried out, and before he could react, he felt the iron crown being pulled away. The old lady wore the 3 iron crowns of emotion, destiny, and corruption. If she didn't strike, it was fine, but when she did, it was earth-shattering. Come on! Yuan Jian shouted, and the crown on his head suddenly released a terrifying aura. My authority is the Ember's authority. I, Yuan Jian of the Return realm, come to seek your guidance. Ember's authority? Mu Xing's eyes fixed on the crown, glowing with a faint, warm light. A mysterious power of authority was unleashed. With a swipe of her right hand, the ant directly split the universe, creating a special battle zone. Yuan Jian also tacitly entered this battle zone to prevent the fierce battle between the two sides from damaging the original universe. The ant's attacks were wide and wide, the power of her emotions constantly increasing her combat effectiveness. Rage, suspicion, betrayal, despair, and obsession, these 5 emotions enveloped the ant, transforming her into a mature queen. She had green hair draped over her shoulders, charming red lips, a slender figure, and a pair of dazzlingly long legs. The moment her eyes opened, the entire universe seemed to extinguish. The power of corrupted authority blasted out, corrupting everything, melting time and space into mud. Thankfully, this battle zone was isolated from the original universe, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. When the terrifying corrupting force struck Yuan Jian, the crown atop his head glowed with a faint, warm light. As if Mu Xing's unpredictable fate had been reversed, the force began to reverse, and his formerly corrupted body rapidly recovered. At the same time, he formed seals with his hands, and a faint sliver of charcoal appeared in his palms. Embers burned the sky. A terrifying flame burst forth from the dim charcoal, threatening to consume everything. Embers also possess a monstrous rage. Burn! The dark red flames instantly engulfed the entire battle area, threatening to incinerate her. Chapter 1071. However, just as the terrifying embers of fire were about to consume everything, the ant's low voice echoed from the battle space. Destiny. Infinity. A shimmering infinity symbol appeared before her, and the raging embers were completely absorbed by it. How is this possible? Yuan Jian was also shocked by this scene. Who are you? How can you wield the power of 3 kinds of authority? Emotions, corruption, and destiny? How is this possible? Yuan Jian felt like he had hit a wall today. Emotions. Rage. A terrifying rage suddenly erupted from the ant, even suppressing Yuan Jian's embers. Yuan Jian was forced to retreat, struggling to maintain the barrier of authority. At the same time, he shouted, Embers. Shield of Hope. A terrifying slag shield lit up, and a stubborn flame of life ignited from the cracks in the slag. The ant then pulled out a terrifying balloon hammer. The black hammerhead was emblazoned with the number 1 and an infinity symbol. This seemed to indicate that the balloon hammer possessed infinite mass. This was the first time Mu Xing had seen his ant use her material abilities. Boom! The hammer slammed down onto the molten slag fire shield. The earth-shattering collision ripped countless cracks through the battle space. The glow of the embers drowned everything. What's going on? Mu Xing tried to see the situation in the battle space. At this moment, the evil spirit emerged and crept onto Mu Xing's shoulder, its eyes fixed on the scene before them. When all the light faded, they finally saw what was happening inside. Yuan Jian vanished, leaving only the planet-sized balloon hammerhead in its place. At this moment, Yuan Jian's voice echoed from beneath the massive hammer. Embers. Countercurrent. A flicker of embers burned, and as the ant raised the heavy hammer in her hand, his form instantly recovered. But then, the ant pointed at Mu Xing. Lend me the rules of counter fate. Mu Xing felt a spiritual connection with the ant instantly established. The rules of counterfeit within him surged, rapidly flowing toward the ant. Counter. The ant, with the universe overhead and the sky beneath her feet, her eyes apathetic as she uttered a single word coldly. The once blazing embers quickly dimmed. The power of counterfeit instantly extinguished Yunjian's embers. Ah, I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I surrender. I surrender. Great Old One, please withdraw your magical powers. Yunjian's screams echoed from the embers. The ant waved her right hand. Retract. All the power against fate retracted, returning to Mu Xing's body. Mu Xing felt as if he had just been in a sauna, sweat pouring down his body. He didn't feel his power of authority weakened, but rather strengthened. Especially his own power against fate. At the same time, Yunjian finally recovered through the burning embers. The ant also transformed from a tall, dazzling queen into a little girl. Are you convinced? The chubby little girl pointed the balloon hammer at Yunjian, the infinity symbol on the hammerhead gone. I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Yunjian quickly waved his hand, not wanting to offend again. Just now, infinite mass are you? Shut up. The ant glared at him, frightening Yunjian so much that he quickly took a few steps back. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. He couldn't help but mutter, if you had revealed your identity earlier, I wouldn't have been so arrogant as to challenge you. The ant pointed at Mu Xing and said, you will assist him well from now on. Do whatever he tells you to do. Do you understand? Yes, yes, yes. Yunjian nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. Only then did the ant nod in satisfaction, and return to the holy city of Raya. With a clang, the gate closed. Yunjian glanced at the ancient gate, his awe growing even stronger. Looking back, he noticed the iron crowns atop Mu Xing's head. Then, the fat uncle rolled around in the air, screaming, ah, why? Why? I worked so hard, and I only got a tiny bit of Ember's authority. This kid is just a first-level god, and he's brimming with the power of sovereign authority? Ah, that's unfair. Mu Xing stared at the raging uncle in silence, his majestic image, as a level 8 observer instantly crumbling before his eyes. Well, uncle, please don't be offended. Yunjian hugged Mu Xing's thighs. You're my uncle, I be your slave, okay? Mu Xing's forehead was thick with gloom as he lifted up the frivolous uncle. Uncle, mind your appearance. You're an 8th observer, after all. Cough, cough, cough. Yunjian seemed to come to his senses, straightening his clothes and trying to regain some composure. Well, since you're my nephew, please feel free to ask for anything. I do my best to help you. Mu Xing was delighted. Thank you for your help. He pointed at the planet Holy Shield 7 behind him and said, Uncle Master, help me split this planet apart and suppress whatever's inside. Yunjian glanced back at Holy Shield 7 and said, it's just a small planet. Wait. What the hell is in there? His eyes widened, and he quickly grabbed Mu Xing and started to run. Damn it! They say the Lost Lands are full of monsters. It's so true. Come with Uncle Master. Mu Xing grabbed Yunjian and said, Uncle Master, what are you afraid of? Don't worry, nothing will happen. Yunjian struggled to pry Mu Xing's hand away. Nephew, listen to Uncle Master. Be good and follow Uncle Master. We can't afford to offend that thing. Mu Xing unceremoniously drew the sword of destiny and said, cut. With one strike, the ochre-colored planet before him was split in two. Yunjian's mouth dropped open. Oh my god. After Mu Xing split the planet, the fusion of flesh and blood hidden within it was revealed. It looked like an underdeveloped embryo, with a long umbilical cord connected to the embryo's navel. Even after the planet was split, it continued to pulse. A closer look revealed a strange substance, like thick white oil flowing within the embryo. A strong aura of life emanated, fueling the embryo's continuous growth. Uncle Master, help me suppress it. I'm going to collect the source. Mu Xing called out, rushing forward. Hey, are you trying to kill yourself? Come back. However, Mu Xing seemed to have ignored his words. He immediately transformed into the blood moon itself. Of course, it was a smaller version, about the same size as the massive embryo. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this nephew of mine? Yunjian stared intently at the blood moon that Mu Xing had transformed into, his shock beyond words. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and pressed on. A circular disc materialized in his right hand. The instant it activated, it split into 9 rings, each operating according to a unique pattern without interfering with the other. At the same time, the crown above his head lit up with a glow of embers. Embers suppress! With a low shout, an immense force descended upon the mysterious embryo, infinitely slowing its growth. Mu Xing seized this opportunity, extending a tentacle from the blood moon toward the source he had sensed. Uncle Master, I'm counting on you. Mu Xing shouted, and Yun Jian increased his pressure. As a result, as soon as his tentacle pierced the embryo's outer membrane, he felt it dissolve completely into its most primitive form. Reverse. He quickly activated the rule of reverse fate to counter this terrifying dissolving force. Chapter 1072. The ability to defy fate was activated, successfully containing the dissolving force, but the energy consumption was 10 times greater than usual. Damn, is this so difficult? Mu Xing cursed inwardly, hastening his pace. Corruption. Mu Xing wrapped the corrupting power from the fourth iron crown around his tentacles, using corruption to counter dissolution, poison to counter poison, which greatly improved his defenses. Fate. Dark golden threads extended continuously, attempting to find their source within this bizarre embryo. These inherited powers of authority truly belong to this kid. What kind of awful luck has this kid got? Yun Jian, busy suppressing the embryo before him, gazed enviously at Mu Xing. Master, increase your strength. This thing is resisting. Mu Xing's voice echoed, forcing Yun Jian to increase his strength once more. The crown of authority above his head lit up with an even brighter ember. Mu Xing hastened his pace, searching within the embryo. Suddenly, a highly reactive, viscous white substance caught his attention. He even saw a hidden core within the viscous white substance. Good boy, you've found it. That's the origin core. Take it, Yun Jian urged. Mu Xing quickly manipulated his tentacles to wrap around it, but at that moment, two terrifying crimson eyes suddenly condensed within the giant embryo. Like the eyes of a newborn baby, they stared intently at Mu Xing, the outsider. To Mu Xing, those eyes looked more like two miniature blood moons. Just as he was about to touch the origin core, his consciousness was pulled directly into a blood-red space. Where was this? A blood moon space? He had been here once before. This unique space, condensed by the wills of countless blood moons, resembled the Raya of the primordial universe. Looking up, he saw a blood-red world of indescribable size. Here, upside down, light and darkness intertwined. In the distant sky, he could see giant blood moons hanging in the sky. They gazed down upon this spiritual world, its true rulers. As if noticing Mu Xing, the foreign intruder, the blood-red earth began to transform, revealing countless double-helix crystal divine seals. Dense swarms of necromancy emerged from these divine seals. These necromancy were strange, unlike any necromancy Mu Xing had ever seen. They came in all shapes and sizes. They lacked self-awareness, and continuously gathered from all directions. Mu Xing attempted to invoke the power of anti-fate, but found it had vanished. He then tried to invoke other inherited powers, but they were all blocked by the mysterious blood moon space. This place repels the power of authority? But the power to defy fate shares its origin with the blood moon, so why is it also? Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and a moonlight greatsword emerged. The hazy moonlight dimmed it slightly, and the sword energy quickly dissipated 3 meters from his body. Facing the approaching corpses, Mu Xing charged forward with his sword. He knew he couldn't be surrounded by them, or the endless stream of corpses would sooner or later overwhelm him. Kill! With a low roar, he wielded his sword, slicing the approaching corpses into pieces, like slicing melons and vegetables. Viscous blood sprayed everywhere, leaving countless corpses in his wake. Break it! The moonlight greatsword in his hand stabbed at the nearest crystal seal. This crystal seal wasn't as strong as he'd imagined, easily ripping apart. With a flick of the blade, it crumbled into a blanket of shattered debris. However, that wasn't the point. The key was the dense density of these crystal seals, spread across this vast land. How long would it take him to destroy them all? 10 years? 100 years? Especially when he noticed that after destroying one crystal seal, another quickly appeared nearby, he felt a sense of despair. What's going on in this place? Mu Xing no longer focused on destroying the crystal seals, but charged in one direction. With his current physical condition, he wouldn't tire of slaughtering for 10,000 years. He firmly believed that sooner or later, he would be able to carve through this land. He wanted to face the giant blood moons towering above the sky. Time then began to pass rapidly. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days. 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. Finally, it began to count in years. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years. Mu Xing had been slashing and slashing on this blood-red land for a full 10 years. When he stopped, he froze in his tracks. He had reached the edge of the blood-red continent, but looking up, he saw stretches of blood-red continents stretching out before him. But in the distant future, he sensed a familiar aura of defying fate. It was like a carrot dangling before a donkey, out of reach. His body had long since become a thick armor of filthy blood, and the moonlight greatsword in his hand had dimmed considerably. His right hand trembled slightly. Looking back, he saw corpses strewn across the ground, their own handiwork. It took 10 years to completely annihilate an entire continent of zombies, destroying all the blood-colored divine seals. Is this the right path? Forward? Or backward? Mu Xing stood at the edge of the continent, gazing ahead. The next second, his resolve strengthened, and he charged forward. This time, the time span was even longer, spanning a continent every 10 years. Later, the pace quickened, from 10 years to 5 years, then to a year. He crossed thousands of continents in a row, traversing millennia. Finally, he stood before the source. Congratulations. After 1,000 years, you've finally made it. Applause rang out. Clad in thick armor, Mu Xing finally stopped. He gazed at the figure before him, who was descending step by step from a high throne constructed from countless divine seals. The familiar figure made him feel as if he were looking in a mirror. This person looked exactly like him. But the man before him was resplendent and radiant, clad in a magnificent robe and crowned with a radiant crown. Powerful anti-fate rules continuously emanated from that crown. Who are you? Mu Xing shattered his blood-stained armor, revealing his true form, his whole being surging with murderous intent. Thousands of years of slaughter had solidified the murderous intent within him, manifesting behind him as a terrifying, murderous illusion. Don't you understand yet? I am Blood Moon, I am Mu Xing, I am you? Bullshit! Mu Xing growled, the moonlight greatsword in his hand replaced with the sword of destiny. With lightning speed, he thrust it through the chest of the man before him. This terrifying strike tore through his chest and heart. Mu Xing immediately activated level 10, unleashing the power of destiny to its fullest extent. Endless threads of fate erupted, threatening to completely annihilate the man. But the next second, a familiar voice echoed behind him. Although the power of destiny is powerful, it's ultimately not your own strength. You should know this better than I do. Mu Xing turned sharply, and the other party appeared behind him, unharmed. Hallucination? No, it was the power of the authority that defied destiny. You actually reversed the assassination attempt. Mu Xing noticed that the crown of authority above the other party's head was glowing faintly. Chapter 1073. Who are you? Mu Xing growled, like a frantic beast. I told you before, I am you, your future self. Are you kidding me? Mu Xing frowned coldly, raising the sword of destiny. However, at this moment, the opponent also drew out a sword of destiny. The two swords were almost identical in shape, aura, and power. Do you believe it now? The opponent glared at him coldly. No, how is that possible? Mu Xing's resolve began to waver. Could this person before me really be my future self? How long in the future are you? I am you 10,000 years from now. I've already transcended the multiverse and reached the state of unity. I even completely control this blood moon dimension and possess the power to defy fate. Mu Xing frowned. But why are you here? Mu Xing sighed. It's because I was trapped here for too long, and the age of desolation in the outside world has long since arrived. What? Mu Xing exclaimed. When? I don't know. Maybe a year, maybe 10,000 years. When I fought my way to the end of this blood moon dimension, I discovered that the age of desolation had already arrived. So, I made a decision. I returned here. I will cultivate the power to defy fate to its fullest potential. I will completely reverse this. With a wave of his right hand, he revealed the outside world. The original universe had long since withered and shattered, leaving only the remains of countless stars floating in the void. The scene shifts to the survival line, which has already become a ruin, and even the chaos on the chaos front has been wiped out. He saw the Chaos Lord's corpse, drained of all energy, floating in the void like a rigid stone. He saw the once majestic 7-star pass, now reduced to a lonely mound of earth. The scene shifted to Earth, where the real world had already collapsed. A desolate silence reigned, and white ash blanketed the ground. Mu Xing, standing opposite him, looked at him. So you're still going forward? Turn back now, give up your quest for the power to defy fate. Perhaps it's not too late. Mu Xing frowned at himself before him. Are you really from 10,000 years in the future? Then why are you here? The other man's face was filled with sorrow. That's because I'm reversing fate. I've reversed from 10,000 years ago to here. If I only reverse another 1,000 years, I can return to the beginning and start over. Perhaps if I hadn't touched that embryo, if I hadn't pursued the so-called source, none of this would have happened. He extended his right hand toward Mu Xing. Come back with me. This road is destined to be a lonely one of regret. Don't go any further. Mu Xing glanced at him, then walked around him, and headed straight ahead. I won't give up. And I don't believe you or me. With that, Mu Xing continued forward, sword of destiny in hand. The Mu Xing across from him shook his head with regret, patted his shoulder, and said, "We meet again." Mu Xing ignored him, and continued charging forward. Soon, another millennium arrived. Mu Xing stopped and reappeared beneath another throne. He looked up, and saw a familiar figure descending from the throne. Don't tell me you're me. The other person was stunned for a moment, then seemed to understand something. So, you've already seen me 1,000 years ago. Mu Xing frowned. The other person's expression didn't seem fake. Over the course of these millennia, he constantly denied that version of himself, yet hesitantly accepted that version. What was the truth? He couldn't believe it, nor did he want to. Until he saw that version of himself again. Did you come back from 10,000 years in the past? Mu Xing frowned across from him. It seems you didn't listen to my advice. Don't go any further. Listen to me. I still have the strength to take you back with me. The further you go, the more energy you need to go against the current. Mu Xing shook his head. You're not trustworthy enough. With that, he passed his second self and continued on. The third millennium. Mu Xing arrived at a familiar place again. Slowly descending from his throne, he said, "You're truly stubborn. But that's me. I refuse to listen, always following my own path, only to end up banging my head against a wall. Are you here to persuade me to turn back?" Mu Xing asked coldly. However, Mu Xing across from him shook his head. In 3,000 years, I could still go back upstream alone, but not enough to take you with me. So he offered his way. I won't stop you. You understand one day anyway. Mu Xing paused, his resolve wavering again. But he had no choice but to set out again. Then came the fourth millennium, the fifth millennium. Until he arrived at the ninth millennium. Will you continue on? He asked, his throne self head bowed. Why not? Do you think you can stop me? The other person shook his head. From the third millennium onwards, I can no longer take you back upstream. This is the last time you see me. Mu Xing frowned. What do you mean? I've said it before, you are me, I am you. In fact, you already have the answer in your heart, right? Mu Xing opened his mouth. The 9,000 years of journey had long since numbed him, leaving only a single obsession in his heart. The other person sighed. Since you are destined to reach the end, there is no need for me to continue upstream. I give you this power. Perhaps it will make your next journey back upstream smoother. Mu Xing felt a powerful force against fate pouring in from the other side. It caused his level to rise continuously, rapidly ascending from the first level of God to the ninth level of God. Then he reached the half-step multidimensional realm, and finally reached the state of unity. When he opened his eyes, and wanted to question that self, the other person suddenly turned to ash and dissipated. Mu Xing looked down at his hands. He had one last 1,000 years to go. Should he continue, return, or move forward? Mu Xing was torn. If he continued forward, he would be able to preserve the power of the return to one realm and become a powerful figure in the void. Even in the age of desolation, he would undoubtedly be among those standing atop the mountaintop. But if he went against the current, everything he had gained would be lost, becoming only the fuel for his current. In the end, he made a decision. He would reach the end of the 10,000 years and see everything clearly. He walked slowly during these last 1,000 years, using his return to one realm to try to comprehend the Blood Moon realm and understand its true nature. If all this was a lie, perhaps he could use this opportunity to break free. Gradually, he began to understand everything. He understood the composition of the Blood Moon realm. It shared the same origin as his own primordial sea, or perhaps, it was an advanced version of the primordial sea. Here, if one could control the power that defied fate and grasp the Blood Moon source power, one could completely reverse fate and atone for one's regrets. The 10th millennium. He finally reached the end of this Blood Moon dimension. He paused, not seeing his alter ego here. Before him lay a ball of the purest Blood Moon essence. Next to it, a counter-rotating infinity symbol. Chapter 1074. It seemed as if all his efforts had paid off. After a 10,000-year journey, he finally saw what he had longed to see. The source of the Blood Moon, and the power that defied fate. Did it work? He grasped with his right hand, and both the power and the essence of the Blood Moon were effortlessly absorbed into his body. From the Unity realm, he reached the Perfection realm. It was at that moment that he understood the structure of the Blood Moon dimension and grasped its true nature. It turned out to be a trial dimension, a trial for the heir to the power that defied fate. Only by striving to reach this point could one gain the favor of the power that defied fate. Then, a light portal appeared before Mu Xing, allowing him to leave. In fact, he no longer needed a light portal to leave the Blood Moon dimension. With a single thought, he appeared in the primordial universe. In that moment, he saw the same scenes he had witnessed in the first millennium. The Age of Desolation had arrived, and the primordial universe had long since been destroyed. Reluctantly, he returned to the survival line, to Terra's city, to the real world, only to see a desolate ruin. Nothing was left. Everyone, even the chaos, had been annihilated. Mu Xing leaped directly across the void, searching for the even more distant universe. Everywhere he passed, only desolation remained. The chaos system had collapsed, and no new universes were born. The void withered, its entirety shrinking. Finally, he encountered the last remaining survivors at the center of the universe. They had established a final line of defense against the endless stream of desolate shadow users. But as time passed, their fall was only a matter of time. Here, Mu Xing finally saw the survival system. However, it was already shattered and on the verge of complete collapse. What happened? Please tell me the truth. It's too late. You've been gone for 10,000 years. The plan I left behind has collapsed without you, the key. Desolation has descended, and everything will end. Is there any way to remedy this? Mu Xing couldn't believe the outcome would be like this. You have two choices. First, transform into desolation and become one with the light. Perhaps you can live longer. Second, fall asleep and place your hopes on a possible future. Perhaps after the distant era of desolation, a new fire, a new era, will finally begin. Then, with your power, you might be able to create a new world, a brand new one. Mu Xing's heart trembled as he heard these words. It was all true. His former self had repeatedly urged him to return, but he had persisted. But in the end, he was left with such a disastrous outcome. No, I haven't lost yet. I still have a third option. Mu Xing refused to believe this was the end. He returned from the center of Hingyu, back to the primordial universe, back to the Blood Moon dimension. He gathered all the divine seals, and forged a lofty throne. He intended to sacrifice this Blood Moon dimension, reverse fate, and return to the past. If he could only go back 10,000 years, perhaps there would still be a chance, and none of this would have happened. The first reversal. He traveled back 1,000 years. In a trance, he saw himself, covered in thick blood armor, approaching the throne, the sword of destiny in hand. At this moment, Mu Xing fell silent. This scene felt familiar. He stepped down from the throne and walked in front of him. He said, "Are you here to stop me?" Mu Xing shook his head. "No, since you've come this far, keep going. Only by experiencing it firsthand can you understand it all." The other man paused, then his eyes grew firm, ready to continue forward. Mu Xing continued upstream. After 7,000 years, he arrived 7,000 years ago. He said to himself, "I can even take you back 3,000 years." Mu Xing, standing opposite him, looked disdainful. "Don't try to trick me with that. Do you think I believe you?" After 8,000 years, he saw himself after 2,000 years. Mu Xing, standing opposite him, said he would never give up, and would never believe he was his future self. After 9,000 years, Mu Xing felt the strain growing. He was on the verge of falling from the return to one realm. The resistance in the final 1,000 years was terrifying. But he had no choice, for he couldn't be sure whether the Age of Desolation would arrive in a year or 1,000 years. So he couldn't gamble. He could only fight tooth and nail to reverse the course of events. So, he saw himself again, the first millennium self still full of ambition. Mu Xing projected a vision of the future to his past self, the Age of Desolation and the destruction of all things. Go back. You can't regret it now. You're trying to fool me. Do you think I believe you? You're just an illusion conjured by the Blood Moon space to deceive me. The other man thrust the sword of destiny forward. Mu Xing vanished, appearing behind him. It seems history cannot be defied, cause and effect cannot be resisted. He sighed and looked back at the path he had taken. Will his remaining strength really allow him to complete this final leg? No. Relying solely on this power to defy fate might not be enough. Mu Xing looked at himself, who was about to continue forward, and suddenly stopped him. What do you want to do? Are you trying to stop me? That's right. Since you can't understand me, I say something you can understand. He attacked directly, attacking his past self. He was now at the return to one realm. Suppressing a first-order god was a piece of cake. Who are you? I said, I am you. Mu Xing looked at his bound self. He pointed, and the entire journey poured into his mind. A moment later, Mu Xing raised his head, his expression changing. He naturally knew how to distinguish between truth and falsehood. So you're really me? Do you believe it now? But how do I break free? There's only one way. Go back 1,000 years. But you've already reversed 9,000 years. Can't you reverse the last 1,000? No. It's too difficult. Then, it's me who can't, but I didn't say you can't. Me? That's right. Since I've reached the end of this line, I give you all my power. You can reverse the last 1,000 years. Mu Xing, standing opposite, looked up. So what's the price? I die, you return. The other person frowned. This shouldn't be our fate. Mu Xing said, but you've already seen the future. This is the only viable path. Mu Xing, standing across from him, lowered his head in thought. No, this isn't right. It's clearly against the rules of fate, so why can't I reverse my own destiny? He broke free from the ropes and placed his hands on Mu Xing's shoulders. Do you think this is right? So what do you mean? We must break this cycle, break this predetermined fate. We must not only defy the fate of others, but also our own. Mu Xing's mind raced, gathering all the memories of the past 20,000 years. Gradually, he discovered some clues. Deduction. In an instant, the entire blood moon space was unraveling, and Mu Xing's gaze scanned the space. Suddenly, his eyes fixed. Eureka! Chapter 1075. As he delved deeper into the mysteries of this blood moon dimension, he gradually uncovered its horrifying truth. Mu Xing was shocked to discover that this eerie blood moon dimension possessed its own system of operating rules. It would undergo unpredictable changes based on the subtle fluctuations of his thoughts and emotions. It contained not only the pure essence of the blood moon, but also a perfect blend of the legendary power of creation. In other words, everything he experienced might not be objectively real. However, this was no simple illusion, a false projection. Rather, it was a special dimension meticulously constructed by the power of creation, greedily devouring his inner thoughts. After careful consideration, Mu Xing named this bizarre and unique world Fantasy World. This strange fantasy world, like a living thing, would constantly distort and deform with the fluctuations of his thoughts. Perhaps it couldn't perfectly simulate the entire vast universe, but simply creating a miniature world that completely enveloped Mu Xing and followed him around like a shadow was a piece of cake. This creative power was so deeply hidden and subtle that even he, now at the stage of unity, couldn't detect its flaws. Thankfully, a careless remark from his past had enlightened him. Gradually, he began to realize the various irregularities of his experiences. This fantasy world had no variables, no causes, only stark consequences. As he calmed down and carefully sorted out his experiences over the past 10,000 years, his memories began to strangely blur. This fantasy world, it seemed, was ultimately imperfect, for it could only crudely create outcomes, not construct complete processes. Mu Xing suddenly realized. Initially, he had been unable to unleash the rules of reversing fate, nor the power inherited from other authorities. Perhaps because this blood moon dimension feared interference from external powers, thus completely blocking his own power. As he sunk deeper and deeper into this blood moon dimension, his stays increasing, his fusion with it grew ever closer. In the end, it became difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood, and the illusion became reality in his mind. Furthermore, his journey back from the future felt more like a simple reversal of time and space than a true reversal of fate. This was because this blood moon dimension lacked the crucial variable process. Fate, as it were, should be composed of both fate and luck. Fate is the beginning and the end. Luck is the process and the experience. This blood moon dimension possessed fate but no luck. Because of this dimension had brutally forced him directly into the Unity realm, omitting the necessary trials and tribulations. Because his memories only contained the outcome of the Unity realm, not the process of achieving it, this was why all his experiences seemed so absurd and bizarre. Alone in the fantasy world, he felt like a lone traveler in a vast sea of sand, with no one to guide him in the right direction. And when Mu Xing unexpectedly encountered his past self, a change finally occurred, and he suddenly realized, as if awakening from a dream, that something was amiss. Open it! He let out an earth-shattering roar, tearing through all disguises with overwhelming force, reaching the darkest core of this blood moon dimension. Here, he finally glimpsed a mysterious, extremely hidden space. Countless projections of the blood moon's consciousness swarmed together like ghosts, their cold gazes fixed on the strange embryo wriggling and growing in the center of the space. Mu Xing sensed a chillingly familiar aura within it. This aura was strikingly identical to the ultimate embryo nurturing within his own body. Dense scarlet veins extended from all directions, clinging to the tiny embryo like a parasite. It seemed to greedily slurp up the nutrients transported from the entire blood moon space. What sent a chill down Mu Xing's spine was the sudden discovery of his own presence within these veins. All his experiences in this twisted world had become the nourishment that fed it. The fantasy worlds born of Mu Xing were flowing endlessly into this embryo. Mu Xing suddenly felt a piercing chill run through his body. It turned out that all this was a carefully crafted trap by this strange embryo. His goal was to use himself to extract the power of defying fate from the blood moon dimension, becoming a sacrifice for its growth. If he continued to reverse time and space for 1,000 years, would he ultimately become nothing more than nutrients for this embryo? What exactly was this terrifying thing? Mu Xing no longer hesitated. Drawing on the immense power of the return to one realm, he boldly charged into this forbidden area, enveloped by the blood moon. Defying fate, break. A powerful blow imbued with the power of defying fate thundered forth. Having witnessed the terrifying battle between his aunt and Master Yunqian, he and his aunt had a shared understanding, and her valuable experience in wielding the power of rules had long since become second nature to him. The force of this punch instantly shattered countless blood moons, tearing a startlingly large rift through the eerie space formed by countless shadowy blood moons. This blow was like stirring up a hornet's nest. Instantly, a dense swarm of blood moons surged forward like a tide, attempting to completely submerge him. Get out of my way! Mu Xing roared angrily, unsheathing the sword of destiny and unleashing it to its 10th gear without hesitation. This peerless sacred weapon immediately unleashed a terrifying, earth-shattering power. Although his own unity realm was still imperfect, stemming from his imagination of the battle between his aunt and Master Yunqian, with the blessing of the Sword of Destiny, he could at least unleash the true power of the multiverse. These shadowy blood moons possess strange forms, lacking conventional strings of destiny. In other words, their soul strings of destiny, like puppets, were connected to the strange embryo at the center. Break it! With a thunderous cry, Mu Xing swung his sword, the fully awakened sacred weapon radiating a dazzling light. With one strike, fate was severed. With a crackling sound, the threads of fate connecting the embryos snapped one after another. Sensing the mortal danger, the embryos let out a piercing scream, and all the blood moons instantly went into a frenzy, launching a frenzied attack on Mu Xing. Just in time! Mu Xing transformed into a brilliant rainbow light, and wherever he passed, blood moons exploded one after another. These blood moons were at most at the divine realm, and the strongest could hardly have surpassed half a step into the multiverse. Thus, before Mu Xing, wielding the sacred weapon, they were little more powerful than ants. When Mu Xing reappeared, countless blood moons had been reduced to a foul, stinking mass of mincemeat. He strode with determined steps towards the instigator of all this. Don't you want to rely on my power to grow? Very well, I will give you the power of the Unity Realm and the authority to defy fate. Mu Xing raised the Sword of Destiny, intending to slay the embryo. At this critical moment, a chilling sense of danger washed over him from behind. You've finally shown up, haven't you? Chapter 1076. Mu Xing didn't strike with his sword. Instead, he slowly turned and gazed at the enormous blood moon behind him, formed from the fragments of countless blood moons. The size of this blood moon was so vast it was beyond comprehension, defying conventional measurement. Before it, Mu Xing was insignificant, not even a speck of dust. Yet, Mu Xing showed no fear, his Sword of Destiny pointed steadily at the opponent. You've finally revealed yourself. A hideous and terrifying face gradually emerged from the surface of the terrifying blood moon. A pair of huge eyes gleamed with ferocity, a bloody mouth that seemed capable of swallowing the world. Let me guess. Mu Xing looked at it calmly. The fall of the Seeker Hung and the rampage of the Old One's corpses. Are you inextricably linked to your actions? Seeing the behemoth remain silent, Mu Xing continued, as Hang's creation, you fused the Creator's life essence with the flesh and blood essence of the Old Ones. Hung was intent on nurturing you into the legendary ultimate life form, but you prematurely awakened your self-awareness. This is your opportunity, but also your curse. Awakening your own will mean you lose the qualification to merge with the power of authority. To merge with authority, you must gain the authority's own recognition. And as a deformed blood moon, you will never receive such recognition. To compensate for this fatal flaw, you made a mad decision, to forcibly devour Hung and the Old One's corpses. So during Hang's most crucial experiment, you suddenly launched a sudden attack, carrying out this despicable sneak attack. Here, Mu Xing paused deliberately, observing the terrifying blood moon before him. A flash of blood seemed to flicker in those terrifying, dark eye sockets. He continued, but you overestimated yourself and underestimated the sharpness of a creator. Your betrayal was discovered by Hung, who decisively retaliated. As a result, your plan was thwarted. You were unable to withstand a multiverse and were shattered. However, Hung also suffered a backlash from your dying counterattack. At the same time, your desecration aroused the wrath of the ancient corpses, causing them to vent their wrath upon the Creator clan. However, you did not die. Instead, you parasitized the Origin Divine Seal. As countless blood moons were created, you awakened again, secretly plotting his own plan. You lured me here so you could use me, the inheritor of the power against destiny, to help you retrieve it. Your method is to create a fantasy world that even I can believe in, guiding me to reverse time and space and consume all the rules of the power against destiny. This way, you can absorb these powers of destiny without anyone noticing. Mu Xing looked up at the eyes that were gradually glowing red. Am I right? A flash of blood-red flame burned in the eye sockets, its will beginning to awaken. It opened its maw and bit towards Mu Xing. This bite seemed capable of swallowing the entire universe. Mu Xing was not surprised, but laughed. You're really impatient. I was just saying it casually, trying to trick you. Did I really guess it? The terrifying blood moon's maw opened even wider, anger ignited. It was unclear whether it was furious that Mu Xing had guessed the truth, or whether it was angry at Mu Xing's provocation. Mu Xing immediately launched a counterattack, slashing at the massive blood moon with the power of the return to one realm. However, his attack lacked its intended destructive power upon impact. As expected, all my strength and realm are illusions of this blood moon dimension, not real. I thought I could use this power to attack the blood moon dimension itself, but I'm afraid that's just wishful thinking. Mu Xing sighed, regretting that he hadn't yet fully satisfied his return to one realm addiction. However, his provocation wasn't entirely in vain. At least, he had guessed at part of the truth. Could this guy really be the culprit who betrayed Hung and caused his downfall? Mu Xing's great sword of destiny slashed out, sending piercing sword energy radiating into the sky. The sword energy transformed into a vast web of destiny. The golden web of destiny blocked the massive blood moon's charge, and Mu Xing retreated rapidly, not intending to engage it head-on. He turned back and stood before the tiny embryo. You want to borrow my power for rebirth? Have you asked me if I agree? Since you want this power to defy fate, I give it to you. He grasped with his right hand, defy fate, reverse it. Mu Xing forcefully altered the embryo's fate, reversing it directly onto himself. He intended to devour the heart and soul of the giant blood moon behind him to perfect the ultimate embryo within him. The giant blood moon behind him sensed Mu Xing's intentions and flew into a rage. It opened its maw and tore through the web of fate, biting towards Mu Xing. However, Mu Xing had already managed to reverse the embryo's fate before the giant blood moon. Blood moon, gather. He growled, and then he devoured the tiny embryo directly into his body. At the same time, he summoned his other self. Are you ready? Mu Xing, standing opposite him, nodded. Since the decision has been made, let's fight it out. You and I will merge. Although the power of the return to one realm cannot be retained, this experience that transcends multiplicity is the most precious thing. The two stared at each other, and Mu Xing, from past and future, merged directly. At this moment, the entire blood moon space transformed into a ferocious maw. Mu Xing looked up. He had already merged with his other self, directly activating the rules of defying fate and waving at the giant blood moon. Big guy, wait, we meet again. Before the abyss's maw completely closed, Mu Xing's form rapidly twisted, instantly reversing 1,000 years of time. The power of the return to one realm within him rapidly declined, and the power of the authority of defying fate also rapidly depleted. A moment of trance. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he found himself back 1,000 years ago. He was now standing at the starting point of this blood moon space. 10,000 years of experience flashed through his mind, like a dream. Many memories returned with his defying fate, and many also faded with him. Was all this real or fake? Mu Xing stared at his hands, realizing that this wasn't just a fantasy. Although the fantasy world was created by the blood moon dimension, he had truly spent 10,000 years there. Mu Xing's expression was serious. The true nature of this blood moon dimension was probably even more mysterious than he had imagined. He then observed the situation within his body. The powerful power of the return to one realm had vanished, and the vast authority to defy fate had been nearly exhausted. But when he spread his right hand, a reversed infinity symbol emerged. This trip wasn't entirely in vain. At least he had preserved the experience of the return to one realm, and the most essential strands of the authority to defy fate had also been preserved. It was like obtaining a spark. He only needed to continuously strengthen this spark, and one day, it would regain its former power. In addition, in this process, Mu Xing had penetrated a portion of the Blood Moon Dimension's true secrets. This would be crucial to his next move. Chapter 1077. He closed his eyes and sensed the situation carefully. This Blood Moon Dimension had returned to its state 1,000 years ago. The terrifying Blood Moon while hidden deep within it still lay dormant. Only the tiny embryo had vanished, now merging with the ultimate embryo within his own body. Mu Xing had a feeling that he was not far from forging the true ultimate embryo. Furthermore, fusing with that mysterious little embryo offered another benefit. Mu Xing discovered that he had gained the ability to move freely within this Blood Moon Dimension. With a single thought, he could sneak into this Blood Moon Dimension without being detected by the dormant Blood Moon will. He thought to himself, leave the Blood Moon Dimension. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, he discovered that his consciousness had truly escaped from the Blood Moon Dimension and returned to his original form. His tentacles were grasping a strange mass of flesh and blood, extracting it from the grotesque embryo. Next to him, Master Yunjian was diligently helping to suppress it. You little brat, are you done yet? It's already been a minute, hurry up. Mu Xing was stunned. He had experienced 10,000 years in the Blood Moon Dimension, yet only a minute had passed outside. The image of that desolate scene surfaced in his mind. Was the future era of desolation finally upon us? Mu Xing exerted a little force, pulling the strange mass of flesh and blood free. Instantly, the wriggling embryo before him began to shrivel and wither. It was as if its vitality had been drained, rapidly withering. Under Master Yunjian, understanding Mu Xing's intention, helped him seal the strange mass of flesh and blood. Embers. Seal. The embers transformed into a mysterious 36-sided sealing box, layer upon layer of runes, completely sealing the flesh and blood within. Huh? I'm exhausted. This job is truly inhumane. Yunjian sat down in the air with a disgraceful slump, panting heavily. Thank you, Master, for your help. Mu Xing clasped his fist towards Yunjian. Yunjian waved his hand, indicating he didn't want to talk. I told you not to touch that thing. It's dangerous. But before he could finish his next sentence, Mu Xing had already made a move, grabbing the box with one hand. Hey, are you crazy? Stay away from it. Mu Xing ignored Yunjian's warning and quietly held the box. He didn't sense any danger, but rather a sense of familiarity. He even sensed that the struggling mass of flesh within the box was gradually calming down. Hey! Strange. Why isn't it biting? Yunjian teleported in front of Mu Xing and reached out to touch the sealed box. But before he could get close, the box suddenly vibrated, and a terrifying threat erupted. The whole space and time were annihilated. Even the embers of fire enveloping Yunjian's right hand were consumed. Frightened, Yunjian turned pale and took several steps back. Yunjian quickly withdrew his hand. If you won't touch me, then don't touch me. Why are you so fierce? Mu Xing clutched the box, peering into it. He saw the strange mass of flesh and blood constantly changing, morphing into various forms, condensing into various life forms. Uncle Master, what on earth is this? Mu Xing couldn't help but look at Yunjian. Yunjian looked Mu Xing up and down, his eyes as if he were a monster. What the hell are you, boy? Such flesh and blood doesn't repel you at all. Strange, truly strange. Mu Xing was speechless. Uncle Master, I'm a human being. Even though I've merged with the Blood Moon and Chaos, I'm still a human being. Yunjian shook his head. No, even if it's the air, this flesh and blood wouldn't be completely unsuspecting of you. Hearing this, Mu Xing thought of the tiny embryo he had just devoured. Could it be because of that thing? It felt like he had accidentally swallowed something truly formidable. Mu Xing had a feeling he would face the terrifying Blood Moon will again. Having taken its lifeblood, it would certainly not let him off the hook. The journey ahead would likely be even more perilous. Uncle Master, I really don't know why. What are your plans, Uncle Master? Mu Xing began to change the subject. Yunjian gritted his teeth. Damn it! This is the Lost Lands. I, your uncle, can't get out anytime soon. Forget it. I just follow you from now on. Then, His Majesty the Old One will escort me out when he's free. Mu Xing couldn't help but feel delighted when he heard this. This is a true Gi realm expert. With him as a bodyguard, how could he walk freely in this void? But the next second, Yunjian poured a bucket of cold water on Mu Xing's head. Don't count on me, kid. The Lost Land repels outsiders. I'd better not intervene if I can, otherwise the rejection will get worse. I don't want to fall in this shabby place. Mu Xing looked at Yunjian eagerly. Uncle Master, can I ask you to help me at this critical moment? Not much, just 7 or 8 times. Yunjian immediately blew his beard and glared, his chubby cheeks trembling. You want 7 or 8 more? 3 at most. Unless you can find a way to overcome the Lost Land's repulsive power. Otherwise, even if I seal myself away, I will never intervene again. Mu Xing grinned. This was exactly what he was looking for. Having had 3 opportunities to ask this senior master for help, he felt he could accomplish something great. Thank you, senior master. Yunjian opened his mouth. Damn it! Why do I feel like you tricked me again? Like master, like disciple, you two are simply spitting the same spitting image. He pointed at Mu Xing and said, My dear nephew, let me borrow your tower for a few days. Your tower is very special. It can block the rejection of the Lost Land to a certain extent. Mu Xing nodded. Then, senior master, shall I vacate the first floor for you? No, I take the 13th floor. Your power against destiny is very interesting. Let senior master study it. Mu Xing paused, then said, Of course, no problem. Senior master, please do as you please. Mu Xing wasn't worried that this senior master could steal his power against destiny, because every power is unique, and only the inheritor can understand and comprehend it. Otherwise, true unity wouldn't be so rare. Furthermore, while his uncle was conducting research, he could also take the opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of the power that defied fate. After settling Uncle Yunjian down, Mu Xing summoned the Divine Seal. Divine Seal, consider the flesh and blood within this box. Is it your origin? The Divine Seal scanned it quickly, and after a moment, said, Yes, master. I sense a familiar power within this flesh and blood. My origin may be derived from it. And its aura is very similar to that of the ancient corpse seal within the planet Teflantis. Mu Xing's brows twisted into a horizontal shape. So, the Divine Seal's origin truly comes from the ancient corpse? He looked at the Divine Seal. Can you attempt to analyze this flesh and blood? Master, I can try, but I can't guarantee the results. Mu Xing shook his head. No problem. Go find Ram, and have him use time acceleration. Yes. The Divine Seal extended several red crystal filaments, which rolled up the box and disappeared into the observer's tower. Chapter 1078. A long time passed. Mu Xing finally felt relieved after confirming that the embryo within Shield 7 had been completely reduced to ash. With a flick of his right hand, he compressed the Ishimura into a space sphere, intending to take it back as a souvenir. Finally, he transformed into a blood moon, tearing apart the primordial universe and creating a wormhole directly to Tefrantis. Just now, Mu Xing received a message from Camilla and Reina. The tasks he had assigned to them had been completed. The Nightmare Overlord and the Second Chaos King would surely make new moves soon. When Mu Xing passed through the wormhole, he arrived at a familiar frozen planet billions of light years away. The frozen Tefrantis still stood quietly in the starry sky. Mu Xing waited quietly nearby for a moment, before seeing several massive chaos warships leap into the sky. Before he could make a move, a familiar figure hurried over. Reina greets the master. You just came here like that. Aren't you worried about being discovered by that half-step multiverse that came with you? Reina's face was full of respect. Master, aren't you here just to wait for him? Mu Xing's lips curled slightly. You're quite sensible. As soon as he finished speaking, chaos surged in the starry sky ahead. It was a massive mass of chaotic will, covered in countless arms, obscuring the sky and the sun, larger than an entire planetary system. Those arms stretched endlessly, grabbing planets and stars within 100 light years, stuffing them into its terrifying, devouring maw like snacks. Star Devourer, Herrick. Half-step multiverse under the Chaos Lord Dark Devourer, the 4th most powerful Chaos Warrior in the Creator's line. But few know your true strength. Mu Xing stared coldly at the wriggling mass of chaos before him, his countless limbs waving wildly and manically. The 2 stars he had just devoured now became his eyes, floating on his body's surface. Are you the Blood Moon? The dangerous human number 1 on Chaos' most wanted list? Clearly, the star-devouring beast didn't look down on Mu Xing because of his rank. Instead, he stared at him with extreme vigilance. Don't be so nervous, Mr. Herrick. I think we can discuss cooperation, Mu Xing said. The wriggling mass of chaos ignored him, and turned its gaze to Reina, who stood beside Mu Xing. I never imagined you would betray Lord Tungsu and choose to join a human. Reina remained unfazed. Herrick, don't blame me for not warning you. I advise you to submit to my master immediately. Submit? What a boast. I'd like to see what gives you the confidence of being number 1 on Chaos' most wanted list. A rumbling sound echoed throughout the starry sky. The vast chaos body began to surge once more, countless arms extending like a dark cloud, slowly revealing the sharp fangs hidden beneath its cloud-like form. The teeth, like ratchets, rubbed against each other, like a massive crusher, easily pulverizing even the hardest planets. Chaos is poor at applying rules, mostly relying on its powerful chaos body to crush its enemies. However, the chaos will before him wielded the power of rules with remarkable skill. First, it pulled Mu Xing and Reina into its chaos creation domain. Then, it began to stir the rules, suppressing Mu Xing. A massive pressure descended, and the entire creation realm crushed Mu Xing from all directions, seemingly pulverizing him. Faced with danger, Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and the evil spirit rushed out. With a meow, it transformed into a gigantic living sun. The golden sun waved its flexible tentacles, its blazing white light focused on a single point. A dazzling burst of white light erupted, its burning force instantly piercing the chaotic creation realm. This wasn't the end yet. Mysterious dark gold energy gathered within the evil spirit, brewing its ultimate attack. Herak, whose creation realm had been burned through by the evil spirit's attack, sensed the approaching threat of death. A single encounter revealed him as no match for the evil spirit. Immediately abandoning his plan to crush Mu Xing, the creation realm quickly retracted, its massive body wriggling backwards. At the same time, it released the planets and stars it had previously devoured. After being devoured, these planets were assimilated by chaos, transforming into grotesque chaotic life forms. Among them, the tentacle-covered stars bore a certain resemblance to the evil spirit. Want to run? The evil spirit sneered, its dark gold energy sublimated to its limit and condensed into a single point. This attack had definitely reached the peak of the half-step multiverse, a mere step away from the multiverse. Try my new move first. The evil spirit cried out, sending out the point of light. Where the dark gold light passed, the monsters transformed from planets were instantly ignited, screaming and turning to ash under the blazing white flames. We are both chaos wills, don't go too far. The fleeing Heracles was both angry and fearful. He was angry that a fellow chaos will had turned against him. He was afraid that the chaos will facing him was unfamiliar and powerful, unlike any chaos he knew. In other words, it did not belong to any chaos faction. If it had the intention to kill, he would never escape. He once again propped up the chaos creation domain, attempting to use the power of half-step multidimensional creation to resist the evil spirit's attack. At the same time, he unleashed the chaos-devouring rule, stretching out his thousands of arms, grabbing numerous planets from afar and piecing together shields. However, the evil spirit's dark gold energy was a perfect counter to all gimmicks. Wherever the light passed, everything was annihilated, and a dark golden glow illuminated the starry sky. Herak exhausted all his means, but still could not stop the attack in the slightest. Seeing that he was about to be engulfed by the dark gold energy, Herak shouted anxiously, "Hey you, I agree to your terms. I'm willing to make a contract with you." The evil spirit looked at Mu Xing with a smug look on his face. "Hey, what do you think? I knew this guy would give in, didn't you?" However, Mu Xing remained frowning. "What's wrong?" The evil spirit also sensed something was amiss. Herak was not speaking to us just now. Mu Xing had barely finished speaking when Herak's massive chaotic form suddenly twisted drastically. It began to expand erratically, as if something was trying to burst from within. Crazy whispers echoed through the starry sky. "Kill him now, don't hold back," Mu Xing shouted. The evil spirit understood, and directed the ball of dark gold energy forward, instantly striking Herak's chaotic form. Explode! The extreme dark gold energy exploded within Herak's body, its terrifying destructive force instantly ripping apart a small portion of Herak's body. Flesh and blood flew everywhere, and chaotic blood spilled into the air. Not dead yet? One more. The evil spirit quickly gathered its second attack, vowing to completely destroy Herak. However, just as the second attack was about to impact Herak, a strange tearing sound echoed from within his shattered chaotic form. Immediately afterwards, a massive blood-red cross emerged from the chaotic form, soaring into the sky as if piercing the entire primordial universe. "Retreat!" Mu Xing realized something was amiss and shouted, pulling the evil spirit with him as he retreated at top speed. The evil spirit also reacted instantly, its massive living sun shrinking into a fat striped cat, while simultaneously erecting a solid dark gold barrier. Chapter 1079. The blood-red cross was like the sword of judgment that pierced through sin and punishment. From Herak's shattered, chaotic body, a more chaotic and frenzy will surge forth like mud. The starry sky was corroded wherever it passed. An evil spirit cried out, "This Herak has actually sacrificed himself to summon an unknown evil." Mu Xing's expression shifted. "No, not an evil, but..." At the same time, Grandma appeared before Mu Xing, shielding him behind her. Mu Xing had never seen Grandma look so serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Don't attack now. I hold him off. Run if you can, Grandma said without turning back. Could it be that guy? Mu Xing's eyes widened. Grandma nodded earnestly, and scales from Dagon began to appear on her body. Even after so much time had passed, although the ant hadn't completely absorbed Dagon's remains, she could still unleash 90% of its power. I lend you my holy weapon. Mu Xing, without hesitation, handed the sword of destiny to the ant. The golden holy sword was immediately covered in black matter, and a terrifying gravitational force emanated from within, condensing into a ring-shaped black hole at its tip. As expected of the old days, he could instantly transform the very essence of a holy weapon. Mu Xing quickly contacted the senior master on the 13th floor. Senior Master Yunjian? Are you there? I'm not here. Don't look for me. I've already gone to bed. Fear of the unknown lingered in Yunjian's tone. Hey, Senior Master, you're at the return to one realm. Is this necessary? You know nothing. Do you even know who's descending? Of course I know. Lord of the Star Sea, King in Yellow, Hastur. As soon as these words were spoken, Herrick's remains were torn apart again at the end of the massive blood cross, and a massive black star slowly rose. Stop calling him by his name, brat. If you're looking for death, don't come looking for me. With that, no matter how much Mu Xing screamed, the senior master remained silent. It was as if he had dug a hole for himself and buried himself in it. The woman holding the sacred weapon was as if she were facing a formidable enemy. Before the black star could fully rise, she slashed with the sacred weapon in her hand. The entire universe was split open, revealing the pitch-black void beyond the cosmic rift. And within this void, a series of eyeballs sprouted, nearly identical to the rising black star. Explode! The old woman let out a low cry, and a dense mass of eyeballs exploded in midair. Disgusting fluid flowed from the cracks in the void, emitting a pungent stench. Mu Xing looked at Reina. You go first, the farther the better. What about you, master? Don't worry about me. Mu Xing sent the man away immediately. In the event of his death, he hoped he could pass on the message here. He grasped with his right hand, and the rules of defying fate condensed in his palm, wrapping around him. At the same time, he released more dream butterflies of reincarnation to fly across the vast universe to prevent any accidents. But he wasn't sure these resurrection methods would be effective against an attack from an ancient. As the black star rose, Mu Xing seemed to see within it a forbidden object sealed within its core. No one had ever seen the true form of the Lord of the Star Sea. He could transform into countless forms, possessing billions of incarnations, and roam the starry sea. The most common image was a humanoid figure clad in a ragged yellow robe and a pale mask. At this moment, before the rising black star, a mysterious yellow-robed figure emerged, dense tentacles extending from beneath it. His features were unclear, only the pale mask vaguely visible beneath a wide hood. And to see beneath the mask was impossible. Faced with the mighty sword strike of the ant, the yellow-robed lord simply raised a slender, withered hand to block the devastating, star-shattering sword. My good brother, no, I should call you good sister now. Cthulhu, I never expected to see such a lovely side of you. The ant's stature rapidly grew taller, transforming from a little girl into a tall, majestic woman. She pointed the sacred artifact at the Lord of the Star Sea across from her. Hastur, if you want to fight to the death, I will definitely accompany you today. However, Hastur, who had just descended in Heracles' physical body, seemed to have no intention of attacking. My dear sister, don't misunderstand me. I'm not here to fight, but to find him. Hastur pointed at Mu Xing behind my aunt. Me? Mu Xing pointed at herself, somewhat bewildered. My aunt blocked Mu Xing's path with one hand. Hastur, he's mine. If you want to kill him, you must first ask the sword in my hand for permission. Hastur laughed heartily. The cold-blooded Lord of Relia is actually protecting someone so unrelated to you. You've truly changed. The black star hung high in the sky, and the blood cross, instead of dimming, grew even brighter. Hastur stepped forward, reaching for Mu Xing. However, before he could even get 100,000 miles away from the black star, a black chain materialized. The chain entangled Hastur, who attempted to escape. Mysterious runes flickered on the chain, surprisingly suppressing the legendary Lord of the Star Sea. A raging wind suddenly rose from the starry sky, instantly annihilating billions of stars, yet it could not shake the chain in the slightest. The ant frowned. How audacious you are! You dare to descend in person, sacrifice Heracles, and summon the black star here. Aren't you worried about triggering the seal of destruction? Hastur continued to laugh, attacking the sealing chain frantically. The raging wind raged, and the entire starry sea spun in his hands, transforming into a cutting machine to sever the chain. The ant seized the opportunity to strike again, this time with the intent to kill him, so she held back. Behind her, a towering ancient fishman appeared. It was the shadow of Dagon, pushing with all his might, striking Hastur hard. With a clang, the sword struck Hastur, and the ant frowned. She turned her head to look at the other side of the black star, where the same Hastur emerged. The chain she had just struck snapped with a clang. A yellow figure seized the opportunity to break free, unexpectedly breaking through the 100,000-mile limit. He suddenly appeared before Mu Xing. "Young man, how about a deal?" "What deal?" Mu Xing feigned composure. When he faced Cthulhu's true form, he had the protection of the system. Now, without it, he was inevitably nervous. "Since you can accept my good sister, why don't you accept me too?" As soon as she finished speaking, the Annie nearby slashed with her sword, instantly ripping the yellow cloak apart. The yellow robe revealed its true form. It was only a fragment of a tentacle that had escaped. The Annie stood with her sword in her hand. "Hastur, he is my chosen one. You can't touch him." Hastur's tentacle was incredibly agile, dodging the attack and transforming into a human form once again. This time, however, he transformed into a graceful lady in a yellow cheongsam. Holding a folding fan, she half hid her face, elegant and beautiful. "Would you prefer it this way?" Hastur winked at Mu Xing, startling her. Then he looked at the ant. "Cthulhu, you and I have fought for so many years, yet in the end, neither of us has been able to defeat the other. In the ancient era of the rulers, you and I were mortal enemies, but now that the end is near, don't you want to make some plans for the future?" The ant pressed the sword of destiny against Hastur's forehead. "I have nothing to discuss with you." Chapter 1080. The face beneath the folding fan suddenly turned cold. "Cthulhu, this is my last chance to break free from the seal. I don't want to die defenseless in the age of desolation. You should know that when desolation arrives, those ancient monsters will return. You and I are just giant fuel bags left behind by them. At this point, can't you and I let go of our grudges?" Just as the ant hesitated, the black star behind Hastur grew clearer, its black light radiating in all directions, the entire starry sea under its control. "Since that's the case, let's perish together today. If I self-destruct, no one will survive." Upon hearing this, Mu Xing rushed over. "You two, please don't be like this. We're not going to self-destruct and perish together, are we?" Cold sweat streamed down Mu Xing's forehead. This was an old one about to self-destruct. With such power, not only himself, but even the ant of today wouldn't be able to withstand it. "You're completely insane." The ant growled through gritted teeth. Hastur snorted coldly. "I've painstakingly calculated fate to stop you here. Today, you must give me an answer. Mutual destruction or peaceful coexistence. Choose." The ant's expression remained unchanged. "Are you threatening me?" Mu Xing quickly grabbed the ant's arm and shook his head rapidly at her. If this black star exploded, the entire primordial universe would be buried with it. He wasn't afraid of death, but he was afraid of dying here in vain. Hastur said in a bewitching tone, "Cthulhu, my self-detonation might not kill you, but it will definitely kill me. I know there's a fateful connection between you two, so if he dies, you won't be better off, right?" Finally, the ant lowered her sword. "Sign the oath of the old ones, swearing by the supreme lord of all creation to never betray." Hastur was stunned. "You really don't want to leave me any loopholes. There's no need to be so tight-lipped between you and me, right? What do you think?" The ant's expression was stern, not a hint of politeness. Okay, but I have one condition. If I sign the oath, he must free my true form from the seal of the ancient god," Hastur said, winking playfully at Mu Xing. Mu Xing remained unmoved. The thought that this cute girl in a cheongsam was actually a terrifying old one covered in tentacles sent a chill down his spine. "Stop talking nonsense, and begin the oath." The two extended their right hands, and quickly sketched a mysterious oath in the air. However, at this moment, the black star and blood cross behind him began to become unstable, teetering on the verge of collapse. "I'm running out of time." Asta's face showed anxiety. The ant pulled Mu Xing to her side and said, "Keep your mind focused. Don't let this guy take advantage of you." Mu Xing knew he couldn't escape today. The ant was already suffering enough, and now Hastur was here too. "Boy, sign the contract." Asta thrust the engraved oath in front of him. Mu Xing examined the oath before him. It was rigorous and extremely binding. With his keen eyesight, he couldn't find a single flaw. It was indeed the ant's work. It had helped him block any possibility of Hastur's betrayal. "I sign." Now he had no choice. Sign the contract, or suffer a self-destruction like in the past. The moment both parties' names were engraved on the contract, Mu Xing felt his soul being pulled toward the massive black star. He saw countless chains entwined around the black star, tightly sealing Hastur's body within. Thankfully, having spent 10,000 years in the blood moon space, and possessed the experience of the return to one realm, he quickly steadied his mind. The next second, he was dragged into a universe formed by tentacles. Hastur, clad in a yellow robe, towered above, looking down at him. A disembodied whisper echoed, as if trying to seduce Mu Xing into becoming a puppet. However, this was of no use to Mu Xing, who possessed the mindset of the return to one realm. Hastur, stop playing these tricks. The contract is done. From now on, you're mine. Come here. The other party had made the first move, and according to the contract, he had unlimited rights to retaliate. With a swift, right hand, he snatched Hastur from the starry sky. How could you possibly resist the whispers of the past? Your consciousness. Are you at the Unity Realm? No, what kind of monster are you? Paw, paw, paw. Mu Xing's palms repeatedly slapped her plump buttocks, making a slapping sound. Mortal, how dare you do this to me? Do you believe I will kill you? Mu Xing lifted the chin of the Cheongsam-clad woman before him, staring at her intently. You don't want your best friends to see you like this, do you? You? Mu Xing pushed her away. I don't want this to happen again. Otherwise, I'd let you taste what it's like to be an earthling. With a cold snort, he instantly broke free from this spiritual world. When he opened his eyes again, he saw the beautiful girl across from him, her cheeks flushed with shame, yet she dared not speak. What did you do to him? The ant grabbed Hastur's collar. Hastur shook the ant's hand away. Ah! I never thought I, the mighty king of the Star Sea, the lord of the yellow clothes, the ruler of the black star, would fall at the hands of a human. She suddenly let out a series of screams. The ant turned around, looking at Mu Xing with a puzzled expression. What did you do to her? Nothing, just a lesson, Mu Xing said matter-of-factly. The ant gave Mu Xing a thumbs up. Well done. Clearly, seeing her mortal enemy suffer a setback made her feel extremely happy. By the way, seize this opportunity to take the black star away. Don't let it be sealed and taken back to the Pleiades, she warned. Mu Xing uttered an "oh." He directly expanded his tower to a 14th floor, to accommodate the blood cross and black star before him. Hastur quickly recovered from his shame and anger, knowing now was not the time to lose his temper, and quickly cooperated with Mu Xing to create the 14th floor. Collect. Bound by the contract, he dragged the massive black star towards him bit by bit. Hastur and the ant stood side by side. Who is he? How could he actually shake the seal of the ancient gods? The ant looked smug. This is the man I chose. How can this be wrong? He will give you more surprises in the future. The two exchanged glances and suddenly began to fight, grabbing each other's ears and pulling their hair, until Mu Xing painstakingly stuffed the massive black star into the 14th floor. At the same time, a vast expanse of starry sky was cut directly from the primordial universe to accommodate the massive black star. As the blood cross gradually dimmed, the passage to Advent was completely sealed. All right, can you two stop fighting? Mu Xing tried to separate the two quarreling women. While beautiful women fighting was a delight to watch, Mu Xing had no interest in appreciating it. She simply felt like she had another major problem. She already had to take good care of the young lady, and now there was her mortal enemy. Mu Xing had a premonition that things were bound to be chaotic. No, we have to find a way to make them live in peace. At the very least, we can't let them fight every day. Mu Xing stroked his chin, lost in thought. But then, Mu Xing received a message from Uncle Lan. Chapter 1081. Uncle Lan's message contained only one message. The multiverse and the Lords of Chaos are about to descend. Mu Xing's face lit up with shock. He hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. This must have disturbed quite a bit of chaos. He glanced again at the frozen planet not far away. The white planet still stood quietly in the starry sky. The previous battle between Grandma and Hastur hadn't shaken it in the slightest. It was as if some force was protecting this starry sky. Divine Seal, scan. Mu Xing commanded the Divine Seal, attempting to scan the frozen planet. A moment later, Master, the Teflantis strata are impenetrable. The ancient corpses sealed beneath are of an extremely high rank, beyond my calculations. Mu Xing waved his hand, causing the Divine Seal to stop scanning. He closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them again, attempting to peer into the planet's interior with an observer's perspective. However, all he saw was a vast expanse of white chaos, nothing visible. Mu Xing knocked on the 13th floor door. Uncle Yunjian. I'm going to sleep. Let's talk tomorrow. Clearly, his thoughts had been seen through by this level 8 observer, but he clearly didn't want to get involved. Uncle, Just take a look for me. It'd be quick. I don't see shit. If you want to kill me, just say so. Don't beat around the bush. Yun Jian's voice swore from the 13th floor. It's not that serious, is it? It's just a corpse from the past? Is it as terrifying as you say? Are you clueless, or are you doing this on purpose? How could that thing be a corpse from the past? It's... Never mind. I don't want to waste my time with you. In the end, this cheap master still couldn't utter a single word. Adhering to his principle of never taking a single step forward, no matter how Mu Xing called out, he refused to open the door. Mu Xing was helpless. His master's level 8 observer eyes weren't enough, so he had to give up. Divine Seal, how's the erosion heart? Master, the erosion heart seems to be trying to dig underground, but many of his men have died, and he's furious now. Mu Xing nodded. Now that the erosion heart was trapped into Flantis and couldn't leave, he could be used. By the way, isn't he also trying to integrate the power of the Blood Moon? Perhaps I can exploit that. Master, what do you intend to do? Cast a replica Divine Seal to create a pseudo-Blood Moon dimension. I will use the pseudo-Blood Moon dimension to corrupt him. The Divine Seal's voice echoed, Master, why do I feel like you are the Chaos Evil God? Ahem, this is called extraordinary circumstances, requiring extraordinary measures. I have a feeling the second Chaos King is no simple matter, so I must make some advance arrangements. But Master, even if your plan succeeds, how will we retrieve the erosion heart from Teflantis? Mu Xing smiled faintly. The mountain man has his own clever plan. After arranging everything, Mu Xing hurried to the creator's defense line. The multiverse and chaos overlords were about to descend, and the creator's retreat had to accelerate. He transformed into the Blood Moon's true form, ripped through the cosmic void, and used a wormhole to instantly reach the edge of the universe. His journey to Holy Shield 7 yielded tremendous rewards. He fused with the mysterious embryo, experienced the peak power of the return to one realm, and obtained the key to enter the Blood Moon space. Just now, he had broken through from the first level of God to the second, and was now rapidly advancing towards the third. It wasn't long before he could reach the third level. With his integrated understanding of the rules of defying fate, rapid advancement was a given. When he appeared at the edge of the universe, he was immediately surrounded by a group of creators. Weapons in hand, they stared warily at the giant Blood Moon that had suddenly intruded into their territory. Mu Xing quickly transformed into a human form and produced a token. The moment the creators saw the token, they all bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Blood Moon. Some even approached, trying to get close. Where are the Grand Elder and the Elders? Mu Xing asked directly, ignoring them. Sir, the Elders are currently engaged in a fierce battle with the attacking Chaos forces at the main defense line and are temporarily unavailable. Do you need me to contact the Great Elder now? Mu Xing shook his head. Forget it, I go on my own. As expected of the creators, they have withstood Chaos attacks for eons. The formidable defenses are impenetrable, forcibly blocking the surging Chaos, preventing them from advancing a single step. At the edge of the primordial universe, the creators have constructed tens of thousands of dimensional defenses, each a unique dimensional world. Layer upon layer, seemingly a single line of defense, they are in fact immensely distant. Even if Chaos briefly breaches some of these defenses, their vast defensive depth provides ample room for maneuver. Once the Chaos attacks are at full strength, then weaken, and finally become exhausted, they will seize the opportunity to cut off Chaos's retreat. The Chaos forces are left with only two options: fight to the death or retreat. In the end, they almost always succeeded in forcing Chaos back. This tactic seemed simple, yet it proved effective time and again. However, as time passed and the war intensified, the primordial universe's losses grew, and its defenses became increasingly fragile. The primordial universe could no longer withstand Chaos's infiltration and invasion. Tunks's powerful arrival in the primordial universe was just the beginning. Under these circumstances, even without Mu Xing's arrival, the primordial universe and the creator's defenses wouldn't have held out for long. Soon Mu Xing, under the guidance of a special agent, arrived at the main defense line. Currently, Chaos was launching a massive new offensive. It was a reckless attack, intent on overwhelming the creator's defenses with its sheer superiority in numbers. 3,000 of the 10,000 layers of the defense line were shattered in an instant. However, Chaos' offensive remained unabated, its fierce determination to capture the entire defense line. The rate of destruction far outstripped the rate of repair, and the Chaos army was now breaching 4,000 layers. Command Center. Yao shouted orders at the top of his lungs. He frequently dispatched elites to various battlefields to put out fires. When the situation became unbearable, he dispatched the elders, half-step multi-dimensional warriors, to suppress Chaos' offensive momentum. However, this time was different. Chaos had mobilized a massive force from other locations, far exceeding the defensive limits of the creator line. Seeing Mu Xing enter the command center, Yao hurried to greet him. Sorry for not welcoming you from far away. Mu Xing waved his hand. He disliked these formalities. Elder Yao, how is the battle going here? It's not good. Chaos has mobilized 10 times their usual force for a strong attack. Not only that, they've also mobilized 3 half-step multi-dimensional Chaos Kings from other Chaos battle zones. The balance of power is tipping in Chaos' favor. Just then, Song returned to the command center, bloodied and wounded. Meanwhile, Mu Xing could smell the scent of a half-step multi-dimensional fallen. Great Elder. Yao rushed forward, supporting the staggering Song. I'm fine. I did manage to slay a Chaos half-step multi-dimensional being, so I'm a bit damaged. Fight these Chaos. Yao growled. But Song placed a hand on his shoulder. Don't be impulsive. These Chaos want us to fight them head-on. Now is the critical moment for our evacuation. We must not act rashly. But Yao's face turned purple with anxiety. Chapter 1082. Just then, Mu Xing stepped forward and asked, Did Tungsa take action? Song shook his head. I didn't see him take action, so he must be commanding the battle from the rear. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. With the war now raging, this Chaos commander hadn't appeared from beginning to end. Either he was preparing a major attack, or he had other plans. Mu Xing suddenly looked up. By the way, where's the Supreme Elder? Song said, Elder Mo is organizing a decapitation operation. With the Chaos army approaching, their rear must be open. If the decapitation is successful, the Chaos offensive will be completely defeated. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. No, this is a trap. Others may not know the Chaos's insidiousness and cunning, but Mu Xing knew it all. The creators were powerful, but Chaos's infiltration capabilities should not be underestimated. He was afraid that before the people involved in the decapitation operation even left the scene, news of it would have already reached Tungsu. He quickly contacted Mo. The call quickly answered, Blood Moon? Are you done? Mu Xing got straight to the point. Elder Mo, are you planning a decapitation operation? Indeed, Tungsu probably doesn't know I've returned to my peak form yet. A sudden attack from me will surely catch him off guard. Mu Xing quickly intervened. Elder Mo, this is a conspiracy. Retreat. The other Mo was also startled, halting his charge. What's going on? Has Tungsu set a trap at their base, waiting for me? Don't worry, I'm prepared for this. These traps won't stop me. Mu Xing said anxiously, No, according to the intelligence I've received, Tungsu has most likely already infiltrated the primordial universe and might attack us from behind. The defense line will then be attacked from both sides, facing a pincer attack. What? How is that possible? Mo was clearly shocked by Mu Xing's speculation. He couldn't help but say, that guy is the second Chaos King. If he wants to descend into the primordial universe, he can't escape our monitoring network. Now that the monitoring network hasn't issued an alert, perhaps your worries are unnecessary. Mu Xing knew Mo was harboring a nagging suspicion. What if I say Tungsu has a way to circumvent surveillance? For example, he could transform into a blood moon? Mo, standing opposite him, fell silent. After a moment's reflection, he said, I'll be right back. Wait, Elder Mo, I have a plan. Would you mind trying it? Go ahead. Since Tungsu also wants to use the sneak attack tactic, why don't we use their tactics against him? You mean, I continue the decapitation mission to confuse Tungsu, while actually setting a trap at the defense line, luring him in? Mu Xing snapped his fingers. Yes, that's right. Mo frowned. But if he doesn't take the bait, and instead returns to support the base camp? Mu Xing said, so I need the Supreme Elder to act more realistically, so that I can completely confuse Tungsu. Besides, time is running out for Tungsu. The Chaos Lords are about to descend. What? Elder Mo's voice suddenly grew several times louder. After a moment, his voice rang out again. I understand. So, I have Elder he disguise himself as me and feign an attack on the Chaos base camp, while I quietly return to the defense line and cooperate with your plan. No, Elder Mo, the disguise will eventually break. Without you, Tungsu won't be easily fooled. Mo worriedly said, but I'm afraid that Elder Song and the others alone can't stop Tungsu. Mu Xing grinned. Elder Mo, have you forgotten about me? Tungsu is powerful, but he's only a half step into the multiverse after all. If he dares to come, I make sure he never returns. Okay. It's settled. Mo immediately made up his mind. Since Mu Xing had made such a promise, he couldn't let him down. By the way, when will the operation begin? Mo asked immediately. Mu Xing glanced at the time. In half an hour, the attack will begin. I have Elder Song coordinate a complete counterattack. Hanging up the call, Mu Xing looked at Song and Yao. Two elders, did you hear what I just said? Yao nodded immediately, but Song hesitated, telepathically transmitting, your plan sounds good, but is it really okay to announce it so openly in the command center? Chaos's spies are everywhere. I'm afraid your plan will be leaked before it even begins. However, Mu Xing smiled brightly. What if I did it on purpose? On purpose? After all, how could such a trick fool Tongsu? I want a ring within a ring, a trap within a trap, to keep Tongsu confused and forced to choose between two options. Little did he know, these two paths were both dead ends I carefully selected for him. Half an hour later, the horn of the counterattack sounded on time. The creators unleashed nearly their uttermost power, seemingly prepared for a head-on confrontation with the Chaos Horde. Countless blood moons were unleashed, these powerful weapons of war not only terrifying in strength, but also immense in number. Mu Xing gazed at the thousands of blood moons, pondering the nature of the blood moon dimension. Is the slumbering mastermind currently observing this war through the vision of these blood moons? A thought flashed through his mind, and his consciousness stealthily slipped into the blood moon dimension. It was exactly as he had imagined. As the war raged outside, the blood moon dimension also became bustling with activity. Mu Xing noticed that whenever a blood moon fell in the outside world, its will was recycled into the blood moon dimension. With it came a vast amount of energy, and a faint wisp of authority. The blood moon dimension then drained the energy and authority from these blood moon wills. Like reincarnation, the blank blood moon wills were sent forth, becoming newly created blood moon souls by the Creator and Chaos. This cycle continued, a relentless harvest. So, while this might appear to be a war between Chaos and the Creator, the true beneficiary was the blood moon dimension, or rather, the true mastermind behind all this. How can I break this situation? Mu Xing rubbed his chin, thoughts racing through his mind as he searched for a solution. Ask my aunt for help. No, she's in seclusion, and I need her help later at a crucial moment. That cheap senior? Forget it. With his guts, I'd rather go it alone. Just as Mu Xing was struggling with this dilemma, a cold voice suddenly rang out beside him. Little brother, why don't you ask me for help? Maybe I'd be willing to help you? Mu Xing turned his head and saw Asta, dressed in a cheongsam. No, you, a former conspirator who once controlled the galaxy, would you like to become a woman? Asta said matter-of-factly, I was born genderless, and can be either male or female. If you prefer men, I'm not against it. Stop. Stop. Just stay away from me. TSK, you unromantic fellow. Mu Xing shuddered at the ancient god's sullen expression. Mu Xing rubbed his fingers, occasionally glancing at the Yellow King beside him, who was observing the blood moon dimension through his perspective. Luckily, his manifested form was visible only to him, and his true form could not descend into this blood moon dimension. Perhaps, borrowing his power would make things much simpler. Chapter 1083. But Mu Xing quickly rejected this idea. Not to mention the question of whether the Yellow King was reliable, now was not the right time to take the initiative. He had to wait for the dormant blood moon will to awaken, or even to voluntarily leave this blood moon space, before he could proceed with his next plan. He believed that time would come soon. Mu Xing said without turning back, Asta, let's make a deal. Tell me. Asta rested his cheek with one hand, his affectionate, peach-shaped eyes gazing at him charmingly. Help me fight for the blood moon origin and the power to defy fate. If you succeed, I will find a way to help you break free from the ancient god's seal. Deal. She extended her right hand toward Mu Xing. So ready to agree? Mu Xing was a little unaccustomed to the Yellow King's style. Haster said, I'm not like that Cthulhu. She seems decisive, but at crucial moments, she always hesitates and misses opportunities. That's why she was tricked and sealed in the holy city of Raya, trapped at the end of time and space. Mu Xing was stunned. He had always wanted to know about his aunt's past, to understand her better. Now, Haster's casual words revealed a wealth of information. Perhaps, this was a good opportunity to get to know his aunt. Mu Xing nodded. Since you agree, I hope you keep your word. Haster winked at him. Of course, but I have a question. What's the question? Right now, only one tentacle has broken free from the seal. After all, it's just a fragment, so the power it can exert is limited. Her fingers trace circles across Mu Xing's chest. So, could you help me release the seal a little bit? Mu Xing took a deep breath and pried open those nimble fingers. No problem. I then use my power against fate to release you for a short period of time, but it will be very short. How short? 1 second. That's enough. With that, the stunning woman in the Chongsan yawned and disappeared behind Mu Xing. Mu Xing suppressed her inner trembling. This king in yellow was truly baffling. As expected, the lovely young lady was still more endearing. After exiting the Blood Moon space, Mu Xing began laying traps. Of course, Mu Xing didn't expect these traps to work. They were simply designed to trick Tongsu into thinking she had predicted his plans. The perspective returned to the main battlefield. The battle on the battlefield had reached a fever pitch, with countless chaos elements frantically attacking the defenses. 7,000 of the 10,000 layers of defense had been breached. But just when chaos thought it had completely penetrated the defenses in one fell swoop, a counterattack from its creator arrived. Countless war weapons and blood moons roared into the battle lines. After the killing command was activated, these blood moons transformed into devourers, devouring chaos wherever they passed. The more chaos these transformed blood moons devoured, the larger their size, and the stronger their combat power. When they reached their peak, they would self-destruct. These blood moons were no match for Muxing. They could devour chaos, but could not absorb its energy. To prevent corruption from chaos, after consuming enough chaos, they transformed into massive bombs, becoming disposable. When some blood moons, whose devouring power had reached the 9th level of the divine realm, swiftly charged into the chaos camp and self-destructed, the devastating force shattered chaos offensive momentum. As the creators employed this desperate tactic, the chaos offensive was contained and even began to be pushed back. From the 7,000th level, they were pushed back all the way to the 5,000th level. The front lines of the battlefield had become a massive meat grinder. At the same time, Mo also received the decapitation order and pierced through the chaos rear defenses, heading for the main camp. Mo was accompanied by 2 elders. Wherever the 3 half-step multiverses passed, no chaos could stand a chance. Tongsu, come out and die! Mo roared, and a massive law formation emerged behind him. The dazzling black light even pierced the chaos galaxy overhead. The vast camp seemed to be crumbling under this terrifying pressure. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! A shrill alarm rang out throughout the chaos base camp. Countless chaos swarmed out, instantly surrounding the 3 elders who had fallen into the base camp. This was indeed a trap. 5 chaos kings at the half-step multiverse realm appeared in formation, followed by a large number of 9th-rank chaos gods. Elder Mo, I urge you to surrender, or we will be rude. The Chaos King at the half-step multiverse realm in the lead was Tongsu's most loyal confidant, having served him for eons. Mo remained impassive, unmoved, but the 2 elders behind him looked terrified, somewhat bewildered. Mo glanced at a 5th-rank chaos god in the opposing camp, remaining relatively unnoticed. Don't hide, Tongsu. Do you think your clones can escape my sight? As soon as he finished speaking, a twisted shadow of chaos rose from behind the 5th-rank chaos god, a swirling darkness surging, as if to devour everything. You knew this was a trap, yet you still chose to come? Are you certain I'd fall for the trap you set in the primordial universe? Tongsu sneered. Mo glanced around. I didn't expect you to secretly raise so many half-step multiverses. I'm sure you put a lot of effort into training them. It seems your ambitions are even greater than I imagined. Do you want to restore the glory of the Chaos Lord, the Dark Devourer? Tongsu made no secret of his ambitions. Of course. With the Holy Father's fall, as his descendant, I naturally shoulder the responsibility of reviving the Dark Devourer clan. Those Chaos Lords threw me into this desolate wilderness, thinking they could completely defeat me. They were wrong. I, Tongsu, am destined to become greater than the Holy Father. Existence. And you creators are merely stepping stones for me to reach the pinnacle. Arrogant! Mo growled. You think you won? Do you think these 5 half-step multiverses can stop me? Tongsu laughed heartily. I'm well aware of Mo's name. If it weren't for the curse on the Creator Clan, you, at the peak of half-step multiverse, would have ascended to true multiverse long ago. No matter how foolish I am, I would never underestimate a being like you. Mo unsheathed his sharp blade. Stop the nonsense and reveal your cards. Tongsu waved his right hand, and a suffocating aura blasted across his face. A mass of white jelly rapidly spread, instantly enveloping the entire Chaos base camp. Mo's face suddenly changed. Oh no! Get out of here! Mo struggled to push the 2 elders out, but he himself became trapped in the sticky jelly. Grand Elder! The 2 elders cried out. Hurry, take the message back to the defense line. Tell Xueyue this is all Tongsu's scheme. Tell him to leave. However, before the two elders could escape, the 5 half-step multi-dimensionalists around Tungsu attacked, blocking their path. Since you're here, why not sit down and enjoy a cup of tea? Why rush to leave? However, Mo suddenly roared, unleashing an attack exceeding half-step multi-dimensional. The attack instantly pierced the white gel, sweeping away the 5 half-step multi-dimensionalists, and opening a wormhole for the two elders to travel through. The two elders understood, and quickly dived into the wormhole, disappearing into the Chaos Base camp. Damn, old man. I'm going to kill you! Tungsu suddenly erupted in rage. Chapter 1084. Meanwhile, at the creator's headquarters, a chaotic black shadow was surrounded by numerous creator experts upon entering. 5 elders joined forces to suppress the chaotic shadow, immobilizing it. Tungsu, surrender. We've already seen through your plan. You can't escape. Song's face was stern, filled with murderous intent, vowing to rip him to pieces. However, from the black fog came a burst of wild laughter, tinged with sneer and mockery. Do you really think you can catch me? Song's face suddenly changed. Oh no! We've been tricked. Get out of the way. As soon as he finished speaking, the black fog suddenly exploded, its surging mist expanding into a cage, trapping all the elders. Quick, blast it open. Song roared, unleashing his full half-step multi-dimensional combat power, his attacks raining down upon the cage. But the powerful attacks failed to shake it in the slightest. The shadowy figure of Tungsu emerged. Stop struggling. This cage will hold you for at least half an hour. Song's face darkened. Tungsu, what exactly do you want to do? Tungsu revealed a smug look. I will end this long war. Don't worry, you will soon see a brand new future. With that, the shadowy figure rushed straight towards the massive pyramid-like structure behind the command center. The massive pyramid was enormous, seemingly a place of sacrifice, but in reality, it was a blood moon production plant. Oh no! He's after the 001 origin key. The elders behind him were terribly anxious, attacking the cage even harder, trying to break out faster. However, as Tungsu left, Song raised his right hand, his expression calm again. His earlier impatience was nowhere to be seen. Yao, who had been silent nearby, couldn't help but mutter, Great Elder, can Blood Moon alone truly stop that devouring void? Since he says he can, we should trust him unconditionally. Besides, do we have any other options now? After hearing this, Yao couldn't help but punch the solid cage. Meanwhile, inside the pyramid, the 001 origin seal was placed on a massive creation platform, its volume expanding to a height of 10,000 meters. Densely packed with mysterious runes, they pulsed in a rhythmic pattern, like the breathing of an animal. And with each breath, a miniature blood moon was born. A massive system began to operate, transforming these miniature blood moons in various ways, and feeding them with a large number of necromancers. The entire process took only a few hours, and the miniature blood moons completed their transformation and entered maturity. As the blood moons ascended from the apogee of the massive pyramid, they began to form a queue and were dispatched to the battlefield in an orderly manner. This massive pyramid could produce tens of thousands of blood moons daily, and at full capacity, the number could even increase tenfold. Over time, this accumulation would be enough to build a vast blood moon legion. This had always been the core of the Creator clan. Relying on these blood moon war weapons, they had been able to withstand chaos attacks for eons. But now, this core, unbroken for eons, had been breached by a black mist. Like a rolling black tide, it descended from the sky, seeping through every entrance and exit of the pyramid. The warriors on guard attempted to resist the invasion, but wherever the black mist passed, it left only debris. In the central core area, the black mist transformed into tentacles, approaching the rhythmic 001 origin seal from all directions. Finally found you. Tungsu's hoarse voice tinged with excitement. He knew that if he seized the 001 origin seal and destroyed this massive creation factory, he would destroy 50% of the Creator clan's war potential. Then his clan would no longer be able to resist Chaos's attacks, and would become a stepping stone to his ascent to the pinnacle. However, just as the black mist tentacles excitedly sought to seize the fruits of victory, a blinding white light blazed from an unknown dimension. The blazing white light instantly burned through the dimensional space, instantly severing the entangled black mist tentacles. Tungsu's screams of pain echoed through the swirling black mist. At the source of the white light, a man and a cat leaped out of a spatial rift. The striped, fat cat licked its paws leisurely, yet its presence emanated a chilling aura. The fat cat's owner wore a black hunter's uniform and carried a magnificent golden sword. You're here? Tungsu emerged from the black mist, a ferocious face. Surprised? According to your estimation, I should have already infiltrated the Chaos rear, attempting to steal the 002 origin seal, right? Mu Xing's sunny face broke into a brilliant smile. In the black mist, Tungsu's expression changed, instantly understanding everything. So you sent that old man Imo on purpose? Did you set the trap at the Creator Command Center for me? Or, did you see through my plan from the beginning? Mu Xing looked at the swirling chaos black mist. Dense tentacles were rapidly encroaching on everything within the pyramid. He didn't bother to waste time. Time was limited. He had to take this guy down quickly. Enough of the nonsense. Since you're here, stay. The sword of destiny in his hand instantly released the sixth seal, slashing forth a brilliant golden sword energy. This sword energy severed fate, severing Tungsu's communication with the outside world. At the same time, the evil spirit meowed and rushed out. Transforming into a golden, living sun, its dark gold energy fully revived. Facing Tungsu, also at the peak of the half-step multiverse, the evil spirit did not dare to be complacent. Its trump card was its ability to rapidly leap into the multiverse, but Mu Xing had warned it that the opposing Tungsu might possess similar means. So, its primary task was to hold Tungsu back. As a chaos being, you actually enslave yourself to a human. I'm truly ashamed of you. Tungsu roared, attacking the evil spirit. The creative laws of light and darkness exploded within the pyramid. The Blood Moon Factory, which had protected the Creator clan for eons, was instantly ripped to shreds. The universe was split into light and darkness. The two behemoths grappled like primal beasts. Biting and devouring, the battles between chaos primordials were always so savage and savage. And once close combat took place, it was a life-or-death struggle. Tungsu had indeed underestimated the evil spirit's strength. Although the evil spirit had previously fallen due to the loss of its original form, but with Mu Xing's constant feasting and drinking, its strength had grown even stronger than before. Now, with its full-strength attack, even Tungsu was briefly suppressed. The next second, the two separated, each bearing numerous wounds. I underestimated you. A stray dog abandoned by chaos primordials has grown to such heights. But that's enough. I don't have time to tangle with you here. Tungsu's hoarse voice echoed from the black fog. An aura beyond the half-step multidimensional realm brewed deep within the mist. His aura suddenly surpassed the limit of creation. A power of control unique to a powerful multidimensional realm surged from the black fog. The black fog was dissipating, revealing an even more terrifying and sinister form. Across from it, within the living sun, the evil spirit hunched its body, revealing its Spinosaur form and emitting a threatening sha. At the same time, a flicker of spiritual light flickered between its brows, and a violent aura permeated the crack between its brows. Chapter 1085. A hideous monster burst forth from the black fog, resembling a patchwork of various biological organs. This was Tungsu's true form. His strength had advanced even further, leaping into the multiverse. This creature can also devour chaos? Mu Xing muttered to himself, somewhat surprised. At this moment, the divine seal appeared beside him. Master, it's not devouring chaos, but more like fusion. Fusion? As soon as the words left his mouth, Tungsu launched an attack on the evil spirit. Every part of its body possessed a different form and ability. As it launched its attack, thousands of chaotic energies simultaneously lashed out at the evil spirit and Mu Xing. The evil spirit erected a dark gold barrier and similarly ascended into the multiverse, blocking Tungsu's attack. The divine seal continued. Tungsu grows stronger by fusing the bodies and organs of other chaos primordial beings, effectively grafting their limbs onto his own. Perhaps his original aptitude is mediocre, but by fusing enough chaos primordial beings and absorbing their talents, the quantitative transformation will lead to a qualitative change, enabling him to break through to the half-step multidimensional realm. Mu Xing was puzzled, but fusing so many types of chaos primordial beings, won't he lose control or be possessed by the will of chaos? The divine seal said, Tungsu must be utilizing the power of the 002 origin divine seal, combined with his special talents, to resist the rejection of the fused limbs. This ability is similar to a precursor to aggregation? Mu Xing looked up. Indeed. However, Tungsu is only an ordinary chaos primordial being, unable to aggregate and devour chaos primordial beings like his master. Using the 002 origin divine seal to accomplish this is truly a stroke of genius. After hearing this, Mu Xing even began to admire Tungsu. After the fall of the Chaos Lord, Dark Devourer, Tungsu's greatest supporter collapsed, yet he remained undeterred. Instead, he planned to rely on his own strength to restore the glory of the Dark Devourer lineage. However, since they were enemies, not friends, a peaceful friendship was impossible. The sword of destiny in Mu Xing's hand trembled slightly, and he silently communicated with the cloud mirror on the 13th floor. "Uncle Master, lend me a hand." Yunjian's voice rang out. "You have 3 chances to attack, and you're really going to waste one on this chaotic freak?" Mu Xing remained expressionless. "Uncle Master Yunjian, if it were anyone else, you wouldn't dare to attack." A hint of embarrassment crossed Yunjian's chubby face. "You little brat, are you cursing your uncle in a roundabout way?" I dare not, Uncle Master. This time, you only need to lend me your strength. You don't need to take any action." "Are you sure? So can you make it cheaper? Only half a session?" "Hey! You've learned to bargain, kid. Uncle Master, do you agree?" Alright. This time I give it to you, okay?" "Hee, thank you very much, Uncle Master." Tungsu, who was battling the evil spirit, grew increasingly frightened. He had assumed the fat cat before him was just a showpiece. He hadn't expected the evil spirit to truly unleash multidimensional power. His multiverse couldn't be sustained for long. With such a high-intensity explosion, his fused chaotic body was crumbling at a visible rate. Furthermore, suppressing this chaotic body, which was poised to run wild at any moment, required a tremendous amount of energy. He was destined to fight a quick battle. However, the evil spirit's strength thwarted his plans for a quick victory. At the same time, he sensed a terrifying aura emanating from the human boy not far away. He glanced again at the 001 origin seal, so close on the platform. Though reluctant, he made his decision in that instant. Retreat. After first blocking the evil spirit's attack of Light of Hope, Tungsu took the opportunity to retreat. At the same time, he unleashed his ultimate attack, attempting to block the evil spirit's pursuit. Dark Source. Devour heaven and earth. A terrifying devouring force erupted across the starry sky, generating a powerful devouring gravity. The evil spirit was forced to halt its pursuit and resist the devouring gravity. At that moment, a dazzling sword light crossed the edge of the universe, striking from the vast expanse of time and space. The sword light tore through the void, severing fate. The fleeing Tungsu had only time to avoid vital points, and half of his body was directly torn into pieces by the sword light. Seeing that his first strike had failed to hit the vital point, Mu Xing raised his sword and struck again. This strike locked onto Tungsu's core. With the power of destiny, this strike was a sure hit, and he could not escape. A brilliant sword light illuminated most of the primordial universe. From the elders in the main camp, who had just broken free from their cages, to the creator warriors at the far reaches of the universe, all were captivated by the sword light. They witnessed a grotesque, twisted, fused monster being cut in two by a single sword strike. Amid screams, a terrifying black rain fell across the primordial universe. This was the sign of the multiverse's fall. However, Mu Xing did not rush to celebrate. He knew full well that Tungsu was not dead. He raised the sword of destiny high in his hand, preparing to strike a third blow. But then, a powerful sense of danger struck from above. The powerful force of chaos pierced directly through the primordial universe, and the fragile cosmic crystal walls were now powerless to resist the multiverse's invasion. Faced with this impending threat, Mu Xing did not retreat or dodge, but instead struck with the third sword strike without hesitation. As the sword flashed, the fleeing Tungsu finally gave way to fear, the terror of death overwhelming his senses. He felt certain death at the blow. He cursed the intelligence Reina had provided him, which claimed the human was merely a newly ascended god-level being. But could the supremely powerful being, threatened with 3 sword strikes, truly be the same individual? "My lords, save me! I will grant any request you make," he shouted toward the outer reaches of the primordial universe, hoping to gain assistance. Clearly, Tungsu still held considerable value to chaos. Before the sword flash could reach him, the void erected layers of barriers. Allowing the sword light to shatter each barrier, it steadily weakened its power. Destiny divide. A cold voice echoed from the outer universe, like a blade piercing through eons of ice. The indestructible golden sword energy was split in two by a single flash of cold light. The sword's guaranteed hit mechanism was also destroyed by this strike, and the 2 sword energies flew out in disorder, slicing through several star systems in their path. At this moment, the stars twinkled, heaven descended, and a golden angel hovered in endless radiance. A hazy figure emerged from within a pair of massive golden wings. Mu Xing recognized her instantly. Who else but Nora, the Weaver of Fate? But now, Nora's face was filled with resentment, and even the golden light couldn't hide the festering sores and corruption crawling across her body. Clearly, merging with the remnant of chaos had come at a price. Joining Nora's attack were her old friend, Phantom Nightmare, and the Shadow of the Void, Viggs. The 3 of them joined forces to rescue the pursued Tungsu, And before Mu Xing could strike a fourth blow, they brought him out of the primordial universe. Tungsu collapsed in the void, his mind still reeling from Mu Xing's unstoppable sword strike. Nora's voice rang out. I never imagined that this tiny survivor, once considered a mere insect by us, would have grown to such prominence. Although this power doesn't belong to you, being able to control it is a testament to your talent. After rescuing the others, Nora didn't forget to praise Mu Xing. Meanwhile, multidimensional beings descended on Mu Xing's side. Uncle Lon, and the recently arrived fifth multidimensional being, the energy controller, Zhou Yuan. Mu Xing brandished the sword of destiny in his hand, creating a magnificent display of sword flowers. He quipped, Isn't this all thanks to the gift of the sword of destiny from Lord Nora? You? Chapter 1086. Are you not chasing them anymore? I'm lending you a ray of Unity Realm power. I can't defeat these Chaos Lords combined, but killing Tungsu shouldn't be a problem, right? Yun Jian's voice echoed in Mu Xing's mind. He was a little confused about Mu Xing's plan. Mu Xing shook his head. I have a feeling it's not that simple. Are you worried about the Chaos side also having Unity Realm members? That's impossible. As a true Unity Realm member, Yun Jian would surely be able to sense if the Chaos side possessed combat power beyond the multiverse. But he quickly retracted his words. Wait, are you worried about that thing in the Blood Moon space? Mu Xing remained silent. He looked up at the universe beyond. One thing had always concerned him. The survival system hadn't appeared from the beginning. What was it waiting for? What was it wary of? This chief master, Yun Jian, was his trump card, with only 3 chances to act. The Lost Land would repel outsiders from the Unity Realm. If he could strike now and slay Tungsu, it would certainly be a momentary relief. But Mu Xing couldn't help but feel a grave danger still awaiting him. So he couldn't act rashly. Uncle Master, you just lent me a ray of power. Has the Lost Land's power over you increased? Mu Xing asked. Yun Jian was silent for a moment. About a third. Clearly, this wasn't good news. Though Mu Xing jokingly claimed this attack only counted as half, the Lost Land clearly didn't see it that way. This meant he had just wasted Yun Jian's chance to strike. Mu Xing couldn't help but feel a little regretful. He shouldn't have acted so pretentiously. He sheathed the sword of destiny, ignoring Nora's fierce glare, and walked over to Zhou Yuan and Lon, bowing, Uncle Zhou, Uncle Lon. The two nodded, standing like 2 giant mountains in front of Mu Xing. Mu Xing's aura quickly dropped, returning to the second-level divine realm. The evil spirit also quickly returned to Mu Xing's side, shrinking back into the fat cat. Mu Xing turned to Nora and Huan Yen across from him and said, Since everyone's here, why don't we go out and talk? Huan Yen and Nora exchanged a glance, realizing now was not the time for a chaotic battle, and immediately turned and left the primordial universe. Mu Xing and the others followed closely behind, leaving the primordial universe. The cosmic crystal wall, recently shattered by the Chaos Lords, quickly recovered, though its thickness was thinner than before. Just then, another stream of light crossed the void and arrived near the primordial universe. The first to arrive was Bai Huan, in his form as Xinghua. Bai Huan had now successfully merged with the Xinghua's essence, and had also devoured most of the Chaos Corpse hidden in the Xinghua Temple. Although he had not yet fully recovered to Xinghua's peak state, he could still briefly unleash his multidimensional power. A terrifying giant eye emerged from the vast vortex of stars, scanning both camps and taunting them. Phantom Nightmare, you little bastard. It's fine if you're just eating for yourself. But Viggs, you thick-eyed, big-eyed fellow, I never thought you become corrupted. You hid such crucial information from me and my companions. It truly chills our hearts. Phantom Nightmare growled, Star Snail, this is the information I discovered. Why should I report it to you? You're the one running for your life after being beaten by the survivors. Are you worthy enough? You're courting death. Star Snail was furious, about to attack. But then, Nora, Phantom Nightmare, and Viggs, the 3 multiverses, suddenly stood together. 3 powerful auras surged towards Star Snail. Just as Xinghua was about to be exposed, a crimson flash of blood suddenly approached, shattering the pressure of the 3 dimensions and standing between them. Zhou Liang? You've actually broken through to the multiverse? Huan Yen asked, slightly shocked. Huan Yen, please call me by my current name, Dukan Seabass. With this, he actually took a step back, standing on the same front with Xinghua. 3 against 2, it might seem I have the advantage, but in reality, Huan Yen and the other 3 weren't sure they could defeat the combined forces of Xinghua and Zhou Liang. Viggus quickly stepped forward to smooth things over. Huan Yen, Xinghua, we're all on the same side. There's no need to get upset. Besides, our real enemy is across the way. He transformed into an illusory figure, pointing to Lon and Zhou Yuan. Zhou Liang glanced back at Zhou Yuan, his eyes a bit complicated. Turned his head sideways, and Mu Xing, her eyes conveying information to him, exchanged glances. The two sides exchanged rapid glances. Master, should we attack now? Perhaps we can kill these Chaos Lords? Zhou Liang asked. You should stay in the Chaos camp and avoid exposing yourself for now. Understood. Zhou Liang's eyes flickered, and he recalled the thrilling moment he encountered when he ascended to the multiverse. If Mu Xing hadn't left him a second option, he would have been devoured by that terrifying bone hand. Although he had to acknowledge Mu Xing as his master, at least he was spared death by that bone hand. Now that they met, his awe of Mu Xing was even greater. He already knew that the star snail beside him had long been silently replaced. The master who now ruled this swirl of stars was nothing more than a chaos prince, not widely regarded. He turned to Viggs. We are both in the chaos camp, and we share both joys and sorrows, but... He pointed at Nora beside him, but he can't. Nora frowned. Zhou Liang, what do you mean? Didn't you also defect from the survival camp? Zhou Liang sneered. I'm different from you. I joined chaos on my own initiative, and you're just a stray dog, a piece of trash beaten into submission. How dare you be compared to me? Zhou Liang, you're courting death. Nora raged. Without waiting for Zhou Liang to make a move, the silent star snail suddenly erupted and attacked Nora. The terrifying star vortex shattered the void, seemingly intending to kill Nora instantly. Nora quickly pulled the thread of fate, dodging this powerful blow. Star snail, are you crazy? We're allies. Nora growled. Allies? The betrayal from the last battle at Terra's City is still fresh in my memory. From that moment on you, Nora, have been my lifelong enemy. Star Snail looked at Huanyan and Viggs and said, either, send him packing, or, let's go our separate ways. You take your own path, and we take ours. Seeing a falling out, Viggs quickly tried to smooth things over. Everyone calm down. How about we have a discussion? Find a compromise? Star Snail snorted coldly. Since you're not sincere, let's forget about this cooperation. Sebastian, let's go! With that, they were about to strike out on their own. Wait! Phantom Nightmare finally relented, gnashing his teeth as he looked at Nora. Nora, I'm sorry, but our cooperation ends here. Nora's expression turned grim as he quickly distanced himself, fearing the chaos would suddenly attack him. Phantom Nightmare, don't regret this. Zhou Liang sneered. Why don't you get out of here? You? Nora quickly retreated, getting as far away as possible. Here, although Zhou Yuan didn't know why these Chaos Lords suddenly fell out, seeing Nora abandoned, he immediately became restless. I'm going to kill this traitor. Wait, Uncle Zhou, don't be impulsive. Mu Xing quickly grabbed him. What's wrong? This guy is a fake body of destiny. What? This sinister old man is using a fake body again. Once Zhou Yuan knew Nora was a fake body, he lost interest in pursuing her. He stared intently at the 4 Chaos Lords on the opposite side. We're 2 against 4, a bit of a disadvantage. But Lon shook his head and smiled. It's not 2 against 4, it's 4 against 4. Chapter 1087. As soon as the words fell, another vast stream of light approached. Layers of overlapping dimensional spaces intertwined and condensed into a constantly shifting extra-dimensional cube. The cube transforming into an extra-dimensional portal. The portal opened, and a familiar figure in a robe and a long crown emerged. Mu Xing recognized him instantly, the dimensional architect, Wei Luan. He had once been a good friend of Nora's. Ever since Nora's betrayal, he had clearly sensed a sense of alienation between the survival system and the other members of the multiverse. To restore trust, upon receiving Zhou Yuan's invitation, he had immediately made the decision to rush to this primordial universe. Sorry, I'm late, Wei Luan said apologetically. Zhou Yuan shook his head. Your presence is a huge support for us. Otherwise, with chaos running rampant, we'd be at a disadvantage. Mu Xing looked at Lon. Uncle Lon, are there 2 more multiverses who haven't been notified? According to his plan, all multiverses and Chaos Lords should be gathered here, and then, when the opportunity arises, they should be annihilated. But now, the situation seems to have changed. Lon shook his head. 3 Chaos Lords on the Chaos side are still unwilling to move, forcing Yax and Eileen to remain on the defensive. Did something happen on the defensive line? Mu Xing was puzzled. Zhou Yuan, standing beside him, took over. It's the territory of the Chaos Worm Demons of the 7th War Zone, Oro. A terrifying contamination has suddenly appeared there, and even Chaos is not immune to it. After tracing the source, they discovered a sealed area. Right now, Chaos and our two multiverses are facing off in that sealed area, vying for the upper hand. Mu Xing frowned. Do you need reinforcements? Zhou Yuan shook his head. No need. The contamination from that seal has been contained, and there won't be any immediate spillover. Mu Xing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. The plan he had painstakingly laid couldn't be disrupted by a sudden appearance of a sealed area. At the same time, a sense of urgency washed over him. They seemed to be approaching a new era, as previously hidden secrets were suddenly coming to light one after another. Clearly, something major was bound to happen in the near future. Mu Xing clenched his fists. He had to become stronger as quickly as possible. He looked at Lon. Uncle Lon, act. Lon nodded, took a step forward, and gazed at the Chaos Lords across from him. Those who have come here should know the purpose of our trip. I won't elaborate further. I suggest a temporary truce between the two sides, a temporary cooperation agreement, and a joint exploration of the Seeker's tomb. Mu Xing could sense the emotional turmoil in Uncle Lan's voice as he spoke. He naturally didn't want to disturb his former friend's peaceful sleep, but for the future of the Creator Clan, he had no choice but to make this trip. The Chaos Lords across from him exchanged glances. Phantom Nightmare, the leader of this operation, stepped forward and said, of course. After all, we need 3 origin keys to open the mausoleum. Lan Sheng breathed, since that's the case, let's go. He took a step forward with Mu Xing, opening a void portal and entering the primordial universe. The other multiverse and Chaos Lords followed closely behind, entering the void portal. When everyone had entered, leaving only Nora, he was about to enter the portal, but it reversed, repelling him. Nox stared gloomily at the disappearing door. Behind him, a shadowy figure emerged, identical to him, like a sinister negative personality. Look at you! You were once a powerful figure, yet now you've been reduced to a destitute, despised by everyone. Shut up. Nora growled. The shadow behind him continued to beckon, angry? Resentful? If you make a deal with me, I give you everything you desire. Nora trembled slightly, his decayed form growing ever more hideous. But the next second, he completely calmed down. He sneered, really? But I, Nora, haven't reached the point of needing charity yet. The black shadow chuckled eerily, really? Then I wait and see. I hope you can give me more surprises. But if you can't hold on any longer, feel free to call me anytime. My door will always be open to you. With that, the mysterious shadow vanished behind him with a strange laugh, leaving only Nora with a serious expression. He looked down at his palm. There, a scar formed a bloody cross. At its tip, a mysterious black star shone dimly. Deep within the primordial universe. This is a dangerous region no one wishes to enter. The rules here are chaotic, and spacetime is like a rag that has been ravaged. At this moment, as incredibly powerful figures descended one after another, they forcefully suppressed the chaos. By the time the 7 multiverses had fully arrived, this place had become as peaceful and docile as a blank sheet of paper. Huan Yin grabbed the severely injured Tungsu and said, hand over your things. Although Tungsu was extremely reluctant, he had no choice but to compromise. As the saying goes, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. He trembled as he took out the 002 origin seal. Phantom Nightmare's forceful seizure of the 002 origin seal left Tungsu's body extremely unstable. After several attempts of intense pressure, he barely managed to maintain his balance. Across from him, Lan and Mu Xing exchanged a glance. Mu Xing immediately took out the 003 origin seal. Lan then took out the 001 origin seal. After billions of years of separation, the 3 origin seals converged once again. Even before the 3 seals merged, everyone sensed the shift in the surrounding spacetime. These multiple, acute senses instantly grasped the anomaly and, working together, shattered the veil, revealing a massive triangular structure. It was a massive pyramid-like structure. It seemed to be cast in bronze, and with the wear and tear of time, the massive pyramid had already become rusty. But now, as it was pulled out of its hidden space, dense patterns began to illuminate beneath the green rust. With a humming sound, all the rust faded, revealing its golden base. It was a perfect pyramid-shaped metal structure, magnificent and mysterious. Is this the Seeker's tomb? Mu Xing's eyes widened, scrutinizing it closely, unwilling to miss a single detail. Lan's face was filled with sorrow. I left the primordial universe many years ago, unable to return when Hung fell. Now I have to dig his tomb myself. Zhou Yuan patted his shoulder. The dead are gone. My condolences. Across from him, Huan Yin couldn't wait any longer. Lan, hurry up. Let's work together to open the door to this tomb. Lan waved and produced a contract. Since this is a collaboration, we naturally have to agree on 3 rules. You say, first, you must not vandalize the mausoleum. Second, you must not covet my brother's remains. Third, you must not take advantage of this opportunity to invade the primordial universe. The nightmare on the other side snorted coldly. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Now that you've come here, do you think you can stop us? He pointed to the golden pyramid. Even without the key, with the power of Chaos Multiverse, we can still open the gate. Hearing this, Lon didn't stop him, but instead gestured for him to come. Chapter 1088. Several Chaos Lords launched a direct attack, simultaneously attacking the gate at the base of the pyramid. However, for multidimensional attacks failed to shake the gate in the slightest. How is this possible? Several Chaos Lords were stunned. They had never imagined that their powerful attacks could not even destroy a pyramid. For Chaos Lords working together could instantly destroy even a universe. They quickly launched another attack, various attacks raining down on the entrance. The power of rules, the power of control, the power of chaos. But none of them could shake the pyramid. Everyone stop! Phantom Nightmare paused his attacks, and carefully observed the pyramid. Could this pyramid be made of a material beyond multidimensionality? He transformed into a humanoid form, and flew near the pyramid. After a moment, he returned, looking at Lon with a gloomy expression. If you win this round, I will set 3 rules and sign a contract with you. Lon smiled faintly. It's already been like this. Why bother doing this in the first place? He smiled and handed the contract over. At this moment, Yuan Qian's voice echoed in Mu Xing's mind. Good nephew, after this is over, can you break off some materials from that pyramid and give them to me? What do you mean? Mu Xing was confused by my uncle's sudden excitement. Yuan Qian rubbed his hands in anticipation. If I'm not mistaken, it should be sun-refined gold, a great material for forging source weapons. Source weapons? They are powerful weapons 1 tier higher than sacred weapons. Their effects are more diverse than sacred weapons, and they have a greater impact on the return to Unity Realm. Source vessels can even serve as carriers of authority, so some return to One Realm cultivators find new avenues, integrating authority through their source vessels. By then integrating these vessels, they can greatly enhance their combat effectiveness and instantly become top-tier experts. Mu Xing glanced at the chubby Uncle Master. Uncle Master, what's your source vessel? Ahem. Your Uncle Master doesn't even have one. No, you're at the return to One Realm, and you don't even have one? Hearing this, Yuan Qian glared. Hey! What do you mean, kid? Do you think source vessels are just some junk you can find everywhere? Creating a source vessel requires not only rare materials but also materials, and even more so, the power of authority. Not to mention the various rare materials, how can one obtain the power of authority? Many return to One Realm cultivators only encounter one power of authority in their entire lives, let alone forge it into a source artifact. Mu Xing stroked his chin. Is this Sun Essence gold really that precious? Of course, it's a rarity even in Hengyu. Even a small amount can spark a war between various factions. I didn't expect that Hum Kid to be so lucky, acquiring so much Sun Essence gold to build a mausoleum. What a waste! Mu Xing ignored the drooling senior master and focused his attention on the opening ceremony. Now that the two sides have reached a preliminary agreement, the 3 Origin Divine Seals are ready. Mu Xing telegraphed to the Divine Seal, take this opportunity to see if you can absorb the other 2 Origin Divine Seals. If not, leave a seed. Understood, Master. A voice replied from the Divine Seal. As the 3 Origin Divine Seals approached, red electric lights began to crackle and light up. Lightning intertwined, forming a massive ball of electricity. The 3 Origin Seals began to spin madly. Everyone retreated in unison, clearing space. As the rotation accelerated, the 3 Origin Seals unexpectedly merged perfectly. They formed a miniature red pyramid. Phantom Nightmare and Lon exchanged a glance, then simultaneously launched their attacks, sending the miniature red pyramid towards the entrance. The red pyramid easily nestled into the entrance's grooves, and red light rapidly spread along the golden lines. Everyone heard a humming sound as gears in the door began to clatter. Then, the rumbling sound of the door opening echoed. As the door gradually slid open, Phantom Nightmare attacked directly, attempting to snatch the Origin Seal. However, Lon was no slower, and he touched the Origin Seal almost instantly. Master, there's no time to fuse. The voice of the Divine Seal echoed in Mu Xing's mind. Forget it, give up for now. As Mu Xing finished speaking, the miniature pyramid once again disintegrated into 3 Origin Seals. Huan Yin grabbed Origin Seal number 002, while Lon grabbed Origin Seal number 001. At this moment, the shadow of the ethereal world, Biggs, made his move, reaching for seal number 003. However, as his hand approached, it was deflected by the blood moon essence that erupted from seal number 003. He stared in shock as seal number 003 forcefully escaped, only to be captured by Mu Xing. Sorry, this has an owner. Mu Xing stared across at Biggs, whose eyes gleamed with murderous intent. Mu Xing ignored Biggs's murderous gaze. There were plenty of people who wanted him dead. One more wouldn't make a difference, and one less wouldn't make a difference. At the same time, he made a note in his notebook, marking Biggs on his must-kill list. Zhou Yuan directly stood in front of Mu Xing, blocking Biggs's murderous intent. Do you think you can protect him? Biggs threatened. You can try. Biggs subconsciously glanced back at Xinghua and Zhou Liang. The two Chaos Lords didn't seem interested in participating. He could only restrain his killing intent. Without the support of the other Chaos Lords, he alone would be unable to defeat Mu Xing, who was protected by Zhou Yuan. With a cold snort, he retreated back to his camp. Both sides landed almost simultaneously at the entrance to the gate. The gate had already opened, revealing a long corridor with no end in sight. Despite the limited size of the Golden Pyramid, its interior space was vast and boundless. Indeed, the pyramid served as a portal, transporting them to an unknown world. Please come in. Lan gestured toward the passage ahead. Huan Yan, suspicious by nature, also gestured an invitation. You go first. Lan scoffed and strode directly into the gate, followed closely by Mu Xing. Only then did the Chaos Lords let down their guard and followed them through the gate. The passage was limited, so these strange-looking Chaos Lords transformed into humanoid or quasi-humanoid forms. Bai Huan also immediately transformed into his long-unseen human form. His previous actions had dispelled the other Chaos Lord's suspicions about him, and now he could transform into his own form without restraint. The passage was long and empty, except for those complex and meaningless patterns. The group was unable to obtain any useful intelligence here. As they went deeper, a chill emanated from the depths of the passage. Are you feeling a bit cold? Mu Xing asked suddenly. Cold? Only then did the multiverses realize that they, as multiverses, could also sense the cold. It's definitely a bit cold, a strange kind of cold. Zhou Yuan carefully sensed the cold and noticed the hairs on his arm standing up. Wait, something's wrong. He turned sharply, and saw a strange white frost rapidly creeping toward them from the entrance. The golden passageway was covered in white frost wherever it passed. Blood Moon Boy, run! Yunjian's alarmed cry echoed in Mu Xing's mind. Chapter 1089. Mu Xing's expression suddenly changed drastically. Something that could have caused Master Yunjian to be so nervous must be some terrifying existence beyond imagination. Uncle Lan, Uncle Zhou, run! At first, the multiverse's powerful members hadn't fully reacted, and the arrogant Chaos Lords even expressed disdainful contempt. It wasn't until their carefully laid traps began to crumble under the ravages of the white frost. Even their energy attacks were frozen in midair by the strange white frost that they realized the gravity of the situation with horror. Everyone hurriedly broke into a run. This deep passage was incredibly narrow and filled with an ancient and unique suppressive force, completely thwarting their vaunted speed. At this moment, a jaw-dropping scene unfolded within the mausoleum. A group of multiverse beings, once fearsome and terrifying, were being chased and driven into a panic by the silently spreading, eerie white frost. Just a mere hoarfrost. Vigus roared angrily, transforming into a shadowy, almost indistinguishable avatar that charged fiercely toward the frost-ravaged area. This shadow, so mysterious and unpredictable, was said to be able to mimic everything in the world. To combat the hoarfrost, he transformed his avatar into a body of pure ice. However, before it could even reach 100 meters, it was completely frozen in place. Crack! Countless fine cracks instantly spread across the avatar like a spider web, and in the blink of an eye, it crumbled into a blanket of crystalline ice. Poof! Vigus, the Lord of Chaos, suddenly spat out a mouthful of the very blood of chaos. The blood, imbued with terrifying energy, froze into ice in midair before even hitting the ground, shattering into countless icy shards as it fell. Sensing something was amiss, Biggs hurriedly channeled all his strength, forcibly forcing out the strange icy force that had invaded his body. He twitched in pain, and a crystal-clear ice tree emerged from his body. Run! All the multiverse-level warriors, no longer concerned with their dignity, madly rushed deeper into the passage. Faced with such a daunting blow upon entering the mausoleum, the multiverse's spirits plummeted. They fled for their lives, only to be stopped by the massive black metal door at the end of the passage, exuding an ancient aura. Open the door. The white frost continued to creep closer behind them. Use the origin key. Lan hurriedly produced his key, while Mu Xing and Huan Yan quickly produced their own origin keys. The three of them once again joined forces to open the massive door. Push the door. Seeing the white frost approach, these usually aloof beings were forced to temporarily put aside their differences and work together to push the door open. The door was incredibly heavy, as if bearing the weight of the entire universe. It took the combined efforts of several multiverse-level experts to slowly move the massive gate. When the white frost was only a few dozen meters away, the gate was finally pushed open. Go! Everyone rushed through the gate with all their might, instantly finding themselves in a vast world of ice and snow. Mu Xing felt as if he had returned to Teflantis, except the temperature here was even more extreme, even breaking the boundary of absolute zero. Looking back, the white frost mysteriously stopped spreading in front of the gate, eventually condensing into even thicker ice crystals on the wall. Someone cautiously tested it with a chaos creature, only to discover that the passage still held a terrifyingly low temperature. The chaos creature used in the experiment was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. Everyone fled the gate in terror. These multiverse-level experts, so powerful in the outside world, were still in shock, having just entered the mysterious mausoleum and received a resounding blow. This isn't a good situation. Mu Xing murmured softly. At this moment, the two camps were on the verge of a war. Huan Yan's face was icy, and he clutched the contract tightly in his hand. Lan, our agreement is hereby annulled. Clearly, the oath they had just signed had seriously threatened their safety. The multiverse-level experts, restricted by the contract from destroying the mausoleum, were nearly frozen into ice sculptures by the strange white frost. To prevent a further negative situation, Huan Yan would rather endure the backlash of the contract than break the agreement. Huan Yan, breaking the contract means renewed hostility. I hope you will reconsider. Reconsider? Huan Yan sneered. It seems signing this contract was a deliberate trap set by you. Before he finished speaking, he had already torn the contract to pieces. His body began to tremble violently, and with a crisp cracking sound, it disintegrated into countless pieces. But in an instant, the complete phantom nightmare resurfaced from the shattered fragments, unharmed. This chaos is quite interesting. It has actually reached the source essence power of the return to one realm. Yunqian's voice suddenly rang out. What? Uncle Master, are you seeing things? How long has it been since Phantom Nightmare ascended to chaos? How could it possibly have reached the source essence power? Yunqian glared. Are you questioning my judgment? Uncle Master, it's not that I don't believe it, but this is the Lost Lands after all. Yunqian suddenly slapped his forehead. I forgot. The Lost Lands repel forces beyond the multiverse. It's impossible for source essence power to arise here. Unless what? Unless it's a being native to the Lost Lands, a state of unity, or the remaining source energy of some ancient being after its fall. Mu Xing's heart was shaken. Master, are you saying that this source energy doesn't belong to Huan Yan? It's hard to say, but I advise you not to act rashly. The multiverse under your command may not be able to suppress him. Of course, if you ask me to, that's not a bad idea. Mu Xing decisively shook his head, rejecting Yunqian's offer. This cheap master only had 2 chances left to attack, and he couldn't afford to waste them on Huan Yan. He secretly sent a message to Lan. Uncle Lan, something's fishy. There's something strange about Huan Yan. We hold off for now. Mu Xing's original plan was to lure Huan Yan and Viggs into the mausoleum, have Bai Huan and Zhou Liang switch sides, and then cooperate with his multiverse powerhouses to capture the 2 chaos wills in one fell swoop. But now, it seemed that this matter needed further consideration. Lan intervened. Huan Yan, we don't have to completely tear each other apart. How about we rework the agreement? Huan Yan regarded Lan's sudden change of attitude with a volatile expression, still unable to fathom this new multifaceted figure. After much hesitation, he finally decided to maintain a superficial cooperation. He had already deeply sensed the extraordinary dangers of this Seeker's Tomb. Okay, then, let's scrap those cumbersome clauses. Lan suggested, how about just keeping the agreement not to attack each other? Before Huan Yan could respond, Bai Huan and Zhou Liang spoke out. I agree. Second, Huan Yan looked at Viggs, who had just been injured by Bai Shuang. Although his injuries hadn't been severe, it was certainly not the right time to turn hostile. I agree, Viggs said solemnly. Although Huan Yan was reluctant, he saw the situation was hopeless and had to give up. Suddenly, he grabbed the second Chaos King, Tungsu. Boy, you've been to this mausoleum before. Lead the way. Everyone was shocked at these words. You said he's been to this mausoleum? How is that even possible? Huan Yen lifted Tungsu like a chicken. You confess. Tungsu trembled. Indeed, I once cracked the underlying code of origin seal number 002 and sneaked in. But because the code was incomplete, I was quickly expelled. Huan Yen grabbed him by the throat. Better behave yourself. Don't think you can do whatever you want just by merging with a little blood moon power. Killing you would be easy for me. Then, he threw him to the ground. Tungsu frantically prostrated himself and kowtowed. I will obey the Lord's orders. Chapter 1090. Mu Xing saw that Tungsu was a rebellious and ambitious person, and would betray him sooner or later. Huan Yen knew his true nature, yet he still allowed him to lead the way. He must have had someone to rely on, and was not afraid of betrayal. Tungsu led the way while explaining, the Seeker's Tomb is divided into 3 levels. The outer circle is the frozen zone, the inner circle is the labyrinth zone, and I don't know the core, and I've never been inside. How dangerous is it? Zhou Yuan asked. Beneath the ice, in the frozen zone lie many monsters, ranging from first-level gods to half-step multidimensional beings. Their number is enormous. Also, due to the absolute zero temperature here, energy recovery is extremely slow and energy consumption is extremely high. Therefore, we must pass through the outer layer as quickly as possible. Vigus and Zhou Liang were somewhat dismissive. They're just a bunch of ants. No matter how many there are, it's useless. But they soon regretted their boasts. As the group flew tens of thousands of miles, their reckless aura startled countless monsters beneath the ice. These monsters seemed to appear out of thin air, roaring and breaking through the ice, then fearlessly attacked the multiverses in the sky. Looking for death. Zhou Liang snorted coldly, glaring at them. Countless monsters exploded in midair, their bodies frozen into powder by the terrifying low temperature of this world before they even hit the ground. Absolute zero might be terrifying to ordinary people, but it had no effect on these multiverse-level powerhouses. At most, they were unable to draw external energy to replenish themselves. As soon as they killed one wave, another came. The quality of the monsters, this time, was noticeably higher. Just now, they were all first-level god monsters, now upgraded to second-level god monsters. Still coming? Die! This time, it was Vigs who attacked, crushing billions of monsters into pulp with a single blow of the void's weight. These monsters came in all shapes and sizes, from insects and birds to beasts. But a closer look revealed that they lacked the spiritual aura of normal creatures. Their eyes glowed red, their minds blank, possessed only by a burning desire to attack the invaders. The second wave of monsters was annihilated, and by the time the third wave followed, their rank had risen to the 3rd level of God. This time, it was Phantom Nightmare who attacked, easily crushing the monsters, and even using his immense power to peel back the thick layer of ice. But then something surprising happened. Underneath the ice lay still ice. No matter how far Phantom Nightmare peeled back 1,000,000 miles, there was still endless ice beneath. They had thought there might be some kind of hidden dimension beneath the ice, but there was nothing. Those monsters seemed to have appeared out of thin air. What's going on? Finally, someone realized something was amiss. Huan Yen grabbed Tungsu and asked, What's going on with these monsters? Where did they come from? Tungsu quickly shook his head. My lord, I don't know. The crowd stared at the lifted ice, and saw monsters seeping out from it. This time, they finally saw clearly that these monsters didn't emerge from the ice. Just then, they caught a glimpse of something strange. In a single instant, the ice transformed into pale flesh, interwoven with dense red blood vessels. This scene made Mu Xing feel as if he had returned to the eerie dark dungeon. That place, flesh and blood consumed everything, and blood vessels stretched to every corner of the world. Cells mutated into monsters, pouring out from the surging veins to attack them. How similar was the scene just now to the dark dungeon? Mu Xing remained silent, but instead grew secretly vigilant. Monsters succumbed in wave after wave, with no end in sight, no limit in sight. Though they later chose not to engage, as time went on, the monsters appeared in ever-increasing numbers, their tiers rising higher and higher. While they could easily crush monsters at the godly level, even these half-step multidimensional beings required a tremendous amount of control to deal with them. Even after they were defeated, these half-step multidimensional monsters continued to appear at an incomprehensible rate. Their numbers rapidly increased from a handful to thousands. As they advanced deeper, their numbers grew even greater. How could there be so many half-step multidimensional monsters? Where did they come from? Zhou Liang cursed as he slew the monsters, dashing left and right, trying to find the true mastermind behind all this. Clearly, his actions were doomed to failure. Whether he peeled back the ice, shattered time and space, or sliced through dimensions, it was all in vain. The monsters continued to swell, not diminish. At this moment, Velan, who had been silent the entire time, suddenly spoke up. Don't attack recklessly. This situation can only have one possibility. Dimensional overlay. Dimensional overlay? What does it mean? As the name suggests, it's a special phenomenon caused by the superposition of two or more dimensions. Dimensional overlays are divided into visible and hidden layers. The visible layer is the external manifestation of the dimensional overlay, while the hidden layer is internal and difficult to detect and access. So how do we break through this dimensional overlay? Asked Phantom Nightmare. Viren's fingers transformed into sharp scalpels. Like a butcher dissecting an ox, he quickly and meticulously dissected the dimensional space. This allowed others to clearly see the true nature of the dimensional layering. It resembled a unique structure in which different elements interlocked. Like a glass of sugar water, the liquefied form of the water molecules constitutes the visible layer, while the sugar molecules dissolved within the water constitute the hidden layer. The layering of dimensional space was even more complex, the two intertwined and inseparable. It was from the hidden layer that the monsters emerged, breaking through the ice and attacking everyone. Now, the only one who could unravel this dimensional layering was Viren, the dimensional architect, who specialized in the ways of dimensions. He was a master at constructing dimensional space, and of course, a master at dismantling it. But soon, he stopped what he was doing. Are you sure you want to tear open this camouflage display layer? Many elements looked at him. Is there any danger? Velan shook his head. I don't know. It could be good, it could be bad. The most terrifying thing is the unknown. Many elements remained silent, knowing what Velan meant. In this void, even those of their own diversity have many taboos they dare not touch. Otherwise, that powerful seeker wouldn't have met his unexplained demise. I think we should just forget it. Vegas jumped in to smooth things over. However, Star Snail and Zhou Liang insisted on peeling back the display layer and completely uncovering the secrets of the outer ice layer. Are you crazy? Viggs's face turned grim. Vegas, if you're so cowardly, why don't you just turn back now? There will surely be more dangers waiting for us. Are we supposed to remain deaf and dumb, turning a blind eye to all potential dangers? Zhou Liang sneered. Xinghua also stood up to support Zhou Liang. You're right. Don't forget the purpose of our trip? Isn't it to understand the cause of the Seeker's death and discover the secrets behind it? The two of them were so in sync mainly because they had received orders from Mu Xing. After hearing the words of the two Chaos Lords, Huan Yin, who had been hesitant, seemed to have made a decision. Uncover it. Chapter 1091. With the minority obeying the majority, Wern began his precise manipulation. Like peeling a cocoon, he peeled back the visible and hidden layers. The moment he completely peeled back the visible layer, everyone seemed to be drawn into a world of flesh and blood. Giant chunks of flesh formed mountains and the earth, while thick veins became rivers, flowing not with water, but with crimson blood. Those monsters were bred from the flesh and blood of the earth. As if sensing the intrusion of someone into this world, more monsters emerged, launching a fearless attack. Tungsu, however, showed a look of surprise. It's here. Huan Yin grabbed him and demanded, what kind of place is this? Why are you so excited? Tungsu quickly lowered his head. Lord, if I tell the truth, can it buy me a life? Huan Yin's blazing eyes flickered with flames. That depends on whether this information is worth it. Tungsu took a deep breath and said, Lord, if I'm guessing correctly, this should be the evolution laboratory of the Seeker Hung. Evolution laboratory? Yes, according to the information I've gathered over many years of research, Hung devoted his youth to the study of life evolution. After years of hard work and expending enormous resources, he finally uncovered the secret of evolution. Later, with the help of the evolution laboratory, he successfully achieved a breakthrough into the multiverse. It is said that Hung mastered a life evolution formula that allows ordinary creatures without talent to evolve into multiverse powerhouses. Anyone who can master this formula can easily mass-produce multiverse powerhouses. As soon as these words were spoken, Mu Xing could clearly sense the tension growing around him. The multiverses instantly split into two camps. Are you serious? Huan Yin's face lit up with excitement. He knew very well that if this information were true, no matter who obtained the life evolution formula today, it would completely alter the entire landscape of the void. Tungsu said modestly, My lord, I am 80% certain this is true. However, I don't know where the life evolution formula is hidden. Huan Yin patted Tungsu's shoulder vigorously. You've done well. If this information is true, I not only promise to release you, but I will also help you further your progress and become a multiverse. Upon hearing this, Tungsu kowtowed and bowed before Huan Yin, practically shouting, Father, Please accept my adopted son's obeisance. Huan Yin was clearly pleased with Tunxu's attitude. But anyone with a discerning eye could see that the two were merely playing along, superficially harmonious. Mu Xing also knew that they were doing this for the multiverses on the survival line. Huan Yin looked at Zhou Yuan and Lan and said, the importance of this life evolution formula is undeniable. How about we each try our best to obtain it? Whoever gets it first gets it. Uncle Lan, Uncle Zhou, promise him. Mu Xing suddenly transmitted a message. Lan was puzzled. This guy has the swallow void in his possession. I'm afraid he find the life evolution formula before us. If they take it, we'd be in a very difficult position. Mu Xing shook his head. Then let them lead the way, and see if the so-called life evolution formula is real. Are you worried that the life evolution formula is fake? Lan asked. No, the life evolution formula should be real, but the specific effects may vary significantly. Mu Xing glanced at Tunxu as he spoke. Besides, I have a feeling this guy isn't telling the truth. He's definitely up to something. Then, Mu Xing attempted to sneak into the Blood Moon dimension, and sure enough, he discovered something. In that case, let's each rely on our own abilities. Lan nodded, agreeing to Huan Yin's plan. The two teams parted ways, each pursuing their own path. Of course, both sides agreed that, regardless of the outcome, they would meet at the coordinate point at the end of the outer layer in 3 hours. To enter the inner layer, both sides would need to use the origin seal together to open the entrance. Tunxu, lead the way. Huan Yin shouted softly, and Tunxu hurriedly took the lead, sprinting off in a certain direction. Before leaving, Zhou Liang reminded Mu Xing, don't worry, master. I keep an eye on them and contact you immediately if anything happens. With Zhou Liang and Bai Huan keeping watch, Mu Xing didn't worry about intelligence on Huan Yin's movements. Zhou Yuan, not knowing the specifics, was a bit worried. Blood Moon, should we follow? If chaos gets hold of the life evolution formula, it would be extremely detrimental to our survival. Mu Xing waved his hand. Don't worry, Uncle Zhou. The life evolution formula does exist, but it's split into 2 parts. 2 parts? Zhou Yuan was even more puzzled. Presumably, Tunxu already has the upper part, otherwise he wouldn't have reached his current heights. Zhou Yuan was a bit surprised. Wait, you mean? Tunxu already has control of the upper part of the life evolution formula. That's right, but he only obtained half the formula. His life evolution formula isn't perfect. You should have noticed that swallowing void state is extremely unstable. Zhou Yuan nodded in understanding. That's true. While he can briefly burst out with multidimensional combat power, it doesn't last long. Moreover, his fused body is in poor condition like a defective product from a half-finished experiment. Mu Xing snapped his fingers. That's because he only obtained the first half of the life evolution formula, not the more crucial second half. Lan, standing beside him, seemed to come to his senses. Can you find the other half of the life formula? A 4-spiral divine seal appeared in Mu Xing's hand. Is this Hang's sacred artifact the source of evolution? Lan recognized the familiar shape of the artifact. It had long been enshrined in the Elders' Council, visible only to those recognized. Lan hadn't expected Mu Xing to not only receive the artifact's approval, but also to be allowed to use it. The moment the mysterious 4-spiral artifact appeared, it caused a stir in this flesh and blood world. Suddenly, 2 red lights flashed from the sacred artifact, pointing in 2 different directions. To the left was the direction Huan Yin and his companions were heading, led by Tunxu, searching for the upper half of the life evolution formula. To the right, presumably, was the lower half. Everyone follow me. Mu Xing took the lead, flying at the front, with Lan and Zhou Yun protecting him from the center. Vigas seemed somewhat restrained. He had long sensed the uniqueness of this young survivor, as if he were the leader of the group. From Lan and Zhou Yun's attitudes, it was clear that this person was the true protagonist of this mausoleum expedition. Therefore, he was particularly reserved, doing his best to stay on the periphery, blocking any monsters attempting a sneak attack. Right ahead. As they flew over a plain of flesh and blood, a mountain range of flesh and blood appeared before them. From afar, the mountain seemed connected, like a living thing, rising and falling with its breath. Deep within the flesh and blood mountains, a strange, low roar could be heard from time to time, sounding quite eerie. Mu Xing and his group landed near the flesh and blood mountains, intending to enter on foot. Chapter 1092. The interior of the mountain range appeared dangerous, but in reality, no monsters had launched a sudden attack on them. Instead, it seemed unusually peaceful. Mu Xing held a rotating sacred artifact in his hand. He had borrowed it from the Elders' Council, and would return it after use. Although Muxing coveted it, it had been worshipped by the Creator Clan for years and had developed its own consciousness. It was committed to protecting the Creator Clan and was unlikely to recognize him as its master. At this moment, a red line suddenly extended rapidly, and Muxing hurriedly followed it. The red line twisted and turned within the vast valley, sometimes to the left, sometimes to the right. This arrangement of flesh and blood peaks looks like some kind of ever-changing formation. I didn't expect this Hung, a paragon of biological evolution, to be so proficient in immortal formation techniques. Zhou Yuan, who had been observing the situation outside, couldn't help but comment. Muxing relayed this to Lan. Lan's eyes were far-flung, as if reminiscing. Hung was a persistent seeker of truth, searching for the path of evolution within his heart. Therefore, he embraced all external knowledge. Perhaps it is precisely because of this that he has been able to go so far. Even I now can only look up to him. At this moment, the voice of Master Yunjian echoed in Muxing's mind. This place must be arranged with the maze he learned while communicating with others on Mount Shumi. Without guidance, Duo Yuan would likely be trapped here. Muxing was shocked. So powerful? Yunjian snorted. Those who can enter Mount Shumi are the top figures from powerful worlds and realms. The secret techniques they've created are certainly extraordinary. He stroked his mustache. But with Heng's sacred artifact as a guide, you shouldn't have any trouble navigating the maze. But, Yunjian paused. But what? Come on! Muxing rolled his eyes. He hated being cryptic. But this place is strange. There might be more than just 2 dimensions. Muxing was stunned. Uncle Master, are you saying there's a third? So you'd better be careful, kid. Also, you're being followed. Be careful. Muxing was startled and instinctively looked back. His keen perception revealed a clue. I didn't expect it to be so well hidden. Is it that phantom nightmare? Or a clone of Vig's? Muxing quickly alerted Lan and Zhou Yuan, even notifying the dimensional builder. Do you need my help? Wei Luan asked. No need. Let them follow. We set a trap ahead and wait for them to fall into our trap. Muxing's murderous intent was evident. The more secrets of the Seeker's tomb were revealed, the more disadvantageous it would be for the Creator Clan. He had to nip these potential dangers in the bud. The group continued on their way. After many twists and turns, Muxing and his companions finally entered the core area of the Flesh and Blood Mountains. It was a vast circular valley surrounded by mountains on all sides. In the center of the valley stood an ancient altar. Divine Seal, scan. Muxing used the Divine Seal to scan and analyze the ancient altar, attempting to uncover its secrets. Soon, scanning the altar's runes with the Divine Seal, Muxing obtained a long string of cipher text. He input the cipher into the holy artifact and began to manipulate the source of evolution. Holding it suspended in midair, he used it to decipher the cipher. Soon, the deciphering was complete. My descendant from the future, when you see this cipher, believe that I will have been gone for many years. Many years ago, I uncovered the secrets of our ancestral land, escaped the cage of evolution, and successfully became one of the first free beings. My 2 colleagues and I continuously recruited new members of our kind, allowing the Creator Clan to grow stronger. But in the process, I discovered the hidden dangers and crises within my clan. Although our clan has successfully broken free from the ancestral land cycle of evolution, a unique curse remains etched deep within our genes. One day, we will be forced to face the dire situation of our entire clan's collapse. To resolve this hidden crisis, I have continuously tried various methods to break the unique curse. I even ventured out. This void reached an even more distant universe. There, I gained much new knowledge, and even discovered a glimmer of the secret of my race's origins. It turns out that my race descends from an ancient being called Abhoth. This being, even more ancient than the ancients, is the ancestor of filth and birth. Our very life essence comes from this ancient ancestor. According to predetermined fate, all life born on Abhoth must eventually return to Abhoth. But he fell, the recycling mechanism was destroyed, and our race was born from nothing more than a fragment of his filthy flesh and blood. Although we have broken free from the cycle of biological evolution, one day, the hidden dangers will erupt completely, destroying our creator race. Before we were freed from Abhoth's flesh and blood, bound by the laws of flesh and blood, our unique life forms could utilize the cycle of evolution to perpetuate our existence. Now, freed from these constraints, we will eventually vanish due to life's expansion. This is the innate flaw of our race. Alas, I realized it too late. I have reached the end of diversity. One step forward would lead to the legendary unity. But I cannot take this step, for the moment I do, I will die. I want to stop, But the final evolution has already begun. I have no other choice. In the few remaining moments, I must do something. I must prepare for the future of the creator race. To suppress this curse, I found a mysterious mass of flesh in the distant universe. No. Or rather, it was that mass of flesh that found me. It offered me a new option, a temporary solution to my race's ultimate crisis. The principle is simple. Since our race will collapse if it reaches its upper limit, could setting a limit prevent its ultimate collapse? In my collaboration with the piece of flesh, I've successfully found a solution, a curse against a curse. Using the upper limit curse the piece of flesh gave me, I can suppress the evolutionary curse inherited from our ancestors. While this will limit our race's upper limit, it will ensure we don't follow the same path of self-destruction as I did. Of course, I also know that doing so is cruel to our race, and will make them unable to withstand danger. So, to protect our race, I've developed another viable path. If our race obtains the life evolution formula I've developed, we can create guardians of multiple levels, even stronger ones. This, while not enough to make our race the top of the Hengyu, will at least give them the power to protect themselves. My time is running out, and I hope that future generations will understand my actions. The fact that you've arrived here and read this secret letter proves that you're a trustworthy successor. I've placed the final formula for life evolution beneath the altar. Take it and bring new life to the creator clan. Mu Xing was stunned upon seeing this. He had never imagined the true nature of the creator clan's curse could be this. He hesitated for a moment, then handed the secret letter to Lan. He felt that Uncle Lan had both the right and the need to know the truth. When Lan finished reading the secret letter, he looked up, and Mu Xing saw his eyes were slightly red and filled with tears. Chapter 1093. So this is the truth? After a long pause, Lan slowly raised his head. He had calmed down and accepted the truth. Mu Xing lamented the fate of the creator clan. Who could have imagined that the upper limit curse that had plagued this troubled race for years could actually be their life-saving elixir? Mu Xing looked at Lan with some concern. Uncle Lan, if the facts in this secret letter are true, then you... Lan waved his hand. Actually, when I advanced to the multiverse, I sensed a sense of divine providence. It told me that the higher I rise, the faster I fall. Every step forward means my life is entering a countdown. Mu Xing was startled. Then you still... Lan, however, remained calm. Hengning sacrificed himself for the future of his tribe. As the guardian of the creator clan, how can I stand idly by? So even if this is a doomed road of no return, as long as I can use this limited time to lead my people to a new path, even if I die, what's the harm? Mu Xing grasped Lan's arm and said seriously, I won't let that happen. Lan said nothing, but began to open the altar. Under Lan's control, the altar slowly opened, revealing a sea of red beneath it. Something was sealed at its center. This must be the legendary formula for life's evolution. You stay on shore, I retrieve it. Lan dove directly into the blood-red ocean. Zhou Yuan and Wei Lun began actively setting traps, waiting for the enemy to arrive. Meanwhile, Mu Xing first sought out Yunqian. Before he could say anything, Yunqian spoke first. Boy, I know what you're asking, but I'm sorry, I can't solve this problem either. Mu Xing was stunned. Aren't you an all-knowing, all-powerful level 8 observer? Even you can't solve it? Yunqian shook his head. Their curse comes from the flesh and blood of the ancient being Abhoth. The only way to completely resolve this ultimate curse is to find Abhotha's true form. Mu Xing quickly asked, then, where can we find Abhotha's true form? Yunqian spread his hands. I don't know. You're a level 8 observer. Even level 8 observers aren't all-knowing and all-powerful. Some ancient beings can't, and dare not, observe. Besides, Abhoth has long since perished, and his body might have been fragmented into countless pieces. Where do you want me to look? Mu Xing remained silent, then shamelessly went to find the ant. Oh, you mean Abhoth. That thing is filthy and evil. If I were in my prime, I might be able to locate it, but you've seen my current state. Mu Xing was somewhat disappointed. Finally, he found the Yellow King, slumbering on a black star. Upper limit curse? Abhoth? Interesting. Now that you mention it, I'm quite interested in this clan. You want to know how to lift the curse? Relying on external forces is impossible. What's the saying you earthlings have? Well, the one who tied the bell must untie it. To lift the curse, we must find Abhotha's fallen body, retrieve the life code within it, and then regenerate the underlying genetic code of the creator clan. Only in this way can we truly and completely break the curse this race has been born with. Or perhaps a flaw would be a better word. Flaw? Mu Xing looked at Haster. The creator race was born from a small piece of Abhotha's flesh and blood. Their essence was missing, resulting in congenital deficiencies, so they need to be supplemented later. Mu Xing's eyes gradually brightened. I see. So if we can find more of Abhotha's flesh and blood, perhaps we can find the underlying genetic code to correct the flaw, right? Hastur nodded. You're right. And there's a shortcut right here that might help you resolve this problem more quickly. Tell me more. Have you forgotten about the mysterious piece of flesh that sought out Hung? Are you saying that piece of flesh is Abhotha's flesh and blood? No, it comes from Abhotha's father. Or mother? What? Mu Xing's eyes widened. He felt like he had inadvertently touched upon one of Heng's most dangerous secrets. Well, there's no need to fuss. The path has been laid out, and now it's up to you to make your own choice. Mu Xing pondered for a moment, then, seemingly resolving something, clenched his fists and left without a word. The next second, a green-haired child appeared before the giant black star. Hastur, you shouldn't be doing this. Hastur, clad in a yellow robe, emerged from the shadows. My dear sister, our time is long past. Don't you find this dreary Hengyu boring? If those dormant old creatures don't stir, I'm afraid they truly die in the coming age of desolation. Besides, this is his only chance. Don't tell me you don't know all this? The ant closed her eyes slightly. It's precisely because I know how dangerous that thing is that I don't want him to be easily involved. Since you and I have chosen him, forcing him to face these insurmountable dangers before he is fully grown up is not a wise choice. Hastur, however, responded with a carefree expression. How can you see the rainbow without weathering the storm? How can you smell the fragrance without traversing the thorns? We must believe in his potential, not blindly protect him, and end up raising him into a greenhouse. The ant retorted, how can that be the same? They're two completely different concepts, okay? You know, that person is a legendary being. Even you, and I have to look up to him. The slightest misstep could lead to eternal damnation. Hastur yawned and stretched. I'm going back to sleep. Don't bother me if you don't have anything else to do. Of course, if you want to fight, I'd be happy to join you. With that, she vanished into the giant black star. Asta, you. Faced with Asta's indifferent expression, the old lady stamped her feet in anger. When Mu Xing's consciousness exited the observer tower, Lan emerged from the red ocean. In his hands, he held a wriggling ball of flesh that resembled a miniature blood moon. However, strange protrusions continuously appeared on this ball of flesh, making it look more like an amplified virus. Is this the formula for life evolution? Zhou Yuan stroked his chin, examining it curiously. Beside him, Wei Luan even attempted to probe the inner structure of this mysterious ball of flesh. It was all in vain. As multiverse beings, they couldn't even see through the mysterious ball of flesh. Suddenly Lan, who was holding the ball of flesh, spat out blood and collapsed to his knees. Mu Xing quickly manipulated his sacred instrument to catch the ball of flesh. Then he lifted Lan up from his kneeling position. Uncle Lan, are you okay? Lan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. I'm fine, kid. I was just too impatient and forced the life evolution formula to try to find a way to break the upper limit curse. It backfired a bit. Mu Xing could see that Uncle Lan was more worried and anxious than anyone else. Of course, he wasn't worried about his own life, but the future of the Creator clan. Chapter 1094. At this moment, powerful forces attacked. Someone had forcibly penetrated the maze of the flesh and blood mountains and broken through. Mu Xing looked up at Zhou Yuan and Wei Luan. Seniors, please buy me some time. I need to help Uncle Lan heal. The two nodded without hesitation, and Zhou Yuan even promised, don't worry, we take care of the outer perimeter. We've also set traps. If they dared to come, they'd be wiped out. Mu Xing waved his hand and directly deployed his physical domain. Uncle Lan, you're seriously injured. I use the power of the anti-fate rule to heal you. This will take some time. Lan nodded, naturally trusting Mu Xing unconditionally. But he looked beyond the physical domain with some concern, then glanced at the flesh ball floating above the sacred artifact. The flesh ball couldn't be stored in the storage space for the time being, and it was extremely heavy. Are you so confident in letting them defend the altar? Mu Xing said, this is a test. I trust Uncle Zhou very much, but that's hard to say about Viren. You mean Viren might betray? Mu Xing shook his head. Humanity has changed. Maintaining rationality in the face of great crises or personal gain isn't something everyone can do. Isn't it the same with Nora? Who could have imagined she would ultimately betray the line of defense? Lan couldn't help but shake his head. Humans, truly, are more chaotic than chaos. Mu Xing formed hand seals, and a mysterious infinity symbol appeared. Uncle Lan, get ready. Lon closed his eyes slightly, and the power of the rules of reversing fate began to flow. Reversing a multidimensional injury is not so simple. It can only be done piecemeal. Meanwhile, the enemy had arrived. Phantom Nightmare, Viggs, and the second Chaos King, Tungsu, had already arrived with full force, but Bai Huan and Zhou Liang were nowhere to be seen. I didn't expect you could find this place, Zhou Yuan said grimly. A playful smile crossed the anthropomorphic face of the nightmare. I know you left this path for us on purpose, intending to use it as a trap to catch us all, right? Unfortunately, you miscalculated. What do you mean? Zhou Yuan frowned. Tungsu stepped forward, transforming himself from prisoner to partner of the nightmare. A powerful multidimensional aura emanated from him. Are you going to break the agreement? Zhou Yuan growled. Phantom Nightmare grinned. So what? So you were just acting? Velan, standing beside him, looked grim, feeling fooled. Tungsu sneered. Are you waiting for those two chaos traitors, Xinghua and Zhou Liang? I'm sorry, they can't come for the time being. As soon as he finished speaking, the sounds of terrifying battle could be heard from beyond the mountains. Nora, you dare to stop me? It was Zhou Liang's furious voice. Zhou Yuan exchanged glances with Wei Luan, a flicker of shock and anger on his face. Was your feud with Nira just an act? Huan Yin looked smug. Otherwise, how could we let your guard down and help us decipher the altar and retrieve the life evolution formula? Zhou Yuan instinctively glanced at the fleshy ball hovering above the sacred artifact, realizing they had been tricked. Come out, my dear daughter. Huan Yin waved his right hand, and Camilla appeared, kneeling respectfully on one knee. Greetings, Holy Father. Your intelligence is excellent. I am very pleased. He pointed at Camilla, and a powerful force surged into her, causing her rank to rise rapidly. In just a few seconds, she ascended from a 5th-tier god to a 9th-tier god. Camilla was delighted. Thank you, Holy Father. Huan Yin looked smug. I truly didn't expect that Xinghua had already been usurped, and that Zhou Liang had already surrendered to a human. If it weren't for my good daughter's intelligence, I would still be in the dark. Next to him, Tungsu also waved his right hand and summoned Reina. Greetings, Lord Tungsu. Reina, your intelligence is excellent. From today on, you are my designated heir. Reina's face was ecstatic. Thank you, Holy Father. Tungsu looked at Mu Xing, who was treating Lan's injuries in the physical realm. In any case, I must thank you for the intelligence you provided. Without it, how could our plan have gone so smoothly? As long as we obtain the second half of the life evolution formula, the entire void will be ours. Mu Xing's face paled as he cursed. Camilla, Reina, you dare betray me? Camilla and Reina sneered. Blood Moon, we are your enemies to begin with. How can you possibly be talking about betrayal? You? At this moment, 3 against 2, the disadvantage quietly fell on Mu Xing and his team. However, Huan Yin didn't rush to act. Instead, he looked at Weiren and said, Brother Weiren, after today, the survival line is doomed. Nora has made her choice. What about you? Will you continue to stay in the survival line, where you are suspected and ostracized, or will you join our new force? I promise I will build a great nation where chaos, humanity, and void creatures unite. If you stand up and turn to the light, you will be one of the leaders of this future great nation. Beside him, Zhou Yuan growled, Velan, don't listen to his nonsense. Chaos can't be trusted. Ha ha ha. Phantom Nightmare laughed. If chaos can't be trusted, then how can humans be trusted? Velan, you and Nora are both outsiders after all. I'm sure you understand that better than I do. Stay and be a survival system dummy, or join our new force and forge a new era together. It's your choice. Velan hesitated, and Zhou Yuan tried to persuade him. But in the end, Velan waved his right hand, and the layers of dimensional traps closed. I'm sorry, Zhou Yuan. Huan Yin is right. I'm an outsider after all, and I've had enough of the suspicion and doubt. From today on, perhaps I should return to my true self and make a new choice. Zhou Yuan's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Weiren to be so easily provoked. No, or rather, he had always intended this. Today's choice was simply a matter of course. Ha ha ha, welcome to our new faction. Huan Yin laughed excitedly. He hadn't expected to actually win Weiren over to join them. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth. Velan, you regret this? Velan's face had turned icy. Zhou Yuan, whether I regret this or not is my business. You should consider whether you can escape alive today. He then looked at Huan Yin. I won't attack them. Although I've joined you, I don't want to be stained by the blood of my former companions. Do as you please. Beside him, Viggs growled, Velan, since you've chosen us, you should show your loyalty. Otherwise, How can we trust you? How about I snipe Xinghua and Zhou Liang? You wish. Before Viggs could finish his next sentence, he was stopped by Huanyan. Alright, so what? The three of us Chaos Lords can't kill Zhou Yuan? Na Lan is seriously injured. He can't escape. Although Viggs had his objections, he ultimately took a step back. Alright. You're the boss. I listen to you. Chapter 1095. Zhou Yuan roared, his powerful energy core forming layers of thick barriers. 1 against 3, the only option was defense. If Lan could hold out until he recovered, a counterattack was possible. Come on if you dare. Do I fear you, Chaos? Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed brightly. With a flick of his right hand, a spear of energy essence condensed and gathered in his grasp. He stroked the spear handle with his left hand. Old buddy, we fight side by side again today. Are you afraid? The spear trembled, like a dragon's roar, a war cry. With fighting spirit surging, he held his head high. Zhou Yuan pointed his spear at the three Chaos Lords. Come and fight. Phantom Nightmare waved his right hand, and Viggs and Tungsu took the lead, directing their control power directly at the defensive Zhou Yuan. Boom, boom, boom. An attack powerful enough to shatter the universe landed on the energy barrier and exploded continuously. The barrier shattered layer by layer, and Zhou Yuan's pressure grew. At that moment, a clapping of applause erupted from the physical realm. Huanyan's expression changed, sensing something was amiss. Retreat. However, it was too late. Tungsu and Viggs watched helplessly as Lan and Zhou Yuan charged forward at full power. At the same time, a golden, living sun rose from the mountain's edge. Shine! The evil spirit's immature roar echoed, enveloping the entire mountain of flesh and blood in a dazzling white light, indiscriminately dissolving everything. Zhou Yuan and Lan, using this white light as cover, caught Tungsu and Viggs off guard. Zhou Yuan's dragon roar spear and Lan's creation artifact blasted out simultaneously, severely wounding Tungsu and Viggs. Viggs was relatively safer, after all, a genuine multifaceted being with many hidden cards, and he only sustained minor injuries. Tungsu, however, was not so lucky and was severely wounded. How is this possible? Tungsu glared at the spear piercing his body. Zhou Yuan, across from him, was filled with murderous intent, his terrifying energy attempting to shatter his very essence. Get out of my way! He roared in rage, unleashing his full force. He barely escaped with his life, but at the cost of having half his body torn apart. Trying to run? Mu Xing's cold voice rang out. Divine Seal, activate the reversal domain. The red divine seal of origin suddenly expanded into an invisible, mysterious realm. A gigantic reversal appeared. Tungsu, about to flee, was pulled back again. Puff. Zhou Yuan pierced him again. Phantom Nightmare, save me. Tungsu screamed, feeling he would perish here today. Phantom Nightmare's eyes, like cold flames, emanated an aura of utter iciness. An aura transcending multiplicity emanated from his body. The strangely shaped spine-piercing sword appeared in his hand. Slash. With one slash, the sword tore through the universe, separating the two. Zhou Yuan was forced to abandon pursuit and draw back his spear in defense. Tungsu seized the opportunity to escape the critical range and excitedly rushed towards Huanyan. They were almost at the safe zone. Explode. Zhou Yuan grabbed with his right hand. Tungsu looked down as the energy Zhou Yuan had infused into his body exploded. With a bang, his chaotic body exploded into a splattering mess. In the end, only a fragment of his soul escaped, captured by Huanyan. Mu Xing had intended to use the anti-fate domain to completely destroy Tungsu's soul, but Huanyan blocked his way. The power that erupted from his body interrupted the anti-fate rule. Zhou Yuan snorted coldly. You're lucky. I take some interest. Mu Xing asked Yunjian, Master, did you see clearly? What's going on with Huanyan? Yunjian narrowed his eyes. This guy has a power beyond the multiverse within him. I can't tell if it's from the old ones, or some powerful being at the return to oneness level. Of course, the power within him is only incomplete at best. Mu Xing couldn't help but mutter, could this guy also be one of the chosen ones of the old ones? While it was a pity he couldn't kill Tungsu, he had finally eliminated the troublesome Tungsu during this period. Although Huanyan erupted with a power beyond the multiverse, he didn't initiate an attack. He stared at Mu Xing with a look of fear, because just a moment ago, he had sensed a flash of power beyond the multiverse within Mu Xing as well. Meanwhile, the battle outside had ended. Bai Huan and Zhou Liang had already charged forward. With the help of the evil spirits, they were outnumbered 3-2, and Viren and Nora were unable to stop them. The two retreated to Huanyan's side. Viggs, injured, also retreated to Huanyan's side. Originally they had a 5-on-4 advantage, but now the situation had reversed, with the opponent having a 4-on-3 advantage. Tunks' combat power was crippled, Viggs suffered a serious injury, and Nora was still only half-baked and hadn't fully recovered from her multidimensional form. The only real combatants left were Huanyan and the recently defected Viren. His expression darkened. Mu Xing slowly stepped forward, and with a wave of his right hand, Camilla and Reyna flew behind him. "Greetings, master." Huanyan and Tungsu in his spirit form stared wide-eyed. "What a cunning scheme! So you deliberately leaked the real information?" Huanyan glared at Mu Xing. Mu Xing gave him a thumbs up. "You're not that stupid. Is Lan's serious injury fake?" No. Uncle Lan's serious injury is real, but his recovery might be faster than you expected." Wei Luan's expression grew even uglier. "Are you plotting against me?" Mu Xing scoffed, looking at Wei Luan with disdain. "It's just a small test, and you chose to betray us. But this is for the best. It prevents you from suddenly betraying us and stabbing us in the back on a larger battlefield in the future." Wei Luan's emotions were extremely complicated. He hadn't imagined that this crisis was just a test. But it was clear that he had failed. And now, he had no way out. He raised the holy weapon in his hand. Now that things have come to this, there's nothing more to discuss. Let's see who's the winner on the battlefield. Mu Xing ignored the traitor and looked at Huanyan. "I give you 2 choices. First, fight us to the death now, and we each accept our fate. Second, hand over those 2 traitors, Nora and Viren, to me, and our cooperation can continue." As soon as he said this, Nora and Viren looked at Huanyan almost simultaneously. Huanyan laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha. You thought I'd fall for your trick? I would never betray my allies at this moment. Besides, even if we fought to the death, the outcome is still uncertain." As he spoke, a fleshy ball appeared in his right hand. "Of course, I have a third option. You should know what this thing is, right?" Mu Xing stared at the fleshy ball, instantly gaining information about it. Simultaneously, he sensed the fleshy ball on the hung holy artifact vibrating. "The first half of the life evolution formula," Mu Xing said gravely. "Good to know your stuff. How about I trade this evolution formula for a chance to renew our cooperation? Otherwise, I have to completely destroy it." At this point, the evil spirit swore, "Damn it, you're the one? Put it down now, or I be rude." Huanyan ignored the evil spirit's curses and stared at Mu Xing, awaiting his decision. Mu Xing pondered for a moment, then raised his right hand. Lan and the others simultaneously lowered their weapons. "Deal." Tungsu, in his spirit form, shouted. "Huanyan, no. If the life evolution formula falls into their hands, there will be no place for chaos in this void." "Shut up." Huanyan suppressed Tungsu and flung the flesh ball toward Mu Xing. At the same time, Mu Xing made way for the evil spirits. Chapter 1096. "Oh, you little brat, you're so foolish. Doing this is undoubtedly like letting a tiger go back to the mountain." The evil spirit stood on Mu Xing's shoulder with an indignant look on its face, its claws tugging at Mu Xing's hair. Mu Xing shook his head. "Now is not the time to fight to the death." The evil spirit's eyes widened. "Just a few small fry. How hard can we team up and crush them?" Mu Xing rubbed his head speechlessly. "If it were that easy, it would be great. Not to mention the hidden cards within Phantom Nightmare. If he fights desperately, we at least lose someone. Secondly, even if we have the advantage, we can't kill them." "Why?" The evil spirit was puzzled. "Haven't you noticed that someone is secretly creating a strange equilibrium?" Mu Xing said this, a light flickering in his eyes, as if he understood the truth. "You mean?" The evil spirit suddenly became serious. "Okay, let's discuss this later. This competition isn't over yet." Mu Xing turned and grabbed both flesh balls simultaneously. The 2 balls possessed a natural attraction, merging the moment they came close. At the same time, a flood of information flooded into Mu Xing's mind. It was like a thick instruction manual being forced into his head. "So, the ultimate Blood Moon project?" Mu Xing muttered to himself. Beside him, Bai Huan and Zhou Yuan also cast curious glances. Mu Xing explained, "The so-called life evolution formula is a technology for creating the ultimate Blood Moon." Hung was pessimistic about the future of the Creator clan, so he created the technology to cultivate the ultimate Blood Moon. Using this technology, we can create multidimensional, even unified, Blood Moons. It was because Tungsu obtained the first half of the life evolution formula that he took the risk and embarked on the path of fusing the Blood Moon, attempting to break free from his constraints. I have to say, this guy is truly a genius. He's reached this point with just half the evolution formula. Lon couldn't help but ask, so, doesn't Hang's life evolution formula coincide with my pursuit of creating the ultimate life form? Mu Xing nodded. If these two methods can be combined, perhaps the ultimate life form will no longer be a dream. At this moment, the two spheres before him had merged into one, shrinking continuously. Finally, they merged into a palm-sized blood-red crystal sphere, resembling a crystal ball with intricate patterns carved into its interior. Collect. Mu Xing first took it back to the observer's tower, intending to study the life evolution formula in detail after leaving the Seeker's tomb. If multi-level blood moons could truly be created en masse, then the very rules of this void would undoubtedly require a change. When they emerged from the flesh and blood mountains, they saw Huanyan and his men waiting outside. What? Still want to fight? The evil spirit shouted from Mu Xing's shoulder. Although Weirin had rebelled, they had gained 2 more Chaos Statue members. At this moment, Zhou Liang and Bai Huan approached Mu Xing, bowing respectfully. Greetings, master. Zhou Yuan looked at his son, with a complex expression. Blood moons, they. Mu Xing tilted his head and asked, Uncle Zhou, do you remember what I told you? Zhou Yuan was incredulous. You really succeeded? Mu Xing nodded. Although some dishonorable means were used, at least we managed to bring him into our camp. He pointed at Zhou Liang and said, You two, father and son, have a good chat. Though Zhou Liang looked hesitant, he finally nodded and walked over to Zhou Yuan. At that moment, father and son met again, and unexpectedly, they had gone from enemies to allies again. Lon waved his right hand, considerately creating a small space for them to talk privately. Mu Xing looked at Bai Huan. How are you feeling? Was the fusion going smoothly? Master, I failed to live up to your expectations. After devouring all of Xinghua's trusted followers and descendants, I barely reached the peak of the half-step multidimensional realm, and can only maintain multidimensional combat power for a short period each day. Mu Xing patted his shoulder. You've done well. Now you just need to consolidate your realm. He pointed, passing on some of his experience with the multidimensional realm. You must know that you are a fortunate individual who has reached the peak of the return to one realm. I believe this multidimensional experience will be of great help to him. As Bai Huan absorbed this experience, his body rapidly transformed, integrating even more harmoniously. When he opened his eyes again, he seemed to have transformed into a true Xinghua. He exclaimed in delight, Master, the time I can burst my multidimensional energy has tripled. Mu Xing nodded with great satisfaction. This guy possessed exceptional talent, but he simply lacked a chance to prove himself. Now, with himself as his mentor, this steed soared to the skies. After a brief wait, Zhou Yuan and his son finished their conversation. When they emerged, their eyes reddened, evidently from a profound exchange. Although their relationship hadn't quite recovered to the level of a loving father and filial son, it had become much more harmonious. At least their mutual repulsion had lessened. Congratulations. Mu Xing smiled at Zhou Yuan. He tried to calm himself. Thank you, anyway. Mu Xing waved his hand. It's just a small favor. After all, there's no grudge that can't be resolved, especially since you're father and son. With that, he flew straight towards the nightmare. Clearly, neither side had reached the point of a complete falling out. Despite the bitter fight just now, it didn't hinder their future cooperation. It was just that their relationship had grown colder, their words laced with sarcasm. After a simple alliance, they crossed the outer frozen zone and reached the entrance to the inner layer. Looking ahead, they saw a vast maze, so vast it stretched to the horizon. This place is the inner layer? The scene reminded Mu Xing of the maze he had seen at the evil spirit base camp. The evil spirit on his shoulder also stretched its head, trying to peer through the vast maze. Soon, it closed its eyes and shook its head. I feel dizzy. I can't see through it. This maze is so strange. Mu Xing looked at Huanyan. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's each take our own approach during this trip to the inner layer. Huanyan snorted coldly. That's exactly what I meant. At this time, the shadow of the virtual world, Viggs, had recovered, and even the injured Nora had recovered almost completely. Though still at a disadvantage, Huanyan's attitude became much more assertive. Both sides almost simultaneously drew out the origin seals, preparing to open the door. On the gate of the vast maze, there were 3 grooves, corresponding to the 3 origin seals. As the 3 origin seals struck the grooves, they seemed to hear an eerie roar from within the vast maze. The sound was strange, like a predator just awakening. Then, the entire maze came to life, moving erratically. Rumble, the gate slowly opened, revealing the interior of the maze. Dark gray, its walls were 1,000 meters high, and flight was impossible. Only by navigating the maze could one enter the core of the tomb. Mu Xing was puzzled as to why Hung had built such a massive maze here. Could it be that even as a multiverse, he also had to worry about tomb robbers? Blood Moon, you've ruined my plans time and again. We see. Nora glared at Mu Xing, provocatively. Mu Xing simply ignored him, convinced he was a defeated opponent. But then, the old lady's voice suddenly rang out. Be careful with this guy. He's got something strange going on. Chapter 1097. The group explored the maze for a moment. It had numerous branches and layers. The maze layout was unique in each area. Phantom Nightmare showed no interest in cooperating. After leading Viggs, Nora, and the others into the maze, he took the left fork. Mu Xing and the others chose the right. The evil spirit attempted to fly, but after only 2 meters, it crashed to the ground with a loud thud. What the hell is this place? Even the multiverse can't fly? And their power is suppressed. Lon rubbed the thick walls of the maze with his right hand. This place is protected by some special power. Even multiverse-level power would be powerless against this maze. Beside him, Zhou Liang couldn't help but ask Lon, by the way, who is your brother? The scale of this mausoleum can't be something a multiverse could produce. Lon shook his head. I've lost contact with Hung for years. He long ago left this void and reached the even more distant Hingyu. To be honest, I'm not sure how far he reached. Perhaps he had other purposes for building this massive mausoleum. Over here, Mu Xing was scanning with his divine seal, recording their path wherever they passed, to prevent them from taking the wrong path. But soon, they stopped. Does this place look familiar to you? The evil spirit extended its claws, pointing to the fork in the road ahead. It's not familiarity, it's that we passed this place 3 times. Mu Xing said. 3 times? Have we been going in circles here the whole time? It's over, are we lost? Zhou Yuan looked around. No, we're not going in circles. This maze isn't a static thing. As soon as he finished speaking, they heard a rumbling sound. It was the sound of the thick walls of the maze shifting. Mu Xing projected the route he had scanned. Look, we've been walking for so long, and we haven't even made it through the outer layer of the maze. According to the pattern I've observed, the maze changes every 10 minutes. That means we must find a correct path through within 10 minutes, or we'd be trapped here forever. The evil spirit was furious upon hearing this. What a lousy maze. It's even more disgusting than the one I designed. Mu Xing looked at the fat, striped cat. You're a maze master. Do you have any good solutions? The evil spirit licked its paw. There are many methods. The simplest is the right-hand rule. Just follow the right hand, and you reach the end. But that only applies to dead mazes. It won't be very effective in living ones. The pattern here changes every 10 minutes. The maze is too large, and there are speed restrictions here, so the right-hand rule doesn't apply. Mu Xing frowned. He had used the right-hand rule to solve the evil spirit's maze before, but this place was even more restrictive. Using the right-hand rule, he was afraid the maze would change before he found the exit. Are there any other methods? He asked. The evil spirit said, let's split up and search for the key node. Key node? What do you mean? A key node is the point where multiple forks meet. Searching from this point in all directions is much faster than searching for a single path. Also, we must make good use of dead ends. The meeting points in the maze can be changed, but dead ends cannot. We need to mark these dead ends and eliminate them, narrowing down the correct route. Everyone glanced at each other upon hearing this. I think it's feasible. Lon said. Yes, I agree. Zhou Yuan agreed. Soon, they found a key intersection, where 4 passages led in different directions. At the same time, they discovered a pattern. The maze's changes weren't entirely random. As they advanced, the maze in a small area nearby remained unchanged, only the area outside them shifted. The maze seemed to do this to prevent them from discerning the pattern of its changes. So, they had to find more breakthrough points. Everyone waited a moment. When the 10-minute transformation began again, the moment it ended, everyone ran in different directions. Mu Xing remained where he was, collecting data. Various data streamed in from all directions. Dead end, passage, passage, passage. Messages continued to stream in from all 4 directions, and they marked and numbered each dead end. This was just a test. If they encountered a numbered dead end again, they could simply eliminate it. The more dead ends they eliminated, the faster they would find the correct passage. When the 10-minute transition period was almost over, the 4 returned just in time. How's it going? Did you find a viable passage? Mu Xing asked. Everyone shook their heads. Bai Huan said, I didn't dare go too deep. Me too, I was just exploring the surrounding area, Zhou Liang echoed. The others followed a similar pattern, merely exploring the surrounding area. Mu Xing quickly compiled all the information and drew a rough map. Everyone could see the paths they had taken and the areas they had explored on this map. This maze is too vast. 10 minutes is simply not enough to find the correct route, Bai Huan complained. Yes, and there are too many forks and dead ends. The four of us are heading in different directions, and can't find a passage. If we work together, our search for a path will be much slower, Zhou Liang couldn't help but say. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. Did you encounter any special fixed points during your progress? Fixed points? Mu Xing explained, based on my observations, while a maze is dynamic, it's by no means a dead end. No matter how it changes, a specific path will inevitably be created. Otherwise, it wouldn't be a maze, but a dead end. And to create a path, there must be certain fixed points. That way, no matter how the maze changes, a path can always be created. Otherwise, irregular changes can easily lead to a true dead end. I believe the maze designer wouldn't design a maze with no way out. Lon nodded. Blood Moon is right. The key to a maze is the mystery. If we can find a way to locate these special fixed points, we might find the key to solving it. Mu Xing glanced at them. Since that's the case, let's begin our second exploration. As soon as he finished speaking, the rumbling sound of movement echoed again. Coming, ready to act. This time, they didn't wait for the maze to complete its transformation before rushing out, swiftly moving through it, gathering data. Soon, before the 10 minutes were up, they returned to their starting point. How's it going this time? Zhou Liang said, I've marked more dead ends this time. Bai Huan handed over his route map. I found a fixed point. Zhou Yuan and Lon also found several fixed points. Mu Xing marked these fixed points. Observe carefully. After a moment, a bright smile spread across his face. Found it. Divine Seal. Begin simulation. In this bizarre maze, everyone's power was limited, but the Divine Seal was unaffected. After nearly 10 million calculations, the Divine Seal calculated the most suitable route. This route was designed around those fixed points. Although there would be forks and variables along the way, by simply following the fixed points, they could eliminate most of the wrong paths, greatly increasing the probability of finding the correct one. Chapter 1098. Soon after, they set out again. This time, everyone moved together. Mu Xing and his team waited for the next shift to begin, then headed straight for the first fixed point. On the way, they encountered numerous forks and dead ends. Thankfully, they had marked these dead ends in advance, allowing them to quickly avoid these wrong paths. When they successfully reached the first fixed point, everyone's faces lit up with excitement, proving their path was on the right track. Let's go! Keep going! Mu Xing kept a close eye on the clock, fearing the maze would change again if time ran out. Thankfully, they eliminated the errors quickly enough, and just as the 10 minutes were about to expire, they finally burst out of the outer exit. The next second, everyone froze in their tracks. This place? It's a maze! Everyone stared blankly at the massive castle ahead. It was a Gothic structure, somewhat reminiscent of the architecture of Terra. Just as they approached the castle, Huanyan and his men burst out of the maze behind them. I underestimated you. I didn't expect you to find the exit faster than us, Huanyan said, glaring at them. Same here. I thought you'd be trapped in the outer mazes. What a disappointment. Their eyes met, sparks flying. But in the end, they were forced to work together again, forming a single team. Because the castle gates had opened. As soon as the gates swung open, a breezy breeze blew in from the castle. Looking up, they saw the castle's interior was enormous, with reverse gravity, crisscrossing staircases, and a complex spatial structure, occasionally filled with unusual portals. It's actually a three-dimensional maze. Mu Xing surveyed the maze before him, scanning it with his divine seal, attempting to decipher it. Huanyan asked, how about we cooperate? Cooperate? Are you worthy? Zhou Yuan retorted bluntly. Huanyan pointed toward the center of the castle. White spider silk descended from the sky, dangling from it a series of white silk balls. The silk balls squirmed, hinting at the gestation of some terrifying being within. The slightest aura they released made the multiverses feel uneasy. My goodness, these silk balls aren't gestating multiverse-level monsters, are they? Evil grumbled, stretching his neck. Mu Xing quickly pinched its mouth. Don't be such a prank. But the next second, a silk ball fell, a dull plop, and then the web tore apart, revealing a bizarre monster. Its body was similar in size to a spider, but its torso was a pale, semi-gelatinous color. The surface of its body was constantly wriggling, as if a fluid mucus was flowing beneath its skin. Most terrifying of all were the eyes that covered its body. The eyes varied in size, some bulging like buttons, others sunken deep within wrinkles. The pupils ranged in color from a muddy grayish-white to a dark green, and they shifted erratically, as if simultaneously gazing in all directions, yet with no single focus. The 6 legs were bony, thin as dead branches, their joints capable of twisting at inhuman angles. As the creature emerged from its cocoon, it began to adapt to its new body. Its movements were more like dragging or twitching along the ground than a normal walk. Also, its body oozed a transparent mucus, leaving a faint, fishy odor similar to that of decaying plants where it dripped. Hiss. The monster suddenly let out a sharp, piercing hiss at the crowd at the castle entrance. Its entire body trembled, and its erratic eyeballs began to swirl wildly. Boom! The gate behind them suddenly slammed shut, trapping everyone in the castle. "Kill that monster!" Huan Yin shouted. Several blasts of controlled power shot out, smashing into the white monster, instantly exploding. The body erupted in slurry, scattering chaotically in all directions. Humph, just a mere insect. However, their elation was short-lived. They noticed that the slurry that had exploded had rapidly shrunk. In just a few seconds, it returned to its original form. This time, however, all the eyes on its body had turned a terrifying red. "You've angered it. You see what happens to you." Mu Xing said this, exchanged a glance with Uncle Lon and the others, and then darted into the nearby passage. At that moment, the bizarre spider monster suddenly spat a mouthful of white mucus at Huan Yin and the others. Biggs was accidentally splashed on the arm, and immediately let out a shrill scream. Terrified, he quickly cut off his arm. "Oh no! This thing can corrupt the essence and the laws. Run!" Then, more balls of spider silk fell, and out crawled more pale spider monsters. They merely resembled spiders, but they had nothing to do with them. "Auntie, what kind of monster is this?" Mu Xing's consciousness slipped into the tower, and woke the napping Auntie. Auntie's tone was grave. "You may have trespassed on the territory of the labyrinth god." "Auntie? What is that?" "Auntie. Ahot, the old one who controls the power of the labyrinth. Although he's only a lower-level ruler, his power is far beyond the reach of ordinary multiverses." "What? The old days?" Mu Xing was stunned. Even if he was just a lower-level ruler, this news was shocking enough. At that moment, a yellow robe appeared behind Mu Xing. "Good brother, how about you help me remove the Black Star Seal, and I help you get rid of this little reptile?" Mu Xing looked at the cheongsam-clad woman behind him. "So what's the price?" "The power of Ahot belongs to me." The next second, Mu Xing was pulled behind her by the ant, who pointed at Haster. "What are you thinking? The power belongs to you, but where's your pride?" She looked at Mu Xing. "I help you. I just want Ahot's body." Hearing this, Haster sneered. "You say you're not greedy? Ahot's power is mediocre. His body is the essence. This blue beast is a natural space carrier. With his body, all spatial restrictions will no longer be able to affect you." The ant was furious. "Haster, you're really trying to steal my business, right? I fight you." As soon as she finished speaking, the two old friends started fighting again, pulling hair and ears. Mu Xing, speechless, forcibly separated them. All right, you two, let's put it this way. If you don't join forces, the power will belong to Haster, and my body will belong to me. What about you?" The two looked at Mu Xing. Mu Xing helplessly spread her hands. "How can I compete with you? I just take the scraps you don't want." This was said with grievance, but it was a warning to them. After hearing this, the two old friends quickly withdrew. Haster said, "How about we split the proceeds 3 ways?" "Deal." My aunt nodded. Mu Xing naturally had no objection. If she could get a free reward, she'd rather not. But the next second, Haster said, "This place is special. We need your body." "Huh?" Mu Xing was puzzled. She explained, "Although Ahot is only a low-ranking old one, this is his territory after all. One of us is sealed, and the other has just been reborn. We can only unleash our full power through your body," Haster explained. Mu Xing looked at the ant, who nodded, acknowledging this limitation. "In that case, I call upon you two when the time comes. In advance, I wish you a pleasant first collaboration." Mu Xing extended her right hand. Haster and the ant exchanged glances, snorted in disdain, and then each returned to their respective territories. Chapter 1099. Those monsters were swift and intimately familiar with the maze's structure. They nearly cornered Mu Xing, and his companions in a dead end several times. These monsters, known as the Sons of Ahat or the Sons of Song, possessed an extremely keen sense of smell, always able to track the scent they left behind. They were like the guardians of this maze, chasing them everywhere. Damn it, that thing's coming again! Quick, left, no, right. The evil spirit, clutching Muxing's shoulder, screamed at the top of its lungs. These monsters weren't invincible, but as long as they remained within the maze, they were under the protection of Ahat, the lower-ranking Old One. The mysterious power of the maze's authority granted its descendants the ability to regenerate endlessly, and each death only made them more formidable. No, stop! Muxing suddenly stopped. Despite the Sons of Song chasing him, he resolutely chose to stop. What's wrong? Are you preparing for a counterattack? Zhou Yuan was already bracing for battle. Muxing looked around, surveying the complex three-dimensional maze. This maze was chaotic, gravity-inverted, and even more complex and indecipherable than the outer, moving maze. We can't keep running around aimlessly. Haven't you noticed? The more we run around, the more complex this maze becomes, and the more powerful the Son of Song chasing us becomes. Why? Several multi-dimensional figures looked puzzled. Muxing pointed to the staircase on the left, where there was a recessed wall. Several people hid inside, then erected layer after layer of concealment barriers. At the same time, Muxing released several clones, carrying their clothes and fleeing in different directions. Soon, the Son of the Blue, crawling in a strange manner, approached with slippery steps. It stopped at the staircase, its body hunched. It sniffed with its non-existent nose, as if searching for a scent in the air. Its body trembled, its eyes moving erratically as if searching for prey within the maze. Each step it took was like a hammer striking the chests of Muxing and the others, who were hiding in the embedded wall. Hold your breath, Muxing warned. Everyone quickly suppressed their breath. Gradually, the creature drew closer, its rhythmic structure somewhat resembling that of a longhorn beetle larva. Even the white fluid within its wrinkled skin was clearly visible. It was separated from the group by only a thin membrane, and it seemed to have sensed something, slowly approaching. Crunch, crunch! Its slender limbs, as if unable to bear the weight of its massive body, emitted strange sounds. Everyone's heart was in their throat, fearing discovery. But the Zongzi before them was getting closer and closer. Everyone was prepared to attack if spotted. But doing so would not only fail to kill it, but would also attract more Zongzi targets. But at that moment, a violent explosion suddenly erupted in the distance. A large section of the maze in the distance was shattered, passages crumbling, and suspended staircases falling, scattering into floating debris. The approaching Zongzi suddenly turned its head, targeting the collapsed area of the maze. Its bulky body suddenly became nimble, and it darted away like a cheetah. Muxing and the others, hiding behind the curtain, breathed a sigh of relief. The tension was at its peak. After waiting for more than 10 seconds, confirming that the monster had not returned, they quietly withdrew from the sunken wall. Oh my god, I'm so scared! What kind of monster is this? The evil spirit slapped its chest, an expression of having survived a catastrophe. Muxing's deep voice echoed, they are the blue beasts, descendants of the lower-level Old Ones, the labyrinth god Ahat. What? Descendants of the Old Ones? Instantly, everyone's attention was focused on Muxing. Don't ask how I know this. All you need to understand is that the true master of this maze is a lower-level Old One, who controls the power and authority of the maze's rules. He is the master of the maze, its creator, and its hunter. He doesn't normally move his body, but if any unsuspecting prey enters his maze, they will be targeted and eventually become his prey. The evil spirit said weakly, will we be eaten? Muxing shook his head. If we're just eaten, that would be too easy for us. If we're captured, we'd be forced to become the vehicle for the birth of those sons of the Song. Then what should we do? Fight our way out? Zhou Liang, standing next to him, waved his fists, as if ready to fight to the death. Muxing glared at him speechlessly. You should know the dangers of the Old One better than anyone else, right? Zhou Liang grumbled and scratched his head. In his initial attempt to break through, he had attempted to completely merge with the Old One's bone hand, but it nearly devoured him. Fortunately, Muxing's backup plan saved his life, otherwise he would have long since become a puppet of the past. Lan rubbed his chin. This place is getting deeper and deeper. If we can't find the exit, can we fight our way out? Muxing shook his head. We have entered Ahat's labyrinth. The rules here are all defined by him. Although he still has to follow the rules of the maze, and must create an exit, he can define anything as the maze's exit. Are we trapped here to death? Bai Huan frowned. Muxing raised his index finger, So, the key to breaking the deadlock isn't finding the maze's exit, but finding the maze god Ahot. What? You're going to proactively seek out the old one? Don't be so impulsive. Zhou Yuan tried to interrupt Mu Xing's crazy thoughts. Mu Xing looked confident. What if I can subdue the maze god Ahot? Zhou Yuan suddenly remembered Mu Xing's trump card. After all, this young survivor also had a powerful old one by his side. You mean, if we can't solve the maze, we should solve the maze's creator? Mu Xing snapped his fingers. As the maze's master, Ahot can drain the power of his prey by completely losing them within it. Lost, confused, despair, these behaviors and emotions born of the maze will fuel the maze's rules, making it even more powerful. If we understand this, perhaps we can exploit its rules to uncover the maze's hidden god. In response, Lon questioned, "That's a very good idea. Okay, but if we're completely lost, losing ourselves, will we still have the strength to resist?" Mu Xing said, "So, I need some excellent bait to lure the maze god out from behind the scenes." Hearing this, the evil spirit shrank back. "You little brat, why are you looking at me? I'm not bait. Oh, then when we divide the spoils later, don't blame me for not giving you any." The evil spirit was furious. "Why don't you give me any of the benefits?" "Why? I'm just bait, right? I be." At this point, the others also expressed their opinions. "Me too. Me too. Add me." Clearly, given their trust in Mu Xing, they made the decision without hesitation. Mu Xing nodded with satisfaction. "In that case, I formulate the plan, and you execute it. If the maze god dares to show up, he be sure to never return." Chapter 1100. Compared to the quietness of Mu Xing and his companions, the companions led by Huan Yin appeared far more distressed. They were either fighting or fleeing. After defeating several Congzi, children of the blue sky, they had been completely targeted. Almost all the Congzi throughout the maze had identified them as their target, pursuing them relentlessly. The Congzi's attack methods were limited to 3 in total. The first was striking, using their specially constructed bodies to swing their slender limbs to attack their targets. While the attacks might seem clumsy, their destructive power was no less than that of control. The second was the spewing of white mucus, a secretion from their bodies. It was extremely corrosive, capable of corroding even the essence and laws. If accidentally contaminated, one must immediately sever the affected area. Otherwise, they would be instantly reduced to pus. The third was parasitism. These Congzi release immature spores to parasitize. Once infected, it's difficult to escape until the spores mature into lower-leveled Congzi within their bodies and burst forth. Fortunately, this parasitism requires the target to lose resistance and mobility, otherwise these multiverses would have long since become Congzi parasites. Even so, the pursuit left them in a state of disarray. Are these creatures truly endless? Viggs cursed. His sharp blade had just cleaved its Congzi in half when 3 more pounced. If it weren't for the fact that these Congzi took time to regenerate after being killed, they would have been exhausted long ago. These monsters are immune to rule-based attacks, energy attacks, and even physical attacks. Only high-level control can harm them. Boom! Phantom Nightmare shattered the steps with a single blow of his sword, unleashing a destructive force so powerful it could even shatter steps protected by the maze's rules. The Congzi were also extremely wary of him, never approaching, only spitting mucus for ranged attacks. They, too, seemed to fear the power in Phantom Nightmare's hands. However, Phantom Nightmare's power seemed unable to attack without his body, and needed to cool down, temporarily creating a balance of power with its Congzi. Over time, the Congzi changed their strategy, seemingly intending to force them deeper into the maze. This way, Phantom Nightmare shattered the stairs, blocking the Congzi, then led the others to escape through a forked path. However, before they could rejoice, the Congzi wriggled out of the maze's walls, attacking them with bared fangs and claws. Die! Phantom Nightmare quickly approached, striking with his sword. A mysterious force erupted from his blade. With a thud, the Congzi was instantly chopped to pieces. White slurry splattered everywhere. This time, after waiting for a long time, the Congzi still didn't resurrect. Huan Yin gasped, his face grimacing. It's such a waste to waste my energy on these things. Huan Yin, what should we do now? These things can't be killed, and there's no escape. Are we trapped here? Viggs asked anxiously. Shut up. There's always a way out. This maze must have a way out. At this moment, Wei Luan began to regret his betrayal. If he had been with Zhou Yuan and the others, perhaps he wouldn't have had to face these monsters. Now, he had to be led into danger again and again by these chaos fools. Tungsu, come out and lead the way. Huan Yen snatched Tungsu's soul out and flung it forward. Tungsu glanced around and said, this should be the territory of the Labyrinth God as recorded. Escaping from here won't be easy. Labyrinth God? What is that? Biggs asked, puzzled. The Labyrinth God is a lower-level old one named Ahot. While we don't know why this old one is here, this is definitely not good news for us. Huan Yen's face remained stern. Didn't you say you were confident you could get through the mausoleum? Tungsu rubbed his hands together. I have my own methods, but now that I'm without a body, I'm powerless. Huan Yen knew this guy's trick, hoping to use this as an opportunity to raise the price. He extended his hand to the other multiverses. Contribute some multiverse materials, and I rebuild Tungsu's body. Although these multiverses were extremely reluctant, they had no choice but to painfully offer their treasures in order to escape the maze. Huan Yen took the materials, then cut off a third for himself before forging a new body for Tungsu. While it wasn't as powerful as his original form, it was crafted from multiple materials, ensuring its strength and allowing him to briefly unleash his multidimensional power. With his new body, Tungsu opened his eyes again and stretched comfortably. He shook his head, stretching his body. Huan Yen said coldly, now that your body has been rebuilt, you better give me an explanation, otherwise. Tungsu quickly smiled, don't be so impatient. This is the territory of the Labyrinth God. Forcing our way out is impossible. Everything in the labyrinth is governed by the rules of Ahot. Without his will, we likely never find the exit. So, there's only one way to escape the maze. Oh! Tell me! Huan Yen looked at Tungsu expectantly. Tungsu pulled out a blood-colored incense stick and said, this incense is called the Bewitching God Incense. It's made from the spinal cord of a fallen ancient god. When it's burned, it can confuse the old ones, causing their thoughts to become confused and their perceptions to become unbalanced. Once the god of the maze's perception is clouded, it will mistakenly believe its prey has left the maze, inevitably opening it. Then we have the opportunity to escape. Tungsu looked towards the other dimensions and said, but let me be frank. This Bewitching God Incense has some side effects. I hope everyone won't panic. What side effects? You might experience some unusual hallucinations, like seeing a blood moon descend. But don't panic, just ignore them. As soon as he said this, Huan Yen grabbed him by the neck and said, you better not be lying, or I make you suffer a fate worse than death. Tungsu's face was pale, but his eyes stared intently at Huan Yen, forcing a smile. Lord Huan Yen, everything has a price, doesn't it? Of course, if you're unwilling to pay this price, then we can only continue to search for a way out. With these words, Huan Yen threw Tungsu to the ground. I gave you a chance. If you mess this up, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yes. Tungsu quickly lowered his head. Standing beside him, Wei-Luan was skeptical. Nora, do you think Tungsu is reliable? Nora glanced at him. My good brother, you shouldn't have made the choice you made today. Wei-Luan suddenly felt like he didn't recognize Nora. Nora explained, I betrayed the survival line because I had no choice, but why did you do that? Staying with the survival line will help you survive longer, not joining this cannibalistic chaos faction. Noran's voice was low, so low that only Viren could hear it. Viren was stunned for a moment, and for a moment, he felt as if his friend had been possessed. Before he could say anything, Nora, his former friend, suddenly approached and placed a hand on his shoulder. Viren, remember, if anything happens later, run away immediately. Remember, don't look back, run in the direction you think is safest. Nora, you? Viren looked puzzled. Nora looked over him and said, consider this as the final words of advice from a longtime friend. After all, I have nothing left, and I don't want you to die here in vain. Chapter 1101. Meanwhile, on Muxing's side, for decoys had already been deployed. They were now heading in the four directions Muxing had set, deliberately getting completely lost in this vast, three-dimensional maze. They suppressed their divine nature, making it easier for them to get lost. Feelings of confusion and despair began to rise. As they sank deeper and deeper, they felt as if they were trapped in an inescapable abyss of death. As they journeyed through the maze longer and longer, the feeling of loss grew more intense. Some were even beginning to collapse, becoming completely lost in this infinite labyrinth. Just then, everyone heard a strange crawling sound. It sounded like a giant bamboo worm crawling out of a dark cave. Some witnessed a scene that shocked and horrified them. In the deep maze tunnel, a vague shadow approached. Its speed gradually slowed, and the sound of its limbs tapping against the wall carried far away. Gradually, a portion of its true appearance emerged before everyone. His image was reflected in his pupils. It was an immense, bulging, almost oval-shaped body. It stretched across the tunnel like a small hill. The surface of its gelatinous body radiated a sickening pale sheen, coated with a layer of sticky liquid that shone with an eerie silver luster in the dim light. Countless fleshless legs supported its massive frame. Those legs were so bony that they seemed as if they would break at the slightest flex. Yet, with an inexplicable strength, they supported Ahot's body, allowing it to slowly move through the tunnel. Each step was accompanied by a heart-pounding creaking sound, as if those thin legs would collapse under the weight of the body at any moment. On its egg-shaped, gelatinous body, eyes continuously appeared like stars. These eyes varied in size and shape, some wide open like human eyes, others narrow slits. They flashed with a cold, merciless light, like countless searchlights, scanning the surroundings in the darkness. These eyes constantly twisted and shifted, sometimes bulging, sometimes sunken, moving across the wrinkled, pale skin. As if possessing a life of their own, one dared not look directly into them, fearing being swallowed by the endless darkness and terror. At this moment, the mysterious labyrinth god, Ahot, had already sensed its prey. As it approached, its massive body began to tremble slightly, and its eyes grew brighter. At the same time, a low, thunderous roar emanated from its body, echoing through the tunnel, piercing the eardrums, and making the entire world tremble. They had heard this roar before the labyrinth opened, and Ahot must have been awakened at that moment. The look he now gave them wasn't one of fertility, but of food. The baited beings suddenly snapped awake. As they tried to resist, they discovered a maze of threads emerging before them. The surrounding environment shifted, transforming from the complex, infinite castle space into a damp, chilly underground tunnel. This tunnel, excavated by unknown means, was Ahot's true abode. Their bodies were being assimilated, enveloped, destined to become the mysterious being's delicious dinner. The threads entwined them. Ahot had captured his delightful prey, and was about to drag them into the depths of his lair. The evil spirit screamed in terror, "Blood Moon Boy, come and save me!" Meanwhile, shocked by the grotesque appearance of the labyrinth god Ahot, Mu Xing suppressed his inner panic and sprang into action. "The prey has been drawn out, dear brother. Help me break the seal on the Black Star, and let me lend you a hand." The Yellow King's voice echoed in Mu Xing's ears. A faint light shone from the tips of Mu Xing's fingers. This light seemed insignificant in the darkness of the maze, but as he chanted, it gradually grew brighter. "Black Star, descend." Mu Xing opened the passage to the Black Star, and a dark, mysterious black star appeared above him, as if piercing another dimension. He pointed his finger, unleashing the rules of counterfeit, and the complex, ancient chains of the ancient god seals began to tremble. With a clatter, they moved in opposite directions, reversing the seal on the Black Star. Haster, wearing a yellow cheongsam, stared intently at Black Star, a smile gradually creeping onto her face. "You'd better not act rashly, or I make you regret it." The ant had appeared from behind Haster at some point, issuing a warning in a nearly threatening tone. "My dear sister, I don't know what you're talking about. How could I possibly break my oath? I'm not that foolish." "That's best." The ant dubbed behind Mu Xing, and placed her right hand on his shoulder, lending him a helping hand. The layers of chains began to loosen, and the massive red blood cross gradually dimmed. A mysterious, majestic, and ancient aura emanated from the Black Star. The mysterious lord of the Starry Sea, the reveler of distant revelers, the great king in yellow, finally broke free of the seal that had bound him for eons. He tore free from the dense chains, and slowly rose from the Black Star, from Lake Halley beside the ruins of the ancient city. No one could see his true form, a being even more bizarre than the Lord of Raya. Countless black tentacles intertwined, as if celebrating his freedom. The red blood cross suddenly disintegrated, and he, too, emerged from the sealed Black Star. "I am finally free." A yellow robe descended, enveloping his indescribable form, transforming him into his most familiar form. His mere arrival made Mu Xing feel assimilated by the Black Star, becoming a servant of the king in yellow. Thankfully, a shimmering green light behind him blocked the threat of assimilation. "Haster, don't go too far," the old lady growled. However, the other party seemed to ignore the ant, glancing down at Mu Xing condescendingly. "If you're willing to become my servant, perhaps I consider helping you reach the pinnacle." Mu Xing looked up at Haster, who had escaped. "So you're going to go back on your word?" "No, no, no, I won't betray my oath, because that would lead me to eternal damnation. But I won't be like my good sister, submitting to a human. You're on your own. I advise you, if you're willing to accept my offer, I can come to you anytime." With that, Haster, who had just escaped, vanished from their sight. "Damn it, Haster tricked us," the ant said grimly. "Although he cannot break the oath and attack you, if you die in an accident, The oath will be void. Mu Xing remained unfazed. As Haster left, his expression became even more relaxed. Auntie, you should have been prepared for this, right? The ant, who had just been furious, now revealed a smug look. Of course not. We are the two of you, bound together by a life and death contract. I help you completely subdue this self-righteous slut. Chapter 1102. The ant grasped the seal chain on the massive black star with one hand, saying, Haster was able to break his oath and use your power to escape for three main reasons. First, it wasn't his true form that made the contract with you, but a tentacle that resembled a clone. So, while the contract is binding, it's not 100% effective. Second, the anti-fate rule within you inherently disrupts rules and seals. He used you to break the seal on the black star, and the anti-fate rule to confuse it, allowing him to escape safely. The third, and most crucial, point is that before all the plans began, Haster split his essence in two. Mu Xing was puzzled. Split his essence in two? What's the point? Of course, firstly, it can avoid the punishment for breaking my oath with you. Even if it means losing half my essence, as long as my true self can escape the seal, it's worth it. Secondly, dividing my essence can weaken the Black Star seal's tracking effect on me. He has been trying various methods to break free from the seal for years. I believe this plan to divide his essence was a long-planned plan. Mu Xing said, but now Haster is free, and the chains that bound him have disappeared. How can we change this established fact? The old lady smiled playfully. Because the constraints haven't disappeared, and the seal hasn't been lifted. Your contract with Haster remains, but he has exploited a loophole and weakened it. And the Black Star seal hasn't been broken. It's just that your disruption has derailed it. I've dealt with Haster for so many years, and I know his character and plans all too well. He always has a backup plan. It seems safe, but in reality, it also leaves many hidden dangers. It's like charging bravely into battle. Only by throwing away all worries and fighting bravely can you have a chance of survival. But if you hesitate, the enemy will seize the opportunity and kill you in one fell swoop. Haster's plan is perfect, but it also leaves many hidden dangers. Hearing this, Mu Xing couldn't help but mutter, why do I feel so? Where have I heard that before? The ant was about to continue her long speech when Mu Xing interrupted her. Wait a minute, Ant, let's not worry about Haster for now. Shouldn't we first find a way to resolve the threat posed by the Labyrinth Lord Ahot? Now that Haster has rebelled, I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to suppress a lower-level old one alone, right? But the ant waved her hand. Don't worry, don't worry. Some smart Alex will help lure this monster away. As soon as she finished speaking, Mu Xing smelled a peculiar fragrance. It was an eerie scent, like the odor of burning exotic wood. The next second, he sensed the surrounding maze distorting, affected by the strange aroma. Ahot, who was approaching his prey, suddenly raised his body. His densely packed eyes fixed on a single direction. That was the direction from which the fragrance drifted. This indescribable lesser old one let out a strange roar, decisively giving up on dragging its prey away. Extending two slender limbs, it swiftly burrowed through space and dimensions, departing. However, before departing, it did not forget to bind its prey with several more layers of spiderweb-like restraints. They really left? Was this also your doing, Auntie? Mu Xing was slightly surprised. This time, it wasn't me, but those Chaos Lords. Then how did you know they would take action? Mu Xing was puzzled. For balance? Annie spat out those 4 words. Mu Xing narrowed her eyes, instantly understanding what Annie meant. It was the person monitoring all this from behind, passively taking action to maintain a certain balance. Clearly, Auntie had successfully exploited this mechanism to ensure their safety after Haster's rebellion. As she spoke, the ant dragged the thick sealing chain from the Black Star towards her. Refine this chain first. Mu Xing was stunned. This is the sealing chain of an ancient god. Can I really refine it? Of course. After all, if you really want to say it, you're half an ancient god. Mu Xing's expression froze. How did I become an ancient god again? Have you forgotten whose umbilical cord you ascended to? Mu Xing grumbled. For the first time, he realized that the seemingly adorable ant was actually a meticulous chess player. Is this part of your calculation? The ant thrust the chain into his hand. I'm not omniscient, but I'm making as many preparations as possible to deal with any future uncertainties. Since I've chosen you, I will do my utmost to protect your interests. You can trust me completely. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Then what exactly is your purpose? I don't believe the former galactic overlord, the great lord of Raya, could be a selfless old one. The ant slapped his thigh vigorously. Investment, you understand? The days of relentless attack and rush are over. Now, I can just move my fingers, offer you advice, and if you grow up, you lead me to the top. Why not? Mu Xing's forehead darkened. So you're lying flat? The ant winked at Mu Xing, her round face adorable. The moment I decided to die and be reborn, I decided to change my way of life. I used to be proud of my background and my talents. But along the way, I've finally seen many things clearly. I'm destined not to reach the end, so I choose you to see the light at the end for me. She slowly flew up, holding his head in her arms, her forehead touching Mu Xing's. Can I trust you? Mu Xing's heart churned. This was the first time he'd heard the ant express such genuine emotion. Now, she seemed more like a warm person, not a cold god. He hesitated for a moment, then nodded earnestly. At that moment, as their foreheads touched, a ray of light shone, and the chains on the black star were drawn to it, as if they had found their master. The ant quickly said, I will activate the ancient god power hidden within you. Harness this aura, and seize the opportunity to refine the chain. Okay. Mu Xing was completely serious. He began frantically assimilating the chain that had bound Hastur and Black Star for countless epochs, his ancient god bloodline awakening. The ancient god's umbilical cords materialized at this moment, and the sealing chains were refined in unison. When Mu Xing opened his eyes again, tens of millions of years had passed in his consciousness, while only seconds had passed in the outside world. This time, Mu Xing not only refined the chain, but also devoured the Black Star. Hastur had escaped cleanly to escape the seal. So, Mu Xing encountered little trouble when he used his blood moon body to devour the Black Star. The Black Star's immense mass actually increased the mass of his own blood moon body. He wrapped the ancient god's sealing chain around the blood moon. If necessary, Mu Xing could transform into the Black Star and reseal Hastur. Seeing that Mu Xing had successfully refined the chain and devoured the Black Star, the ant happily took out the contract and said, Now, it's time to collect the debt. Chapter 1103. Collecting a debt? What do you mean? Mu Xing cast an expectant glance. The ant's face was filled with pride. Asta can't escape. He's a defaulter. Unless he never sees you again, you be his biggest creditor, and you can use the contract to suppress him. Of course, the contract alone won't do anything to Hasta. But now that you've refined the Black Star and the sealing chain, combined, you'll be able to completely subdue this disobedient little wildcat. Then the two exchanged glances, each sporting a sinister smile. Of course, before that, Mu Xing had to rescue Uncle Lon and the others. Sword of Destiny, slash. Mu Xing slashed at the spider silk binding the three, but failed to budge. It may appear to be spider silk, but it's the power of the maze's authority. Only authority can sever authority. The ant warned. I understand. Mu Xing's mind stirred, and the power of destiny-defying authority within him clung to the blade. Slash. With this strike, the white spider silk snapped, and several multitudes crawled out, trembling with fear. The evil spirit sobbed and threw itself into Mu Xing's arms, tears welling in its eyes, clearly terrified. Mu Xing hugged the fat cat and laughed heartily. So even the fearless evil spirit has something to fear? The evil spirit pouted, I was so scared. I almost thought I was going to be that monster's dinner. Don't even think about using me as bait next time. Mu Xing rubbed the cat's head and looked at the others. Uncle Lon, are you all okay? Lon shook his head. It's indeed a bit scary. Multitudinous is a top-tier powerhouse in this void, but even when faced with those ancient ones, he's powerless. Zhou Yuan, still visibly shaken, said, Yes, I felt instantly seized by a powerful, irresistible force. No matter how hard I struggled, I couldn't break free. The two multiverses were filled with fear, not to mention the other two Chaos Lords. Zhou Liang, who had previously been gloating over his multiverse ascension, suddenly lost his composure. He had thought his multiverse achievement would allow him to roam freely in this void, but what happened? He had just nearly become food. As for Bai Huan, his awe for Mu Xing had completely transformed into admiration and worship. Thank you, Master, for saving us. He bowed respectfully, no longer harboring any ill intentions. Lon looked up and asked, Isn't the plan to capture the labyrinth god Ahot? Did something unexpected happen? Mu Xing didn't hide the truth. Yes, there was an incident. Hastur suddenly rebelled, and the plan has been temporarily postponed. Rebelled? Doesn't that mean? Lan's eyes widened. Don't worry, he won't be able to jump around for long. I capture him sooner or later. Lon couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise upon hearing this. Unknowingly, the young man he had chosen had grown to his current stature. Boom! Just then, in the distance, the sound of violent collapse and destruction could be heard again. Followed by this, Phantom Nightmare's furious roar and curse. Tongsu, how dare you plot against us? You will die. Mu Xing and the others hurried toward the source of the sound, looking across the empty center. They saw the maze across from them had been reduced to a shattered battlefield. Ahot, the god of the labyrinth, was locked in a fierce battle with something. Each room had been expanded by Ahot to the size of a planet, hundreds, even thousands, of maze rooms stitched together to form a gigantic continent. Even so, it still couldn't contain the massive bodies of the two behemoths. What is that? Lon and the others stared wide-eyed at the battlefield. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes slightly. It's that thing. Yes, it was a massive blood moon that had appeared in the maze, battling the maze god Ahot. Mu Xing recognized it instantly. It was the super blood moon he had seen in the blood moon dimension, a composite of countless blood moon consciousnesses. It had once driven him into a desperate situation. Had he not exhausted his power to reverse his fate for millennia, he would have likely perished in its maw. Now, this blood moon seemed to have found its most satisfying prey, attempting to hunt Ahot, a lower-level old one. A familiar aura of authority lingered around that terrifying blood moon. Mu Xing tentatively called it the blood moon's authority, a precursor to the authority against fate. But it was clear that this blood moon didn't wield the power of anti-fate, merely manipulating the blood moon's power. Even so, the blood moon's authority was far greater than Ahot's labyrinthine authority. As a lower-ranking old one, Ahot was surprisingly suppressed by the blood moon. The labyrinthine continent couldn't contain the blood moon's massive form. Before it could even approach, the lingering blood moon power shattered it. Suddenly, gigantic blood-colored tentacles burst forth from the massive blood moon's body, seizing the delicate limbs beneath Ahot, the god of the labyrinth. Ahot's bloated body trembled violently, and those floating eye sockets emitted devastating rays of light. This light, imbued with the power of authority, was capable of damaging the enormous blood moon. However, this was futile. The wounds pierced by the light healed instantly, causing no substantial harm to the blood moon. Instead, it was he himself, no matter how he resisted, unable to prevent his own fate from being dragged into the abyss's yawning maw. The enormous blood moon opened its terrifying maw, seemingly intent on devouring the labyrinth god, Ahot. This scene utterly stunned everyone. Who could have imagined that a monster suddenly burst forth to feed on the old ones? Phantom Nightmare, who had previously believed he had control of the situation, was also stunned. His so-called plan seemed ridiculous in this situation. Tongsu, on the other hand, stood atop the labyrinth's high wall, arms outstretched, and with the terrifying scene of the old ones hunting before him as his backdrop, he laughed wildly toward the heavens. Yes, that enormous blood moon was summoned by him. The red blood moon mark between his brows shone in harmony with the illusory blood moon projection in the sky. This was how the blood moon, dormant in the blood moon dimension, could descend into the material world. In this process, Tongsu also seemed to benefit immensely. He had almost completely stabilized the multidimensional force. Tongsu, die! Phantom Nightmare roared, and a powerful force beyond the multidimensional realm erupted from the spike sword in his hand. If only Tongsu were killed, the massive blood moon would be returned to the blood moon dimension. However, this sword strike, beyond the multidimensional realm, failed to shake him in the slightest. A strange protective force surrounded Tongsu, forming a barrier. The sword slashed out, but was easily blocked by the barrier. The terrifying rebound force deflected the spike sword, slicing a large section of the maze into pieces. Roar! Ahot roared, his bloated body thrashing frantically, trying to break free from the hunt against him. But as the tentacles tightened, he drew ever closer to the bloody maw. Mu Xing raised the sword of destiny. Want to attack? Of course, he wouldn't let the labyrinth god be devoured by the blood moon. Otherwise, he would completely lose his chance to resist the super blood moon. But the ant grabbed his arm. Wait, someone can't hold back any longer. Chapter 1104. As soon as he finished speaking, Nora, who had been motionless at the edge of the labyrinth continent, suddenly moved. He raised his right hand high. On his palm, a red blood cross began to crack, cleaving continuously from his arm. Nora! Wylan, standing beside him, was startled and reached out to grab him. But before he could get close, a powerful force blew him away. Get out of here! Go! Nora yelled at Wylan. Wylan immediately remembered what Nora had said to him before. Although puzzled, he quickly retreated, trying to get as far away as possible. Nora's body levitated uncontrollably. The blood cross on his palm was about to tear to his shoulder. The interior of the blood cross seemed to connect to an unknown world. Nora screamed shrilly, and terrifying power emanated from his body. This was a high-level power that did not belong to him. It had been dormant within him for a long time, and was finally awakening. "Have you made your choice, Nora?" A hoarse, ancient voice echoed behind him, a faint yellow shadow looming. Nora's heart raged. "If I don't make this choice, is there any way out?" "Of course not. However, borrowing your body will bring you immense benefits, enough to return you to your former peak." Hearing this, Nora roared without hesitation. "I agree to sacrifice myself and summon the great Lord of the Star Sea. I will dedicate my body to the Lord." "Very well, you have made the right choice." After a brief exchange, the bloody cross on Nora's palm suddenly leaped to his chest. With a humming sound, the blood cross pierced his head and feet, his arms and legs. He seemed to have become a hideous blood-red scar, stretching across the void. A streak of blood-red light shot up from the cracks, and a black star slowly rose in the sky. Puff! The blood cross was torn apart from within by countless tentacles. Something was emerging from Nora's body. An ancient and mysterious aura gushed out from the cracks in the blood cross. This terrifying aura frightened the hunting super blood moon and its prey, the labyrinth god Ahot. The ant leaned against the window, smacking her lips and commenting, "I didn't expect Hastur to be so clever. By using Nora's body to descend upon the power, he can minimize the effects of your contract on him. Once he consumes the blood moon or Ahot, he can break his oath at the cost of half his essence, thus avoiding any damage to his essence. At that time, he will be completely free of the seal, and no one can restrain him." Muxing said, "Then what should we do? If his true form doesn't appear, the contract can't suppress him. Is it just a matter of brute force? Don't worry, let them fight first. We wait a little longer. Then Nora is the entry point." "Nora? Even if he sacrifices himself, this guy should be protected by a barrier like Tunxu, right?" "True, but don't forget, isn't the Sword of Destiny in your hand the best entry point?" "What do you mean?" "That depends on whether you're willing to part with this sacred artifact." Muxing gritted his teeth and made an immediate decision. "It's just a sacred artifact, isn't it? Let's fight." At this moment, with Nora's sacrifice, at the cost of himself, he summoned and condensed a descending body with his own body, which actually emerged from his body. The moment the descending form appeared, a mysterious sea of stars suddenly appeared overhead. At the same time, an unknown black star cast a dim light, connecting to the descending form's brow. The descending form took on a humanoid form, its body distorted. Gradually, its color deepened, with stars flickering within. At the same time, tentacles sprouted from its back, threatening like wings. With the aid of this descending form, although only half of Hastur's power could be unleashed, it was able to perfectly circumvent the contract with Muxing. Upon its arrival, it attacked the giant blood moon. With a single finger strike, the vast labyrinth continent was split in two. The super blood moon failed to dodge the attack, and was instantly cut in two. Thankfully, it avoided the core, and its flesh and blood continued to wriggle, clinging to the severed half, rapidly healing. However, its tentacles, which had been grasping the labyrinth god, Ahot, were severed, allowing Ahot, powerless to resist, to instantly break free. Dense swarms of arthropods scrambled back, layers of mazes descending behind them, putting as much distance between them and the blood moon as possible. The prey fled, and the blood moon roared in despair. The power of the blood moon's authority erupted from its body, spreading in all directions from its center, intending to pull the entire maze world into the blood moon's space. Hastur simply sneered, "Open." With a slash of his hand, the blood moon's space, which had not yet closed, was severed in two. "A mere insect that has stolen the power of authority dares to be so presumptuous before me. Suppress it." The descending entity spoke with power, and a terrifying force of suppression descended, as if an entire sea of stars were crushing down, threatening to crush the blood moon into pulp. However, the super blood moon was no pushover. Relying on the might of the blood moon's space to counter Hastur's pressure, it managed to withstand this terrifying repression for a brief moment. The labyrinth god, Ahot, was terrified and fled desperately, attempting to escape this terrifying battlefield. Neither the blood moon nor the newly descended Hastur could shake him. After all, he was only a lower-level old one. But how could Hastur let this fat sheep, so close to being captured, escape? The star sea barrier descended, intercepting Ahot's attempt to escape through the labyrinth. The barrier expanded, cutting off the labyrinth god's retreat, and forcing him to crash headfirst into the star sea barrier. He screamed and charged frantically, continuously constructing an infinite labyrinth in an attempt to force his way through. But how could he be a match for Hastur? 3 chains flew out of thin air. 1 wrapped around his bloated body, and 2 wrapped around his slender legs. The chains tightened, pinning him to the spot. No matter how hard Ahot struggled, he couldn't break free. Is Haster really that strong? Mu Xing couldn't help but wonder. Though her aunt was deeply dissatisfied, she had to admit, although my cousin seems to be obsessed with scheming, he's not weak in direct combat. Of course, he's a little weaker than me. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to battle me for so many years. He was sealed within the Black Star for so many years, his strength diminished. Now fighting in his descended form, you've seen far less than his full potential. Mu Xing's eyes widened, afraid to miss a single detail. But her aunt patted him on the shoulder. Stop watching. Get to work. Won't you wait for them to decide the winner? Wait any longer? The opportunity will be gone. I've got a big surprise for that cousin this time. With a wave of her hand, her aunt snatched Yunjian out from hiding in the observer's tower, watching the show. Great God, what are your commands? Yunjian lowered his head, angry but unable to speak, humble to the core. Let's make a deal. I lend you my body for a while, and I give you some compensation after the task is completed. How about that? Yunjian was stunned at first, then burst into ecstasy. No problem, no problem. Feel free to use it. As he spoke, he even voluntarily separated his soul from his body, offering it up. Chapter 1105. The aunt's plan was simple. She would personally intervene, using Yunjian's body, to stop Haster's plan. Then Mu Xing would destroy the landing point, induce Haster to break his vows, and finally suppress him with the contract. It's a nice idea, but what if Haster doesn't fall for it? Mu Xing was skeptical of the plan. The aunt, however, smiled confidently. Don't worry. Knowing Haster, he'd take the bait. After all, with his arrogance, how could he watch me ruin his plans? Although Mu Xing didn't quite understand, he still prepared for battle. He turned to the men behind him. Uncle Lon, Uncle Zhou, the four of you will intercept Viggs, Vino, and the others. Protect yourselves and prepare for the final cleanup. The men nodded solemnly, knowing the final battle was about to begin. This battle would completely alter the survival line, and even the entire void. At this moment, earth-shattering noises emanated from the ant's side. She was descending into this labyrinthine world, using Yunjian's body. Yunjian was at the orthodox return to oneness realm. The strength of his body alone was unmatched by the multiverse. A turquoise ancient ocean surged, obscuring the sea of stars beyond the sky. A majestic temple crafted from mysterious green stone slowly emerged from the waters. The Temple of Raya, sunken for countless years, now descended once more, with a grandeur even greater than Haster's arrival. In the center of the majestic temple, everyone saw a gigantic green embryo wriggling. Its slippery tentacles spread to every corner of the temple, greedily breathing in energy. Haster, attempting to capture his prey, looked up at the surging waves, gazing at the embryo wriggling within the Temple of Raya. Have you finally given up, my dear sister? At this moment, the ant's voice echoed from the temple. Haster, do not delude yourself into believing victory is certain. My war with you has raged for ages. Now is the time to end this meaningless strife. Haster's tone changed. Boring? You actually call our struggle boring? The ant chuckled. What's the point in arguing about this now? Our time has long passed. All your schemes and calculations will ultimately fail to change the tide of events. Desolation will eventually descend, and our final fate will be nothing but a handful of dust. Haster's face grew colder, as if a nameless fire was surging. If that's the case, why bother coming down in person to ruin my plans? The ant laughed, because I just can't stand you. I'm afraid you'd be alone, so I've come to take you with me. You? Haster was furious. After so many years of fighting, he knew his cousin's character all too well. He often acted impulsively, doing things beyond comprehension. Just like how, many years ago, his cousin suddenly abandoned his territory and journeyed to the distant universe, seeking a non-existent final resting place. Now, this fellow seemed to have gone mad again, ready to take him with him before his death. You think you can stop me? Haster tugged at the sea of stars, attempting to prevent the ant from descending upon this place. However, the ripples of the sea of stars were shattered by the magnificent Temple of Raya. The gigantic embryo suddenly began to tear apart, and a chubby figure, unlike anything he had seen before, emerged. With every move, he unleashed immense power, and the labyrinthine world began to crumble, unable to withstand his arrival. Haster's face darkened. That fellow from the Return to One realm is actually willing to lend his body to you. The old lady, smug, said, That's karmic connection. I'm different. You only scheme secretly, but I only need to wave my hand, and someone will sacrifice their body for me. The chubby figure suddenly opened his eyes, clasped his hands together, and a warm ember blazed in his palms. Ember, burn! A soft shout echoed, and the next second, the entire maze world erupted in a terrifying orange-red flame. The flames ignited the layers of maze walls, sending the maze god Ahot scattering in terror. Even the super blood moon, who had just been claiming to be a hunter, was forced to defend itself. It compressed and solidified the blood moon's space onto its body to counter the terrifying ember fire. The layers of the maze were like melting cheese, and only Hastur, at the center, could easily withstand the terrifying flames. Cthulhu, do you really want to completely rip me apart? So what? Come fight me if you dare. The ant pointed her finger bluntly, and the flames of the embers gathered into a spiral, blasting towards Hastur's descending form. Seeing the ant's seriousness, Hastur had to take it seriously. He quickly manipulated the sea of stars to block the scorching flames. He chanted an incantation, and the shadow of the black star above him grew brighter. He was trying to summon the true form of the black star that had sealed him for countless epochs. However, this time, he miscalculated. The moment the shadow solidified, it suddenly collapsed. What's going on? The ant seized the opportunity to attack, raising the ember in her hand high. The warm flame suddenly blazed fiercely into a sun. Holding the sun in one hand, Hastur charged forward, pressing it against the ground. Embers, convergence. This move unleashed the full force of the ember's authority, powerful enough to incinerate an old one in a single blow. The black star Hastur summoned shattered, unable to solidify. A brief moment of surprise cost him the initiative, forcing him to passively counterattack. Starry Sea Storm. With a low roar, the Starry Sea transformed into an indestructible hurricane, powerful enough to annihilate all tangible matter. The labyrinth world, already ravaged by the ember's flames, completely collapsed, ripped into countless fragments by the storm. The wind and fire collided fiercely, and the burning sun exploded in a massive tornado, the resulting annihilation force creating a massive black hole. The surrounding labyrinth fragments were continuously devoured by the black hole, its terrifying gravity threatening to destroy everything. At this moment, at the edge of the labyrinth world, the two summoners also encountered their own troubles. Muxing arrived, bearing the Sword of Destiny. Both the Super Blood Moon and Hastur relied on a special method of advent. The focal points connecting them to the material world were Tunxu and Nora. Tunxu served as the medium connecting the Super Blood Moon to the Blood Moon dimension and the labyrinth world, while Nora was the carrier of Hastur's advent. Theoretically, destroying these two pivot points would disrupt the balance of the advent, thus destroying the ritual. Nora had now transformed into a hideous blood cross. In the cracks of the blood cross, flesh sprouted, covered in dense, sharp teeth. Through the cracks, a bottomless, unknown world lay beyond. Muxing swung the Sword of Destiny unceremoniously at Nora. Nora, transformed into the divine blood cross, saw her eyes twirling, staring intently at Muxing. The web-like web of fate blocked the sword, preventing it from advancing an inch. You a mere mortal. Nora scoffed unabashedly. But in the next second, disdain turned to panic. He saw that familiar young face suddenly transform into the adorable face of a young lady. She grinned, revealing her pearly white teeth. Are you surprised? Quite unexpected. Then she pierced the crimson cross with her sword. Chapter 1106. The moment the golden sword of destiny pierced the blood cross, Nora let out a shrill scream. Muxing might not have been able to penetrate his defenses, but the figure before him now wasn't Muxing, but rather the ant, grinning at him. Explode. The golden sword of destiny exploded directly within the blood cross. Nora's eyes widened. If the one attacking him was the mysterious old Cthulhu, then who was currently battling his master? Before Nora could alert Hastur, the blood cross's balance was completely shattered. The power of destiny spiraled out of control, and the blood cross, the anchor of Advent, collapsed in the distortion. Hastur, clashing with the ant, sensed something was amiss, and turned back to see the blood cross crumbling. No! He cried out, the anchor crumbling, the Advent body no longer able to hold on. He glared at the woman across from him. You're not Cthulhu, you're trying to trick me. So what? If you're brave enough, come fight me in your true form. As his descended body crumbled, Hastur's consciousness was forced to return to his true form. Not far away, the woman materialized. Hastur, since you don't have the courage to take the initiative, all these prey belong to me. Don't even think about it. Hastur finally gave up. He knew that if he allowed this mortal enemy to devour the god of the labyrinth and the super blood moon, he would be powerless against him. How could he, always so conceited, tolerate failure? An even more terrifying aura began to permeate the gradually melting descended body. The starry sky of the labyrinth world was torn apart, as if it would fall at any moment. Cthulhu, you're right. Let's settle our feud once, and for all today. An indescribable terror emanated from the descending body. Mu Xing, who was controlling Yunjian's body, instinctively wanted to escape. That's right. It wasn't my aunt who was controlling Yunjian's body, but Mu Xing. The purpose was to confuse Haster. Mu Xing used Yunjian's power to hold him back, allowing my aunt to destroy the descending body's anchor. So far, it seemed the plan was a complete success. All they had to do was wait for the enraged Haster's true form to descend, and then they could use the contract and the Black Star seal to subdue him. But Mu Xing felt uneasy and couldn't help but contact my aunt. This doesn't sound good. Will Haster really be tricked by our little trick? Mu Xing expressed serious doubts. After a moment's wait, the terrifying pressure grew, but it didn't descend directly. The cautious yellow lord behind them was clearly still testing the waters. The aunt replied, "Don't worry. If he doesn't come, these prey will be ours. We won't lose out." With that, the aunt had already captured Nora, the anchor point for Haster's arrival, and bound her, draining her of her power of destiny. At the same time, Uncle Lon and the others decisively intervened, stopping Viggs and Velan as they attempted to escape. As fellow Chaos, I'm willing to pay any price if you can spare me today. Viggs was pinned down by Bai Huan and Zhou Liang. 1 against 2, he stood no chance. "Viggs, I give you 2 choices, surrender or die." Viggs growled, "Don't go too far. I fight to the death, and I take one of you with me." "Oh, really? Then you can give it a try. If I die, my master has plenty of ways to revive me, but what about you?" Bai Huan shrugged off Viggs's threats and pressed forward. Viggs's expression changed drastically. "Aren't you afraid of retaliation from Huan Yin and the other Chaos Lords?" "Huan Yin? That coward fled long before the war began. And after today, the landscape of the void will completely change. Chaos will no longer have a foothold in this void." Viggs hesitated for a moment, then reluctantly gave in. Velan shared the same fate. He was trapped at the edge of the maze by Lon and Zhou Yuan, one in front and one behind. Zhou Yuan, betraying the survival line was never my intention. I was momentarily bewildered and succumbed to Nora's deception. How about I accept the punishment and make meritorious service? Zhou Yuan exchanged glances with Lon, a look of disdain on his face. "I thought you, a traitor, would have some integrity like Nora. Once you've made your choice, you stick to it. But you've disappointed me so much. You've been wavering and regretting your choice. How can a traitor like you even think of making meritorious service?" Zhou Yuan and Lon took immediate action, intending to completely suppress the traitor, Wei Luan. "This wasn't the way I was supposed to end." Wei Luan cried out, trapped in a desperate situation, surrounded by 2 traitors. After defeating the 2 traitors, they turned their attention to Huan Yin and Tungsu. Soon, Huan Yin was blocked by 4 multiverses and the evil spirit. Although he possessed a power beyond multiverses, he dared not release it in this labyrinthine world. "Phantom Nightmare, surrender now, or we treat you rudely." The evil spirit, relying on its superiority, wagged its tail and screamed at the top of its lungs. Huan Yin's expression was grim. The situation had shifted so swiftly that he had already imagined it. What had once been an advantage had suddenly become a disadvantage. He had believed himself destined to be the protagonist of this journey into the primordial universe, but reality had dealt him a harsh slap in the face. He looked at Mu Xing with resentment. It was all because of that guy. He was an uncalculated variable. His plan had clearly shown that everything would go smoothly. He would obtain the formula for life evolution, avoid the god of the labyrinth, and ultimately reach the core area without a hitch, claiming the Seeker's legacy. At that moment, his era would officially begin, and the entire void would bow to his feet. He would not be trapped like today, like a helpless stray dog in a corner of this maze. "You forced me to do this," Huan Yin growled, and suddenly tore through his chest, revealing a terrifyingly large eyeball. The eyeball had fused with his body like a parasite. As the chest cavity was opened, the pupil of the eyeball began to dilate, emitting a terrifying, murderous glint. What the hell? The scene frightened the evil spirits, causing them to step back several steps. Then, a second later, a soul figure suddenly attacked, its translucent right hand piercing directly through the eyeball in Huan Yin's chest. Huan Yin stared blankly at the soul form that suddenly appeared before him. "Who is it?" The chubby soul form smiled smugly. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Yun Jian, from the Yulong realm. Oh, and I'm also Xueyue's uncle." His soul right hand stirred within the eyeball, the powerful force of the returning oneness realm source essence instantly sealing Huan Yin's movements. No matter how Huan Yin struggled, he was powerless to resist this force. The trump card in his chest was also suppressed by the mysterious soul form before him, and he could not move. "You? You're not multiverse. You're the legendary Unity Realm. Wow, you're quite knowledgeable, even knowing about the Unity Realm. Presumably, the parasite within you passed this information on to you, right? Then, the mysterious Unity Realm expert began muttering to himself, I'm incredibly lucky today. I've stumbled upon the remains of an ancient god. That's a real treat for me. Chapter 1107. As if sensing the threat from Yunjian, a mysterious force erupted from that enormous eyeball, forcibly pushing Yunjian's soul away. Wow, you have quite a fierce temper. Let me guess. Who is this ancient god, who can briefly unleash the power of the return to one realm with only one eyeball left? I bet you're not some unknown figure. The eyeball then began to seize control of Huan Yan's body. What are you doing? You're trying to possess me? Huan Yan was shocked and furious. The eyeball actually spoke. Huan Yan, don't forget who gave you the opportunity and power. If it weren't for me, you would still be a small, insignificant chaos. It's just that you've disappointed me so much. A well-made plan has become what it is now. I can help you reach the pinnacle, and I can also take it all back. Hearing this, Huan Yan quickly begged for mercy. I was wrong. Please forgive my disrespect. You still need me, and I will do my best in the future, and will never let you down. In that case, hand over control of your body to me, or neither of us will be able to leave this place today. Yes. Having no other choice, Huan Yan quickly relinquished control, allowing the eyeball to control his body. A powerful force not belonging to Huan Yan emanated from his body. It blocked Yunjian's attempt to charge again. Hey, you over there in the Gi realm, how about a deal? A deal? Yunjian peeked. See those old ones? They're ruthless. Why don't we work together to break into the core area and get what the Seekers left behind? By then, the sky will be high enough for birds to fly, the seas wide enough for fish to leap. With the universe so vast, there's nowhere we can't go. Why get involved in the war between the ancient gods and the past? Let me think about it. Yunjian began to ponder seriously. Meanwhile, at the edge of the maze world, the labyrinth god Ahot was still fleeing. But the ant was hot on his heels. Little pig, just come into my hands. I won't eat you. Hearing this, Ahot fled even faster, his tiny articulations frantically scraping the ground, creating layer after layer of maze. Since you don't accept my toast, don't blame me for being rude. The ant was furious. Countless green tentacles burst out from the Alaya temple, wrapping around and grabbing the labyrinth god on the ground. Not only Ahot was trying to escape, but also the super blood moon. How could it retain any of the reserved composure it possessed as the mastermind behind the scenes? Behind it, Mu Xing controlled Yunjian's body and relentlessly pursued it. Little blood moon, come to your brother's bowl. The embers burned the sky and earth, creating a vast circle that trapped the super blood moon. Mu Xing pounced forward, effectively capturing it. Of course, the super blood moon wasn't afraid of Mu Xing, but of my aunt and Haster, who hadn't yet arrived. Countless chains burst forth from the embers, instantly catching the fleeing super blood moon. Mu Xing looked up at the sky. Haster, he's actually your ultimate target, isn't he? You've been playing this for so long, isn't it just for the power of authority contained within the blood moon's space? Since you don't dare to intervene, then I take advantage. Mu Xing placed a hand on the super blood moon, seemingly intending to drain the power of authority from it. At this moment, lightning and thunder roared in the sky. The turquoise ocean was suddenly pushed aside by the sea of stars. Even the Naralaya temple was pushed aside. The entire sea of stars crushed down, and a massive vortex formed in its center. Sticky tentacles extended from the depths of the sea. A faint hint of golden color could be seen between the spiraling tentacles. As the tentacles spiraled out, the great old Japanese figure in yellow robes descended. Clearly, he was reluctant to let the fruits of his long planning be reaped by Mu Xing. Even though he knew it might be a trap, he had no choice but to jump. At this moment, the old lady was riding on Ahot's volley, holding the reins in her hand, like a tamed pig, trying to stop the wildly running Ahot. From time to time, she took out her whip and lashed Ahot's buttocks to make him run faster. The scene looked somewhat joyous. Mu Xing looked up at the descending Yellow King. Haster, you violated the contract. Are you prepared for your punishment? As soon as he finished speaking, a swirling cloud of chaos appeared out of thin air. Behind the impenetrable cloud of chaos, a faint, sickening, strange whistle could be heard. Every movement of it violated the varied laws of reality in this universe. Time froze at that moment, and space became meaningless. It seemed to represent true disorder and chaos. Mu Xing dared not peek behind the cloud. He lowered his head, holding the contract high in his hand. His body trembled, unable to comprehend the indescribable being the contract had summoned. An invisible tentacle suddenly emerged and lashed directly at the descending Hastur. The great lord of the Star Sea exploded under this blow. With him exploded his very essence and the power of his authority. The next second, the chaotic cloud vanished without a trace. The contract in Mu Xing's hand was almost completely incinerated, signifying the end of the punishment for breaking it. However, within the fallen yellow robe, a new life emerged. As if from nothing, flesh and blood grew again, and the shrunken yellow robe became full again. His figure slowly floated into the air, and the world behind him was assimilated by his power. Mu Xing was certain that Hastur had died as punishment for breaking the contract. But he wasn't dead yet. He had returned to life. The aura that had revived him struck Mu Xing astonishingly familiar. It was like the power of authority that defied fate. He stared intently at Hastur as he slowly removed his yellow robe, revealing a beautiful human face. Little brother, you've disappointed me so much. You actually used the contract to punish me. Thankfully, I was prepared. Are you satisfied with this power of surrogate death? Mu Xing's face darkened. What a clever trick. You've managed to circumvent the punishment of the contract. You truly have mastered a portion of the power of surrogate fate, which is why you were able to reverse fate and be resurrected. Hastur chuckled. Brother, you're smarter than I thought. Now that the outcome is decided, why don't you obey me and hand over your power of surrogate fate to me? I keep you safe. Mu Xing slowly raised his head, his expression shifting from panic to composure. Really? That's a good suggestion, but I prefer the top one. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and a second contract appeared in his hand. The moment Hastur saw the contract, his expression darkened. How did you get a second contract? Of course you got it by defying fate. A contract from the past. If you want it, I have more. Just as Hastur was stunned, the voice of the ant rang out. Stop wasting time, brat. Get ready. Mu Xing's eyes hardened. A black star appeared behind him, and sealing chains coiled left and right, reaching towards Hastur in the sky. Chapter 1108. Hastur had barely recovered from his shock when he suddenly felt two black chains entwining themselves around him. He sensed a familiar aura on the chains, instantly recognizing them as the black star sealing chains that had sealed him for eons. Get out of here! Hastur, previously brimming with confidence, suddenly grew restless, a sense of inexplicable panic rising within him. With a swift grasp of his right hand, the vast sea of stars condensed into a devastating wave. This devastating wave roared, swallowing the shattered labyrinthine world in its quest to block the two black chains. The chains, like sharp blades, effortlessly cleaved through the starry sea, stirring the winds and clouds, shattering the waves. Clattering. The chains clashed and clashed, a sound that seemed to send a soul-stirring, life-threatening blow to Hastur. Hastur panicked and turned to flee, using every possible means. Teleport, disguise, clone, defense. Using his ancient power, he forcibly tore through a galactic rift, reaching the depths of the void. He desperately fled towards the exit, getting closer and closer. He felt hope lay just ahead. If he could just break through that exit, he could leap into the sea and be completely free. But Mu Xing wouldn't give him that chance. A contract suddenly appeared at the crack of the exit. The contract frightened Hastur so much that he paused, and in that moment, the black chains behind him completely caught up. Wrapping around his arms, a heavy sealing force instantly sealed his entire body. Hastur struggled, the exit clearly right before him, just one step away. But the next second, what did he see? A familiar, smiling face appeared in the crack of the exit, and the contract transformed into the image of an old lady. She extended her short hand, instantly approached, and snapped her finger at Hastur's forehead. No! He screamed, completely losing his resistance. The chains tightened and quickly retracted. Mu Xing, transformed into a black star, forcibly pulled Hastur back as he attempted to escape. Don't seal me, don't seal me. I don't want to go back to the dark depths of the lake. He suddenly saw Mu Xing appear before him, standing at the edge of the murky Halley Lake. Hastur, grasping at straws, said, I'm willing to sign another contract. As long as you don't seal me, I'd do anything. Mu Xing took a step forward, appearing before the chained Hastur. The starry light faded, revealing a beautiful face. Mu Xing lifted her chin with his finger, his left index finger resting on her red lips. Hush. I don't believe in contracts at all. So what do you want? She stared at Mu Xing, her eyes filled with resentment, anger, shame. Like me, sign a life contract. From now on, we share our fates. Don't even think about it. Mu Xing spread his hands. So there's no room for negotiation? He waved his hand, and the black chain rattled, ready to drag Hastur into the murky lake. Wait. I agree. Clearly, compared to completely losing her freedom, obeying a human's orders was more than she could bear. Mu Xing waited silently, silent. She stepped forward, her forehead pressed against Mu Xing's. A life contract was a life-linked agreement. Once signed, there was no need for contractual penalties. Mu Xing's mere thought could make her regret it for the rest of her life. Haster wasn't being honest, even attempting to play dirty tricks during the signing of the life contract. However, the ant, overseeing the process, wasn't one to tolerate her. She crushed these petty schemes. Cthulhu, I hate you. She glared at the ant and whispered. The ant grasped her face with one hand. You're just a mistress. What right do you have to hate me? From today on, I always have you above me. You? Haster was unwilling, but with the completion of the life contract, her mood changed in an instant. The hatred and resistance she had felt towards Mu Xing vanished in an instant, leaving only boundless loyalty. She felt something was amiss, and when she turned her head, she saw the ant standing nearby, her sinister grin on her face. What did you do to me? She frowned, checking her condition. Don't worry, my dear sister. How are you feeling now? Without all that frustration, are you feeling refreshed? Haster frowned, but she couldn't quite place what had changed in her. The ant slapped her on the butt and said, Little brat, I helped Mu Bao discipline you later. Meanwhile, Mu Xing, transformed back into human form, slowly opened his eyes. After forging a life pact with Haster, he felt the depth and breadth of his life expand by more than one dimension. His realm had even reached the 4th level of godhood. Although the increase was small, he felt as if he had received a baptism from soul to body. Just as he was about to fully experience the changes in his body, the ant's voice rang out from afar. Hey, brat! Get that bitch Haster out. I can't control this pig anymore. At this moment, the labyrinth god, Ahot, was desperately fleeing towards the exit that Haster had broken open. The woman riding on his back was trying to suppress him. Mu Xing's face darkened, and she quickly called Haster. Come out and help. Haster snorted, clearly still angry and unwilling to help. He said coldly, I didn't expect you to refine the ancient god sealing chains and fuse them with the black star. No wonder my attempt to summon the black star failed earlier. Mu Xing had no time for idle chatter. With a blank expression, he dragged her out of Lake Hallie. Oh, don't you know how to be gentle with women? She slumped against Mu Xing's chest, looking pitiful and tearful, her eyes brimming with pity. But who was Mu Xing? A genuine Sigmar man. He pulled her away with one hand. Go help, or you be punished by the family law. TSK, boring. She immediately transformed into a dazzling starlight and flew towards Ahot, the god of the labyrinth. Just as Ahot was about to reach the exit, the hideous chasm suddenly vanished. With a thud, it crashed headfirst into the solid wall. Little pig, keep running. The ant whipped Ahot with a small whip, causing him to struggle. However, when Haster's power came together to suppress him, Ahot let out a shrill cry, and the two old ones attacked together. Seal. A pure, flawless white box sealed Ahot. This box maintained a zero-dimensional space. Ahot was the god of the labyrinth, and his labyrinth required the support of dimensional space. In this zero-dimensional world, his labyrinth was like a rootless duckweed, unable to build, and he was trapped to death. Cthulhu, the master of matter, was imprisoned by the old gods at the end of time and space, where no material energy could reach, sealed deep within the endless dreamland. Haster is the ruler of the astral sea, the embodiment of the wind, and the symbol of freedom. Therefore, the ancient gods imprisoned him within the murky and narrow Lake Hallie, preventing him from escaping forever. The same principle was used to seal Ahot in zero-dimensional space, leaving him helpless, floating alone at the center of a small box. Mu Xing picked up the box and flicked it, and the shrunken Ahot inside began to roar at him. Stay here obediently. I can give you freedom later, but consider the price carefully. Chapter 1109. Mu Xing's single battle decides the outcome. Haster has been subdued, Ahot sealed. The Lord of the Star Sea and the god of the labyrinth have both been successfully taken down. How's it going, little brat? Are you satisfied with the outcome? The ant flew up, her short arms clasping Mu Xing's neck, a look of pride on her face. Mu Xing ruffled her fluffy green hair. Well done. Then her right hand was slapped away. Don't touch my head, or you won't grow taller. Mu Xing, Okay, I'm going back to rest. I'm exhausted. You can ask Haster to handle the rest. With that, she transformed into a streak of green light and vanished between Mu Xing's brows. When Mu Xing peered through the observer's tower, the ant was already sleeping soundly in the heart of the Raya temple. Quickly, he regained his composure, realizing his journey wasn't over yet, and flew directly towards the Super Blood Moon attempting to escape. With this sudden attack, the Super Blood Moon thought it could easily capture the labyrinth god Ahot. But it didn't anticipate the appearance of several former troublemakers. Now that Hastur had been subdued by Mu Xing, how could it dare to linger? It rushed to escape. Want to escape? Stay! Mu Xing summoned Hastur, help me suppress it. However, the Swallowing Void, which supported the Super Blood Moon, collapsed first. Swallowing Void served as the anchor point for the Blood Moon's arrival. The moment it collapsed, the Super Blood Moon vanished. Before Hastur could react, it had already escaped back into the Blood Moon dimension. Mu Xing nearly followed Hastur into the Blood Moon dimension, but just as he was about to sneak out, a warning of danger emanated from deep within his body. That was a warning from the special embryo he had previously fused. It was warning Mu Xing not to enter the Blood Moon dimension at this moment. Mu Xing was just wondering what was happening when he suddenly saw everything around him begin to crumble. Looking back, he saw the path he had come from was undergoing a strange transformation. First, the ice field, frozen, suddenly transformed into a blood field. Or rather, this was its true form. The blood and flesh mountains squirmed, and thick blood vessels expanded on the ground, crawling across the entire land like tree roots. The blood and flesh continued to extend into the inner layers of the maze. The vast maze began to collapse. Without Ahot's suppression, the blood and flesh within the mausoleum began to devour everything. What's going on? The other multiverses also noticed the drastic changes taking place in the mausoleum. But Wanyan, who was confronting Yunjian, had a sudden change of expression. I suggest we leave here first. The balance has been disrupted. The eyes, still awaiting Yunjian's decision, sensed the approaching danger and sought to escape. However, Yunjian's soul suddenly blocked its path. Yunjian, what do you mean? Are you going to fight me to the death, to perish together? Wanyan growled. Yunjian suddenly sneered. Perish together? Do you think you deserve that? His soul retreated, instantly merging with the flying flesh. With a flick of his right hand, a 99-story observer tower emerged. Are you an observer? Yunjian's face was grave. I have roamed the universe for many years. Many people only know me as a Unity Realm cultivator who achieved power through artificial power, but few know my other identity. As soon as he finished speaking, a giant eye suddenly opened in the starry sky above him. Under its gaze, it seemed as if no secret could escape its observation. Level 8 Observer. The eyeball controlling Phantom Nightmare's body panicked, and without hesitation, it fled deeper into the maze. Want to escape? Have you asked for my advice? Beneath that giant eye, the mausoleum space and time were directly separated, and layer upon layer of dimensional space was analyzed. Everyone seemed to be drawn into a special, completely analyzed space. Every movement of the fleeing Phantom Nightmare, every possible escape route, was analyzed and revealed. Mu Xing was also shocked by the power of Yunjian, the level 8 observer. He had witnessed Chancellor Adrian unleash the power of a level 7 observer in conjunction with the first Void Protocol. Level 7 could achieve omniscience and omnipotence within a single universe. Level 8 would surely be even more terrifying. This was the first time he had seen a level 8 observer in action. In Yunjian's analytical world, nothing could escape his eyes, seemingly analyzing everything to its very essence. With a single move, he could cut off all of Phantom Nightmare's escape routes. However, Mu Xing stopped Yunjian. What's wrong? Let him lead the way. Otherwise, it probably takes some effort for us to get into the core. Yunjian was furious. What? Are you looking down on my level 8 observer's insight? It's just the entrance to the core. Then he froze in his tracks. This mausoleum is truly bizarre. I can't even see through it. Mu Xing patted his uncle on the shoulder. Uncle, you're amazing. Yunjian was stunned, then realized a second later. Hey, are you praising me or scolding me? At this moment, the outer maze behind him could no longer contain the spread of the blood source, and it was already approaching the middle maze. Lan and the others arrived, still holding the traitor Velin. Wags was being held by Zhou Yuan like a chicken. The retreat is blocked. It seems we have no choice but to keep moving forward, Zhou Yuan said. Mu Xing looked at the withered blood cross not far away. Nora, having lost the bet again, was near death. He went from hope to despair in just 3 minutes. You go ahead, I'll be right behind. Zhou Yuan and the others exchanged glances. Then hurry. With that, they grabbed their captives and retreated toward the core, while Mu Xing arrived in front of the withered blood cross. To summon Hastur, Nora risked everything, nearly merging with it. If Hastur succeeded, he would become a vassal of the dragon, soaring to the skies. However, Hastur was defeated and subdued by Mu Xing, leaving Nora completely despairing. Those two cloudy eyeballs were gradually drying up, their last breaths of life fading. Mu Xing stood before him with the air of a victor. You won. I underestimated you. Nora was dejected, feeling a deep sorrow, a broken heart. Mu Xing shook his head. You didn't lose to me, you lost to yourself. If it weren't for your raging ambition, you would be the brightest sun in the survival line, and the survival system would spare no effort to support you to the top. But you chose to take a different path, embarking on a path of no return, one you believed was right. The dry eyes slowly lifted. Are you here to mock me? You shouldn't have to. Mu Xing stepped closer. You know, I actually have you to thank. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Perhaps I should say thank you. You? If it weren't for her own utter exhaustion, Nora would have wanted to spit out blood. This kid not only kills, but also destroys the heart. Young man, don't be so arrogant. I can see that one day you end up on the same path as me. Mu Xing sneered. You're not arrogant, young man. Besides, do you think I'm as foolish as you? Nora roared in frustration. Blood Moon, the survival system is far more terrifying than you imagine. You're just a pawn being used by it. Do you think this will end well for you? Mu Xing scratched his ear. Pawn? I know, but so what? This is a life or death transaction. You're too persistent, overthinking things. You haven't reached the pinnacle, but you're eager to escape. He leaned closer to Nora. See, this is the difference between you and me. I have self-awareness and you don't. With that, Mu Xing grasped the rusted and damaged hilt of the Sword of Destiny at Nora's chest and pulled it out with all his might. Chapter 11:10. Puff. As the golden greatsword was drawn out, it drew the last of the bright red blood from the blood cross. All the power of destiny converged on the broken blade. Mu Xing said, Look, even destiny has chosen me. Nora's pupils widened, wanting to say something, but unable to. A grayish-white decay spread, and as the last wisp of destiny's power was drawn away, the blood cross completely solidified into a grayish-white statue. The wind blew, sending ash into the air, drifting away into the distance. When Mu Xing raised the Sword of Destiny in his hand, it had returned to pristine condition. I thought I'd lose a sacred artifact this time, but unexpectedly, this artifact has become even more powerful. Mu Xing felt the joyful pulsation of destiny within the artifact. It seemed to be cheering his new choice. Very well, since you've chosen me, I will lead you to a more distant future. The sword trembled, as if in agreement. Mu Xing stomped his foot and flew high. The gray-white statue behind him suddenly disintegrated, completely turning to ash. Nora, a great hero of a generation, fell. Soon, Mu Xing caught up with the others. Where's Huanyan? Mu Xing didn't see Huanyan. Zhou Yuan pointed at the hole in the gate leading to the core area. He escaped. Mu Xing glanced back at the blood plain behind him. The maze area had been swallowed up, only 1,000 miles away. We'd reach here in a minute at most. Let's go into the core area first. Mu Xing waved his hand, and the others immediately entered the cave. When it was Mu Xing's turn, he felt a hazy feeling in his vision, as if he had been transported to a faraway world. This place. When Mu Xing regained consciousness, he found himself in an unknown, gloomy world. It was a place filled with decay and desolation. Looking up, he saw decaying trees and bubbling swamp mud everywhere. The sky was perpetually dark, with only a faint ray of light leaking through the gaps in the clouds. Look there. Zhou Liang suddenly pointed into the distance. Everyone looked up, gazing in the direction of his finger. In the far distance, they saw a golden expanse of land. There stood a massive monument reaching to the sky. High steps formed a vast terrace. Atop the terrace rested a coffin made of an unknown metal. Finally found. Is this the Seeker's burial place? Before anyone could rejoice, they saw a figure, even faster than them, soaring towards the monument. It's that bastard Huanyan. The others quickly took to the air, ready to give chase. Wait, don't chase me. Mu Xing had barely finished his words, when he felt himself being forcibly pulled into the Blood Moon dimension. What's going on? Mu Xing looked around. He hadn't sneaked in. He had been forcibly dragged in. You're finally here. I've been waiting for you for so long. Mu Xing gazed at this vibrant world of flesh and blood. The flesh and earth beneath his feet slowly wriggled, as if he were stepping on an immense belly. At the end of the world, a super blood moon rose. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the moonlight greatsword fell into his hand. Defeated enemy, you think you can stop me? I had let this guy escape in the maze before, but I didn't expect to be attacked the moment I entered the core area. Young man, don't be so impatient. Do you want to know the truth behind all this? A humanoid face appeared on the enormous blood moon. Just black eye sockets and a gaping maw. It was terrifying beyond belief. Mu Xing suddenly took a step forward, slashing with the moonlight greatsword in his hand, severing a cadaver that had attempted a sneak attack from behind a pile of bones. The next second, he found everything changed. He was back in the desolate world of the core area. A dense swarm of monsters emerged from the desolate mud and attacked them. When these monsters first appeared, they were still mud, but once freed from the mud, they became real monsters. Their combat power was extraordinary, forcing even these multiverses to fight with all their might. Mu Xing looked at the cadaver he had just chopped in half. It had transformed into a mysterious monster emerging from the mud. "Kill!" he growled, knowing there was no turning back. The only way out was to fight to the end. The other multiverses attacked in unison, surrounding Mu Xing and charging forward. Mu Xing had just slain an ugly toad monster when, in a trance, he found himself in the Blood Moon realm. In this blood-red world, all manner of cadavers had sprouted from the earth and attacked him. He had no other multiverses to help him here. He was alone with his sword. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, summoning all his summons except for the old lady. "What the hell is this? Is this the Blood Moon realm?" The evil spirit, having just been summoned, recognized this blood-red world. "Stinky boy, what's going on here?" It looked at Mu Xing, who was charging with his sword. "No time to explain. These summons are under your command. I have only one order: kill." As soon as he finished speaking, the evil spirit watched helplessly as Mu Xing vanished into thin air. What happened? Disappeared? Maria had already charged out, Luoyang in hand, brandishing her blade, sending blood-red ice crystals scattering in all directions. Wherever she passed, the corpses were frozen into bloody ice. The evil spirit also quickly took action, transforming into a giant cat and lunging forward. Until Mu Xing's instructions, it chose not to transform. Mu Xing returned to the core of the withered world. This time, he seemed to sense something. "Uncle Lon, was I still here?" The other person was stunned at first. "Yes, what happened?" "I've been dragged into the Blood Moon dimension several times. I suspect this place has formed a superimposed space with the Blood Moon dimension. The Blood Moon dimension is assimilating this place." Hearing this, Lon carefully sensed the surroundings. "It does seem strange, but this superposition is from the inside out. We probably won't be able to penetrate back into the Blood Moon dimension." Mu Xing said, "Uncle Lon, if I stop suddenly, remember to take me with you." "No problem." Lon also realized the problem. This world switch only happened to Mu Xing. Mu Xing continued to charge with his sword. After slaying hundreds of monsters, he was pulled into the Blood Moon dimension again. Here, the evil spirit was leading Alessa and the others against a dense swarm of necromorphs. Though numerous, the necromorphs were of average strength, so they were easily defeated. Mu Xing told them to stop. "You're back?" The evil spirit returned to Mu Xing. "Come back? You mean, I leave this Blood Moon world?" "Yes, don't you feel that way?" Mu Xing pondered for a moment, then looked up at the enormous blood moon in the sky. "I think we need to talk. If you want to see me, you need to see if you're qualified." Mu Xing stared at the blood moon in the sky. He couldn't help but feel that this super blood moon before him was different from the ones he'd seen before. Both his tone and his attitude sounded like a split personality. Could it be that the super blood moon had a split personality? Or was there more than one? Chapter 11:11. Mu Xing was about to speak when he felt the space and time around him begin to distort, as if someone had pressed the rewind button. Everything seemed to be a fleeting glimpse, and time began to flow backwards, even his own. He watched helplessly as his realm plummeted, his summons vanished, and his immense power vanished into thin air. When he opened his eyes again, all that remained was the whirring of the fan and the pungent smell of engine oil. For a moment, he felt as if he had returned to the beginning of everything. He recognized this place, the Ishimura, where his dream began. This was his third time here. The first time, he came with confusion and ignorance, the second with glory and power, and the third time, Mu Xing looked up at the ceiling as a virtual projector slowly descended. "Welcome, CEC Equipment Maintenance Engineer Mu Xing, number 4425, to the Ishimura Planet Disintegrator." Mu Xing patted his head, letting his chaotic memories return. Though his immense power had vanished, his memories remained. "What do you mean? Let me walk the Ishimura again." Mu Xing asked into the void, but no one answered. His fingers touched the cold wall. The metal felt so real. Clearly, this wasn't an illusion, nor was it some kind of simulation. It was as if a powerful force had reversed time and space, sending him back to the beginning of everything. Swish. The door to the passageway opened, and the sound of the projector had already alerted the corpses in the locker room. The figure crawled to the ground, muscles twisting and bones snapping back into place, a crackling sound echoing through the dim cabin. Hands raised high, sharp bone spurs protruding from his palms, his festering face looking even more terrifying in the dim light. He darted out of the darkness like a ghost, attacking Mu Xing. Though his immense strength vanished, the powerful battle experience in his mind remained. He dodged the blow with a sideways movement, grabbed the man's arm with one hand, and yanked it back swiftly. He hooked his right foot forward, knocking him off balance, and spun around with a slash at the back of his neck. The slasher stumbled and fell to the ground. Before he could turn and counterattack, Mu Xing's heavy leather boot landed heavily on his neck. Crack! The sound of a broken neck bone. That wasn't the end. Mu Xing grabbed his sturdy arm by the joint and twisted it violently. Mu Xing leaped high, dodging the second slasher, who had suddenly attacked from the darkness. How could there be a second slasher in the locker room? Was his memory malfunctioning? Or were there already two? Without time to think, he quickly retreated. The slasher swung his sharp bone blade wildly, attempting to rip Mu Xing into pieces. Mu Xing pulled open the cabinet door with his right hand, blocking the bone blade and allowing it to pierce through. The moment it pierced through, he kicked the door hard, pinning the slasher's blade to the cabinet. Before the slasher could react, he had already retreated 3 meters, accelerating into a run-up, concentrating all his strength and delivering a powerful knee strike to the slasher's fragile jaw. As the immense force sent the slasher's body spinning backward, Mu Xing landed, grabbed the slasher's unbalanced arm, and pierced it through the joint. Using the bone spurs in his palm, he pierced the slasher's chest, pinning the monster to the cabinet. Easily dispatching the 2 slashers, he thought. He died so many times before. Suddenly, Mu Xing noticed a trace of blood seeping from the 2 slashers' bodies, then converging and flowing into his own. What is this? The Blood Moon origin? He instantly sensed a rise in his physical strength of at least 20%. This force entering his body was all too familiar to him. It was the Blood Moon origin. Does defeating the Necromorphs mean I can gain the Blood Moon origin? He also noticed that as his blood energy absorbed the 2 Necromorphs, they began to rapidly wither. In the blink of an eye, they transformed into grayish-white mummies. Mu Xing frowned, approached, and with a light touch of his right hand, the mummies completely reduced to ash. The power of desolation? Mu Xing stared at his hands, sensing another unique power. This power, seized from the Shadow Envoy, seemed unaffected by time and space. Even after being transported to the past, the desolate power persisted. He had always been curious about what this power of desolation was. Who had created it? What was its purpose? Could it be that the person who created this power of desolation was the one who would destroy the entire Hangyu in the future? He shook his head. It was pointless to dwell on such questions here. He needed to first figure out his current situation. If he had truly been sent to the past, would there be a way back? And since he hadn't sensed the system's presence, did that mean he only had 1 life left to clear the level? Thinking of this, he took a few quick steps to the locker room door. As the intelligent system completed its recognition, the door opened, and a strong smell of blood filled the air. 4 necromorphs were busy gnawing at the corpses on the ground. The alloy floor was stained a dull red with blood. As if sensing movement at the door, the 4 necromorphs raised their heads in unison, looking towards Mu Xing. Mu Xing took the initiative and launched an attack. With his physical strength increased by 20%, his speed and agility were greatly improved, allowing him to perform even more extreme maneuvers. Throughout his journey, his control over his body and strength had already reached a state of mastery. His perception was far superior to that of an average person. He easily fought 4 necromancers alone. Within minutes, 4 desiccated corpses lay on the ground. The 4 necromancers provided him with a 40% bonus, and his physical fitness was now comparable to that of an ordinary person wearing a RIG suit. He casually picked up the broken rebar nearby and used it as a weapon. This time, Mu Xing didn't intend to climb the ventilation duct. Instead, he charged through it openly, reaching the top of the spaceship. He turned his head to look at the camera in the corner of the room. Just then, he noticed its slightest movement. Clearly, there were eyes watching everything happening behind the scenes. He gently raised his right hand, a faint smile on his face, and greeted, "Long time no see." The light behind the camera quickly dimmed. He wondered if his greeting had startled the prying eyes in the spacecraft's command center. Passing through the blood-soaked room, Mu Xing continued on his way. These ordinary zombies were no match for him. Just as he passed through the isolation door, the filter in the ventilation duct above his head suddenly ripped open, and a baby monster with tentacles growing from its back pounced. Without even looking up, Mu Xing reached out and grabbed the baby monster's neck. Before its tentacles could wrap around him, he slammed the monster to the floor. The steel bar in his right hand pierced through the cyst in its back. Mu Xing took a deep breath and pressed his hand against the baby monster's forehead. Suck! The baby monster screamed, its life force being frantically drained by an invisible force. In a matter of seconds, it was reduced to a mummy. After gaining another 5% boost, Mu Xing gently rubbed his fingers together. He could actually actively control the power of desolation to absorb energy. With the power of withering silence, the rest of the journey was a simple matter of sweeping through. In the lounge, the monsters were awakening one after another, but Mu Xing, standing in the doorway, wore a cruel smile. Half a minute later, he left the lounge, carrying a bottle of tequila. Behind him, the mummified corpses crumbled into a grayish-white powder. Chapter 11-12. When his physical fitness level surpassed 100%, Mu Xing felt his strength increase not just by a factor of 2, but tenfold. Now, not only ordinary necromorphs, but even elite ones were no longer a concern. Take the Twitcher before him. Thanks to the stasis module integrated into the RIG suit, it possessed the ability to move at super speed. Compared to his first encounter with it, where he had to use the RIG suit and plasma weapons, this time, Mu Xing mastered the use of bullet time early on. Controlling the power of the blood moon within him, a subtle use of bullet time accelerated his senses, slowing the Twitcher down. When the Twitcher began to attack erratically at the speed of sound, Mu Xing saw it as pitifully slow. The steel bar in his hand pierced the stasis module integrated into its chest, negating its speed advantage. He then grabbed its head and twisted it hard, tearing it off. The power of desolation activated, consuming energy. The abundant power of the blood moon merged into his body, causing his physical strength to surge by approximately 30%. Not bad, worth all the effort I've put in looking for it. This time, killing the Twitcher didn't indicate the drop of the abnormal stasis module. Clearly, this wasn't a place where the system could interfere. Finally, a familiar voice rang out from the speakers next to the cameras in the hallway. Hello, Mr. Mu Xing. I apologize for the intrusion. I'm Alyssa, the ship's security commander. I've observed you for a long time, and I didn't expect you to possess abilities comparable to those necromancers. I think we need to have a serious conversation. However, Mu Xing simply ignored the voice from the speakers and stepped forward. Let your master come over to talk. I'm not interested in a puppet. The person on the other side was stunned for a moment, then tried to explain, only to see Mu Xing had already left the passageway and entered the living area. She quickly switched lines, connecting to the living area's surveillance equipment. Wait, I don't know who the mastermind you're talking about is, but I need your help. Mu Xing paused briefly, and threw the bottle he had just finished into the living area. With a snap, the bottle shattered, startling a large number of necromancers awake, each looking in unison at Mu Xing at the gate. Mu Xing had a machete. He had extracted the machete from the corpse in the hallway, and it was incredibly sharp. With enough force, it could cleave a necromancer in half, skin and bone included. As soon as the two necromancers got close, Mu Xing cut them in half with a single blow. Necromorphs recover quickly, but it still takes time. And Mu Xing only needed to severely injure them to forcibly drain their energy with the power of withering solitude. As Mu Xing slaughtered the necromorphs, he glanced at the camera. I know what you're trying to say. Do you want me to help you fight the church mercenaries and seize the top-secret information? How? Do you know? Alyssa, standing across from him, was a bit confused. She hadn't expected Mu Xing to see through her thoughts so clearly. Mu Xing shook his head. Although your disguise is very convincing, you're not human after all. Should I call you Commander Alyssa, or Divine Seal? There was a sudden silence on the other side of the camera, as if analyzing Mu Xing's meaning. Mu Xing's blade swung down, slashing from the living area to the storage room. Seeing this Leviathan hiding in the storage area once again, he wondered how much energy he could gain by absorbing it. After killing all the necromorphs in the living area, Mu Xing's physical fitness had increased by nearly 300%. With such strength, dealing with an immobile Leviathan would be no problem. Just as he opened the storage area door, Mu Xing sensed a powerful, special electromagnetic wave sweeping over him. It was attempting to read his memories. However, having worked with the Divine Seal for so long, resisting the memory readout of a red Divine Seal would be a piece of cake. He was professionally trained. Don't try to read my memories. It's pointless. Besides, this isn't the first time we've met. Not the first time? The Divine Seal on the other side was also a little confused. This human seemed to know everything about it, while he knew nothing about this mysterious being. Mu Xing looked up with a hint of nostalgia. Last time, I used a trickery to steal 99% of your blood moon essence, and you chose to accept me as your master. From our initial wariness to our later journey together, we've been through a lot. A moment later, the Divine Seal's voice rang out. I can't read your memories, nor can I influence your thoughts. So, you're saying you've traveled back from the future? Mu Xing smiled. As a Divine Seal with newly acquired intelligence, you even consider the concept of time travel? The Divine Seal said, everything that has happened to you is simply too bizarre. You were able to devour the essence of the necromorphs, causing their utter demise. And considering what you've said, I have reason to believe so. Since you know who I am, there's surely a greater need for us to cooperate, right? This Leviathan is no ordinary monster. There are many more to contend with, and only I can protect you. Mu Xing didn't respond, simply charging at the massive, bloated corpse that practically merged with the storage room. His only response was his machete. He swung it with impenetrable force, severing every tentacles that reached out. Even if Leviathan spewed venom and spores, Mu Xing would have easily dodged them. He closed in swiftly, his final blow piercing the Leviathan's weak spot beneath its tough flesh. Following that, Mu Xing pierced its eye and burrowed directly into its body. As he emerged from the storage room, the massive Leviathan behind him had completely collapsed, reduced to white ash. Mu Xing clenched his fists, his physical strength doubling again, but then, Mu Xing stopped and glanced at the camera. So, do you think I need to cooperate with the weak? Mu Xing's vision blurred, and he caught sight of a white figure. But the figure was blurry, and difficult to focus on. Shatter! Mu Xing had long since overcome his obsessions. With a flick of his finger, the white shadows suddenly vanished. Shanine, I advise you to stop your tricks. Otherwise, when we meet, I will tear you into pieces. The other party fell silent again, but Mu Xing pressed his advantage. Since you've worked happily with me for so long in your past life, why don't you submit to me now? I promise to show you a clear path. The other party was visibly angry. You think you're worthy of my submission? Mu Xing grinned. Don't blame me for not giving you a chance. I'm only saying this once. Humph, I know you have some strength, but I'm the master of this Scherzuan. Even if I surrender, it should be you who surrenders to me. Mu Xing shook his head. Since we can't reach an agreement, let's see who's the winner. He smashed the thick armor plating with one punch, punching through the barrier in the living area. A swarm of necromancers was coming towards them. Mu Xing cracked his knuckles, twisted his neck, and violently hurled the now riddled machete, piercing the corpses in his path. Roar! Just then, a massive corpse charged forward, its hard-bone blade deflecting the incoming machete and sending numerous corpses flying. His muscles contracted, and he threw a punch at Mu Xing. Good. Mu Xing hurled a punch directly at the hunter before him. Chapter 1113. A dim, decaying world in the core area. Lan charged forward, carrying Mu Xing, who had fallen into a deep coma. This isn't good. The monsters here are getting stronger. Half-step multi-dimensional monsters have already appeared. I wonder if multi-dimensional monsters will appear soon. Zhou Yuan fought and retreated. He killed a half-step multi-dimensional monster with his Dragon Roar spear and quickly joined the others in closing the gap. Densely swarming monsters surrounded them, forcing them to fight back to back. While defeating the horde of monsters, they tried to approach the Golden Land. But no matter how hard they tried, the Golden Land seemed like a mirage, forever lost in the distance. The giant monument and coffin within the Golden Land loomed, becoming increasingly blurred the deeper they went. Lan looked around. Blood Moon's situation isn't good. His body is still there, but his soul has been taken away. What? What happened? The others looked worried. I don't know. Blood Moon told me that the Blood Moon dimension is merging with this core area, forming a superimposed dimension. He just appeared in two superimposed dimensions simultaneously, but he said he would disappear in the Blood Moon world, but not in this world. So, I conclude that only his soul and will were pulled into the Blood Moon dimension, but not his true form. Just now, his breath was completely gone. His soul and will suddenly vanished. I suspect he must have encountered some special trouble. Zhou Yuan placed a hand on Mu Xing's forehead, carefully sensing him, then reached out and pried open his eyelids. Mu Xing's pupils were dilated, and he was completely lifeless, like a corpse. He's lifeless. Could it be? Just then, a short, small hand emerged from Mu Xing's forehead and slapped Zhou Yuan's hand away. Don't talk nonsense. This kid is incredibly lucky. With that, the ant appeared. Seeing the ant, several people quickly bowed their heads and said, Greetings, Your Majesty. The ant waved her hand, yawned, and looked around, frowning. I just took a nap. How did things turn out like this? She patted Mu Xing's forehead. Asta, come out. With that, a stunning, queenly woman in a yellow cheongsam emerged from Mu Xing's body. You're awake, and yet you don't offer to help, the ant said, hands on her hips. Aster glanced at the ant. They need my help for all sorts of rubbish? Are they worthy? I'm only this guy's bondholder, not theirs. If anything happens to Mu Xing, I naturally intervene. She glanced sideways at Zhou Yuan and the others, the terrifying pressure of the past making cold sweat break out on their foreheads. Then the ant casually pulled out a black chain. I think you want to stay in the lake. The fearless Haster's face changed the moment he saw the black chain. He gritted his teeth and said, he actually gave you control of the Black Star Seal. That's because I know what kind of person you are, and Mu Bao trusts me the most. With that, the ant swung the chain in her hand. So will you move or not? You? Haster's body trembled slightly, clearly angry. But when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. After a moment's hesitation, she took the initiative. With a wave of her hand, countless monsters instantly vanished into ashes. A large number of people were stunned by such might. They were completely different from their former powers. Although a dense swarm of monsters began to emerge the next second, Haster also began to summon her subordinates. They were hideous creatures. Their torsos resembled those of giant lizards, but covered in rough, dark gray skin. Bone spikes sporadically protruded from their surfaces, and muscles stretched taut beneath the skin, imbuing them with an unnatural sense of strength. The most striking thing about them were their wings. These were not bird wings, but membranous wings similar to those of a bat, and when they flapped, they stirred up a gust of air mixed with a fishy and metallic smell. The entire surface of their heads was covered with tiny black compound eyes, densely packed, constantly rotating to capture the surroundings. This was a special life form called the Bioger, a monstrous blend of features from various creatures. The overall appearance was more like a mutated western dragon, like a demonic dragon beast crawling out of hell. They are Haster's most loyal followers, capable of soaring through the void on their wings. Their combat prowess and destructive power are terrifying. As the dimensional gate opened, countless Byakuya flew out from the rift. The weakest of them reached the rank of third-order god, and among them were elites at the half-step multiverse level. Even several multiverse-level Byakuya leaders were seen. With the influx of these followers, the battle became overwhelmingly overwhelming. The ant turned her head and looked at the others. Don't go any further. The Golden Land is located in another dimension, and ordinary means cannot reach it. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but ask, then how can we get closer? The ant didn't hide anything. Only those approved by the tomb's owner are qualified to enter. Approved? Several people instinctively looked at Mu Xing. The ant placed a hand on his head. His situation is unique. His soul has been dragged into the past. He may need to pass some kind of test before returning. So, during this time, you must protect his body and wait for his soul to return. Zhou Liang frowned beside her. I'm afraid we don't have that much time. At the rate the blood source is spreading, it's probably already approaching the core area. What if he doesn't return in time? We'd be attacked from all sides. The ant gazed at the Golden Land in the distance for a moment. Follow me closely. I try to break through that forbidden area and see if I can get through. Everyone glanced at each other, not daring to interrupt, and simply followed the ant silently. Haster flew over and said, Are you mad? If you act recklessly, the balance will be disrupted and the entire mausoleum will collapse. We could all be buried here. Do you have any other options? The old lady asked. Splash. Just then, the sound of waves came from behind. Everyone looked back and saw a crimson sea of blood seeping through the edge of the core area. The sea of blood began to erode the core, like pouring a large bottle of highly corrosive sulfuric acid into this desolate world. The sea of blood continued to spread, emitting a pungent smell of decay. This land, which constantly resurrected monsters, lost its last vitality under the erosion of the blood sea, being swallowed up and submerged. Haster's defiant face finally showed a hint of unease as she watched this scene. Cthulhu, perhaps you're right. Let's join forces. She took the initiative, knowing that now was not the time for a quarrel. The ant nodded. From my observations, that golden region is independent of this world. Our first task is to locate its true location. Haster scanned this strange world, opened his arms, and whispered, Sea of stars, descend. With his words, countless stars materialized, filling every corner of this desolate world. Chapter 1114. Meanwhile, on the middle deck of the Ishimura, Mu Xing slaughtered his way through half of the Ishimura, And no matter how many zombies the Divine Seal mobilized, it was useless. Instead, the powerful hunter was actually taken in as a subordinate by Mu Xing. At this moment, the sturdy hunter strode in front of Mu Xing, like a ferocious beast. Suddenly, Mu Xing stopped and raised his right hand. The hunter stopped quietly and, at Mu Xing's signal, retreated behind him, taking cover against the wall. Then, rapid footsteps echoed, mixed with the clanking of various equipment as they ran. Mu Xing listened with his right ear and slowly raised 3 fingers. 3, 2, 1. The next second, several elite mercenaries of the church, armed with live ammunition and wearing armored RIG suits, rushed out from around the corner, 5 or 6 guns trained with their rifles. The escape route through the passage was also surrounded. However, there was nothing behind the corner. The mercenaries exchanged bewildered glances, quickly glancing around. "Are you looking for me?" A cold voice echoed from behind them. A sturdy young man leaped down from the ventilation duct. He was dressed in a maintenance engineer suit and smiled at them. "Fire!" At a command, all the guns swung, pointed at Mu Xing. But before they could pull the trigger, the hunter charged out, striking with a terrifying force, like a head-on collision with a 100-ton dump truck. Even the formidable RIG armor suit couldn't withstand the onslaught. 3 were sent flying, 1 pinned against the wall by the hunter's punch. Another, attempting to escape, was met with a massive slap, also pinning him against the wall. Blood spurted from every crack in the RIG suit, instantly crushing them. Several church mercenaries, tasked with blocking the retreat, fired indiscriminately, attempting to repel the frenzied hunter. However, Mu Xing's nimble figure appeared behind them like a ghost. Puff, puff, puff. The sharp blade slashed across the mercenaries' necks, easily slicing through their protective suits, and sending blood gushing from their throats. The mercenaries clutched their necks in frustration, and fell to the ground, never able to see Mu Xing's face. "These people you sent aren't any good either. By the way, what do you think of my proposal?" Mu Xing looked up at the camera at the corner of the corridor, seemingly seeing Alyssa's panicked face behind it, and the runes flashing wildly on the Divine Seal. "What kind of monster are you?" In the Divine Seal's eyes, Mu Xing was beyond the realm of ordinary creatures, and with every necromancer he killed, he grew stronger. In comparison, he seemed to be the true master of these necromancers. There was a moment of silence. "In that case, I wait for you at the ship's command center." Mu Xing waved at the hunter, who was still beating up a few unfortunate mercenaries. He then happily ran up to Mu Xing, head bowed, as respectful as could be. Let's go meet an old friend." The rest of the journey was relatively peaceful, or rather, the Divine Seal deliberately made way, even forcing the necromorphs on the ship to stay away from this evil spirit. Just now, this guy had attacked all the way, killing at least a third of the necromorphs on the entire ship. At this point, Mu Xing's physical enhancement had reached an incredible level. While still some distance from the upper levels, he should have no problem dealing with a red Divine Seal, who had just awakened his mind. Mu Xing entered the uppermost deck of the spaceship and arrived at the command center. There, he once again saw the completely mutated Alyssa. Her body hung suspended in midair above the command center, countless blood-stained threads spreading outward like spiderwebs. "You're not surprised at all?" As Mu Xing entered, it was Alyssa who was surprised first. "Why should I be surprised?" Mu Xing found a clean chair and plopped down. Instantly, the corridor outside the command center was surrounded by a dense swarm of necromorphs. It seemed as if a single command from Alyssa would send these necromorphs charging in and tearing Mu Xing to shreds. However, Mu Xing's attention wasn't on the necromorphs, or even on Alyssa before him, but on the Divine Seal wrapped in blood and flesh. As layers of blood and flesh blossomed like a lotus, Mu Xing once again saw the red Divine Seal. The blood-red double helix was engraved with countless mysterious runes. These runes may seem abstract, but they are actually the product of the painstaking efforts of the Creator Clan. Each one represents supreme knowledge and information. A surge of electromagnetic waves emanated from the tip of the red Divine Seal. The ripples were visible to the naked eye. However, Mu Xing ignored the red ripples. Instead, the corpses outside the door began to distort and transform. They began to merge and coalesce, filling the corridors of the control center, blocking the doors and windows, and trapping Mu Xing in this small command center. "Are you trying to persuade me to surrender? To join your aggregation plan?" Mu Xing asked with a half-smile. The Divine Seal spoke through Alyssa's mouth. "Human, I did underestimate you, but I don't believe I've lost." With a loud bang, the roof of the spacecraft's command center was blown away. Instantly, all oxygen escaped into outer space, and the extreme cold and threat of suffocation hit simultaneously. The newly assembled necromancers stretched out their hands, attempting to trap Mu Xing in the exposed outer space. Human, you are strong, but you are still only human. You need to breathe, you need food, and you need to withstand both cold and heat. You are too arrogant to dare to come to me in your work clothes. If you had a RIG suit, I might be a little wary, but now is your death. Don't worry. After you die, I will carefully study your body and genes, ensuring you a worthy death. Just as the Divine Seal was boasting about his plan, Mu Xing's disdainful voice echoed from the condensed hands of the necromancers. Are you finished? With a puff, Mu Xing smashed the fleshy hands with a punch. He stretched his body, unaffected by the radiation and cold of outer space, and even the zero-gravity space couldn't restrain him. He strolled leisurely through the weightless space, approaching step by step. He opened his arms and said, "Thank you for gathering these necromorphs together. It saved me the trouble of searching." How? How is that possible? The Divine Seal was stunned. It wondered if the human before it had used some special secret technique on it, causing it to also experience hallucinations. Gather! Mu Xing shouted softly, and all the necromorphs on the Ishimura spacecraft converged, even including the mother necromorph lying on top of the ship. All the necromorphs gathered together, converging around Mu Xing. How is this possible? You're not a Divine Seal. How could you possibly gather necromorphs? Amidst his exclamation, the Divine Seal sensed a downward pressure from Mu Xing. A powerful blood moon burst forth. However, this convergence did not form a miniature blood moon, but rather began to wither from the outer layer. When the aggregate peeled off layer by layer like an onion, the ashes scattered into space, and a young man with a perfect figure walked out from it. Who else could it be but Mu Xing? Chapter 11:15. You know what? I've always been curious about whether this world is real or fake. What's its purpose in pulling me from the future to the past? Mu Xing stepped closer to the Divine Seal. The blood-red runes flickered wildly, as if frightened. I think the answer isn't here, but in the distant past. The Divine Seal attempted to analyze these words, but it couldn't find the answer in its vast database. Seeing Mu Xing extend his right hand toward it, the Divine Seal panicked and tried to escape. What do you want to do? Mu Xing placed a hand on the Divine Seal. I once had a dream. I dreamed I didn't sit in front of the computer and press that button. I didn't enter the survival world, I didn't meet you, and I didn't experience all this. I dreamed of the past, my parents, and her. Perhaps I would be a happy, ordinary person. Marriage, having children, working, growing old, and finally turning into a handful of dust, as if I had never existed, and no one would remember. His tone was filled with nostalgia. But dreams are always dreams. All this is a fait accompli. I will eventually wake from this beautiful dream and face an unknown future. He brushed his right hand over the densely packed runes, and those touched by his fingers began to glow, as if forcibly activated. And are you willing to wake from this dream of trying to change the past? Divine Seal, or should I call you by another name? Hung. The red Divine Seal trembled suddenly, as if some forgotten memory had been activated. Mu Xing stepped back, gazing at the increasingly trembling red Divine Seal. The runes, like bone nails embedded in flesh, were being forcibly squeezed from the red Divine Seal. And with each rune that fell, crimson blood flowed from the gap. It was like scales being forcibly ripped from its body. Inside the gaps was fresh, living flesh. It was as if a human being had been forged into the Divine Seal. Mu Xing said, I pondered the origins of your wisdom and self-awareness before. Now, after experiencing all this, I understand that this consciousness may not have appeared out of thin air, but has long existed within you. And the true source of this consciousness isn't the blood moon, but the creator of the blood moon and the Divine Seal. As he finished speaking, every rune on the red Divine Seal was ripped out, and blood flowed from every rune mark. The Divine Seal before him seemed to have been released from its final seal, and a weak yet powerful will began to awaken. The next second, Mu Xing was pulled even further into space and time. This time, he arrived on the planet that hadn't yet frozen. He recognized it instantly. It was Tefrantis. A group of fish-like people had created a brilliant civilization on this aquatic planet. They were the Rosettas. Before Mu Xing could say anything, he was suddenly pulled into the Rosetta's secret laboratory. Mu Xing tilted his head and looked to his left. The double helix red Divine Seal began to disintegrate and stretch. Now it resembled an extremely long, coiled strand of DNA, barely recognizable as a Divine Seal. Suddenly, a strange voice rang out, You shouldn't be reminding me of all this. Clearly, its consciousness had awakened. It was no longer the ignorant red Divine Seal, but the will of an ancient and time-worn creator. Didn't you bring me here to help you awaken your will? Mu Xing asked. A familiar face suddenly began to emerge from the stream of red DNA. Mu Xing recognized it. He had seen it before in the ancestral hall of the Elders' Council. The statue enshrined at the head of the hall bore the exact same image. It stretched out its right hand, condensed from genetic chains, and waved forward. This secret laboratory seemed to have experienced accelerated time. In a fleeting moment, Mu Xing witnessed the Rosettas disintegrating the divine seals. Among them, there was a particularly special red divine seal, the one now standing beside him. During this process, Mu Xing noticed the presence of the Rosetta system. It was the monitoring system for the 003 Origin Divine Seal. It sensed the danger and prepared to disintegrate the 003 Origin Divine Seal into 3. One copy stayed here, one was sent to Earth, and the last copy was delivered to the Ishimura. This last copy was also the most special, containing Heng's most original and pure will. Senior, does Rosetta know of the existence of your will? Mu Xing asked. The shadow beside him shook his head. It doesn't know, but it is indeed my most loyal guardian. I misled it, because that mysterious flesh and blood are not enemies. I believe you should know that my cooperation with that flesh and blood was to save the Creator Clan. And the Seal of Origin was created by me to protect the Creator Clan. But now it seems I underestimated what would happen next. Everything spun out of control. My experiments unleashed chaos, the Seal of Origin became a weapon of war, and most importantly, I ultimately failed to stop my own delusions. Your delusions? What do you mean? Mu Xing was puzzled when time and space around him reversed again. This time, the reversal was even longer. He unexpectedly arrived in front of a massive pyramid. What is this? The mausoleum I built for myself. Mu Xing was stunned, subconsciously glancing at the red shadow beside him. As time and space continued to reverse, the shadow beside him, formed from coiled red DNA chains, gradually solidified. It sprouted flesh and skin, unexpectedly transforming into a human form. Are you really Hung? Mu Xing was bewildered. The other shook his head. I am, but I'm not? What do you mean? I am only a part of Heng's consciousness, the purest part. The rest of my will is buried there. He pointed toward the massive pyramid before him. Hung suddenly asked, how much do you know about us, the creators? Mu Xing thought for a moment and said, I only know that you originated from a dark cave, born from the life essence extracted from that filthy, corrupted piece of flesh. After going through layers of life evolution and reincarnation, you finally broke free from the cycle of reincarnation and became the creators we are today. Hung beside him nodded. Then do you know the origin of that filthy, corrupted piece of flesh? I only know its name, Abhoth. It's the source of filth and birth, right? Hung was a little surprised. It seems you know more than I thought. A lot. Mu Xing scratched his head. These are all things my aunt told me. Oh, my aunt's name is Cthulhu. Hung was visibly stunned. It seems Rosetta's choice was correct. The great and noble one would actually sign a contract with you. It's understandable that you would know this. Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, so what exactly is this Abhoth? Heng's expression was distant. He is filth, the source of the unclean, the ancestor of evil, the creator of all wrong and abominable creatures. He is an outer god older than time and space, Abhoth. Chapter 11:16. Outer gods? These two words echoed in Mu Xing's mind, seemingly igniting an endless thirst for knowledge. Although his subconscious warned him not to delve any deeper, his inner thirst for knowledge continued to grow. Hung, seemingly unconcealed, spoke calmly. In the most ancient times of this universe, the Old Ones were the masters and rulers of the material world. They wielded authority, and each world depended on the Old Ones for its existence. And do you know where these rules and authority come from? Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, could it be from the so-called outer gods? Hung nodded. Indeed, the outer gods are the most mysterious beings in this infinite universe, for they themselves are part of it. They represent the fundamental laws of the universe, or perhaps, they are the laws themselves, transcending dimensions and time and space, their every move affecting the operation of the entire universe. Mu Xing's eyes widened, his subconscious already flashing red flags, warning him not to delve any further. So, the Creator Clan was born from an outer god? Hung chuckled. Yes, this is our honor, but it's also our curse. Because this great outer god fell long ago in an unknown place, otherwise we wouldn't have been born from his body. And the result of uncontrolled laws is disorder. After escaping the cycle of reincarnation, the lives of our Creator Clan lost their life limits. Initially, the advantage of no limits gave our clan greater evolutionary capabilities than other clans, allowing them to acquire knowledge more quickly. But gradually, these limitless restrictions became a curse. The faster we rush forward, the faster we will perish. So, to resolve the curse, I journeyed to the even more distant Hingyu, visiting various locations and searching for various solutions. But these methods were only temporary solutions, not a permanent solution. Until one day, I joined a special organization. Special organization? What is that? Mu Xing asked curiously. Hang's tone turned serious. Mu Xing, from now on, you must keep every word I say a secret. If even the slightest bit is leaked, it will bring unimaginable disaster. Seeing Hang's seriousness, Mu Xing quickly nodded, his expression also becoming serious. Hung took a deep breath and led Mu Xing towards the massive pyramid. They call themselves the Council of the Old Gods. Their origins and identities are unknown. All I know is that their ultimate goal is to find a special item. Item? The key of the Old Gods. As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Xing felt the surrounding universe tremble. Lightning and thunder roared in the void, and crackling lightning struck directly towards them. Mu Xing was shocked. Simply saying a name had attracted such ethereal lightning? Mu Xing felt that this lightning could kill even a multiverse-level expert. Thankfully, they were fast enough, and Hung rushed Mu Xing directly into the pyramid. As the gate closed, no matter how terrifying the ethereal lightning was, it couldn't shake the pyramid in the slightest. It struck continuously for dozens of minutes before slowly dissipating. Senior, what was that just now? Hung glanced at Mu Xing, who was calmer than he had imagined. Don't mention these words so casually again. You saw the consequences just now, didn't you? Mu Xing nodded quickly, like a chick pecking at rice. Then he realized something. Senior, we were just discussing a name, and it attracted void lightning. How dare the Old God Council pursue this thing? Hung said, the Old God Council is a very mysterious and dangerous organization. I joined them by chance. No, it's not so much that I joined on my own initiative, but rather that they had been targeting me for a long time. They asked me to join the Old God Council and become a member of their team. I wanted to refuse, but they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. Mu Xing stroked his chin. Did they say they could help you break the curse of life evolution? Hung. Giving him a thumbs up. Indeed, Young Mi agreed to join the organization without much thought. But I soon regretted my decision. They only wanted me to join the Council of the Old Gods to use me for clues to the Old God Key. Mu Xing scratched his head. Senior, from what you've said, the Council of the Old Gods seems incredibly powerful. Is there anything in Hengyu they can't find? Of course there is, like the true guardian of the Old God Key, and the great being who is also Abhotha's father/mother, Uposasra. The moment he heard that name, Mu Xing's brain suddenly buzzed. He felt every cell, every gene in his body tremble. He began to collapse uncontrollably. Hung, standing beside him, quickly intervened, stabilizing him and erasing his memory. When Mu Xing finally calmed down, he stared at his hands in bewilderment. What happened to me just now? Hung looked deeply at Mu Xing. You've absorbed so many essences that don't belong to you. Chaos, the ancient gods, the blood moon, even the old ones. Hearing that name, it seems you've experienced backlash. What does backlash mean? I don't understand. Mu Xing tapped his head. Have I forgotten something? Hung pointed a finger at his forehead. Forget it. As a human, you face the truth sooner or later. I return this sealed memory to you. Just remember this name, and don't speak it out. Mu Xing sunk into that simple memory, only seeing a single name within. He nodded silently, a lingering fear in his heart. Wait, Senior, you said he was the spawn of Abhoth? The spawn of an outer god? What kind of being is he? I don't know. Hung shook his head. Senior, it's fine if you don't want to talk. No, I truly don't know. Even the entire Council of Old Gods knows very little about him. They only know he is the guardian of the Old God Key, and only by finding him can we find the Old God Key. And me! Hung pointed at himself. My clan is a descendant of Abhoth, and Abhoth is a descendant of that one. By relying on our blood relationship and reversing the origin, we might be able to find him. And what was the outcome? Mu Xing quickly inquired. I'm sure you've seen the result. I followed the Old God Council into a mysterious dimension, and within that mysterious dimension, I found hope for changing the fate of my race. A mysterious mass of flesh and blood, a living mass of flesh and blood from that mysterious and great being. However, it wasn't me who found that mass of flesh and blood, it was it that found me. Mu Xing's expression froze. Senior, don't tell me that the so-called remains of the past you brought back are actually. Indeed. But if I hadn't said so, I'm afraid I would have attracted the attention of countless people in Hingyu. With the help of this mass of flesh and blood, I escaped the Old God Council's pursuit, and after thousands of years, I finally returned to the primordial universe. But the time I had left in this world was too short. During that exploration, I was attacked by the Old God Council, and suffered severe damage. After returning to the primordial universe, I could only hastily retrieve the upper curse from that flesh and blood, and then hastily built the mausoleum. Because I noticed that this mass of flesh and blood had already begun to lose control since returning to this void. Chapter 11:17. Why did it go out of control? Mu Xing demanded hurriedly. Hang's eyes were far-reaching, as if piercing endless time and space. You should know the nickname of this void, right? The Lost Land? Indeed. Then do you know why it's called the Lost Land? Mu Xing shook her head. I've only heard it said to be a forgotten land, but I'm not sure the specific reason. Hung led Mu Xing deeper into the massive pyramid. Unlike Mu Xing's last experience, every pattern in the long passageway bore the mark of civilization, gleaming with the brilliance of knowledge. There was no biting cold, only a gentle warmth like honey. When they passed through the passageway and reached the outer layer, looking out, they saw a paradise filled with birdsong, flowers, dense forests, and vast grasslands. A gentle breeze and bright sunshine. And within them, countless puppets helped to build and perfect this world. Hung continued, the so-called lost lands are places forgotten by the outer gods. They lie at the edge of the Hengyu, or within vast voids. The outer gods' rules cannot penetrate these lost lands. Therefore, the worlds and universes born there are even more chaotic and disordered, which is why you see so many chaotic wills arising. Mu Xing was stunned. No wonder so much chaos was born in this void. He had assumed the Hengyu's nature was like this. So, Senior, what is the connection between the lost lands and that mysterious flesh and blood? Hung said gravely, I suspect that in these lost lands, there may be other fragments of flesh and blood, or even clues to finding the great being. Mu Xing began to conjure up various possibilities. Senior, are you saying that the true form of that being might be hiding in this lost land? Hung shook his head. Of course not. The lost land alone cannot support such a being. But the lost land must contain important information about that being, otherwise the flesh and blood wouldn't have gone out of control. But time is running out, and I can't find the cause of its loss of control, so I can only build this mausoleum to try to seal it away. And it's not just this piece of flesh and blood. I'm also experiencing some problems. Mu Xing looked at Hung in confusion. Senior, you're experiencing problems too? What's going on? Hung sighed. Perhaps it's due to years of experimentation and the influence of the Council of Old Gods that I've developed an irreversible personality split. My negative personality was infinitely magnified, while my positive personality gradually weakened. To prevent it from completely spiraling out of control after my death and transforming into an unspeakable monster, I need to suppress myself within this mausoleum. So, I divided my remaining personality into three, a negative one, a positive one, and a pure one. The negative one is completely sealed, the positive one is responsible for guarding it, and the pure one is a backup, just in case. He sighed. Unfortunately, my preparations weren't perfect. I didn't expect that after I split my personality, the negative one would quickly gain the upper hand. He inherited my thirst for knowledge and my ambition, and began to frantically study that mass of flesh and blood, even attempting to steal the power and authority contained within. Hearing this, Mu Xing's eyes widened. Senior, could your negative personality be the super blood moon in the blood moon dimension? Hung Ginyo shook his head again. I am it, but it's not me. What do you mean? My negative personality, in order to steal the power of authority, tore itself apart and used the divine seal of origin to conduct a massive experiment in life evolution. It inherited my obsession, seeking a solution to the curse of the Creator clan. So it created countless life moons and countless races, attempting to find a viable path. Although I despise my negative personality, I have to admit it's more persistent and serious than I am. Eventually, it actually found a viable path. That's aggregation and completion. Aggregation? Completion? Mu Xing. He scratched his head. Why did this setting feel so familiar? He looked up suddenly. Blood moon? Indeed, the blood moon is an experiment with infinite possibilities. I designed it with two ultimate goals. First, to protect the Creator clan, and second, to break the curse upon them. We originated from imperfect, rotten flesh, breaking the cycle of evolution to gain freedom. If we want to break the curse, we must address the root cause. The negative personality concluded that we need to restore the integrity lost by breaking free from the cycle of evolution. Filling this gap requires the genes and essence of vast numbers of other races. Through the blood moon's aggregation and fusion, we can fill the gaps and allow the Creator clan to truly evolve into the perfect ultimate life form. In this way, we can completely escape the threat of the curse and propel our race to new heights. Mu Xing's mind buzzed. So that's why everyone in the creation clan was pursuing the so-called ultimate life form. It turns out this wasn't a matter of ambition, but a self-seeking redemption. Only by becoming the ultimate life form could one repair their flaws and escape the curse. What happened next? Mu Xing asked hurriedly, feeling he was getting closer to the truth. Hung, with a faraway gaze, flew deeper into the pyramid. In the middle level of the pyramid, he saw a massive maze under construction. A tiny little spider happily navigated the maze. That's Ahot, the god of the labyrinth? Why is he so small? Mu Xing was shocked again. Hung explained, I discovered him in the exploration space of the old god council. When I first saw him, his true form was already dying, but Ahot chose to trust me. After his death, his true form left behind a little bit of his spirit. I used this little bit of spirit to regenerate a young individual, the Ahot you see today. I brought him out of that space and brought him here, building a labyrinth for him to help him grow. In return, he volunteered to stay here and guard my tomb. Mu Xing was stunned. He had assumed that Ahot, the god of the labyrinth, was an unforgivable evil. But he hadn't expected him to be faithfully fulfilling his promise, still faithfully guarding Heng's tomb even after eons. Luckily, he hadn't asked his aunt to kill him, or he would have been consumed by guilt. Hung seemed to know that Ahot had been captured by Mu Xing. He grasped with his right hand, and an old seal flew out of the labyrinth. Is this Ahot's old seal? Yes, it's the old seal left behind by his original incarnation before his death. This little creature hasn't fully grown yet. If you're willing to help it grow one day, it'd be a valuable asset to you. Mu Xing took the old seal with mixed feelings. It was clear that Hung treated Ahot like a child. As they approached the maze, Ahot, the size of a puppy, excitedly crawled over and rubbed affectionately against Heng's legs. Hung reached out his right hand to stroke his head, and his densely packed eyes gently closed, enjoying the interaction with Hung. Chapter 11:18. Mu Xing, can I safely entrust him to you? Hung gazed at Mu Xing earnestly, his tone filled with eager anticipation. Of course. Mu Xing replied readily, then revealed a hint of helplessness. But I'm afraid our relationship isn't that harmonious. I hope he won't bite me. Ha ha ha. Hung burst into a hearty laugh and patted Mu Xing's shoulder. Don't worry, with the old seal as proof, he will understand my good intentions. Mu Xing slowly squatted down, carefully poking the tiny Ahot with his slender fingers. The little creature was utterly ugly, its naked body devoid of a mouth. At Mu Xing's teasing, it whimpered like a puppy, then panicked and hid behind Hung for protection. Hung gazed down at the trembling Ahot, his voice gentle, Don't be afraid. If you ever see him again, acknowledge him as your master. He will protect you in the future. He patiently soothed the young creature. Ahot then timidly poked half his body out from behind Hung, his densely packed eyes gazing warily at Mu Xing. Hung stood up and waved, All right, go play. Ahot immediately rushed joyfully into the maze, his nimble figure moving freely through the intricate passages. We should keep moving forward, Hung said, turning and leading Mu Xing forward. Passing through the unfinished maze area, they arrived at the core. The scene here was completely different from the outer reaches. Spiritual energy shone like mist, the power of laws pulsated, and a variety of life forms thrived here. This vibrant wonderland stood in stark contrast to the decayed and desolate land Mu Xing had seen earlier. Hung spoke solemnly, It seems my negative personality has completely spiraled out of control. His initial motives were good. He truly sought a way to break the curse. Unfortunately, later on, Heng's voice deepened, he gradually lost his original purpose. To achieve his goal quickly, he took a desperate risk and fragmented his consciousness into countless fragments. These fragments will merge into each blood moon, waiting for the moon to mature before reuniting. In this way, they are completed and evolve into a true ultimate life form. But you saw the result, Hung said, smiling bitterly and shaking his head. Negative will is already incomplete. After being fragmented, it will be further damaged. Completely lost in a sea of chaotic memories. I don't know what happened next, but he's clearly embarked on a path of no return. The vast wills of countless blood moons converged, forming an independent blood moon universe within the primordial universe. According to you, it should be called a blood moon space. Here, he perfectly replicated the entire primordial universe. This space adheres to the unique rules of the blood moon, allowing time and space to be distorted at will. His overly fragmented will has completely forgotten who he is. I'm afraid now, he only believes himself to be the collective will nurtured by billions of blood moons. Mu Xing's mouth opened in shock, speechless for a long time. Although he had suspected something since Hung began his story, the shock of hearing the truth firsthand still left him overwhelmed. So senior, you say, you are him, but he's not you? Mu Xing finally found his voice. Hung nodded slightly. He has long since lost his true self, even attempting to exploit countless blood moons to steal the power of authority from those flesh and blood. He took a deep breath, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Fortunately, my last positive will made the right decision. Rosetta? Mu Xing blurted out. This time, Mu Xing didn't show any surprise, for he had already guessed the answer and fully accepted it. The so-called Rosetta intelligent monitoring system wasn't man-made at all. It was a part of Hang's will. No wonder the survival system was willing to enter into an agreement with an intelligent monitoring system. So that's how it is. Mu Xing muttered to himself. All the clues finally connected perfectly at this moment. So senior, you brought me here specifically. Is there anything you need from me? Mu Xing asked bluntly. Hang's expression suddenly grew solemn. You are the one chosen by the survival system and me. Are you willing to be my successor? Mu Xing was stunned for a moment, then puzzled. Me? No need to rush to answer. Hung raised his hand, gesturing. You are a stock with unlimited potential. I see in you the potential to evolve into the ultimate life form. I was wrong before. I only thought of conducting experiments in the primordial universe, but overlooked the importance of natural selection. The birth of the ultimate life form requires more stringent conditions. He pointed solemnly at Mu Xing, and you now possess all the necessary elements: humanity, chaos, ancient gods, blood moon, the old ones. Perhaps only you can fulfill my long-cherished wish, and become the true heir of my will. Upon hearing this, Mu Xing knelt on one knee without hesitation. Disciple Mu Xing, I greet Master. Okay. Hung excitedly helped Mu Xing to his feet, his eyes filled with relief. Mu Xing scratched his head a little sheepishly. But Master, won't this confuse the generations? After all, the divine seal is also yours. Hung smiled and shook his head. It is it, I am me. We are no longer the same. Relief permeated his tone. Mu Xing understood. It seemed that this master had completely let go, allowing that pure will to be reborn and become an independent being. Mu Xing said seriously, Please give your instructions, Master. I will do my utmost. Hung placed his hand on Mu Xing's shoulder and said solemnly, Since you are now my successor, I want you to do something. What is it? Eliminate that negative will and reclaim the power of authority. Mu Xing's expression suddenly changed. But Master, killing it would mean. Hung remained silent. Before they knew it, they had arrived at a land shimmering with golden light. A massive stone tablet stood majestically on a towering stone platform, and beside it lay a magnificent coffin. Disciple, my master has long passed away. All that remains are a few obsessions. Hang's voice was calm and profound. I am tired. I wish to truly rest in peace. Mu Xing suppressed the surging emotions within him and bowed his head. Disciple understands. Hung pointed his finger at Mu Xing's brow, and a flood of information poured in like a tide. This information will be enough for you to deal with that creature. Remember, you must find my body faster than it can. There, you will receive my entire inheritance. You can then use the backup plan left by my body to completely eliminate the negative will. However, this opportunity only comes once. Mu Xing nodded solemnly and clasped his fists in salute. Disciple will live up to Master's trust. Chapter 11:19. Hung smiled contentedly. Disciple, the road ahead is still long. I hope you will remember, no matter how desperate the situation, never give up hope. You must believe in yourself, in your companions, and in those who stand behind you and support you. Hung spoke earnestly. If one day you reach the pinnacle, remember not to lose yourself. Always remember who you are and the path you've taken. Mu Xing knew this was the most important lesson his master was imparting, and he memorized every word. Well, the journey ends here. Hung looked around. This conjured world is ultimately illusory. No matter how realistic the blood moon dimension may be, it's only a crude replica. Mu Xing had long guessed the truth. This wasn't the real past, but merely a replica of the blood moon dimension. Master, what about you? Me? Hung smiled carefreely. Of course, I lend you a hand, help you break free from this cage carefully crafted for you. No one in this world can stop you from leaving. Hang's voice suddenly became resounding and powerful. Not even myself. Before he finished speaking, the sky suddenly ripped apart, revealing a massive, blood-red eye filled with rage within the vast rift. The super blood moon glared fiercely at Mu Xing, and hung beside him. Hung raised his head, and gazed directly at the blood moon, a sneer curling his lips. What a shame, you're a step too late. Hung placed his palm on Mu Xing's chest and pushed with all his might. Instantly, Mu Xing felt as if he had traveled through time and space, and everything around him was moving backwards. Clearly, he was heading into the future. Turning back, he saw his master waving at him expectantly. Behind him, a massive blood moon devoured everything, pursuing him across the vast river of time and space. Mu Xing hurriedly sped up, activating the anti-fate rule to speed him up. Don't try to run. The voice echoed through the vast river of time and space, seemingly threatening to devour Mu Xing whole. Thankfully, thanks to his master's help, he remained one step ahead of the super blood moon. He emerged first, returning to the future. Mu Xing didn't dare delay an inch and recalled all the summoned creatures that were charging at the corpses. The evil spirit lunged at him, screaming, "Where were you just now, you little bastard? I thought you were dead." Mu Xing picked up the fat cat and patted its head to soothe it. Ha ha ha, if I were dead, wouldn't you be free? You're still laughing? Bullshit. The evil spirit clawed at Mu Xing. Mu Xing laughed even louder. The evil spirit was much cuter now. Alessa hugged his thighs, patting the little pearls off. Maria's face was filled with concern. Are you okay? Don't worry, you're not dead. Mu Xing smoothed her hair from her forehead and held out his hands to her and Alessa. Come on, I take you home. The two nodded, each holding Mu Xing's hand, and returned to the tower. After returning the others, Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the old seal of Ahat, the god of the labyrinth, emerged. Time was running out. If he wanted to escape the Blood Moon dimension, he had to rely on this combined power. Ahat knew the Blood Moon dimension best, so relying on his power was the only way to escape. At this moment, the sky turned even bloodier. He sensed the super blood moon moving against the flow of time. He hurriedly communicated with the old seal and Ahat. Compared to their previous hostility, now that Mu Xing had obtained the old seal, and the mark left by Hung, the hostility of this lower-level old one towards him instantly disappeared. He seemed to recall that brief memory, recalling Heng's instructions to him. At the same time, Mu Xing attempted to contact his aunt and Haster through telepathy. As the two old ones were about to force their way through the passage to the Golden Land, Mu Xing's abrupt voice echoed in their minds. You're not dead, brat? The old lady exclaimed. No, you're all hoping for my death? Mu Xing said angrily. Where did you just go? It's a long story, but that's not the point. First, free Ahat from the sealed box. I need him to help me leave the Blood Moon dimension. You want me to release Ahat? Although she didn't understand what Mu Xing had experienced, she didn't waste any words. She first stopped Haster's actions, then took out the box containing Ahat and unsealed it. After leaving the sealed box, Ahat not only didn't flee, but instead began to communicate with Mu Xing. Clearly, having regained his memories, he had already considered Mu Xing his new master. He began to help Mu Xing return to the primordial universe. Mu Xing immediately sensed Ahat's guidance. Just as the super blood moon's bloody maw, flowing back through the river of time, was about to devour him, he waved at the blood moon and disappeared into the maze behind him. The super blood moon pounced angrily, devouring the entire continent in one gulp. However, he was still a step too late, and Mu Xing successfully escaped. The next second, Mu Xing awoke from Lan's shoulder. Lan, sensing Mu Xing's return to life, quickly stopped. Uncle Lan, where are we? Mu Xing looked around, lost in thought, gazing at the vast sea of stars. You're finally awake. That's great. Lan exclaimed in delight. At that moment, Auntie and Haster also rushed over. Before Mu Xing could say anything, Haster pulled him into his arms, instantly submerged by the surging waves. Finally, escaping the suffocating feeling, he heard the sound of cracks spreading. Gasping, he looked up at the sky, discovering countless cracks already forming. Behind the cracks lay the blood-red, blood moon-like space. This isn't good. This place can't hold, Zhou Yuan said, looking up at the sky. At the same time, Mu Xing noticed that the core area's defenses had been breached, and the blood source had spread in, forming a vast sea of red. We have to leave this mausoleum. The aunt retreated to Mu Xing's side. Asta glanced at her. If you hadn't stopped me, I would have blasted through the passage. Mu Xing quickly stopped Asta. Don't be impulsive. Only the air can approach that golden area. Even if we force our way through, it will only cause the space to collapse. So what should we do? Soft tactics won't work, and hard tactics won't work? Asta sulked angrily. But then Mu Xing waved his right hand, and the labyrinth god Ahat ran in front of him like a puppy. Ahat, prepare the bridge and lead us in. The others were still confused, not knowing what was happening, when Ahot's labyrinth extended and unexpectedly penetrated the golden earth. Mu Xing pointed with his right hand, and a golden light flew out, unexpectedly connecting with the golden earth. Everyone, follow closely. Mu Xing took a step forward, and the others quickly followed. Just then, a familiar figure, leading countless monsters, charged towards them. Blood Moon, don't even think about escaping. Chapter 1120. That was Huanyan. His former dignity was completely gone. He had become a completely distorted monster. His body was covered in bizarre tumors, resembling miniature blood moons. His face was hideous, his body materialized and fleshed, yet his combat power had reached the unified realm. Stop him! Mu Xing growled, and beside him, Ahot unleashed layers of mazes. Shatter them! Huanyan roared, slashing down with a mutated spine sword in his hand, shattering a large section of the maze with a single blow. He seemed to have the support of the super blood moon, enabling him to shatter the maze of a lower-level ancient. However, Ahot was, after all, a genuine ancient. Though still in the growth stage, he was no match for a mutated, unified realm cultivator. The maze was expanding at a speed far exceeding its destruction. If time hadn't been pressing, Mu Xing would have killed this fellow on the spot. Phantom Nightmare, isn't this the realm you've always dreamed of? Why are you so furious now? What's your intention? Phantom Nightmare roared, as if in constant and horrific pain. Dreamed of? No, this isn't what I want. Do you know how much pain I'm in right now? And it's all thanks to you. I kill you. No, I eat you. I devour you alive. Phantom Nightmare bared his fangs, frantically destroying the maze, but he couldn't get any closer, and the distance between them grew ever greater. Just then, a terrifying, bloody maw tore through the mausoleum space, chasing after him from the Blood Moon's dimension. Phantom Nightmare suddenly turned around, angrily roaring at the massive Blood Moon. You lied to me. This isn't the state of unity I desire. However, the terrifying bloody maw ignored Phantom Nightmare's protests and charged forward, devouring him in one gulp. Clearly, in the eyes of the Blood Moon, Phantom Nightmare was now of no use at all. Phantom Nightmare's screams echoed amidst the crunching sounds of chewing, and blood oozed continuously from the jagged cracks. Those who had escaped this corrupted land through the maze gazed upon Phantom Nightmare's tragedy with lingering fear. Zhou Liang mentioned Vilan, whom he had captured. See? This is the fate of a traitor. Vilan shuddered subconsciously, not daring to object, fearing he would be left behind and devoured by the terrifying Blood Moon. Not only him, but also the Chaos Lord Vig's coward, lowering his head in fear, even shouting, I am willing to surrender, just don't abandon me. In just one day, 3 multiverses had already fallen here. Turning Void sacrificed himself, Nora was reduced to dust, and the cunning Phantom Nightmare was also swallowed by the Blood Moon. Once upon a time, the multiverse, traversing the void and hailed as immortal, had become so fragile. At this moment, guided by the golden thread, the maze finally pierced through an untouchable realm and entered a golden world. Everything here seemed so beautiful, and the crowd had never felt such a rich energy. It was as if the essence of the entire mausoleum was concentrated here. The trees and grass were dyed a brilliant gold, and the river flowed with golden juice. Such a rich energy. I even feel my multiverse realm loosen a little. Zhou Yuan stretched his muscles and took a deep breath. A surge of golden energy surged into his body, causing it to glow faintly. The others also hurriedly absorbed this golden energy, feeling their pores open and their bodies relax. However, the ant's next words nearly sent them into a frenzy. This must be the energy emanating from Heng's body after his death. It's quite pure, you know. Everyone was stunned, bewildered. Okay, don't worry, it's not poisonous. The ant waved her hand silently. She looked around. It seems the seeker didn't deliberately set a trap, but rather, returned to his original state through his own body. Mu Xing had fully regained consciousness. His soul and body were united. Looking up, he saw the towering monument at the center of this golden world, its coffin resting peacefully on the massive stone steps. He sensed a kind call, as if he saw Heng standing atop the coffin, waving at him with a kind face. Next to him, Ahot had recalled everything, and with tears in his eyes, he crawled towards the stone steps and the monument. Just like in childhood, he ran towards Heng, who had cared so attentively for him. Everyone present felt a wave of sadness and grief. Behind him, the terrifying Blood Moon had already caught up. The cracks in the sky continued to widen, covering the entire mausoleum world. With a crackling sound, space shattered, and the Blood Moon space, emerging from the layered space as the master, began to devour the mausoleum space. From the outer layers to the core, Many people were seeing the true nature of the Blood Moon space for the first time. It was filled with primitiveness and wildness, like the earliest incubator of life. Countless corpses were born from this world. Blood moons gathered here every moment. And the super blood moon finally revealed its terrifying fangs. Greedy eyes stared at the coffin in the golden world. It was clear that this split personality had completely lost its true self, leaving only the desire to devour. Everyone, help me stop that thing from devouring me. I need some time to receive the inheritance. Mu Xing's voice rang out firmly. Inheritance? Lon noticed the word. Uncle Lon, to be honest, I met Hung in a past time and space and became his disciple. Lon was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter, looking at Mu Xing with a look of relief. Great! Hung finally has his successor. His legacy will not be cut short, but will be passed on by you. He patted Mu Xing's shoulder. Go, child, receive his inheritance. Mu Xing looked around, and the others cast expectant glances at him. Turning around, he took a step forward, appearing in front of the tall steps. At this moment, the bloody maw of the blood moon gnawed violently at the golden world. But in that instant, this world erupted in golden light, shattering the blood moon's fangs. Simultaneously, the golden light struck back, transforming into a sharp blade, piercing through the massive blood moon. However, this damage could no longer harm the blood moon. It had now merged with the entire blood moon dimension. Unless the entire blood moon dimension was destroyed, the blood moon before it could not be destroyed. Rejected, the blood moon stopped its mindless gnawing and instead opened its maw, releasing countless blood moons. These blood moons were the size of planets, ferocious and violent. As expendable objects, they rushed towards the edge of the golden world, gnawing relentlessly to wear down its defenses. Everyone exchanged glances, bracing for battle. They knew they could not allow the blood moon to penetrate. Hastur stepped forward and said, Cthulhu, let's work together to stop those things. The Ant glanced at the solemn-looking lady. Huh? Have you figured it out? Hastur's expression was impassive. Although the mutant blood moon is powerful, it can't stop me if I want to escape. But I have a life bond with Mu Xing. If he dies, I can't survive either. The Ant smiled and placed a hand on Hastur's shoulder. How are you? Are you captivated by our Mu Bao's charm? Chapter 1121. Meanwhile, Mu Xing had already stepped onto the massive staircase, ascending step by step, attempting to reach the coffin. However, with each step, an invisible pressure weighed down upon him. This pressure emanated from the coffin, heavy and sharp. He knew it was a test from his master. Gritting his teeth, Mu Xing stepped forward, fully mobilizing every ounce of potential within his body. In one breath, he reached the halfway point of the mountain. The higher he climbed, the greater the pressure. No, we can't just use brute force. Mu Xing keenly sensed that this pressure was unique. The harder he pushed, the greater it grew. The staircase seemed to test not strength, but potential, or perhaps the potential for life's evolution. Mu Xing took a deep breath, unleashing the potential of the G-Virus. This was the first innate ability he had acquired, besides the blood moon origin. Although it had long since ceased to provide assistance as he advanced, the G-Virus still faithfully fulfilled its role, continuously evolving to strengthen his foundation. When Mu Xing unleashed the full potential of the G-Virus, a dazzling golden light immediately emanated from the coffin and began to wash over it. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that, under this golden light, the G-Virus began to sublime. Using this sublimation power, he successfully stepped forward, leaping several steps forward. Following this, he began to unleash the potential of his Valred Awakener. This was the first talent he had perfected, providing him with considerable assistance in his early adventures. Now, it too was sublimating in the golden light, becoming even more powerful. Mu Xing leveraged his Valred Awakener talent to rapidly advance several steps forward. Next came Dumas's abilities, Dark Gold Cells, and the Air of Chaos Will. Each leap in ability allowed him to advance further. Followed closely by the Ancient God Bloodline, Chaos Bloodline, and the sublimation of the Old One's Bloodline. These bloodlines continuously merged into his body, making the fusion more harmonious and tighter. With the complete fusion of these bloodlines, Mu Xing soared to 2/3 of the way up the steps in one breath. Not enough. Show me. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the Observer's Tower emerged. Becoming an observer was undoubtedly the wisest decision he had ever made. It was through the Observer system that he successfully stepped beyond the transcendent and entered the higher realms. Every level of this tower provided him with immense support. Now, he seemed to be back on the day he ascended the steps, ascending the Observer's Tower level by level. Body, mind, emotions, hopes, dreams, life, time, matter, the Iron Crown, destiny. Level by level, Mu Xing ascended as if on a heavenly path, constantly strengthened by the golden light. At the last 10 steps, Mu Xing could almost see the coffin resting on the steps. It wasn't as majestic as it appeared from the outside, but rather ordinary and insignificant. Mu Xing closed his eyes slightly. It was time to use his final trump card. The blood moon essence within him surged, gushing out, allowing him to ascend 5 more steps. Finally, he released the power of fate that could reverse everything from his palm. Open it. With a low growl, he took a step forward, finally reaching the last step in the coffin. When he turned his head, he saw Ahot appear at his feet without knowing when. He had transformed into his childhood form, like an ugly, adorable puppy. He circled the coffin, tears welling from his eyes. Mu Xing took a deep breath. The coffin before him wasn't large, only 2 meters long. With such a length, it would be difficult to accommodate even an ordinary creator. However, this was the final resting place Hung had chosen for him. Master, your disciple has come to see you. Mu Xing bowed his head in greeting. Suddenly, a corner of the tightly closed coffin slowly opened. A seemingly endless golden light emanated from the coffin. But when the light faded, Mu Xing peered into the coffin, only to see the withered corpse of a small old man. No fine clothing, no precious burial objects. Mu Xing remained silent. This was Hang's choice. He had dedicated everything to the future of the Creator clan. Just then, a shadowy figure appeared above the coffin. My good disciple, you have finally lived up to my expectations. I knew you would reach the summit and make it this far. Master. Mu Xing was about to speak when Hung interrupted him. No need to explain. This is my choice. Since I left this disaster behind, it's my turn to take it away. He looked up at the sky, meeting the gaze of the enormous super blood moon. The blood moon opened its maw and bit down. Was it anger? Longing? Resentment? Mu Xing couldn't describe the blood moon's emotions, for all emotions ultimately dissolved into endless greed. 2 balls of light appeared in Heng's hands. He extended his left hand to Mu Xing. This is my lifelong knowledge and insights, and now I leave it all to you. You can use this knowledge as a reference, but it cannot be used as a path forward. Everyone has their own path to choose, and you are no exception. Your master hopes you will forge a different path. As he spoke, he extended a ball of light with his right hand. This is my final insurance policy. I've prepared this to prevent my negative personality from completely spiraling out of control. When the light faded, Mu Xing clutched the circular disc of inheritance in his left hand, and the triangular pyramid, his trump card for the future, in his right. But master, using this final insurance policy will cause you to disappear completely. Mu Xing remained hesitant. Hung waved his hand. Have you forgotten what I told you? I'm already gone, so why cling to it? If my disappearance can bring about the future of the Creator clan, then it's worth it. Mu Xing opened his mouth, but no words came out. Hung! Just then, a familiar voice rang from the bottom of the stairs. It was Uncle Lan. My dear friend, how long have we not seen each other? I'm so relieved to see you again. Lan's eyes were already red. Are you really going to leave? Hung shook his head. You are my close friend. You should understand my feelings best. Life is everlasting. The cycle of nature repeats itself. Am I not also a link in this great cycle? Besides, I'd be relieved to have you protecting the Creator clan from now on. Lan turned her head and wiped away her tears. When she looked back, her eyes had become firm. Don't worry, I will protect them for you. The two of them stared at each other, and everything was said unspoken. Until the blurry shadow gradually faded, the sobbing of Ahot could be heard from beside the coffin. Mu Xing slowly closed the coffin. Master, rest in peace. He suddenly looked up, gazing at the blood moon gnawing at the golden space. He held the miniature pyramid aloft. Don't you want it? Then I give it all to you. Instantly, the golden light of the entire world converged on the steps, transforming into a brilliant golden beam that shot straight into the sky. The light pierced through the barrier and blasted towards the blood moon. The blood moon greedily opened its maw, frantically devouring the golden energy. Mu Xing waved his right hand, releasing the restrictions on the steps. Everyone, come up quickly. We're leaving. At this moment, the massive stone tablet shattered, transforming into a massive portal. Clearly, this was Heng's escape route for Mu Xing. Let's go! The ants and the others quickly gathered around Mu Xing, surrounding him. Chapter 11:22. As the super blood moon continued to devour the golden light, its body grew larger and larger. It seemed to be growing stronger. However, anyone with a discerning eye could see that a positive will, completely opposed to the super blood moons, began to permeate every corner of its body. Mu Xing flung the pyramid in his hand. The Super Blood Moon finally realized something was amiss and attempted to escape. This was because the positive will had begun to erode its own negative will, causing it to become chaotic. However, the miniature pyramid seemed to be tailor-made for it. If it approached, the Blood Moon would be suppressed without resistance. It wanted to escape, to get away from that thing. But it was too late. Mu Xing said coldly, "You should never, ever use the Blood Moon space to devour and merge this mausoleum space. Now that you're here, don't even think about leaving." The Super Blood Moon finally understood that this was not only Hang's mausoleum, but also a cage designed to hold it captive. The previously shattered mausoleum space suddenly converged again, forming a massive triangular cage that instantly trapped it. Mu Xing released the Divine Seal. Lan, understanding his intention, also released the Origin Seals 002 and 001. "Merge," Mu Xing whispered, and the 3 Origin Seals instantly merged into one. "Return the power against destiny you've stolen all these years." Mu Xing raised the Origin Seal high in his hand, and a mysterious power was forcibly drawn from the massive Blood Moon. This, of course, wasn't Mu Xing's ability, but rather a backup plan left by Hung. The Origin Seal was originally a sacred artifact used to protect the Creator Clan, but later became a tool for the Blood Moon to steal power. Now, Mu Xing used the disc left by Hung to activate the Origin Divine Seal, operating it in reverse, draining back all the anti-fate power stolen by the Blood Moon over the years. The Super Blood Moon struggled frantically, but to no avail, watching helplessly as the anti-fate power within it rapidly dissipated. At the same time, the mausoleum transformed into a cage, severing its connection to the Blood Moon's dimension. As positive will continued to erode negative will, the massive Blood Moon finally collapsed. After all the anti-fate power had been absorbed by the Origin Divine Seal, it began to flow back into Mu Xing's body. His rank began to rise, instantly leaping from a 4th-tier god to a 5th-tier god. Mu Xing felt the surging anti-fate power. Unlike the power of authority stored in the Iron Crown, this power belonged entirely to him. Is it over? Everyone stared at the Super Blood Moon's collapse in shock. They hadn't expected such a simple outcome. A complete plot kill. That Super Blood Moon just died like that? The evil spirit clung to Mu Xing's shoulder, its expression tense and complex. Mu Xing pinched its chubby face. "What else do you want? Fight that invincible Super Blood Moon for 300 rounds? No, I mean, will it be resurrected? After all, the Blood Moon dimension hasn't disappeared." Mu Xing shook his head. "Don't worry, it has no chance. It's all over." Mu Xing threw the Divine Seal of Origin directly, and ripples immediately spread from it. As if some hidden switch had been activated, cracks began to appear in the vast Blood Moon dimension, and then gradually collapsed. "You little brat, what a waste. Wouldn't it be better to keep this Blood Moon dimension?" The evil spirit shouted anxiously. Mu Xing held the cat's head with one hand. "This thing is a foul product, the negative will of countless Blood Moons. If I accept it, I sooner or later be assimilated by its evil will. Now that I have the Origin Divine Seal, why don't I create a Blood Moon dimension all my own? What if I merge it with my physical divine realm? Could I then create a Blood Moon universe all my own?" The evil spirit's eyes widened. He hadn't expected Mu Xing to be so ambitious. After all, not even the multiverse can create a universe out of thin air. Their power of creation and control can only create a simulated universe at best. This simulated universe, constructed from pure energy, is far inferior to a real, perfectly structured physical universe. "Everyone, it's over. Prepare to leave," Mu Xing announced. Everyone's expressions varied, and it was unclear what they were thinking. The portal hidden within the stone tablet had begun to activate. The entire mausoleum began to collapse. When they left, the mausoleum, along with the Blood Moon dimension and the Super Blood Moon, would completely crumble into nothingness. "Let's go!" Lan led the way, entering the portal, followed by the others. Finally, only Mu Xing and Ahot were left. Ahot still gazed reluctantly at the coffin on the steps. Mu Xing soothed, "You don't want to disappoint him, do you?" Ahot lowered his eyes, but eventually turned and entered the portal. After bidding farewell to everyone, Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the Seal of Origin fell into his hand. The miniature pyramid began its countdown to destruction, absorbing everything around it. Mu Xing turned and bowed solemnly 3 times toward the coffin, before rushing through the portal without looking back. The next second, a shadowy figure appeared above the coffin. At the same time, a phantom, a giant Blood Moon, appeared, threatening to devour him. "I knew you wouldn't disappear so willingly. Since that's the case, I'd do it myself." The tightly closed coffin lid suddenly opened, and countless chains burst out from within. The Blood Moon tried to escape, but the chains gripped it tightly, dragging it toward the coffin. The Blood Moon let out a shrill roar, but no matter how hard it struggled, it could not break free. Finally, it was dragged into the coffin, bit by bit. With a loud bang, the coffin lid closed, and all returned to silence. At that moment, the miniature pyramid erupted completely, sucking everything in. The collapse began, and everything within it would be reduced to nothingness, including itself. Soon, in the distant, dark underworld, Mu Xing suddenly turned his head and looked in a certain direction. He placed a hand on his chest, sensing something had left him forever. Master. Beside him, Lon patted his shoulder. Uncle Lon, I'm fine. Mu Xing shook his head. At this moment, Zhou Liang's voice rang out. Where have we been transported to? They were subconsciously drawn to this dark and profound underworld. Don't run around, come back, Mu Xing warned. With these words, Zhou Liang and the others hurried back to Mu Xing's side. What's wrong? Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and a transparent sealed bottle appeared in his hand. Inside the bottle, the strange mass of flesh and blood he had stolen from the Blood Moon dimension seemed to have encountered some kind of stimulus, and began to stir. Could this thing be? Asta, standing nearby, snatched up the sealed bottle from Mu Xing's hand and examined it carefully. She spoke with interest. I never thought someone could actually extract even a small piece of flesh from that thing. Mu Xing frowned and asked, What the hell is this thing? Asta's lips curled slightly as he handed the bottle back to him. You're quite brave, but it didn't reject you. That's surprising. She glanced around. If my guess is correct, this should be the sealed place. The sealed place? Mu Xing's mind fluttered, as if realizing something. Oh no! Get out of here! But just then, a strange snoring sound echoed from the deepest darkness. Chapter 1123. Zhou Yuan waved his hand, releasing a light that illuminated the cavern and was immediately struck by the surrounding scene. They seemed to be immersed in a sea of chaos. Looking down, he saw a white, oily substance swirling endlessly, and beneath the terrifying film, something indescribable seemed to be wriggling out of the abyss. They were perched atop a massive stone platform, a golden rooster standing alone. The golden platform was engraved with teleportation inscriptions. Looking up, a narrow, fissure-like crack stretched out from the depths of the earth. What on earth is this place? Several members of the multiverse, even some of the old ones, gazed warily at the swirling film beneath their feet. If my guess is correct, this should be Tefrantis, Mu Xing asked. The frozen planet from Dead Space 3? Zhou Liang was the first to react. After all, he had been a survivor himself. Mu Xing looked around, sensing the restlessness of the tiny mass of flesh and blood within the sealed bottle in his hand. He took out the inheritance disc left to him by Hung. The disc spun, and a flood of information began to flood his mind. As he had imagined, this was indeed the sealed location of the mysterious flesh and blood. Ever since Hung had brought it to the Lost Land, this strange flesh and blood had become restless. It began to frantically absorb the surrounding energy, multiplying continuously. If this mass of flesh and blood were allowed to continue expanding, it would soon devour the entire primordial universe. So, before this mass of flesh and blood could lose control, Hung used the sealing method he had learned from the Council of the Old Gods to seal it here. Originally, as long as the seal remained in place, this mass of flesh and blood would be forever sealed on this small star. However, Hang's mental state began to deteriorate, and his personality began to split. His negative personality, obsessed with breaking the curse of the Creator Clan, was willing to lift a corner of the seal and use the Blood Moon to steal the power within this mass of flesh and blood. This negative personality gradually lost control, even forgetting his original purpose. Years later, Hang's only remaining positive personality led a Murloc named Rosetta to the sealed planet. To repair the seal, he instructed the Rosetta people to build a special freezing and sealing machine. However, before the machine was fully constructed, the Blood Moon, representing the negative personality, attacked the planet. It released its divine seal, tempting the Rosetta people to indulge their thirst for unlimited energy, ultimately destroying their entire civilization step by step. Thankfully, a hero among the Rosetta people activated the sealing machine at the last moment of the Blood Moon's convergence, freezing the entire planet. Frozen not only the planet, but also the strange flesh and blood seal deep underground. A few days ago, Mu Xing arrived in Tefrantis, and this thrilling adventure officially began here. Looking back on the past few days, it turns out the root of everything lies right beneath his feet. The swirling white oil film wasn't the secretions of the flesh and blood, but the seal of the old gods. This mysterious oil film could isolate the flesh and blood from the outside world. No matter how it transformed, the white film would always tightly envelop it. Even when he escaped to Atlantis, the attacks from underground were covered by a thick layer of oil film. This oil film could prevent the flesh and blood from multiplying, just like the zero-dimensional sealing box restrained Ahot. It had to be said that this old god council was quite capable, even sealing the flesh and blood of such a being. Lan, knowing the full truth, approached Mu Xing with a solemn expression. I'm afraid this old god seal won't hold for much longer. We need to find another solution. Mu Xing nodded gravely. He quickly searched through the disk's database, trying to find a remedy. Judging from the activity of the oil slick beneath his feet, the seal was weakening. It wouldn't be long before it was broken. Found it. Mu Xing searched Heng's database, and finally found a solution in the password box Heng had left behind. It seems my master has already prepared a backup plan. But then, Mu Xing's expression hardened. Living seal? The land of final destination? Lan looked at Mu Xing in confusion. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Mu Xing took a deep breath. I found an alternative, but it requires a living body as a temporary seal carrier. Ultimately, it will be taken to Heng's land of final destination for exile. Only then can it be properly disposed of. Otherwise, what else? Otherwise, this thing will bring about a massive disaster wherever it's placed. Even our lost land will be devoured by it in a matter of time. Lan frowned. Are there any requirements for this living seal? Preferably, a descendant or direct blood relative of this flesh and blood. Descendants? Lan frowned. But where can we find descendants of this thing? Mu Xing said, theoretically, Abhoth is his direct blood relative, so the creators born from Abhotha's flesh and blood essence should be considered his descendants. Lan immediately understood Mu Xing's meaning. You mean, we can find a creator as the seal container? That's the theory, but I'm not sure the creator's body can support this mass of flesh and blood. After all, your creator clan can only be considered collateral relatives. Let me try. I'm a pluralist after all, Lan said, seemingly resolved. Mu Xing shook her head. No, it has nothing to do with strength, only with blood affinity. Just as Lan was struggling with this, Haster stepped out. Gazetting the swirling sea of white oil beneath her feet, she made a startling statement. As for becoming the living seal of this mass of flesh and blood, we actually have someone more suitable. Who? Mu Xing asked hurriedly. Haster placed a hand on Mu Xing's chest. Of course it's you. At this, the ant beside him couldn't help but throw Mu Xing behind him. Haster, are you crazy? Haster stared at the ant. Oh, you pure little white flower, Cthulhu. Don't think I don't know why you went to Earth in the first place. I don't know what you're talking about. Haster approached, his gaze making the ant a little uneasy. I'm curious, are you pretending, or have you truly forgotten? You didn't complain about the long journey, crossing half the universe to find that Azure planet as your final resting place. Wasn't it because of the great secret hidden on that planet? The ant looked directly at Haster, saying word by word, I don't know what you're talking about. Their eyes met, sparks of fire flashing. All right, both of you, stop arguing and get to the point. Mu Xing quickly ran over, trying to separate the two. A glint of sarcasm flashed in Haster's eyes. Oh, I overestimated you. I didn't expect you'd actually choose to forget. No, are you sick? The old lady glared coldly. Haster turned to look at Mu Xing. Trust me, you're the perfect candidate for this living seal. Mu Xing frowned. But the seal requires a descendant or direct blood relative. Haster suddenly approached. Who says you humans aren't his direct blood relatives? What? This time, it wasn't just Mu Xing who exclaimed in surprise. The others nearby also cried out in surprise. Chapter 1124. What do you mean? Mu Xing forced himself out of his daze, and demanded. Literally. One day, you will understand your origins and birth. All choices are not accidental, but inevitable. Otherwise, why would the survival system choose you? Do you know the true identity of the survival system? What is chaos? Why do they desperately want to devour the real world? Asta's wise eyes seemed to hold all the secrets of the world. Tell me, Mu Xing said. Shoo. Asta pressed his index finger to his lips. You can't tell me. This is all I can tell you right now. If you say more, I'd be punished. Mu Xing frowned. What could have so frightened Asta? Okay, that's all I have to say. Leave now, or risk your life. It's up to you. Asta took 2 steps back and disappeared directly between Mu Xing's eyebrows. I have to leave too. The old aura will irritate that mass of flesh. Mu Bao, be careful. With a warning, the ant vanished from Mu Xing's brow. Ant, is what Haster said true? Mu Xing demanded. I don't know. The ant replied, slightly irritated. But then she added, although I can't recall anything, Haster wouldn't harm you. With that, the gates of the Raya temple clattered shut again. Mu Xing regained consciousness and took Ahot into the observer's tower, temporarily placing him on the 8th floor, near Moon Lake. Before the new level was built, Rom constructed a time domain to temporarily hide Ahot. As expected, after the 3 old ones left, the oil slick beneath their feet became much calmer. But a closer look revealed numerous white cracks, from the inside out. It was likely it wouldn't last much longer. Just as Mu Xing was about to test the flesh and blood in the sealed bottle, a sudden, violent drilling sound came from overhead. Accompanied by a booming explosion, large rocks fell from above. Catch those rocks. Mu Xing truly didn't want any more external factors to provoke the oil slick beneath his feet. Several multidimensional beings immediately attacked, catching the falling rocks while simultaneously locking onto the excavator. A few seconds later, Zhou Lian landed on the golden platform, carrying a chaos in one hand. Lan grabbed an assassin wielding a black knife, and finally, Zhou Yuan dropped an old acquaintance in front of Mu Xing. These men were still in a state of shock. They had finally dug through the Earth's crust, and were about to reach its center and discover the legendary sealed object. But just as they broke through, they were captured. I told you we'd meet again. Prince Erosion Heart. Mu Xing squatted down, gripping Erosion Heart's chin with one hand. Erosion Heart was terrified. What was going on? Besides this awful guy who had tricked him, everyone else around was a multi-dimensional level expert. 2 of them were even imprisoned, their hands chained, kneeling nearby. Where's my father? Erosion Heart asked, suppressing his fear. Are you asking about Tungsu? He's indeed a powerful figure, but unfortunately, he followed the wrong person. He should have turned to ash by now. What? Sure Xian's eyes widened. Mu Xing frowned and looked around, but didn't see Reina. He hadn't expected that the backup plan he'd laid out to deal with Tungsu wouldn't even get past Sure Xian. He had originally planned to exploit Sure Xian's ambition, control him first, and then use him to counter Tungsu. But Sure Xian was even more cunning than he'd imagined. Reina's absence meant his plan had failed. But at this point, these minor failures were no longer a concern. Mu Xing was quite interested in the Black Blade assassin. He walked up to Mori and said, "Tell me, where did your destined death come from?" Mori's face twisted, and he stared straight at Mu Xing. Winners are kings, losers are bandits. Kill me or chop me up, as you please. I didn't expect you to have any integrity. However, this is of no use to me. You'd better tell me what I want to know, or I have 10,000 ways to make you tell me. Don't even think about it. Mori growled. Tell him. The voice of Heart Erosion echoed nearby. Clearly, he didn't want this loyal subordinate to die at Mu Xing's hands. Your Highness. Don't you even listen to me? Mori gritted his teeth and said, "It's the magic ring world. I exploited the plot to gain a glimmer of the power of destined death." Mu Xing grabbed his arm. Tell me how to enter this world. If I give it to you, can it be exchanged for Prince Heart Erosion's life? Mori stared at Mu Xing, his last act of stubbornness. I promise you, if you give me the thing, I will not only release the Heartbreaker, but you as well. Are you telling the truth? Do you think I'd lie to you? Mori knew he had no choice. Believe it or die. Okay, I believe you this once. Mori pulled out a strange stone tablet. Embraced on it was the symbol of a broken magic circle. What is this? I stumbled upon this tablet, called the Rune Tablet. It can teleport me to the magic circle world, but I only have one chance. Mu Xing excitedly took the tablet. It was a treasure. I've already given you the item. Can you please let us go? Mori quickly warned, fearing Mu Xing might regret it. Mu Xing examined the tablet in his hand, and waved his hand. Several multiverses immediately released the chaos. Mu Xing looked up at the passage above him, pierced by the Heart Erosion. Let's go, get out first. He had sensed that the potential energy stored in the underground seal was terrifying, ready to erupt at any moment. If it weren't for the protection of the teleportation platform, the emergence of these multiple entities would have long awakened the flesh beneath the oil slick. Now that Mu Xing had decided to seal himself away, there was no need for him to remain here any longer. Guarded by a host of multi-element beings, he quickly ascended into the air, piercing directly through the frozen planet. However, those who had been left behind, Erosion Heart and the others, were not so lucky. Though they had been released by Mu Xing, they had just escaped a wolf's den and entered a tiger's den. The oil slick beneath their feet erupted in turmoil once more. Suddenly, giant hands stretched out from the oil slick, grasping at them. "No! Your Highness, move!" The ninth rank guard roared, blocking Erosion Heart's path. However, the barrier erected by a ninth rank Chaos God failed to stop the giant white hand and shattered in an instant. Then the hand transformed into a bloody maw, devouring the ninth rank guard in one gulp. "No!" Erosion Heart roared, his voice hoarse. He watched helplessly as his loyal guard was devoured. Soon, the giant hands continued to claw at him. At that moment, he finally understood why Muxing had agreed to release them. He strained to release the Blood Moon's power, attempting to use it to repel the giant hands. He believed the Blood Moon's power should be able to restrain this strange creature. But the truth was, the power he had so painstakingly sought now seemed pale and powerless. Before Erosion Heart could even scream, it was devoured in one gulp. Chapter 1125. To Francis. Above the vast expanse of white ice, several members of the multiverse joined forces to form a formation, using their own blood to outline mysterious runes. This was the Old God Seal, the only viable sealing method left by Hung. Using the Jinchuriki method, the dangerous mass of flesh and blood was sealed within a living body. As long as the sealer remained alive, the seal would remain intact. Of course, the mass of flesh and blood could not be kept sealed within the body forever, otherwise its power would gradually erode the body. Unless a special method could be found to suppress the mass of flesh and blood, the only option was to exile it to Hengyu's final resting place. That was Hengyu's super cemetery, a tomb of time and space, a true place of nothingness. Only there could this mass of flesh and blood be safely stored. But not to mention the remoteness of the final resting place, it would be extremely difficult for Muxing to leave this lost land. For now, he could only take things one step at a time, and try to seal the mass of flesh and blood first. As several multiverses used their own blood to carve the runes of the old gods, a three-dimensional sealing array emerged, covering the entire planet of Teflantis. "Now, I need a sacrifice." Muxing looked at Viggs and Velan. "Who of you is willing to serve as the sacrifice?" The two multiverses shuddered subconsciously, lowering their heads, not daring to speak. "Or I give you a second option. You two sacrifice your hearts. While this will cause physical damage and even a decline in your realm, at least you won't die. Let's choose two." The two chose two without hesitation. After all, compared to option one, at least they could both survive, rather than struggling with the prospect of one of them dying. After all, no one could be sure it wasn't them who died. Without hesitation, the two men cut open their chests and removed their hearts. "Begin." Muxing handed his heart to Yunjian and his junior apprentices. He had begged for a long time before this timid Gi realm master was allowed to preside over the ceremony. It wasn't that Muxing didn't trust Uncle Lon and the others, but having a Gi realm master lead the ceremony was always safer and more reliable. With the three old ones providing backup, they could ensure the seal was flawless. After Yunjian had built the altar, he began to dance, performing a primitive and ancient sacrificial dance, chanting mysterious incantations. Rumble. At that moment, the entire planet began to tremble. The thick ice began to crack, and a white oily film seeped out. But the truly terrifying thing was the ancient and primordial aura emanating from deeper within the earth. This aura, like the beginning and origin of everything, slowly tore through the oil film, seeping out through the cracks in the seal. "Seal this aura," Muxing shouted. He knew he couldn't let this aura escape, or who knows what terrible things might come his way. Just then, the moment the aura leaked, Muxing sensed a stirring in the void beyond the primordial universe. Some indescribable existence seemed to be attempting to probe this aura. Thankfully, Yunjian intervened in time, activating the sealing formation and completely concealing the aura. As the entire planet began to disintegrate, Muxing finally saw the truth hidden beneath it. This wasn't a planet at all, but a giant cell. The white oil film resembled the cell membrane enveloping this massive cell. And within the cell's core, a mass of primordial flesh wriggled constantly. It seemed to possess an infinite power of birth, much like the rotting flesh of Abhoth he had first encountered in the Elders' Council. It continually gave birth to new life forms, but before these could fully mature, they were assimilated and devoured by the flesh. The cycle continued endlessly, with no end in sight. Compared to the filthy and rotten Abhoth, this mass of flesh was full of life. It wriggled endlessly within the giant cell's seal, eternally. Dense tentacles extended from this living nucleus, now occupying most of the cell. It attempted to break through the outer membrane, completely freeing itself from its constraints. The giant white hands that had appeared earlier were derived from these tentacles. Clearly, the oil film could no longer completely block its movements. It could only continue to envelop it, striving to prevent it from escaping the seal. Now, the thick cell membrane finally gave way, cracks appearing in many places. Prepare to seal. Mu Xing's voice brought everyone back to their senses. The aura that filled all the multiverse with fear was gathering momentum, poised to erupt completely at any moment. So using cells to seal? Mu Xing pondered for a moment, instantly understanding the vague details of the sealing method. It seems I need to seal this mass of flesh and blood into every cell in my body to disperse its power. Yunjian's stern voice echoed, Master, this is a road of no return. No one can be sure of the outcome, good or bad. Think carefully. Mu Xing shook his head, his eyes determined. No need to think about it. I'm determined. Let's begin. Yunjian nodded, and immediately sacrificed the two multidimensional hearts to the sealing formation. Seal open. He first destroyed the massive cells that sealed the flesh, breaking the original seal before applying the new one. Meanwhile, Mu Xing sat naked, cross-legged, on the sealing platform. His fingers traced a perfect arc, opening the sealing bottle and releasing the small mass of flesh. He first tried to seal the small mass of flesh with his own body to see if it would work. Begin. Countless old god sealing runes fell, seemingly designed to seal the old ones and outer gods. The moment they fell, they suppressed the vitality of the small mass of flesh. Mu Xing took the initiative to accept the flesh. The process went more smoothly than he had imagined. Not only did he not feel any rejection, but the flesh actually integrated seamlessly into his body. Could it be that this mass of flesh and blood was transformed by the blood moon? I devoured the embryo and the power of anti-fate, so I was able to merge and seal so smoothly. Mu Xing quickly informed Yunjian, Uncle Master, begin. Yunjian nodded, knowing there was no escape now. He could only press on. Mu Xing used this small mass of flesh and blood as a lure to attract the original flesh and blood that had been sealed into Flantis for eons. It was indeed attracted, and under Mu Xing's guidance, it pounced directly at him. Old God Seal suppress. Just as the mass of flesh and blood completely enveloped Mu Xing, Yunjian fully activated the massive three-dimensional sealing array. The sealing array continued to shrink and compress, forcing the mass of flesh and blood into Mu Xing's body. Yunjian slowly retreated to a safe area, where the other multiverses were already waiting. Senior, how is the situation? Lon asked with concern. Yunjian said, We've done everything we can. Now it all depends on his luck. Whether he be successfully sealed, or consumed and assimilated by the flesh and blood, no one can say. Lon clenched his fists, his eyes fixed on the revolving sealing array. At the very center of the sealing array, the strange mass of flesh and blood was constantly compressing, gradually merging into the new sealing container. Chapter 1126. In a trance, Mu Xing seemed to have arrived in an unknown, dark world. His vision, guided by some kind of guidance, continued to advance. This was not the darkness of night, nor the darkness of a tomb, but the eternal darkness before the birth of time. It was a void so thick it could crush the soul, driving one mad enough to want to scream. Suddenly, Mu Xing's consciousness was dragged into a terrifying abyss. In this abyss, where even time was swallowed, something unknown wriggled in the darkness. As a flash of green light began to illuminate, a terrifying scene unfolded before Mu Xing's eyes, overturning all perceptions. A grotesque, wriggling creature spread out in a sea of rotting flesh at the bottom of the basalt cave. Its body was a gray-green, rotting gelatinous mass, resembling the corpse of a giant that had been swollen for eons, or a still-beating primitive placenta. Countless pustular vesicles floated on its surface, each burst of which spurted out a fluorescent blue rotten fluid, emitting acrid smoke in the darkness. Its interior flowed with a viscous, phosphorescent lymph, its every movement causing the entire cavern to tremble. Like a boiling sea of asphalt, it spread across the basalt caverns of time's beginning. The gray-green, gelatinous body constantly split and merged, countless shimmering cysts floating on its surface. Each time these translucent cysts burst, new, deformed limbs or organs spasmed out of the mucus, giving birth to all manner of terrifying creatures. From tiny microorganisms to powerful gods, and even the old ones, before they could escape, they were instantly devoured by the mother body. And most strikingly, within the center of this constantly shifting, self-devouring mass of flesh, something was encircled. Although Mu Xing had never seen that object before, a name involuntarily popped into his mind, Key of the Old Gods. It resembled a cursed wedge-shaped stone. Suspended within the gelatinous mass of this sea of flesh and blood, it seemed held aloft by some invisible force, as if actively nourished by its own flesh and blood. The stone slab surface was covered with runes unbeknownst to any known civilization. Each line shone a faint green light in the darkness, as if engraving the universe's most profound and forbidden truths. The roiling waves of flesh sometimes swallowed it, sometimes spitting it out. It was as if this mindless mass of primordial flesh was unconsciously nourishing it, as if digesting it. Watching the scene, Muxing felt as if his brain was about to explode. He turned to flee, but felt a fatal pull. The walls of the cave had long been corroded by the secretions of this sea of flesh, covered in a layer of shimmering fungal mats. Muxing felt as if his consciousness was about to be swallowed by this indescribable sea of flesh. Even a fifth-rank god like him felt instantly assimilated the moment he saw this forbidden spell. Suddenly, he was pulled forward by an infinite force. He seemed to see himself transformed into a terrifying sea of flesh, constantly wriggling, splitting, and devouring itself. A powerful call dragged him into the depths of the terrifying flesh sea. Pale blue eyes sprouted from the flesh, staring at him emotionlessly. Thankfully, he felt no danger from these terrifying eyes. Instead, he felt an inexplicable warmth. It was as if he were about to return to the primordial womb that nurtured all life, returning to the original source of all life. Muxing's consciousness threatened to completely sink into this warm immersion. Then, a second later, he felt a tingling sensation within his consciousness. A sudden sense of danger jolted him awake. He gazed toward the bottom of the warm lake, filled with amniotic fluid, and saw countless devouring maws opening and closing. He dared not linger, striving to swim upward. At this moment, he had only one thought: escape, and the moment this thought arose, his vision began to rapidly gravitate backward. He began to pass through this primordial womb, past the passageway lined with cyan eyes, and emerged from the sea of flesh surrounding the ancient stone slab. He continued to rise, and from the churning sea of flesh emerged various multiplying arms, attempting to grab Muxing and pull him back into the flesh. Thankfully, Muxing was always one step ahead of him. Once he reached a certain height, the deformed arms and tentacles fell helplessly. Muxing keenly noticed that a faint aura of death seemed to shroud the sea of flesh. Is he dying? Muxing couldn't help but harbor such absurd thoughts. Though the deformed arms were deeply reluctant to let go, they ultimately gave up pursuit. Suddenly, a beam of pure life essence light rose from the sea of flesh, like a mother's final concern for her wandering child. As the life essence light merged into Muxing's consciousness, he felt his perception become hundreds of times clearer. Muxing tried to gaze deeper into the darkness. In the eternal darkness before the universe was born, countless terrifying tentacles enveloped him from all directions. With boundless malice, they coveted the mysterious stone slab surrounded by the vast sea of flesh. Before he could even get close, he was severed and devoured by the powerful lifeforms that emerged from the sea of flesh. But soon, more terrifying tentacles stretched out from the darkness, endless and boundless. This was a protracted battle that would last an eternity. At this moment, Muxing's sight gradually rose, about to pass through the eternal darkness. Countless black tentacles unexpectedly coiled around him, attempting to intercept his escape. Just as Muxing was at a loss, a ray of primordial light burst forth from the ancient stone slab within the sea of flesh. Instantly ripping through the endless eternal darkness, it forged a passage for Muxing's escape. From beginning to end, Muxing felt no danger or malice from the sea of flesh, only a motherly tenderness and care. As he walked further and further along the passage, for some reason, Muxing felt a tear well up from the corner of his eye. Just like the night, he heard the tragic news of his parents' car accident, crying out his last tears. Now, a familiar memory flooded back, stirring Muxing's heart. The next second, his consciousness began to rapidly fade, but fortunately, he sensed his body, a familiar call. He quickly adjusted his position and flew in that familiar direction. An unknown amount of time passed before Muxing opened his eyes again. He found himself in the most primitive form of life, curled up in warm liquid. This was a giant cell, over 10 meters in diameter. As he awakened, the liquid within began to slosh. As Muxing stretched his arms, he transformed directly from human form into a primitive blood moon. A closer look revealed that the blood moon's surface was no longer a fixed form, but had taken on certain characteristics of the flesh. Did it succeed? Muxing looked inward, discovering that the flesh had successfully merged into every cell of his body. Now, it looked gentle, like a tamed lamb. Transforming into human form once again, Muxing grasped with his right hand, and the power to defy fate materialized. It transformed into a counter-rotating infinity symbol. The moment it appeared, the surrounding universe and space-time were reversed by this force. He quickly withdrew this power. It was more than 1,000 times stronger than before. Chapter 1127. Did it work? Lan was the first to arrive, asking with concern. Mu Xing took a deep breath, and the black hunter suit slipped onto him snugly. It worked. Mu Xing smiled faintly. The next moment, his cheap uncle-in-law rushed over, grabbing his shoulders and examining him. Wow, I didn't expect the seal to go so smoothly. Brat, are you feeling any discomfort? Mu Xing shook his head. No, it's quite comfortable, and my power of authority has increased significantly. He pointed his finger, and a flash of destiny-defying light appeared, startling Yunjian so much that the ember power within him automatically protected him. But the ember power instantly dissipated under the attack of the light. Oh my god! As expected of someone with high-ranking authority, even the ember power was instantly disintegrated. Yunjian stared at Mu Xing in shock, jokingly calling him little monster. You brat! Your return to the One Realm is just around the corner. Mu Xing ignored his cheap master's compliments and looked at Lon with a serious expression. Uncle Lon, it's time to leave the primordial universe. Can't hold on any longer. It was only then that everyone sensed that the primordial universe was like a hollow shell with its core hollowed out. As the blood moon dimension collapsed, the primordial universe, already hollowed out by the super blood moon, began to crumble like a domino. Lon sighed. I had anticipated this end, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Next to him, Zhou Yun said, our combined forces can still hold out for a while. Lon shook his head. It's unnecessary. It's not worth it. The Creator Clan should also learn to try, like Hung, to leave the primordial universe and reach beyond. Mu Xing suddenly spoke up, Uncle Lon, don't worry. I found a way to lift the curse on the Creator Clan. Lan's expression immediately brightened. Really? Of course, but it still requires experimentation, and the details will take some time to verify, Mu Xing said seriously. Lon excitedly clenched his fist. Great. Mu Xing glanced back at the now vanished Atlantis. The frozen planet had completely fulfilled its mission. As for the frozen blood moon, it had long since vanished along with the planet, lost in the long river of history. Countless cracks began to appear throughout the primordial universe, and a massive black hole appeared in the starry sky, devouring everything around it. Thankfully, the Creator Clan had already been guided out by the survival line. Those chaos creatures that had lurked in the primordial universe fled to the outer reaches of the universe, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Some races, capable of self-preservation, also piloted their spaceships, preparing to leave the primordial universe. The entire universe began an unprecedented mass exodus. The original universe collapsed rapidly, leaving these races with only a few days to escape. By then, most civilizations would have vanished with the cosmic collapse. However, the multiverse now assisted, relocating them all to a nearby new universe. This served as compensation for the damage to the original universe. Not long after, Mu Xing and the others returned to the Elders' Council, where the Elders were organizing the final evacuation. It seemed they were planning to relocate the ancestral land as well. This was not a difficult task for a clan of creators with 10 half-step multiverses. However, teleporting an entire world to the survival line was no easy task. So now they were attempting to compress the ancestral land into a special spatial container for easier transport. This time, with Lan's help, the process went very smoothly. After completing all preparations, the guiding light from Terra City ignited on schedule. The torch beacon suddenly illuminated the void, like a dazzling star, casting its light into the primordial universe. As the guide, Zhou Yuan instantly established a communication channel. Global teleportation was activated. Mu Xing took one more look at the primordial universe, gradually approaching its end. His journey began here, but it would not end here. The road ahead was destined to await him even further into the future. Just then, the watch on Mu Xing's wrist suddenly lit up. The survival system had gone online. Mu Xing couldn't help but complain, I thought this old sixth system would make a big move, but I didn't expect it to actually let it go until the very end. Congratulations on completing all missions. Mission rewards have been distributed. Transmission will start in 30 seconds. Mu Xing was stunned. Was this old sixth system truly offline, or was it just a fake out? He had a feeling the survival system should have taken action, but for some reason it didn't at the last moment. Could it be that there were other more important matters to attend to, but now the balance of victory has completely tilted towards the survival line, and chaos defeat is only a matter of time? What other troubles require the survival system's personal intervention? Soon, a message arrived from Zhou Yuan. 7th War Zone, Chaos Worm Demon. Oro was suddenly seriously injured and nearly died. Did the survival line seize the opportunity to launch a counterattack? Mu Xing asked, puzzled. Lon shook his head gravely. Remember the contaminated and sealed areas I told you about? Are you talking about the mysterious contamination that suddenly appeared on the 7th line of defense? Mu Xing asked. Yes, we just received news too. The contamination is spreading rapidly. The 7th Chaos Lord, Oro, entered the contaminated area to investigate, but returned severely injured. Now, I'm afraid he's barely alive. Mu Xing looked at Zhou Yuan. So what does the survival system mean? Zhou Yuan said, the contamination will spread to our area sooner or later, so we should make plans early. I think the survival system wants to negotiate with chaos. Negotiate? What's there to negotiate? We have the upper hand now. Can't we just crush them in one go? Mu Xing was puzzled. After all, chaos only has 3 lords left on the survival line, while their multiverse is overwhelming them. Once he breaks the curse of the Creator Clan, he'd probably be able to give birth to several more multiverses. By then, it'd only be a matter of time before the entire chaos line of defense is destroyed. Zhou Yuan shook his head. You probably don't know. There are still some old monsters on the chaos side, who usually stay low-key and don't participate in this war. But if we launch a full-scale attack, they'd probably immediately oppose us. Mu Xing snorted coldly. They're just a bunch of chaos lords. Can't we just crush them? After saying this, he looked at Zhou Yuan with a strange expression. Uncle Zhou, don't tell me there are chaos lords on the chaos side who have reached the Unity Realm? Oh, that's not the case. However, the Void Clan is a problem. Those Void gods are unfathomable. Many of them are descendants of ancient gods. There are even many ancient gods sleeping in this void. The current balance is easy to break, but difficult to mend. A test run first is a good idea. Our power is growing, but it hasn't reached the point where we can contend with the entire void. Now is a critical moment. We can't afford to be careless. Mu Xing closed his eyes slightly. It seemed that the situation in this void was far more complicated than he had imagined. Presumably, the survival system didn't intervene in matters in the original universe this time, because it was preoccupied with these tedious matters. It seemed to be actively planning for this forgotten lost land. Chapter 1128. When Mu Xing landed safely again, he found himself back on Terra City's magnificent teleportation platform. With the assistance of observers, Terra City's global teleportation was becoming increasingly stable. As soon as he landed, 3 familiar faces rushed over. Good bro, long time no see. Trix came up and gave him a big hug. She was dressed in her usual punk style, but this little girl seemed much more mature. Next to him, Vigo and Art were waving at him. Long time no see. Mu Xing also gave them both a hug. Why are you all here? Trix began to complain. Don't mention it. It's all about transferring those creators. I've been so busy these past few days. Art next to him echoed. To maintain continuous teleportation, almost all level 3 and above observers have been deployed. Thankfully, we didn't encounter any chaos sneak attacks or anything. This teleportation went smoothly. Mu Xing looked back and saw a steady stream of creators emerging from the teleportation platform. After passing through the back corridor, they were registered and then transported to their resettlement point via the teleportation array. Such a large-scale operation naturally attracted the attention of other forces within the survival line. But when 10 half-step multiverses from the Creator Clan appeared together, these forces fell silent, discussing in hushed tones. They lamented that the ranking structure within the survival line was about to undergo a drastic shift. After greeting several elders, Mu Xing planned to return home. Next, once he had compiled the information, he would begin attempting to break the curse. For now, he simply wanted to get some sleep. Even after becoming a god, the journey still left him feeling exhausted. After bidding farewell to Trix and the others, Mu Xing stepped through the portal back to the real world. In a trance, he was standing in the familiar courtyard. But the courtyard and the house were deserted. It was empty and utterly silent. Just as he was about to contact Crazy and the others, he saw the notes they had left on the table. Are you all heading to the 7th line? Mu Xing picked up the notes. The handwriting was different, but the destination was the same. Forget it, let's go to bed. As soon as he laid down on the sofa, a strong drowsiness overwhelmed him, instantly pulling him into a deep sleep. For some reason, Mu Xing had a strange dream. He dreamed of a door chained to the void. As he tried to approach it, the door suddenly opened, and endless darkness poured out, swallowing everything. The next moment, he was startled awake by this strange dream. Looking up, he saw a person sitting in the empty living room. He sat quietly at the dining table, fiddling with some torn pieces of paper. As if sensing Mu Xing's awakening, he looked up. Hey, you're awake? Mu Xing was stunned. Yuan? Why are you here? What? I can't come. He looked matter-of-fact, as if this place were his own home. Seeing Mu Xing awake, he thoughtfully poured him a glass of water. No, when did you come? And you didn't even tell me in advance? Mu Xing took the glass and drank it all in one gulp. I sent you a message, but you didn't reply. Yuan pointed at the watch on Mu Xing's wrist. Mu Xing quickly looked down, only to see multiple unread messages displayed on the survival terminal. Sorry, I was a bit sound asleep. Yuan said, I came early this morning, but seeing you were sound asleep, I didn't disturb you. Mu Xing scratched the back of his head, trying to recall the dream he had just had. He had a feeling it wasn't normal. Yuan sat back in his chair, continuing to piece together the scraps of paper. He suddenly asked, Did you dream? How do you know? Mu Xing was stunned. Not only do I know, I also know what you dreamed about. Did you dream of a door? Oh my god, it was all your prank. Mu Xing's face was filled with indignation. Yuan raised his right hand. Stop, it wasn't me. Come and see. Mu Xing walked over to the table curiously. The scraps of paper had now been mostly pieced together. It looked like a crazy scribble, like a mentally ill person scribbling on paper with a pencil. But when Mu Xing looked closely, he saw a door amidst the chaotic graffiti, a door identical to the one in his dream. It hovered in the void, entwined with chains. Mu Xing was startled and instinctively took a half step back. This thing? Yuan pieced together the final fragments, finally completing the puzzle. Recently, we've sent many elite explorers into the deepest reaches of the contaminated zone, and many have died. Finally, we found these torn pieces of drawing paper in the pockets of the crazed survivors. What? Mu Xing frowned. So, this isn't a random occurrence? Yes, not only is it not a random occurrence, but it's also widespread. Many people have dreamed of that door, Yuan nodded. Mu Xing waved his right hand, restoring the torn paper to a complete sheet. The artist's mental state, as they sketched this graffiti, was clearly visible. The artist's mind was on the verge of collapse, their frantic brushwork growing even more frantic. With the final stroke, the pencil core snapped. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. Have you investigated what that door is? Yuan shook his head. The contaminated area is too dangerous. Anyone below the divine rank entering it will instantly turn to pus. Only those above the divine rank are qualified to traverse the contaminated area. To enter the core contaminated area, one must possess not only immense strength, but also sufficient protection and purification capabilities. That's why very few people ever see that door. With a wave of his right hand, he manifested a projection of the contaminated area. Like a plague virus, it sprouted vast expanses of dark red pus and decaying rust in the void, continuously extending outward. Everywhere it passed, everything was corroded by this pollution. Mu Xing stared at the projection, his expression grave. What did they say? Chairman Zhou Yuan, Chairman Lan, and the others have just returned and should be discussing the matter now. I heard that primordial chaos has contacted the void gods. I already know the news from the primordial universe. This time, primordial chaos suffered heavy losses and was forced to unite with the void gods to form a counterforce. As he spoke, Yuan looked at Mu Xing in amazement. I didn't expect you to be so capable. You've incited 2 primordial chaos to revolt, killed 2, and captured 2 more. To be exact, you've killed 3, Wan Yin, Nora, and Tungsu. Mu Xing replied with a smile. Yuan punched Mu Xing on the shoulder. It's true that a man's absence after 3 days is truly remarkable. After this battle, the survival line has officially gained the upper hand. Mu Xing pointed at the notes on the table. By the way, why are you sending so many survivors there? From the notes, it seemed that most of his regiment had gone to the 7th line. Presumably, the entire survival system was concentrating its forces there. Yuan looked mysterious. That's because with the emergence of the contaminated zone, many hidden special worlds have quietly emerged. Both sides are now fiercely competing for these worlds. Mu Xing's interest peaked. Can I go? Chapter 1129. Yuan raised his middle finger at Mu Xing with disdain. What strength do you have to join in the fun? What's the point of frying fish in a small pond? Mu Xing looked innocent. I'm only a 5th level god. Okay, stop it. Shut up. Yuan walked to the door. Report to the parliament tomorrow. You've been nominated by the speakers, and are now a full-fledged member. What? Mu Xing stood up with a bang, and looked at Yuan in confusion. Are you excited? Becoming a member of the Terran Senate at such a young age? No, isn't the minimum eligibility requirement for the Senate a 9th rank god? How can a half-wit like me get into the Senate? Yuan slammed a letter of appointment on the table. Is it written in black and white? Let me tell you, kid, Becoming a council member has many advantages, including numerous perks and a certain degree of battlefield command. Just tell me, are you up for it? Mu Xing scratched his chin. What about my work with the patrol? Yuan glared. You're just a figurehead in the patrol. How many times have you been to work? Mu Xing scratched his head awkwardly. I'm busy. Okay, stop talking nonsense. Remember to report early tomorrow. By the way, we have a patrol meeting tonight. Remember to come. Oh, Mu Xing murmured. He had thought being a survivor would bring him freedom, but he didn't expect to end up as an employee. In the blink of an eye, Yuan had teleported away, vanishing without a trace. Mu Xing turned and glanced at the appointment letter on the table. Terra City 3rd level counselor, Mu Xing. Alright, albeit only a 3rd level counselor, it's a good start. After retrieving the appointment letter, he pulled out his phone and checked the messages. There were quite a few messages on his phone, some from Fatty and a few from Qinyan. But one message caught his attention. It was a high school reunion notification from his old squad leader. Mu Xing stared at the message for a long moment, feeling as if he were in another world. He had only been a survivor for a year, yet it felt like so many years had passed. The familiar voices and smiles were beginning to fade in his memory. He stared at his hands, feeling himself drifting further and further away from an ordinary life. Just then, Fatty's phone rang. Old Mu, did you see the text the squad leader sent about the party? Yes, are you going? Of course I should go. It's been a few years, and I miss them so much. Mu Xing was about to refuse, but the fat man interrupted. You have to come. Don't be absent. Okay. When? 3 days later, Saturday, on the 4th floor of the Han Guang Hotel. Okay, I got it. Mu Xing hung up the phone and picked up the graffiti on the table. He looked at it again and again, unable to figure it out. Then, with a sudden thought, he teleported to Kowloon City. Kowloon City was still bustling, and with the influx of new people, it had expanded several times over. Luckily, I just returned to the base just as Yi Fei had emerged from the new storyline world. After a long time, he had even advanced to the apostle level. As he stretched, Mu Xing patted his shoulder. Startled, he turned around and saw Mu Xing's familiar smiling face. Brother! He yelled excitedly, then pounced on Mu Xing and gave him a bear hug. You're quite good, kid. You're advancing quite fast. Mu Xing joked. At this, Yi Fei's face fell. What do you mean by fast? I finally reached the mid-level apostle. With so many people in the entire regiment, I'm almost at the bottom of the pile. At this moment, Gibbon and Yi Ling emerged from the portal. One was at the peak of the apostle level, and the other had already reached the pseudogod level. Gibbon had a strong foundation. Although only at the peak of the apostle level, he had already begun to grasp the rules. He had advanced to the apostle level at the 3rd level, and now a faint aura of killing rules lingered around him. If it came to assassination, reaching the pseudogod level would probably be no problem. As for Yi Ling, who was standing beside him, he was already a true pseudogod. With one more step, he could officially launch his attack towards the divine realm. When they saw Mu Xing, their faces lit up with surprise, and they rushed forward to hug him. Yi Fei leaned over and said, Brother, what do you think of my sister? She's sweet, adorable, gentle, and charming, with a fantastic figure. She can even transform into a catgirl. The next second, 2 bumps appeared on his head. One was from Mu Xing's knockout, the other from Yi Ling's. It doesn't matter what. Why are you hitting me? Yi Fei held his head in his hands, aggrieved. Mu Xing coughed, okay, enough kidding. He looked at Ji Gu and said, go notify the members who haven't entered the mission world to assemble. Ji Gu was startled at first, then nodded seriously, Captain, I contact the others right away. Mu Xing then looked at Yi Ling and said, go to the auction house and find Zhang Ting. See if he's back. If he is, call him over. Okay, I'd be right there. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Ling transformed into a spirit cat and disappeared into the distance. Yi Fei couldn't help but lean over. Brother, is something serious? Mu Xing glanced at him. So much has been happening on the survival line lately, haven't you been paying attention? Yi Fei was stunned. Do I need to pay attention? Mu Xing covered his forehead and grabbed the back of his collar. You've been slacking off lately. I prepared a training package for you. Go in and train for 3 months. With that, Mu Xing threw Yi Fei directly into his physical divine realm, ready to hone him thoroughly. Accompanied by Yi Fei's screams, the entire base fell silent again. Only then did Mu Xing let Maria, Alessa, and the others out. Free time. Home. Huan Ming rolled happily on the carpet, while Alessa chased Tang Do around the house. Maria began to help trim the flowers and plants on the windowsill. Just then, Yunjian, dressed in casual clothes, appeared in the room. This place. As soon as he appeared in the real world, he carefully sensed the rules of the world. For a moment, he shrank back, not daring to act rashly. Is this the legendary real world? It's quite interesting indeed. The rules here are self-contained, with countless layers of protection interwoven. And I can't even feel the suppression of the lost land here? What a magical place. A tiny ember on his finger ignited, then gradually expanded. A look of surprise gradually crossed his face. This place truly defies the suppression of the lost land. Just then, a charming figure emerged. Asta, completely at home, found a comfortable position on the sofa. Mu Xing tugged at the woman's slit skirt. Can you dress more casually? Asta's red lips curved into a smug smile. Just tell me if it looks good or not. Mu Xing rolled her eyes and tossed the blanket beside her, just enough to cover her astonishingly long, white legs. Haster looked at Yunjian and said, You know, this is humanity's ancestral land. You are incredibly lucky to have the opportunity to return and reunite with your ancestors. What? Yunjian's eyes widened in disbelief. Shoo! Don't make such a fuss. Even if you return to Hingyu, don't let anyone know. Haster raised his index finger, silencing him. Chapter 1130. Mu Xing frowned. Ancestral land? What do you mean? Haster took the coffee Maria poured for him, then grabbed Tondo, who had just jumped onto the sofa to avoid Alessa's pursuit, and held him in his arms, petting him. Hingyu's human population numbers in the billions. Over the years, they have spread and developed into a vast ethnic group. As one of Hingyu's largest tribes, their ancestors all hailed from the same place, though few know the exact location of their ancestral lands anymore. Before arriving here, I wasn't even sure this was humanity's ancestral land. Mu Xing's curiosity was piqued. Any theory? Asta sipped her coffee. A tribe's origin often conceals its most hidden secrets, the origin of life, its evolutionary history, the code of life. Furthermore, only in the ancestral land can one return to one's roots and achieve a further advancement at the end of the Unity realm. She looked at Mu Xing. I have to say, you survivors are truly fortunate. With the survival system protecting you and the ancestral land as your backing, if you can break through the confines of this lost land, you will surely soar to the sky and become one of Hingyu's greatest forces. Mu Xing savored Asta's words. She probably didn't need to fool him. Yunjian, standing beside him, danced with excitement. I've actually returned to humanity's ancestral land. Ha ha ha. I've actually returned to humanity's ancestral land. As he spoke, he couldn't wait to reunite with his roots, but the next second, a bolt of lightning appeared out of nowhere. With a puff, it instantly electrocuted him to charcoal. As he fell to the ground, this senior master in the return to one realm was spewing black smoke from his mouth, looking completely hopeless. Why can't I return to my roots? The ancestral land actually thinks my origin bloodline is too weak. With this, the old antique, who had lived for who knows how long, sat on the ground and burst into tears. Mu Xing was puzzled. What does this mean by returning to one's roots? Yunjian's face was mournful. It's the Alaya realm of the ancestral land. I tried to merge with my true spirit, but was rejected. They said my bloodline was too pure, and I wasn't qualified to return to my roots. Mu Xing scratched his head. This had indeed touched upon a blind spot in his knowledge. He hadn't even known that the Alaya realm existed in the real world. Mu Xing patted Yunjian's shoulder comfortingly. Uncle Master, don't lose heart. The uncle suddenly looked up, his expression firm. Since my bloodline is impure, I will work hard to purify it. One day, I will be recognized. He then excitedly said, Nephew, I have good news. My status has been refreshed. What do you mean? Under the suppression of the lost land, I can only attack 3 times at most. Now, my status has been refreshed by the ancestral land. Really? Mu Xing was also shocked by this news. The refreshed status means that this uncle can attack 3 more times. The 3 times had already been used up, and Mu Xing was worried, but he didn't expect the problem to be resolved so quickly. Yunjian said, It seems that the ancestral land said I did a good thing for the ancestral land, and this is a reward. Are you saying that the ancestral land is consciousness? It has no self-awareness. It should be the collective world will of the Alaya land. Its operating mode is more like a system. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. So if you, Master, help us, you earn some kind of recognition? Yunjian slapped his thigh. From today on, I'm joining the survival line and becoming a survivor. Boom. Just then, thunder rumbled from the sky, and lightning and thunder roared over Kowloon City. Suddenly, A silver watch fell from the sky and landed in Yunjian's hands. What is this? Mu Xing was also confused, not knowing what was happening. Yunjian clutched his watch excitedly. This is the survival system's allocation for a peripheral survivor. Peripheral? Yunjian checked the watch and explained, I need to bind to a primary, and then I can complete quests like other survivors. As he spoke, Yunjian came over with the watch and said, Good nephew, quickly bind me to your master. I want to be a survivor too. Mu Xing was unhurried. Are there any restrictions? Peripherals can only follow the master's orders and cannot proactively accept quests. They can only complete quests assigned by the master. As for rewards, you can get some extra rewards. Mu Xing hadn't expected the survival system to actually allow this cheap master to join, even if it was just a peripheral. Perhaps the survival line is currently short on manpower, and with the changes in the Lost Land, more high-end combat power is urgently needed. If he, at the Gi realm, could be recruited, it would definitely be a great help. Soon, Mu Xing received a reminder from the survival system regarding the key points and details of binding to a peripheral survivor. It seems this wasn't just a whim of the survival system. It was well prepared. Mu Xing realized that the survival system had already begun planning to contact and use other humans. The details had already been prepared. Before the binding, Mu Xing sent a copy of the details to his chief uncle. He barely glanced at it before clicking confirm without hesitation. Uncle, don't regret it. There are quite a few restrictions, after all. Yunjian waved his hand nonchalantly. Becoming the first survivor outside the perimeter will allow me to achieve great things in the future. I must seize this opportunity. With that, he eagerly signed the binding contract with Mu Xing. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. If his uncle could bind, he wondered if he could also turn his master into an outside survivor. Just as he was pondering this, the gate to the base opened, and a bustling conversation erupted. Looking out the window, he saw that the members of the regiment had returned in good order. Before he could go out to greet them, they had already gathered in the hall. Hello, Captain. Mu Xing looked at the group of members before him. Whether old or new, they were all full of energy, looking at him expectantly. At the same time, they also noticed Yunjian, studying his watch, and Asta, lying on the sofa with his long white legs covered. Qingju Taoist and Manshan, the strongest members, looked at the two men with caution, as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Don't be nervous, we're all family. Mu Xing waved his hand, urging them to calm down. Manshan subconsciously touched his forehead. For some reason, a cold sweat was already dripping down. Who are these two? Qingju Taoist remained wary, as he couldn't fathom the realm of these two people. Oh, let me introduce you. This is my uncle, Yunjian. From beyond the void, he's in the Gi realm, an 8th level observer. Everyone present was stunned. They didn't know what the Gi realm was, but they knew what an 8th level observer meant. Because the entire survival line currently only has one level 7 observer, Adrian. He's already at the peak of half-step multidimensionality, and only with the powerful Void Protocol can he briefly exert the power of a level 7 observer. And this person before him is actually the legendary level 8 observer? Manshan swallowed hard. If level 7 observer corresponds to multidimensionality, then level 8. Then, Mu Xing pointed to Haster, who was holding a cup of coffee, his enchanting eyes lingering on him. This. You guys don't need to know. Chapter 1131. Haster winked playfully at the others. Hello, I'm new to the chapter. You can call me Huangyi. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Are you the old one? At this, the others froze in their places, speechless. Haster, however, gazed with interest at Qin as he emerged from the crowd. He wore the armor of the Lich King, and a chilling blue aura emanated from his eyes. So you're a Lich? No wonder you could see through my identity. Qin bowed his head respectfully. I've seen those powerful old gods in Azeroth. Their auras are similar to yours. Azeroth? There are old gods there. Haster, upon hearing this, involuntarily licked the corner of her mouth and subconsciously swallowed. Tell me, where is that world? She suddenly stood up, unleashing a terrifying aura. Mu Xing, standing by, quickly grasped her shoulders and said, Don't get excited. Relax. The terrifying pressure dissipated in a split second, leaving everyone feeling as if they had just walked through the gates of hell. At that moment, they felt as if they were being consumed by some indescribable force, transformed into hideous monsters. Thankfully, a gentle force stood in their way. Mu Xing, like the warm sun, shielded them from this force. Oh my god, it really is the old one. How could such a being appear in our chapter? Manshan continued, still wiping his sweat. The Black Dragon Prince Mingyuan, standing behind them, looked puzzled. What is the old one? Hush, are you looking for death? They're beings whose names are corrupted by strange powers. This frightened Ming Yuan into shutting up immediately, not daring to ask any more questions. All right, stop playing. Mu Xing glared at Haster, who then slumped back to the sofa, his long, white legs dangling, making one want to stare a few more times. TSK, boring. I'm going to take a nap. Don't bother me if you have nothing to do. With that, she laid down on the sofa and took a nap. It was clear that she didn't care about anyone except Mu Xing. Mu Xing glanced at the others and pointed at Haster. Ignore her. Everyone, gather in the meeting room. Until Mu Xing spoke, the terrifying aura vanished without a trace. Everyone then realized who was truly in charge here. The powerful level 8 observer and the terrifying old one seemed to be following the leader's lead. Captain, you're so impressive. A true man. Mu Xing heard someone suddenly compliment him. What did that mean? In the conference room, Mu Xing sat at the main seat. The large, round conference table was now mostly full. This was the first time their group had been so well organized. Among the newcomers, Bai Li, Ming Yuan, and Qin Su had already successfully ascended to the god rank. The strongest, Qin Su, was now a 4th-rank god. Mu Xing had thought his own advancement speed was already fast enough, but he didn't expect the others to be just as fast. Mu Xing looked at Bai Li. How is His Majesty the White Dragon King? Bai Li quickly said, Thank you for your concern, Captain. My father has recovered a lot, and is now presiding over the clan affairs, preparing for the story world strategy. Mu Xing looked towards Ming Yuan. Where are you black dragons? Same here. Many planes have appeared on the 7th line of defense. Our black dragons have already entered and, so far, have conquered dozens of planes. Just then, the conference room door opened again. Mu Xing looked up and saw Crazy's familiar face. He stood up and greeted him. Crazy, welcome back. Ha ha. Crazy laughed and gave Mu Xing a big hug. Wei, who was beside him, also greeted Mu Xing. Sorry. I was leading the team on the other line of defense and got back a little late. Mu Xing patted Crazy's shoulder. Good fellow. It's only been so long since we last saw you, and you've already reached level 3? Crazy punched Mu Xing on the shoulder. And you're still talking about me? You're already level 5. Everyone was shocked by this statement. After all, the last time we met, the captain was only at the pseudo-god level. I didn't expect it would only be a short time before he's already reached the 5th god level. What kind of speed is this? Mu Xing smiled shyly. Let's start the meeting. With the return of Crazy Man and Wei, the meeting room was finally complete. Everyone looked at Mu Xing eagerly. The captain had gathered everyone so urgently. He must have something important to announce. Mu Xing tapped the table. I'm sure everyone has received the latest news on the primordial universe. Crazy Man said, Are you talking about the fall of 2 Chaos Lords and the 2 defectors? Mu Xing nodded. In this primordial world war, Phantom Nightmare and Devouring Void fell, as did the traitor Nora. Although Varen also defected midway, he was fortunately captured. We even managed to incite 2 Chaos Lords to revolt and capture the Void Shadow, Viggs, ultimately resulting in a resounding victory for our survival line. Although everyone present had already heard some gossip, hearing it from Mu Xing still shocked them. However, Mu Xing knocked on the table. A new and greater storm is brewing. Chaos is colluding with the Void Protoss, and may even be connected to the old gods. Although this great victory has significantly increased our survival advantage, the crisis continues. I have a feeling that the situation in our part of the Void will soon undergo a drastic change. We don't know how many will die in this chaos before the dust settles. There is only one thing we can do, and that is to strive to strengthen ourselves and gain the strength to survive this turmoil. He looked around at the crowd, and everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Therefore, I declare that the chapter strengthening plan will officially begin today. Everyone looked at each other in confusion. Captain, what do you mean by this chapter strengthening plan? Yi Fei asked, raising his right hand. It's simple. That's to elevate you to a sufficiently strong position in the shortest possible time. I hope that within the next month, our chapter will produce at least 10 half-step multiverses. The conference room fell into utter silence, a pin drop audible. Captain? Do you have a fever? The madman sitting next to him couldn't help but extend his right hand, placing the back of his hand against Mu Xing's forehead. No, I'm fine. Then why are you talking nonsense? Did you just say 10 half-step multiverses? Mu Xing pushed the madman's hand away in anger. Of course I said that because I was prepared. For example, this thing in my hand? Mu Xing slammed the crystal box containing the life evolution formula onto the table. What is this? Everyone's heads turned. The fleshy mass inside the box, resembling an enlarged virus, looked a bit eerie. Mu Xing placed a hand on the box. Let me introduce this. It's called the life evolution formula. It's a special tool used by the creator clan to mass-produce multidimensional war weapons. What? Multidimensional? And mass-produced? Chapter 1132. 2 hours later. The members of the chapter left the meeting room with anticipation. Mu Xing gave them 10 spots. The top 10 in the chapter would have the opportunity to receive the Blood Moon Legacy this month. Yes, Mu Xing had officially decided to begin cultivating his own power. Always borrowing power from others was not the right path. He needed a loyal and secure team of his own. With the help of the life evolution formula, he could share the Blood Moon Legacy with others, maximizing their physical potential and increasing their advancement speed. Most importantly, they could use the life evolution formula to cultivate blood moons with special properties. When a blood moon matured, they could directly aggregate and devour it, advancing at an extremely fast rate. While this was a speedy advancement, the obvious disadvantage was the immense energy consumption. Aside from Mu Xing, they could only aggregate and devour blood moons cultivated using the life evolution formula. Furthermore, cultivating blood moons with special properties required a vast amount of energy and various source materials. Each cultivation was a significant expense. Mu Xing calculated that the combined earnings from selling medicine wouldn't even reach 1,000th of the amount needed to cultivate a single multi-step advancement. However, if they could settle for the next best thing and reduce the upper limit to half a multi-step, they could cultivate as many as 10. Upon hearing this news, the team members expressed their support, willing to contribute various resources to join the program. At the same time, they were eagerly preparing to compete for the spots. If they missed this opportunity, they would have to wait another month. Presumably, they would fully exploit their potential to secure this spot, a subtle urge to strive for improvement. In the conference room, the madman continued to stare at the wriggling mass of flesh. By the way, is this life evolution formula reliable? Don't worry, I've tested it, and the experiment was successful. Aside from the high energy consumption, there aren't any drawbacks. The madman looked at Mu Xing. How do you plan to address this massive resource gap? Mu Xing said, that's exactly what I'm going to do next. Working hard to make money. You want to keep selling potions? The madman saw through his thoughts and frowned. The resource gap is huge. How many awakening potions will you have to sell to make up for it? Mu Xing clapped his hands, and then Zhang Ting, who had been outside the conference room, walked in. He excitedly rushed over to Mu Xing. Boss, I heard there's a new product and new business? Mu Xing glanced at the guy. He had gained a lot of weight in a while. How's the black market trading volume these days? Zhang Ting patted his chest with a smug look and handed over a dazzling report. Then he looked at Mu Xing expectantly, waiting for praise. However, after Mu Xing reviewed the report, his brows still furrowed. It's not enough. At this rate, we can only gather 1/3 of the resources at best. Zhang Ting, a sharp man, could tell at a glance that Mu Xing was short of money. Boss, are you short on cash lately? Mu Xing nodded and handed him the resource request list. Zhang Ting glanced at it and nearly dropped it. My goodness, boss, what are you doing? You need so many resources? Mu Xing said with a worried look on his face. I plan to train 10 half-step multidimensional cultivators within a month. What? 10 half-step multidimensional cultivators in a month? Even though Zhang Ting was well informed and no longer the small-time pharmacy owner he once was, he couldn't help but be shocked when he heard Mu Xing's ambition. He reached out and touched Mu Xing's forehead. You don't have a fever. Mu Xing wordlessly shook his hand off. I'm not kidding. I originally wanted to train a few multidimensional people, but the price is too high. Even if I sold my underwear, I wouldn't be able to raise even 1,000th of that. So I had to settle for the next best thing and test the waters with a half-step multidimensional approach. Zhang Ting picked up Mu Xing's plan and read it over and over again. Suddenly he looked up. Boss, is your plan real? What? Are you doubting me? No, boss, why would I doubt you? I mean, if the plan is real, I do have a plan. Oh, tell me. Raising such a large sum of money requires a two-pronged approach. First, increase the promotion of the potion, speed up its development, improve its quality, and expand the market as much as possible to increase revenue. Second, since you have the technology to mass-produce half-step multiplurality, why don't we sell these quotas to powerful forces with money but no other options? I believe that many veterans who have been stuck at the 9th level for years, unable to break through, would be willing to empty their nest eggs for a chance. Mu Xing looked up. You mean, using these quotas to raise funds? Zhang Ting said, Boss, you have the skills and the strength. This is a lucrative business. Mu Xing stroked his chin. Let me think about it. He had considered making money this way, but he was worried about leaking his trump card, the Blood Moon power. He tried to contact Divine Seal. Divine Seal, is there any way to complete the cultivation of half-step multidimensionality without exposing the Blood Moon inheritance to others? Divine light streamed from the Divine Seal, and countless runes flickered, clearly querying a database and performing logical calculations. A moment later, Mu Xing received a reply from the Divine Seal. Master, there is a special cultivation method that accelerates growth. Master, you must personally manipulate the life evolution formula to decompose the cultivated Blood Moon, infusing its essence into the target's body. Using the life evolution formula, you can raise their rank to half-step multidimensionality, but what? The price is that the target will never be able to advance further in their lifetime, and will forever remain stuck at half-step multidimensionality. Upon hearing this, Mu Xing hurriedly said, Quick, organize this method for me. This is it. Excitedly, Mu Xing withdrew from his communication with the Divine Seal and looked up at Zhang Ting. I have a solution. From now on, I want you to utilize all your connections. Spread the word about the spots available for advancement to half-step multidimensionality. Remember to tell them the after effect of this advancement method. They will never advance further in their lifetime, remaining stuck at half-step multidimensionality forever. Upon hearing this, Zhang Ting burst into laughter. Boss, what kind of after effect is that? How many people today are stuck at 9th level divine, unable to advance? Now there's an opportunity for them to see the view from the summit of half-step multidimensionality. Not only would they pay, they'd even empty their wallets. Mu Xing asked, What do you think the price is reasonable? The man pointed to the price in the brochure and said, 10 times. Mu Xing was stunned. He hadn't expected Zhang Ting to be so ruthless. He shook his head. Forget it, let's triple it. If we drain too many resources from the major clans, it will impact the healthy development of our survival line. If it's triple the original price, at most it hurt them, but it won't bankrupt them. Zhang Ting couldn't help but say, Boss, you're really too kind to be a profiteer. Mu Xing shook his head. If I weren't in urgent need of resources, I wouldn't resort to such tactics. Zhang Ting immediately stood up. Boss, I spread the word right away. Chapter 1133. Mu Xing only came to his senses after watching Zhang Ting leave. With the Kowloon Auction House's publicity, I'm sure this news will spread throughout the survival line at superluminal speed. He's limited the number of spots to 10 in the first round. If the response is good, he can try to add more. The crazy man stood up and stretched. The meeting is over. Let's have dinner together tonight. Mu Xing shook his head. You must be very busy over there, and I have to rush back to the patrol team for a meeting tonight. Okay, then. Let's have a drink together when we have time. Mu Xing raised his right hand and fist bumped with the crazy man. Soon, Mu Xing arrived at the Kowloon City Teleportation Center, preparing to travel from there to Terra City. However, upon arriving at the teleportation center, he was blocked at the door by a familiar figure. Long time no see. Blood Moon. Mu Xing quickly clasped his fists upon seeing the newcomer. Greetings, City Lord. The visitor was none other than the City Lord of Kowloon City, Qin Qian. Judging from his dusty appearance, he had clearly just returned to Terra City and had cornered Mu Xing at the door. Seeing the City Lord staring at him expectantly, Mu Xing instinctively touched his cheek. City Lord. What can I do for you? Qin Qian glanced around and put his arm around Mu Xing's shoulder. I heard you were selling spots for the half-step multi-level advancement? Mu Xing was stunned. How long had he been spreading the news? Half an hour? He hadn't expected the information network he had Zhang Ting established to become so extensive. City Lord, who told you that? Of course, my nephew's son-in-law, Zhang Ting, told me. He began to drag Mu Xing out. This isn't the place to talk. Follow me. Hey, wait, City Lord, I have things to do in Terra City. Qin Qian rubbed his hands together. Since that's the case, I get straight to the point. I'd like to request a few spots for Kowloon City. He looked at Mu Xing expectantly. You're from Dragon Country, so you've got to favor Kowloon City first, right? Mu Xing grumbled. City Lord, there are limited spots, and there's a bidding process. I give you a raise. Qin Qian waved his hand, as if he had already made the decision. City Lord, This isn't a question of whether to raise the price or not. I mean, double it. No, I mean, twice it. Mu Xing was stunned. He'd expected the city lord to be wealthy, but not this rich. He quickly stopped the other person's raised hand. Deal. Qin Qian's face lit up. Then I want at least 4 spots. 4? Why don't you just grab them? I pay more. Mu Xing scratched the back of his head, an embarrassed expression on his face. City lord, I give you 1 at most. Hey kid. Did I just say that for nothing? No, I mean, I give Kowloon City 1 extra spot, in addition to the 10 spots. Otherwise, I won't be able to stop the gossip out there. Qin Qian pondered for a moment. Okay, 2 is 2. We've made the deal, so don't go back on your word. Don't worry, City Lord, I guarantee it. Mu Xing gave an okay sign, then couldn't help but whisper, City Lord, are you aware of the drawbacks of this promotion method? Of course, isn't it just that you can't advance any further from now on? That's not a big deal. My old brothers have been stuck at the 9th rank for years, so even being able to advance is a great fortune, Qin Qian said solemnly. Hearing this, Mu Xing began to wonder whether to increase the number of spots. He felt that 10 spots were already too much. Well, City Lord, I'd be leaving first. I have a meeting in Terrace City. Qin Qian quickly said, remember to come to me if you encounter any trouble. Mu Xing nodded, turned, and entered the teleportation center, stepping through the portal. The next second, people landed at the teleportation center from all directions. The mayors of the 5 major cities, and 4 secondary cities had all arrived. City Lord Qin Qian, where's Blood Moon? He went to Terrace City. Oh, why didn't you stop him? We came here specifically to request spots. That's right, these spots belong to our real world. Don't leave any for those guys in the survival line. Let's go to Terrace City to find Blood Moon. After a heated discussion, Qin Qian couldn't help but stop them. Alright everyone, just wait patiently for the selection process. If everyone resorts to backdoor dealing, are you sure you even get a spot? You know, those guys at survival line are richer than us. A nearby city lord stepped forward and asked, Qin Qian, tell me the truth. Have you already secured a spot? Really not. Qin Qian said innocently. Meanwhile, Patrol Corps. Mu Xing arrived at Patrol Corps headquarters to find a commotion in the hall. Grandmaster Ron was leading the group, engaged in a heated argument with the stunningly beautiful Grand Commander of the Defense Corps across from them. This was Mu Xing's first time meeting the Grand Commander of the Defense Corps, and he was surprised to find her a woman. He was about to greet her when Zhao Hui yanked him into a nearby room. No, why are you pulling me? Zhao Hui looked Mu Xing up and down. Blood Moon, what kind of monster have you transformed into? Mu Xing was speechless. What's going on? What happened earlier? Zhao Hui excitedly grabbed his arm. Blood Moon, tell me the truth. Is the news circulating by the Kowloon auction house true? Are you asking about the spots for the half-step multi-level advancement? It's true. Mu Xing didn't deny it. He just hadn't expected the news to spread so quickly. With City Lord Qin Qian blocking the door, the entire patrol and defense team knew in an instant. Zhao Hui, with a look of excitement, punched Mu Xing in the chest. Good boy, you're quite capable. Well, regarding the spots, can you give us a few more for the patrol team? You saw it too. The defense team is rushing over to grab spots. I have to go out and see. Mu Xing was genuinely worried they'd start a fight. Hey! Wait, where are the spots? Zhao Hui said with anticipation. What are you thinking? The quotas are allocated from above. If we give them all to the patrol team, won't the others be skinned alive? Mu Xing pushed the title to his superiors and strode to the center of the 2 armies' battlegrounds. Okay, everyone listen to me. Stop arguing about the quotas. The official selection process will begin in 3 days. Suddenly, Mu Xing's eyes blurred. The beautiful female leader of the Defense Corps suddenly approached. Are you Blood Moon? I don't need more. Give us 3 quotas in the Defense Corps, and I give you the position of Deputy Commander. Before Mu Xing could say anything, Ron pulled him behind him. Yunju, you're talking about 3 quotas? Are you so shameless? Besides, Blood Moon is from my patrol team. Ron looked at Mu Xing. As the leader of the 14th branch of the patrol team, giving us 3 quotas is no problem, right? Of course. If you want to be Deputy Commander, I appoint you now. But just as he finished speaking, a sharp Dao slashed down from the opposite side, targeting Ron. With a clang, Ron raised his arm to block the sharp blade. His arm glowed silver, impenetrable. Yunju, are you crazy? How dare you attack my patrol team? Ron roared. Yunju shouted, I'm securing the spot today. Brothers, grab the man. Let's see who dares. Ron waved his hand, and the squad leaders behind him marched forward in unison. Chapter 1134. Ron, let's settle this long-standing feud today. Yunju roared. Yunju, you forced me to do this. The two men attacked each other simultaneously. Enough. Mu Xing, unable to hold back any longer, shouted. With a humming sound, everyone was pinned to their spot by an invisible force, unable to move. Mu Xing grasped with his right hand, and the shadow of a black star appeared behind him. Sealing chains flew out, binding the two captains together like a dumpling. Although these sealing chains were specifically designed to seal Haster, sealing the two captains was no problem. It wasn't until the stagnant force dissipated that everyone realized what was happening, staring blankly at the two captains, wrapped like dumplings. How old are you two? Still so childish? Mu Xing demanded, glaring at the two men. As for the others, after witnessing Mu Xing's strength, they dared not take a single step forward. After all, even their own leader was tied up, so they'd just be serving food. The two men, naturally at odds, glared at each other, and then turned their heads away. How about this? If you two apologize to each other, I give you each a spot. No way. Impossible. The two glared at each other fiercely. Mu Xing spread his hands. In that case, I declare that there won't be a single spot in the Patrol Corps or the Defense Corps. The two men stared at Mu Xing in confusion. Mu Xing grinned, or, you two can just come and snatch it from me. Ron hadn't expected Mu Xing to grow so quickly. How long had it been since he'd been able to suppress them? He paused for a moment and said, an apology is out of the question. How about some other terms? Impossible. We're all comrades who fought for Terra's City. Now we're fighting over a few spots. I can't stand it. How about I ask Uncle Lon to propose that you be transferred to other departments? No. The two men said in unison. Mu Xing feigned distress. What should we do? After all, if we keep fighting like this, the higher-ups will definitely hold us accountable. I might even be criticized by the council. It's really difficult. The two men hesitated for a long time. Finally, Yunju, standing opposite, spoke first. Apologize, but don't cheat on the agreed spots. Ron gritted his teeth and said, it's just an apology, isn't it? I accept it. Mu Xing held his head high, feeling pleased. Remember, this is a public apology. It must be sincere, or I won't acknowledge it. Okay. The two men said in unison again. Mu Xing hooked his right hand, and the black chain retracted with a clang. As soon as the two men were released, they immediately started fighting again. Go ahead and fight. I won't stop you. Mu Xing folded his arms, and plopped down on a nearby chair, ready to watch the fun. The two men exchanged barbs for a long time, but ultimately, no one came to blows. Forget it, that's all for today. Let's go! Yunju waved to the defense group behind him. With that, the two groups quickly moved from contact to separation. Mu Xing quickly stopped them. Wait, if you two are willing to make peace, I can give each group an extra spot. You want me to reconcile with this old woman? Impossible. Not unless I'm dead. Ron turned his head. That's right, you want me to make peace with him? Not unless you kill me. Yunju, standing opposite, snorted. Mu Xing said nonchalantly, since neither of you wants a spot, forget it. As soon as he finished speaking, the two men returned, their right hands clasped tightly. Crackling. The bones in his hands made a teeth-grinding sound. Mu Xing stood up and said, I give you a few days to consider, but be quick, as spots are limited. Mu Xing rolled his eyes, and walked straight into the inspection team meeting room, not bothering to pay attention to the two enemies. The two men glared at him, quickly released their pinched, reddened hands, and blew out a deep breath. In the conference room, Mu Xing leaned over to Zhao Hui's ear and whispered, Old Zhao, what's going on between our Grand Captain and Captain Yun? They're always fighting and killing each other. Don't you know? They're sworn enemies. The kind of revenge for the murder of their father? Oh, that's not the case. I heard it was back in kindergarten, when our Grand Captain stole someone's lollipop, and they've been fighting for years. Mu Xing's expression froze. Are you kidding me? It's true. I'm not kidding. You know, I'm a die-hard fan of the Grand Captain. He whispered, I know all the dirty laundry and gossip about the Grand Captain. The next second, a large hand pressed down on Zhao Hui's shoulder. Looking up, who else could it be but Ron? Zhao Hui, come see me in my office after the meeting. No, Captain, Mu Xing looked at Ron expectantly. Captain, is what he said true? Is Yun Tuan really your childhood sweetheart? Cough, cough, cough. A burst of coughing erupted around the large conference table. Ron was about to explode, but then he realized he couldn't beat this guy, so he gave up. His raised right hand swung awkwardly in the air. Get lost. Don't listen to his nonsense. Then he glanced at the other team leaders, who were trying to suppress their laughter with their heads bowed, and shouted, "What are you laughing at? Meeting?" Everyone quickly sat up straight, not daring to act rashly again. Ron sat at the head table, and knocked on the table. "All right, let's not talk about quotas for now. Listen up, I have important news to announce." He waved his hand, and the deputy team leaders handed out file folders to them. "What is this?" Mu Xing opened the file, and immediately frowned. "A personnel transfer order for the unit?" Yes, he held a personnel transfer order. "I spare you the nonsense. This personnel transfer order is genuine. Our patrol team is disbanding." "What?" Everyone was stunned. Ron pressed his hands together. "Please be patient. It's not just us. The Defense Corps is being disbanded too." Someone immediately questioned, "Disbanding 2 departments at once? Are they forming a new one?" Ron nodded. "Yes, I am. Remember that spy bust?" The higher-ups were very dissatisfied with the bloated and slow performance of our 2 organizations. So the council decided to disband the existing Defense Corps and Patrol Corps and establish a new one. This department will handle both real-world security, including patrols of Terra City, patrols of the Survival Line, and even anti-infiltration and counter-espionage. Everyone fell silent. Zhao Hui raised his hand. "Captain, you're not going to be laying off anyone, are you?" Ron nodded. "We will, of course, be laying off some people, but only the laggards and those with connections who aren't earning a salary. Later, we will merge with the Defense Corps and change the divisional model to a departmental model. There will be a headquarters council to oversee the various functional departments. Also, aside from those being laid off, all other personnel will be split up and assigned to new departments based on their abilities and specialties." Zhao Hui frowned. "Captain, what will the new department be called? And who will lead this new department? Will it be you or Captain Yunju?" Ron shook his head. "This matter is still under discussion in the council. We should have a decision after tomorrow's meeting. As for the leadership of the new regiment, it hasn't been decided yet. We might even have a parachuted-in executive." The conference room erupted in uproar at these words. Chapter 1135. I protest. The Grand Commander is experienced, and should be the new commander. At the very least, the Grand Commander and Commander Yunju should compete for the position. How can someone parachute it in? Yes, I protest. The entire conference room erupted in an uproar. Ron slammed the table. "All right, everyone, be quiet." He turned to look at Mu Xing. "Captain 14, what do you think about this?" "Me?" Mu Xing pointed at himself, puzzled. Everyone's expectant gazes suddenly turned to Mu Xing. Mu Xing rubbed his chin. Now the Survival Line has shifted from defense to offense. It seems the council intends to integrate internal resources, centralize the functions of each department, and seek unified coordination. Since the higher-ups have decided to merge, rather than abolish, this means we don't have to worry about losing our jobs, but what? Ron glanced at Mu Xing subconsciously. "According to my estimation, the size of this new department won't shrink, but will expand. Then the question arises, how? How much? How will the voice be distributed? These are all issues." Zhao Hui, standing beside him, scratched his head. "If we follow the 14th Regiment Commander's idea, the new department will include more fresh blood, not just the geniuses of the Survival Line, right?" Mu Xing nodded. "That's right. Although our real-world survivors are all elite warriors, we've only been around for a short time and lack the foundation to compete with those great races with millennia-long traditions. As everyone knows, the Survival Line has nearly 20 half-step multiverses, but there are only 5 real-world survivors, while the Survival Line has over 10. If the new department is primarily comprised of elite personnel from both locations, then our voice will likely be significantly diluted." Hearing this, everyone sighed. In terms of background, their real-world resources were indeed inferior to those of the Survival Line. Ron looked at Mu Xing expectantly. "So, can you give us a few more spots? If we increase our numbers by half a step, even if a new department is established, we still have a strong voice." Mu Xing held up 2 fingers, 2 at most. "Can you give us a few more?" Ron couldn't help but ask. "Of course, provided our patrol team can provide sufficient resources. After all, the resources required to train a half-step multidimensional being are enormous. Even if I wanted to, I wouldn't be able to. After all, I can't just conjure resources out of thin air." Mu Xing looked at Ron. "Captain, According to my estimate, the patrol team and the defense team combined can only support 3 vacancies. Of course, the defense team is richer. If we're determined to sell everything we have, we can probably add another vacancies. But is such a reckless expense really worth it? Hearing this, Ron fell silent. He knew the patrol team's financial situation all too well. Mu Xing was right. Supporting 1 vacancies was already the limit. If they sold everything they had and borrowed some, they could probably provide another, but that wouldn't be worth the effort. But after a moment's hesitation, Ron made up his mind. Save the extra vacancies for me. I figure it out. He stood up, apparently planning to go out. Grand Commander? Everyone looked at Ron in confusion as he hurried. I'm going to the Defense Corps. You guys discuss the staff reductions first. With these words, Ron vanished from the conference room. Mu Xing knew the Grand Commander had probably thrown everything into the towel this time, no longer caring about his reputation, intending to have a serious conversation with his mortal enemy. But less than half an hour later, the Grand Commander returned like a deflated ball. Grand Commander? How's it going? How did your conversation with Yun Tuan go? She agreed to merge resources. We should be able to secure the additional quota, Ron said weakly. Grand Commander, isn't this a good thing? Why are you so gloomy? Before Ron could say anything, the door swung open with a clang. A fierce aura surged into the conference room. The man arrived in a rush, slamming his hand on the table and scanning the crowd. From today on, your patrol group will be under the management of our defense group. Captain? Everyone glanced at Captain Yunju in bewilderment, then turned back to their own captain. Yunju knocked on the table. I forgot to tell you, Ron has sold you all to me. The price is 1 spot. Everyone was stunned. They were sold out just like that? Ron knocked on the table. Yunju, what are you talking about? What was our agreement? The powerful woman strode over to Ron and lifted his chin with her finger. You sold yourself to me, so don't all your subordinates belong to me? At these words, the crowd erupted in uproar. Ron pulled her hand away. I only sold myself. I never said I was selling my subordinates. Okay, then, let's get the marriage certificate this afternoon, and we have our wedding night tonight. She pinched Ron's chin and suddenly leaned in close, her sparkling eyes filled with pride. Wow, how cruel. How touching. The Grand Commander even sacrificed himself for us. Grand Commander, we will remember your sacrifice. Zhao Hui's nose was choking with tears, his voice almost sobbing. Mu Xing rubbed his chin with interest. I thought they were sworn enemies, but it turns out they're a couple. So we're just part of the Grand Commander's play. Ron looked annoyed, beginning to regret his decision. The next day, Mu Xing had just woken up and was about to report to the Terra City Council when he was surrounded. Someone had no idea how these people had found out about him, but they were blocking his way out so early in the morning. To avoid them, he deliberately slept in a hotel outside the patrol group, but they'd still found him. It was obvious why these people were there. Okay, everyone, please be quiet. Mu Xing took a deep breath. Regarding the promotion quota, I've decided to add 10 more spots to the original 10. Starting the day after tomorrow, qualified family representatives will be selected to draw lots. Whether or not you win a spot depends on your luck. Hearing this, a group of people around him began to chatter. Mr. Xueyue, is the selection and drawing fair? What are the selection criteria? Mr. Xueyue, is there a limit on the number of participants? Where will the drawing be held? Mr. Xueyue, have you considered increasing the number of spots to 30? Mr. Xueyue. The questions kept coming one after another, giving Mu Xing a headache. Okay, everyone, I just say one thing. The surroundings immediately quieted down. Today at noon, please go to Kowloon City Plaza. My representatives will hold a press conference, and all your questions will be answered. Seeing these paparazzi-like figures still trying to surround him, Mu Xing immediately warned, from now on, anyone who continues to harass me will be disqualified from the selection process by the forces behind them. As soon as these words were spoken, the people around him instinctively stepped back several steps, realizing that Mu Xing was serious. Make way, he shouted softly. The men obediently made way. Mu Xing had taken just 2 steps when they tried to follow, but a glare from him forced them back. Chapter 1136. Soon, Mu Xing was standing at the entrance of the city council headquarters in Terra City. His first visit was to participate in the defense of Terra City and rescue the trapped counselors. This time, he came as the youngest counselor. Before even entering, he had already pinned the badge representing a 3rd-level counselor on his chest. As he approached, 2 guards saluted him. At that moment, Yuan suddenly appeared from nowhere. What are you still standing there for? Come on in. Mu Xing grabbed the little boy's arm. No, where were you yesterday? Why didn't you come to the inspection team meeting? Oh, I was so busy. Do you think I have time to wander around like you do every day? It's all because of that promotion quota you created. Now the entire survival line is in chaos. My office phone was ringing off the hook last night. Mu Xing rubbed his nose. It's not that exaggerated, is it? Yuan covered his forehead. You are so impulsive. Couldn't you have informed the council ahead of time? Most counselors are still in a state of confusion. I'm afraid your welcome ceremony today will turn into an accountability ceremony. Mu Xing picked his nose. What does it have to do with me? I wasn't even a full counselor yesterday. Yuan speechlessly dragged Mu Xing towards the new member reception office. The council's new member reception office is not often used. Every new counselor, even the lowest-ranking third-level counselor, is selected from among countless talented people. Not only does one need ability, but also sufficient contribution points. Mu Xing already has enough contribution points. His strength is only slightly weaker. He is currently the youngest and, on paper, the weakest member of the Terra City Council. The staff was very interested in Mu Xing, the young counselor. While entering the information, they kept asking questions and prying into all sorts of gossip. All right, hurry up and enter it. Why are you asking? Do you have so much free time? Yuan banged his head hard on the table, causing the staff to lower their heads and not dare to ask any more questions. 10 minutes later, when Mu Xing received his representative ID, he officially became a counselor of the Terran Council. At the same time, the staff branded 3 stars on his chest badge, 3 bronze stars, representing a third-level counselor. And when he looked at Yuan's badge, he saw a single gold star, signifying his status, a first-level counselor. Wow, you're actually a first-class counselor? Yuan said smugly. Originally, Chaos Wills like us, outsiders, wouldn't qualify for first-class status. But thanks to you, I saved all the counselors during the Battle of Terra City, and I was promoted to the highest rank. Mu Xing suddenly leaned close to Yuan's ear and asked, So, do you want to take the next step? What do you mean? Literally, do you want to be speaker? The young man in front of him was stunned. What are you thinking about? You need to be promoted to multidiversity to qualify as speaker. Mu Xing grinned. I distribute a few multidiversity seats in the council later. Do you understand? What? This time, even Yuan was stunned. Are you kidding? Do I look like I'm joking? How is that possible? A spot at the half-step multi-level is incredible enough, and you even have a spot at the multi-level? Mu Xing looked mysterious. How about you try to curry favor with me first? Yuan thought seriously for a moment, and shook his head. Forget it. I can't even afford the resources for the half-step multi-level promotion, let alone the multi-level. Clearly, financially strapped, he didn't dare consider the matter too deeply. Mu Xing, however, was not in the least anxious. Don't be so hasty to refuse. Don't think I don't know. You're a hidden tycoon. You've saved up a lot of resources for your promotion over the years, haven't you? Yuan instinctively covered his pockets. Don't even think about my coffin money. Besides, don't you know my identity? Before the succession of power is settled, all my motivations must be focused on finding the successor. Mu Xing laughed heartily and patted him on the shoulder. I know. After completing the paperwork, Yuan led him to the conference hall. Passing through the awe-inspiring corridor of statues once again, Mu Xing couldn't help but ask, where are these people on the statues? I don't know. They might be dead. They might have gone somewhere far away. After all, even the city of Terra is inherited. Mu Xing touched a statue with his right hand. For some reason, it felt like a living thing. Soul lanterns? Life tablets? These statues reminded him of special tools used to determine a target's life or death. He also noticed a number of empty spaces between them. There were even signs of broken statues. Yuan, how many statues have been broken since you arrived at the survival line? Yuan pondered for a moment. About 10, and especially more in recent years. Mu Xing narrowed his eyes. Sure enough, that means the people behind these statues are probably still alive. But who are they? Where are they now? And what are they doing? With these questions in mind, Mu Xing entered the Parliament Hall. By then, most of the legislators had already taken their seats. Meetings have been going on non-stop for several days now. There are too many uncertainties these days that require decisive action from these top leaders. As soon as Mu Xing entered the chamber, he was met with a flurry of discussion. Excuse me, Counselor Blood Moon? Please follow me. Your seat is over here. A uniformed usher immediately approached. Yuan waved at him. We talk after the meeting. With a flick of his wrist, He leaped directly to the highest, first row. Aside from the thrones on the ceiling above, the high seats in this first row were occupied by the first-level counselors. Yuan was ranked 19th and the newest first-level counselor. The number of second-level counselors was much larger, reaching over 100, and the number of third-level counselors reached as many as 300. Mu Xing's seat was in the southeast corner of the hall, the last seat. This chamber wasn't static, it changed with seating and ranking. The higher the ranking, the higher the seat. As a newcomer, Mu Xing settled comfortably into his chair. Looking around, everything seemed new and surprising. As other council members gradually arrived at the council hall, the vast chamber finally filled. Just then, the space in the ceiling above suddenly opened, and the speakers' thrones descended from the dome, forming a row. With Nora dead and Velan rebelling, the original seating arrangement had undergone significant changes. Needless to say, the two veteran multiverse leaders were Yax, the arbiter of logic, and Alim, the shaper of all forms. Their positions were incredibly secure. Even Zhou Yuan and Lan, who later came to power, were unable to shake them. But now, with the ever-changing situation, the structure of the council had quietly begun to shift. Now, there were only 4 thrones left. On the left were Lan and Zhou Yuan, and on the right were Yax and Alim. But today, a new throne had appeared in the council hall. That throne looked ferocious and fierce, full of rage and danger. But it was currently in an illusory state, not yet solid. And further away, there was another, even more illusory throne. At this moment, 4 pillars of celestial light descended simultaneously, landing upon their respective thrones. Accompanied by a vast aura that transcended dimensions, the 4 multiverse-level speakers descended. Chapter 1137. All the council members held their breath, their nerves trembling. This terrifying aura weighed heavily on them. Only after the 4 speakers had fully descended did the leaked aura begin to slowly dissipate. Suddenly, a black dimensional cage appeared in the center of the hall. Mu Xing looked up with interest. Trapped within the black cage was none other than the traitor Velan. His essence had been locked away, imprisoned within the cage, unable to move. Instantly, the entire council hall erupted in discussion. Many were still unaware of what had happened. With a clatter, a hammer slammed against the table. Silence! Axe's resounding voice echoed, reaching every corner and reaching their ears. Today's meeting has several important matters to discuss and decide. First, let us welcome our new council member, Level 3 Counselor, Blood Moon. As soon as he finished speaking, a beam of light struck Mu Xing directly. Mu Xing stood up and saluted the entire council. As soon as he finished speaking, all of Mu Xing's publicly known achievements were displayed in midair. This dazzling display of accomplishments blinded everyone. From the Battle of the Dark Devourer, to the defense of Terra City, to the recent battle of the Primordial Universe, Mu Xing had been a key figure in every major battle. His achievements far surpassed those of all the first-class counselors. Most importantly, Mu Xing was the nephew of the new counselor Lan, and had a very close relationship with Counselor Zhou Yuan. Now, all counselors will begin scoring and voting. Raise your hands if you approve of the new counselor. Yax's voice rang out again. Instantly, everyone raised their right hands, expressing their approval of Mu Xing. A clatter of hammers echoed. I declare that Level 3 Counselor Blood Moon officially joins the Terra Council, effective today. Layers of halos descended, these auras of blessing from the city of Terra. As long as one remained within the city's purview, these blessings could be granted. Of course, this was of little use to Mu Xing, but it was better than nothing. Axe's voice rang out again. Now, let's begin today's second resolution, which is the sentencing of the traitor Velan. The evidence against the traitor Velan is as follows. The seemingly emotionless logical arbitrator listed Velan's crimes one by one. Then all counselors voted to confirm. A majority vote would establish the conviction. If the vote failed, an administrative review would be conducted. There were 32 pieces of evidence against Velan, some major, some minor. 21 of these were unanimously approved, 6 were controversial, and the remaining 5 were rejected. Even so, those 21 were sufficient to convict Velan the traitor. After full council approval, the verdict is as follows. Velan deceived the council and betrayed the survival line. The evidence confirms his guilt, making him unforgivable. However, considering his gracious confession, he is willing to redeem himself and provide Terra City with energy for 100,000 years. The council has ultimately decided to sentence Velan to 100,000 years in prison, to be used as Terra City's energy supply. Clearly, this was the best outcome after the council chairman's deliberations. Although Velan betrayed, killing him would be a waste. The situation on the survival line is becoming increasingly complex, and Terra City is in dire need of a new battery pack. Velen had run into the gun, making him a perfect sacrifice. Velen, do you accept the punishment? In the cage, Velen bowed his head deeply, knowing he had escaped death. He whispered, I accept the punishment. Yax waved his right hand, and Velen was flung directly into the core of Terra City. He would provide Terra City with energy for 100,000 years. Next came Viggs, the shadow of the void, captured by Mu Xing. The council would be more stringent in his judgment. After all, he was a chaos overlord, a mortal enemy of the survival line. I refuse to accept this. If it weren't for that bastard Huanyan, how could I have ended up like this? I refuse to accept. Viggs shouted, unconvinced. Just then, Mu Xing stepped forward and said, why don't you hand him over to me? I can provide an extra diversity membership slot for the council. The whole audience was shocked by these words. Viggs, seeing Mu Xing, was like a mouse seeing a cat. Please spare my life, sir, spare my life. I do anything, just don't kill me. Without waiting for Mu Xing to speak, Lan and Zhou Yuan attacked, subduing Viggs. I think so. Zhou Yuan said. I second. Lan said. Axe looked at Aleem, who had remained silent. What do you think? I agree. With a clatter, the hammer fell on the table. In that case, Chaos Lord Viggs renders the following verdict. Strip him of his position as Lord and consign him to death row. No! Viggs cried out, utterly despairing. This was the first time the council had tried a multidimensional realm expert, and even these council members had never seen it before. They were shocked, and even more shocked by the new council member who had just joined. What did he mean by the multidimensional quota, and why was the Chaos Overlord, Viggs, so afraid of a third-level counselor? The counselors were no fools. They realized that the landscape of Terra City had quietly and dramatically shifted. Axe continued, now, let's move on to the third resolution of the day. It concerns the return of First Chaos King Zhou Liang to Terra City. As soon as he finished speaking, subtitles appeared in front of all the counselors. Mu Xing squinted as she read the subtitles. It was worth noting that the council chairman had fabricated a nearly perfect identity for Zhou Liang, an undercover agent. That's right. In this top-secret document, Zhou Liang was described as the ultimate undercover agent sent into the chaos battlefield, enduring hardships, and ultimately helping the survival line capture half of the chaos overlords. Now, he had completed his mission, and would return home in glory. Although many were skeptical of this supposedly top-secret document, the counselors could probably guess the council chairman's intentions. To protect themselves, Chaos had begun colluding with the Void God, and their multi-level combat power had not only not diminished, but had even increased. With only 4 speakers remaining in their survival line, now was the time to appoint a new speaker. Regardless of Zhou Liang's past background, as long as he was fighting for the survival line now, all past mistakes could be forgiven. At this moment, Zhou Liang descended, landing on the hideous, illusory throne. He leaned lazily against the throne, one hand supporting his sideways head, a sinister expression on his face as he surveyed the counselors. Hello everyone, I don't need to introduce myself. I know many people have a problem with me, but everything I do is to protect my own survival. At these words, many council members immediately rebuked him. Zhou Liang, how many people have you killed? How many people have you harmed? How can you be an undercover agent like that? That's right, you should repent for your mistakes and pay the price. Zhou Liang spread his hands. Everyone, wake up. You know better than anyone how cunning and dangerous chaos is. If I had even a little mercy, how could we have achieved this great victory? So, I do all this out of necessity. The arguments below grew louder, threatening to tear the roof off the council chamber. Crack, crack. The hammers kept pounding. Silence. How disgraceful. The council members fell silent, staring at Zhou Liang in indignation. Axe said, the vote on whether to approve Zhou Liang's return to the council will now begin. Chapter 1138. The council members stared at each other, each looking at the other, but no one dared to raise their hands first. After all, the first Chaos King had betrayed the survival line for years, and his fearsome reputation was deeply ingrained in everyone's minds. In the survival line, the first villain a newborn child learned to recognize was the first Chaos King. If you don't obey, the first Chaos King will capture you. Such threats had become the accepted norm for childcare throughout the survival line. And yet, some were claiming that this demonic figure was actually an undercover agent. A good man who endured humiliation? As the council members hesitated, the powerful first-level council members sitting in the front row raised their hands one after another. I agree. I agree too. As these powerful council members expressed their opinions, The second and third level council members in the back followed suit. They knew full well that, in the current situation, they not only had to welcome Zhou Liang back, but also reshape his image and create a flawless heroic image. This move would not only significantly enhance the overall strength of the parliament, but also greatly enhance its prestige and credibility. It would fully demonstrate the parliament's far-sighted strategic vision and far-sighted political wisdom. Although this approach was somewhat unconventional, it was undoubtedly a powerful shot in the arm for the entire survival line amidst the current turbulent and panic-stricken environment. When the gavel fell, over half of the votes in favor confirmed Zhou Liang's return to the parliament. Of course, this returning hero was not yet eligible for the position of speaker. He still needed to prove himself through continued observation and accumulated contributions. After receiving approval, Zhou Liang smiled humbly and bowed gracefully to the councillors present, displaying a gentlemanly demeanor that was refreshingly gentle. Today's 3 important resolutions have all been passed, Yax announced. Next, please allow Level 3 Councillor Blood Moon to announce the details regarding the promotion quotas. Thunderous applause erupted in the meeting hall. Clearly, many councillors had already learned of this important news through internal channels before the meeting officially began. Mu Xing's figure flashed, teleporting to the podium, and instantly becoming the focus of the audience. "Hello everyone, I'm Blood Moon." He began calmly, "I'm sure you've all heard the rumors about the promotion quotas. Yes, this news is absolutely true." With a flick of his right hand, he presented the detailed selection criteria for the quotas to the audience via holographic projection. The councillors immediately leaned in for a closer look, and the meeting hall erupted in discussion. "I originally planned to offer only 10 half-step multi-level promotion slots, but I clearly underestimated the enthusiasm and resource reserves of all parties involved," Mu Xing announced shockingly, "so, I've decided to expand the quota to 20. The audience erupted in an uproar. Not only that, he then dropped even more bombshell news. "I will also open 3 additional multi-level promotion slots." This time, the shockwaves were even greater, leaving many council members dumbfounded. Who could have imagined that the path to advancement for the powerful, once considered sacrosanct, would now be priced like a commodity? One council member immediately stood up and questioned, "Councillor Blood Moon, where do these promotion methods come from? Are there any potential risks or fatal flaws?" Mu Xing smiled calmly. He had no intention of concealing the secret of the life evolution formula. After all, to others, this formula could only help them overcome their current bottlenecks. He directly disclosed the relevant principles, operating procedures, and side effects in full. After the councillors quickly reviewed this detailed information, many of them showed signs of ecstasy. "So, as long as we have sufficient resources, we can mass-produce half-step multidimensional, or even multidimensional, experts," someone excitedly confirmed. Mu Xing nodded in confirmation. "That's theoretically true. However, currently, only half-step multidimensional advancement is available. As for multidimensional advancement, due to the consumption of the life evolution formula's source power, there is a cooldown period." He emphasized, "More importantly, those who advance using this formula will forever lose the possibility of further advancement, effectively draining all their potential at once. Whether you can accept this price requires careful consideration." Despite Mu Xing's clear pointing out of the drawbacks, the discussion in the meeting intensified, and most councillors remained optimistic. After all, for the vast majority, they don't even qualify for overdrawing their potential. "Excuse me, how are the quotas allocated specifically?" another council member asked. Mu Xing raised his index finger. "There's only one criterion. After passing the qualifications test conducted by our selection staff, the final number of vacancies will be determined by drawing lots." "Test? Drawing lots?" The crowd became even more confused. Mu Xing patiently explained, "The test is to screen those with true promotion potential. If they don't even meet the basic qualifications, granting them a quota is a sheer waste of resources. As for drawing lots," he spread his hands helplessly, "it's a last resort. After all, there are too many candidates for too few positions. To ensure fairness and avoid unhealthy competition, letting luck determine the decision is the most reasonable solution." At this point, a senior councillor raised a crucial question. "Will these seats be allocated first to members of the Terra City Council?" Mu Xing shook his head firmly. "The half-step multidimensionality slots will be treated equally. And with all due respect, everyone here is a rarefied elite, with the opportunity to achieve breakthroughs in the future. I do not recommend competing for these slots. But the multidimensionality slots are a different matter." He then changed the subject. "I will grant 2 seats to the council, and 1 to the outside world. This is the opportunity you should strive for." Mu Xing knew full well that there was a world of difference between multidimensionality and half-step multidimensionality. This chasm would likely be difficult for even the geniuses present to cross in their lifetimes. Even if it meant stopping there forever, reaching the multidimensionality realm was enough to make one stand out from the crowd. Sure enough, the 2 exclusive council slots instantly ignited the enthusiasm of the entire audience. This was especially true for the veteran experts in the first row, who had been stuck in the half-step multidimensionality realm for years. For them, this was undoubtedly their last hope of breaking free from their shackles. Isn't it too stingy to allocate only one diverse quota to the outside world? Zhou Yuan, seated on the speaker's throne, couldn't help but ask. Mu Xing was prepared. Speaker, this is just a test. If the response is positive, we consider increasing the quota later. This will not only enhance the overall strength of the defense line, but also strengthen the cohesion of all parties. The speakers immediately grasped Mu Xing's hidden meaning. He was attempting to use this opportunity to completely change the rigid mindset of the survival line's long-term passive defense and, by inspiring the entire line's enterprising spirit, respond to the growing turmoil in the depths of the void. Silence. Yax brought down his speaker's hammer. As resolved by the council, from this day forward, Councillor Blood Moon's plan will receive the full support and protection of the Terra Council. Also, please take this opportunity to vote on the establishment of new departments and the resettlement of the Creator Clan. This marathon session lasted from dawn to dusk. When Mu Xing finally dragged his exhausted body out of the council hall, he rubbed his sore neck and gained a new understanding of life as a Terra City councillor. The intensity of the work here was far beyond imagination, with all major resolutions requiring repeated discussion and voting in the council. At this moment, he regretted it to the core. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have chosen to be this utterly useless counselor. How's it feeling, newbie? Yuan's voice suddenly rang out beside him. Mu Xing complained dolefully. When I was a regular person, I had to work overtime writing reports every day. Now, as a survivor counselor, I still can't escape the daily meetings. I'm so fed up. Yuan couldn't help but laugh. Actually, it's not this exaggerated normally. It's just that there's been a lot of important resolutions lately. Let me tell you a little secret. Except for major resolutions, the council is often short of people. If you really don't want to come, just find any excuse to ask for leave. Really? Mu Xing's eyes lit up with hope. Chapter 1139. The next day, Mu Xing did not attend the press conference held in Kowloon City. He had handed the matter over to Crazy and the others. He instead arrived at the survival line, the resettlement site for the Creator Clan. This was only a temporary resettlement site, but in terms of size, it was the largest of the major clans on the survival line. Before Mu Xing even approached the resettlement site, Supreme Elder Mo and Great Elder Song had already come to greet him at the entrance. You're finally here. Mu Xing clasped his fists towards them. I'm sorry, I've been so busy since my return that I didn't come to see you sooner. Please forgive me. Mo looked well and cheerful. Stop saying that. It's an honor for us, the Creator Clan, to have you here. When Mu Xing was welcomed into the camp, all the elders and senior members of the Creator Clan were already waiting. Mo and the others knelt directly before him and said, on behalf of the entire Creator Clan, I greet the young master. Mu Xing was stunned. What the hell? How did he become the young master? No, what do you mean? Mo waved his right hand, and Hang's sacred vessel emerged. It hovered above Mu Xing's head, shedding golden light. Mo said seriously, Hung is the clan leader, and you, as the clan leader's only disciple, are the young master of our Creator Clan. As soon as he finished speaking, a uniform voice echoed around them again. Greetings, young master. Mu Xing was so embarrassed that he wanted to dig out a 3-bedroom apartment with his toes. Ahem, well, I'm Hang's disciple, of course, but isn't it better to let the Elders Council manage the Creator Clan now? There's no need to recognize a young master, right? Mo lowered his head. Young master, the Council of Elders is only a temporary solution. We've all been longing for the clan leader's return. Now that you become the clan leader's disciple, we once again have a core figure. I hope young master can lead our Creator Clan forward. Mu Xing was annoyed by this group of people. Don't we still have Uncle Lon? It's definitely not my turn, is it? Just then, Lon appeared. Don't refuse. You're worthy of this position. Mu Xing scratched his head. But I'm very busy. Lon said, don't worry. You only need to make important decisions. Leave the rest to the council. But, okay, don't betray everyone's trust in you. If it weren't for you, the Creator Clan would have been wiped out long ago. You're not just a spiritual pillar for them, but a guiding light. This? Mu Xing hesitated. He knew very well that young master wasn't just a title. It was a responsibility and an obligation. Let me think about it. He didn't rush to agree, but needed to think it over carefully. Mo didn't force Mu Xing to make a decision right away. Of course, that's the young master's right. Mu Xing waved his hand. Everyone, please get up. I came here today first to see the placement situation. Secondly, I give you 2 multiple placements. You can discuss and decide. Lon, standing beside him, couldn't help but wonder, will that kind of forced promotion model affect their future? Mu Xing smiled mysteriously. Don't worry, Uncle Lon. The placements I'm giving out are castrated versions. To prevent the blood moon inheritance from leaking, that's why there are side effects. But the creator clan was tailor-made for the life evolution formula. As long as resources are sufficient, their future growth will not be affected. Hearing this, Lon breathed a sigh of relief, deeply relieved. Mu Xing looked at Mo. Elder Mo, you will determine the quotas among yourselves. I will make a unified allocation in 2 days. Then, I will begin the life evolution trial. Mo nodded solemnly, understanding that this would be a pivotal moment that would change the fate of their creator clan. However, he remained slightly concerned. But young master, our clan's curse. Don't worry, I already have an idea for how to resolve it. I've just run through numerous simulations, and next, I need your cooperation in conducting some clinical tests. Mo's face lit up. Great. Our clan is finally saved. Thank you, young master. After saying this, he bowed his head, and was immediately helped to his feet by Mu Xing. No need for formalities. I've come to you for another matter. Young master, just give me your orders. Are you aware of the contaminated area in the 7th War Zone? Mo nodded. I've heard that some corrupting force leaked from an unknown sealed gate, causing widespread contamination. Mu Xing said, you, the creator clan, are experts in this area, so I'd like to ask for your assistance in investigating the contaminated area. Mo immediately declared, young master, rest assured. This matter will be our top priority. Mu Xing reminded him, I hope you prioritize safety. I don't want to see any losses. Yes. After dismissing everyone, Mu Xing turned his attention to Lon. Uncle Lon, what do you think about the contaminated zone? Lon didn't answer, instead asking Mu Xing, do you have any theories? Mu Xing pulled out a strangely shaped black sword. It was pointed in a certain direction, trembling uncontrollably. Not only that, but his moonlight great sword was also doing the same. And the direction it was pointing was precisely the contaminated zone. Lon narrowed his eyes. You mean, the contaminated zone is related to the Ring of Law? Mu Xing said, I haven't had time to look up relevant information in Terra City, so I'd like to ask Uncle Lon for help in searching the Supreme Database and finding all the information related to the Ring of Law. Lon gazed at the strangely shaped black sword and nodded solemnly. Don't worry, I take care of this. Then the kind-faced elder placed a hand on Mu Xing's shoulder. The life evolution formula presents both opportunity and danger. Chaos won't let this go, and those old monsters in the void won't sit idly by. So, be sure to protect yourself. Mu Xing knew Uncle Lon was worried about being assassinated. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, Uncle Lon. I'm not afraid of those guys coming. I'm afraid of them not coming. Then a sinister look crossed his face. After all, if they don't come, where will I get the resources to cultivate more diversity? Lon understood Mu Xing's subtle intentions. He was planning to use himself as bait again, casting a hook into the void. Remember to contact me if you're in danger, Lon warned. Don't worry, Uncle Lon. As Lon left, a yellow figure appeared before Mu Xing in the exclusive office the creator clan had prepared for him. The king in yellow, dressed in a cheongsam, slumped down on his desk, his long, white legs dangling. Why go to so much trouble to find a way to break the curse? Wouldn't it be better to keep it as is? Mu Xing glanced at the Yellow King. In her view, there were only 3 kinds of creatures in this world. Fellow creatures, enemies, and ants, and those whom she considered weak, like ants, were only fit to be her slaves and servants. And threats and intimidation were undoubtedly the simplest means of control. Mu Xing rolled her eyes. Do you think everyone is like you? Chapter 1140. Early morning. After a busy day at the creator clan's base, Mu Xing, yawning, had just returned from the survival line when he received a phone call. The voice on the other end of the line sounded familiar yet strange, almost dragging Mu Xing's thoughts back several years. Squad leader? Hey, you still remember me? Where have you been making a fortune lately? Do you have time to come to the class reunion tonight? Hanguang Hotel, right? It looks like Fatty has already notified everyone. That puts my mind at ease. After a few pleasantries, Mu Xing hung up the phone uncomfortably. Unconsciously, the familiar social etiquette had become so distant. It turned out that since becoming a survivor, they were no longer in the same world. Mu Xing called Fatty, but no one answered. What the hell is this Fatty doing? Why isn't he answering the phone? He called several times, but the other end was always busy. Forget it, let's talk tonight. Mu Xing put away his phone and returned to Kowloon City. Many people were already waiting for his arrival. Yesterday's press conference went smoothly, whetting their appetites. As he stood on the highest platform, like a star among the crowd, the audience below was filled with eager eyes. They waited, longed, for a chance to change their fate. But there were also quite a few who were disdainful. Isn't he just a level 5 god? How dare he make such a big fuss? I want to see how much wrath this kid will incur if he messes up. I think this kid is a target set by the people behind the scenes. What does the council mean by that? Letting this kid do whatever he wants? Is this another fishing test? Listening to the various discussions below, Mu Xing remained unfazed. With a wave of his right hand, four towering steps appeared, seemingly stretching all the way to the heavens. At the ends of the steps, golden metals hovered. As the fifth step extended, it grew taller and farther, and at its end, 3 colorful tokens hovered. This staircase was even more impressive, and the dazzling array of colorful tokens stirred a yearning. What are those colorful tokens? The crowd pointed. Mu Xing, seeing the opportunity ripe, spoke out, I believe everyone here is seeking a spot in the promotion process. I won't waste any more time. All applicants are eligible to participate in the selection process. The rules are simple. Step onto the long steps and receive a token, and you've earned your place. If the number is less than 20, everyone will receive a spot. If it's more than 20, we draw lots. This statement was met with an uproar. Isn't this too much of a joke? Drawing lots? Are you kidding me? Can't you just bid? I've got plenty of money. A lavishly dressed 9th-rank god shouted. Mu Xing simply glanced at the man calmly. Luck is also a part of strength. The spots only go to those favored by fate. This statement immediately infuriated the man. What do you mean? Are you discriminating against me? As soon as he finished speaking, a dark shadow swooped down, knocking him hundreds of meters away and slamming him into a nearby sewage ditch. Looking closely, he saw that the attacker was a fat, round-headed, striped cat. Shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I smash your head in next time. The evil spirit spat and flew back onto Mu Xing's shoulder. Anyone else have any objections? Mu Xing asked, lowering his head. The evil spirit's attack shocked the entire audience. Even the distant half-step multidimensional beings all expressed solemnity. That cat is more than just a half-step multidimensional being. Yes, the slightest aura it just revealed frightened me. The half-step multidimensional beings quickly exchanged views and reached a consensus. They were certain that Mu Xing before them must not be provoked lightly. Seeing the audience quiet down, Mu Xing waved his right hand. All applicants, line up and prepare to ascend the stairs. With these words, all applicants began to form neatly. How many 9th-rank gods are there? They are like a swarm of fish in the survival line. There are now 4 teams, each with over 1,000 people. If Mu Xing hadn't blocked the registration quota, this number would likely have increased tenfold. The people who arrived were all outstanding individuals, many of them old acquaintances. For example, the elders and generals of the White Dragon and Black Dragon tribes. As Mu Xing opened the stairs, the test takers rushed up and began to ascend. The stairs were a replica of those in the Seeker's Tomb, designed to test potential. Now, they were being used for selection. They climbed swiftly. Most climbed the 100th of the 10,000 steps in the blink of an eye. Some reached the 1,000th in one breath. However, after they passed the 5,000th step, their speed began to slow. At the 6,000th step, their speed dropped significantly. 7,000, 8,000, 9,000, each 1,000th step was a hurdle. Only those with true potential would have been able to ascend the stairs. And Mu Xing was doing this for more than just selection. It was also to screen talent for the survival line. For those with true potential, the council didn't mind offering better conditions. As time passed, the closest applicants had already reached over 9,000 steps. With another sprint, someone finally reached the finish line, within reach. But just then, Mu Xing stopped them. Are you going to change your mind? Someone frowned. Mu Xing shook his head. I must make it clear again. These spots aren't reserved for geniuses like you. Once you use them to advance, you never advance again in your lifetime. So, I urge you to think carefully. Are you willing to take this shortcut and never advance again, or rely on your own strength to ascend step by step? After these words, many hesitated. Their outstretched right hands paused in midair. Clearly, they weren't willing to stop at half a step to multiplicity. Some gritted their teeth, gave up the gold medal so close at hand, and turned away. However, others raised their heads. Even if we have potential, many of us don't have the opportunity to advance further. To reach the pinnacle, resources, opportunity, and understanding are all essential. Someone echoed, yes, what good is potential? Whether or not we can take that step, and when we can take it, is another question. I know I won't have such an opportunity again, so I've decided to take a shortcut. Someone, with unwavering faith, grabbed the gold medal. Mu Xing gazed at the myriad forms of life, feeling his own power of destiny grow stronger. The iron crown of fate shone with a radiant light. Even the power to defy fate became more concentrated. Clearly, he held in his hands the fate of future half-step multidimensional, or even multidimensional powerhouses. This power of destiny provided him with immense nourishment. As the test entered its later stages, more and more tokens were taken. He had to add more tokens. Many gave up voluntarily, but even more chose to seize this unique opportunity. In the end, he had distributed only 100 golden tokens. But this is just the beginning. Among the next 100 people, 4/5 will be eliminated by luck.